Chapter 1, Parting with the System. The test result showed the cultivator is now perfect, the system has no other teaching to offer, thus system disarmed. Goodbye. The mechanized voice left him dumbstruck, he staggered, damn it. Don't disarm, yet. Li Nianfan yelled to the air, I'm nowhere near perfect. Can you teach me a few more tricks? Or at least teach me how to attain godhood? System? System. No response. Are you really gone? At least bring me back to where I came from? Hello? Why'd you brought me here in the first place, if you're to leave me alone now? System. Li Nianfan pleaded in despair, still, no answer was made. Screw you. Stupid system. He swore at the system, angry and helpless. 5 years ago, Li Nianfan was transmigrated here, bound with a system that had a funny-sounding name, the Saint System. At first, Li Nianfan believed he was on his way to the immortal cultivation, nevertheless, all the system had to offer was useless things such as language, maths, chemistry, physics, poem writing, and drawing. Li Nianfan had no choice but to learn them all. He endured and persisted through, mastering all the teachings that the system had to offer. In return, he was awarded some cool titles including Saint Poem, Saint Art, Saint Chess, Saint Agriculture, etc. And the system disarmed. Well, these skills might have come in handy if he was back in the mortal realm, but now that he was in a foreign realm which was likely to be the immortal realm, these skills did not seem very helpful at all. Sometimes, there were cultivators flying across the sky, there were also rumors of flesh-eating monsters in this realm, too. How would these skills help him survive in a realm like this? Unless he was to negotiate with the monsters. Out of fear, he picked a relatively hidden mountain to live a self-sufficient lifestyle. Although he was constantly in fear of being dragged into the fight of the Immortals, he still held on to his faith, hoping that one day the system would guide him to cultivate immortality, and eventually fly into the sky freely as an immortal. Little did he know, the system did not teach him any of these, but instead taught him unnecessary skills, then disappeared in a puff of smoke. What a useless system. To be fair, he did not actually want to depend on this system. Back when he first transmigrated to this realm, he looked for immortals, hoping to learn from them directly. Nonetheless, he was deemed to have no spiritual roots, meant to stay as a mortal being for the rest of his life. Master, it's lunchtime. A robot walked out of the room and made an inviting gesture to Li Nianfan. Oh, he answered uninterestedly. Li Nianfan was not in the mood for lunch but went into the room anyway. This robot was awarded to him by the system when he mastered physics. In the beginning, he thought this was pretty cool, having a robot as his servant. As time went by, he realized the robot was as useful as the rubbish in this cultivating realm of immortals. Li Nianfan lived in a traditional four-part architecture, consisting of pavilions connected with small bridges above the running river. With the view of the mountains, it was comparable to a paradise. This architecture, like the robot, was rewarded to him when he mastered architecture. Indeed, most of his daily appliances were his rewards after he completed the tasks and missions assigned by the system. In addition, he even earned the title of Saint Farming, allowing him to provide his own daily meals. Therefore, he was self-sufficient even if he was to live in isolation, away from the outside world. If worst comes to worst, it isn't too bad to stay as a mortal for the rest of my life. At least the air is fresh and the view is good. These are already much better compared to the mortal realm I lived in. No job and no stress, it's a pretty good deal to be fair, he consoled himself. The one thing I lack as of now is a girlfriend. I'm guessing all the immortal women must be beautiful, though they probably wouldn't want to be with a mortal like myself. He shook his head as he returned to reality from his wistful daydream. Blackie, it's lunchtime. He yelled in the direction of his backyard. A dark-colored dog sprinted out from the yard, with his tongue sticking out. He looked at Li Nianfan expectantly waiting for the lunch to be served. You're such a foodie. Li Nianfan grinned while feeding the dog. Blackie was only a small puppy, almost dying from hunger when Li Nianfan saw him. He decided to adopt Blackie and they have accompanied one another throughout the years. Li Nianfan grew fond of it as it was good and obedient. When Li practiced writing and drawing, Blackie would sit and observe quietly by his side, especially when he practiced piano, which Blackie thoroughly enjoyed. Indeed, even a dog from the immortal realm was different. At the same time, two ladies were walking up from the heel of the mountain. One of them was dressed in a white dress, pouting with her exquisitely tiny face. The beautiful young lady seemed unhappy but in an adorable way. As she walked in anger, she muttered bitterly, "Stupid Father Emperor. Bad Father Emperor. How dare him to even consider marrying me off to that disgusting douchebag. I won't forgive him." Behind her, a young maid in a green dress followed hastily. "Princess, please don't say that. If anyone hears us, we might as well be dead." The servant trembled as she spoke, her face turned white in fear. "I'm about to be married off to Duan Mulai, what else can I be afraid of?" The princess grumbled. "If he insists on it, I'd rather be dead." Panicky, her maid knelt down, pleading in fear, "Princess, please don't do that. Please don't scare me. Damn it. I'm just saying, I don't want to be dead, the lady in white muttered, with a cheeky glint in her eyes. Actually, I could find a place to hide away from Father Emperor if he keeps insisting. This forest doesn't seem too bad, let's start looking right away. Pfft, you scared me to death. Please, don't say things like that again. The young maid patted her chest as she stood up from the ground. She seized up their surroundings and shrunk in her neck in fear. There's no one around in this desolate forest, there are probably some beasts lurking around. It's too dangerous, I think it's better if we go home. Duh, my chi is almost condensed, and I'll be able to break through to the next stage anytime now, why'd I be scared of beasts? With that said, the princess ran up the mountain excitedly. Princess, wait up. One running, and the other one chasing, it was not long before an antique-looking architecture came into view. It was covered in bushes, sitting peacefully below the floating white clouds in the sky. The young maid stared with her eyes widely opened. There's someone living in the forest? This is such a unique architecture, almost antique, as if a place in painting is coming to life. The princess curiously looked at the four-part architecture in wonder. The style of the architecture stood out from all the others she had come across. Although it was not as grand as the palace she lived in, this architecture exuded a sense of extraordinary, blending in with its landscape seamlessly. It was breathtaking. I might be mistaken, but this architecture is not inferior to the palace. Could it be that a hidden expert is living here? The princess thought to herself. With a glint in her eyes, she jogged in excitement. Come on, let's check this out. Remember, don't call me princess, just call me miss. The young maid was worried, yelling from behind, Princess, be careful. The princess arrived at the front yard, seizing in the surroundings with curiosity. There was a small vegetable garden, a wicker chair, and a stone table with 4 stone stools. Chapter 2, A Suspected Hidden Expert. The layout was simple and ordinary. Hello, is anyone home? The princess shouted at the door. Click. The door was opened. Li Nianfan peeked from the door. This was the first time in 5 years that a visitor ever showed up at his door. His eyes glinted in awe when he saw a beautiful lady standing at his door. Could this be God answering my prayer? I asked for a girlfriend and now he's sending me one? He quickly shook off his thoughts. The lady exuded an ethereal sense of chi, and she seemed to be a cultivator. With her elegant manner and outlook, she was likely to be of a noble family. How would she ever want to be in a relationship with Li Nianfan? At the same time, the princess was sizing up Li Nianfan as he did to her. A hint of disappointment flashed through her eyes when she found out he was just an ordinary man. She was expecting to meet a hidden expert who could help her to solve the difficult situation she was facing at the moment. Nevertheless, since she was already here, she said in a natural and poised tone, Nice to meet you, I'm Luo Xiu. May I come in? Of course you may. Li opened the door and made way for her to enter. He had no reasons to reject this cultivator, who was also a beautiful-looking lady. After all, it was nice to make some friends. Thank you. Luo Xiu entered the house with her maid. Upon entering, a cobblestone path led to the inner court. Across the path was filled with different varieties of plants and colorful flowers, releasing an intoxicating fragrance. It was pleasing to the eyes and senses. In the middle of the courtyard stood a beautiful pavilion surrounded by the living room and bedrooms. Luo Xiu felt a surge of serene peacefulness the moment she set foot in the courtyard, as if the yard had some kind of mysterious power to calm the souls. The robot walked out from the room, welcoming the guests in a friendly tone, Welcome to the house. Shocked, the young maid ran in front of Luo to protect her from the robot. Pri miss, be careful. Li Nianfan reassured, Ladies, don't be alarmed. This is my housekeeper, Xiao Bai, he is a robot. He then turned toward the robot and ordered, Xiao Bai, apologize to the 2 ladies. My apologies to have startled you ladies. Xiao Bai apologized fluently and bowed like a gentleman. Luo Xiu stared at Xiao Bai in disbelief. A robot? He seems to have spiritual intelligence. Is he a spiritual robot? A spiritual robot is a legendary treasure. According to the legend, only the top-graded spiritual machines could make a spiritual robot. Most importantly, the spiritual robot seems to have an extraordinarily high spiritual intelligence. It wouldn't be a surprise if he is actually an immortal robot. A sense of fear came across her face the more she thought about it. Li Nianfan saw her face, and reassured her smilingly, Miss, you've been mistaken. Xiao Bai is just an artificial intelligence, made with advanced technology. This is nothing close to a spiritual robot. Artificial intelligence? Advanced technology? Luo Xiu repeated dubiously, not understanding a word she was saying for the first time. Just some small tricks, nothing special. Li Nianfan was speechless. Unbothered to explain further, he turned to the robot. Xiao Bai, please pick a watermelon from the backyard to serve our guests. Okay, master. Did Li Nianfan actually call a spiritual robot with spiritual intelligence some small tricks? Flabbergasted, Luo Xiu took a deep breath to calm her excitement. She heard that many of the senior experts who had reached transcendence enjoyed pretending to be mortals in order to experience living the ordinary life. Could she have bumped into one today? With the thoughts in her mind, she held on her breath nervously, both excited and worried at the same time. Li Nianfan walked them to the pavilion. With a genuine smile, he gestured, "After you, ladies." "Oh, thanks." Luo staggered, recovering from her thoughts. She looked around and saw an exquisite chankin placed by the corner. She asked, "Sir, do you enjoy music?" "Just something to kill time with," Li answered casually. Luo Shio seemed to be keen on making friends with this expert, or at least she suspected. She added, "A dear friend of mine is a wonderful musician. Why don't I introduce her to you the next time we meet?" "I'll give it a pass. I don't really know much about music." He waved his hands with a bitter smile. If Luo Shio is an immortal cultivator, her friends must be cultivators as well. There's absolutely no way for me to make music with them. What if they don't make music with sound waves but give out electromagnetic waves? Won't I be killed by accident? Li Nianfan thought bitterly. Although he did earn the title of music saint, his thoughts were interrupted when Xiaobai brought out a watermelon, finely cut and prepared. "I hope you enjoy the watermelon." Once again, Luo Shio was greatly impressed by this spiritual robot. Other than its weird outlook, it was just like a real person. Out of all the other spiritual robots, Xiaobai must have been one of the best. "Please, help yourself." Li Nianfan picked up a piece of the watermelon and started munching away. To him, it was the perfect time for a cooling watermelon, under the warm heat, as he was just getting thirsty after his lunch. Luo Shio saw him enjoying the watermelon and picked one up for herself. To her, watermelon was something ordinary. As a princess, she was served with immortal fruits and spiritual juice. Watermelon was a fruit for ordinary people and not for someone like her. Yet, she had to pay the due respect to Li Nianfan, as she suspected him to be an expert. She noticed something different about the watermelon. This is so pretty. It glows like a red ruby. This is nothing like the watermelon I have eaten before." She took a bite. Slurp. So crispy. So sweet. She was amused as the juice blasted upon her bite and flowed in her mouth, like naughty children running around one. In an instant, a strong scent bursted at her taste buds. Luo Shio moaned with pleasure. "Ah, this is so delicious. Yum! How would a watermelon taste so fine, so delicious?" This was no ordinary watermelon. Or so she thought. Gulp! When she swallowed, the watermelon juice streamed down, washing her throat. However, what happened next was magical. She felt the liquid turning into a gas spreading throughout her body. Is this spiritual chi? She could not help and took another bite, a big bite. Again, so cooling and refreshing. At the same time, a big swarm of chi entered her body and bursted in her belly. Chi, that was really spiritual chi. Even one bite of the watermelon was as good, or even better, than one whole spiritual fruit. Slurp, slurp. Luo Shio got lost in the moment. All her rational thoughts vanished along with the sweet, delicious, and dense chi she was gulping. She had only one thought left in her brain: eat. Swiftly, she munched on one piece, two, then three. Li Nianfan stopped eating after his second piece and observed Luo Shio feasting uncontrollably. His eyebrows twitched with a glint of suspicion in his eyes. Was she really a cultivator? It was just a watermelon, was it not? Luo Shio did not stop until she had eaten 6 pieces of watermelon. Finally, she became aware of the mess she caused and her face flushed with shame. She lowered her head slightly, too embarrassed to look at Li in the eyes. Before she knew it, a surge of scorching heat filled up her body with endless spiritual chi bursting out from her belly. Chapter 3: The Hidden Expert is Revealed. A mysterious sensation flashed through her brains, relaxing the pores on her skin. All of a sudden, she felt refreshed and suddenly understood all the obscure things that were once inaccessible to her. Foundation established. Luo Shio looked at the watermelon skin in front of her in confusion. Unbelievable. The watermelon not only had spiritual chi, it even came with insights. Insights, also known as the basics of wisdom, played an important role in the sudden breakthrough of a cultivator. In other words, the insights were rare and precious. Although there might be just a hint of insights in the watermelon, it already enabled Luo Shio to bypass the bottleneck. Instantly, she became a fangirl of Li Nianfan. She stood up swiftly and bowed respectfully to Li Nianfan. "Thank you, senior, for helping my breakthrough to have established foundation." As Li Nianfan heard his title went from sir to senior, he was not pleased at all. Although she meant it as a good gesture, Li Nianfan did not understand what was happening. "As I said, I'm just an ordinary man and this is just an ordinary watermelon. What does your breakthrough have to do with my watermelon? Also, why are you calling me senior? Do I look that old to you?" Li Nianfan challenged her in a slightly raised tone, feeling offended. He thought she was mocking him for serving her an ordinary watermelon. The more he thought of it, the more humiliated he felt. It was as if a billionaire thanked him for his $1 bill. What an insult! Did she think she could humiliate everyone just because she was a cultivator? Luo Xiu was startled and confused. Did she offend the expert unknowingly? That's right, the expert disguised himself as an ordinary man in order to experience living an ordinary life. I almost revealed his identity just now, of course he's pissed at me. Ah, how careless of me. Luo Xiu reflected as Li Nianfan's face darkened. Hastily, she apologized. Sir, I'm truly sorry to have offended you, I got excited. This young lady does have a good attitude, she's beautiful and not arrogant about it, such a nice cultivator, Li Nianfan thought to himself. It's okay, I didn't mind. He waved it off. Luo Xiu was relieved. She gritted her teeth and brought out a jade from her waist pocket. Sir, this was given to me by my father when I was growing up. Please accept this as my appreciation for the watermelon today. The jade felt good in the hands. A phoenix was engraved on it and it reflected light. It seemed special. The young maid beside Luo Xiu covered her mouth with shock. She pulled Luo Xiu over and said, Miss, you can't give this away. Li Nianfan, too, was shocked by the generosity of Luo Xiu. He shook his head and said, Miss Luo, you're being too polite. It's just watermelon, I can't take your jade. Who'd exchange such a jade for watermelon? Is she insanely rich? Li Nianfan thought to himself. Blackie, come have some watermelon. Li Nianfan yelled at the backyard. Swiftly, Blackie came out rushing, drooling at the watermelon. Most of the time, Blackie stayed in the backyard to guard the farmland. Although Li Niandan had never been attacked by monsters, it was better off being armed and protected. They lived in the forest, after all. Li Nianfan casually threw over the leftover watermelon to Blackie. He smiled, look at you. Eat. Gulp. Gulp. Blackie knew what he was getting at. He stuck his face into the watermelon, not wasting any bits of it including the skin. Luo Xiu stared with wide eyes. Sir, this is too wasteful. This was a watermelon containing insights and it probably worth more than a spiritual fruit. Why would he feed it to a dog? Luo Xiu looked closely at Blackie again. He was just an ordinary dog from the mortal realm. On the other hand, Li Nianfan was shocked at how frugal this noble lady was. This gave him a good impression of Luo Xiu, and he laughed it off. It's just watermelon, I've plenty here. It's not considered wasting if Blackie eats it. Of course, you're right, Luo said with her lips twitched. She felt embarrassed. Of course, the watermelon meant nothing to an expert like him. She also decided that she must make acquaintance with Li Nianfan. Even getting to know him would be a big blessing for her. Luo Xiu insisted Li Nianfan accept the jade. Sir, the forest isn't the safest place to live in, after all. My family is considered powerful in this area. If anything ever happens to you, this jade would save you lots of trouble. Well, if you insist. Li Nianfan considered for some time and accepted the jade. You're always welcome to come by for some watermelon whenever you wish. He examined the jade on his hand and realized the texture was quite rough. Although it had the shape of a phoenix, it had no charm at all. With its rough cravings, he was tempted to improve on it at some point. Luo Xiu was pleased that he accepted the jade. She thanked him with her eyes glowing with happiness. The young maid was dumbfounded. She did not understand why Princess was treating this ordinary man with such respect. Even the nobleman did not get this much attention from her. Thanks for your time today, sir. Luo Xiu knew the acquaintance was made and she was ready to leave. Li Nianfan stood up and walked them out. Luo Xiu seemed unusually cheery as she walked out from the house. If it were not for her breakthrough, she would have thought this was all but a dream. She was amused by how lucky she was, to be able to make acquaintance with an expert hidden in disguise. Behind her, the young maid asked in confusion, Princess, why were you being so polite to him? Isn't he just an ordinary man? The princess turned around and in a straight and serious face, she warned, LV Luo, don't mention a word on what happened today. Also, don't disclose this location to anyone, understood? Luo Xiu reasoned that if the expert had chosen to live in this forest, it was likely that he did not want to be disturbed. She could not afford to offend him again. LV Luo had never seen the princess so serious about something. She agreed hastily, yes, princess. Ah, I forgot to seek help from the expert. Luo Xiu exclaimed. She wanted to get rid of the marriage arranged by Emperor Father. Perhaps the expert might have been able to help. Yet, it would seem inappropriate to return to him now. Ah, I guess I can only wait till next time then. As she looked up at the house, a heavy mist somehow coiled around the trees below the house. The house almost seemed to have disappeared. Chapter 4, A Monster. Luo Xiu walked away full of worry while Li Nianfan resumed his Buddhist way of living, making music, planting flowers, fishing, and sometimes even writing poems and painting when he was in the mood. One day, he was fishing by the pond in his backyard. Blackie was resting by his feet, watching him peacefully. That's strange. I always put in lots of krill every month. Why can't I get any fish? Li Nianfan frowned as he held onto his fishing rod. He looked at Blackie with suspicion. Have you eaten them all? I remember putting in a golden carp, but I don't see it anywhere. Blackie jumped up instantly. He innocently looked up at Li Nianfan with his puppy eyes and shook his head as if he was human. Well, I guess I'll have to go downtown and buy some krill. Li Nianfan did not dwell further on this. Since he did not catch any fish, he kept the rod and prepared to leave his house. Fishing gave one a sense of inner peace and relaxation. Li Nianfan enjoyed this sensation, and he enjoyed savoring the fresh meat of his catch even more. Unfortunately, he had no such luck today. Xiao Bai, stay back and guard the house. Sure thing, my beloved master. Bringing Blackie along with him, the owner and his pet dog walked down the mountain together. While living in this hidden valley for the past 5 years, Li Nianfan did not completely lose touch with the world since he was not a cultivator anyway, or so he thought. He would have gone crazy without any human contact for so long. There was a town not far from where he lived which was known as the Fallen Town. There were mostly ordinary people there, though occasionally, the cultivators passed by. Rumor had it that the cultivators were accepting ordinary men as disciples by fate in that town. Oh, Mr. Li's here. Hey, Mr. Li, come check out my freshly baked steamed buns. Free of charge. Mr. Li, what are you buying this time? Please, stay a little longer. Yeah, Mr. Li, I have lots of advice to seek from you. As he entered the Fallen Town, many familiar faces greeted him. He seldom came down to town in the past 5 years. Although he was not a cultivator, he had acquired countless amazing skills under the training of the system. Sometimes, he would share some eye-opening knowledge with the ordinary men here in town. He even treated some ill patients here with his advanced knowledge. Many of the people here had received favors from him. Li Nianfan smiled and greeted them back with respect. He walked to the marketplace and stopped in front of a fishmonger's stall. Mr. Li, here for some krill again? The owner of the stall greeted him with a smile. He knew Li Nianfan well. Li Nianfan nodded. Yeah, I'd like more this time. Double the amount I usually buy. Sure. As he packed the order, the owner asked, Mr. Li, didn't you buy some not too long ago? Why do you still need this much? Li Nianfan sighed. Don't remind me. I remember putting all the krill into the pond but I couldn't catch any fish at all. The owner halted in his steps. In a serious tone, he warned, Mr. Li, this is strange. I think so, too. The owner warned him again. Mr. Li, I'd be careful if I were you. There might be a monster lurking in the pond. Do stay away for your safety. Li Nianfan was frightened for a moment. Could there really be a monster inside the pond? A monster that ate all the fishes? He was afraid, but he had lived there for almost 5 years now and he was reluctant to move. Even if he wanted to move, he did not have anywhere else to live. Mr. Li, I've got a tortoise here. This kind of tortoise will remain in its place in the pond and will surface for some sunlight every afternoon. You can put it inside the pond, and if it's safe, that means your pond is safe, the owner suggested. This was literally using the tortoise to test the water. If it did not come out of the pond, then it was most likely to have been eaten by the monster. Li Nianfan's eyes glinted with delight. He said, yes, I'll buy this tortoise, please. Mr. Li, if it weren't for you, my stall would have shut down a long time ago. This tortoise is young and not a precious breed, so I'll give it to you free of charge. In the end, he got the tortoise as a gift for buying the krill. Li Nianfan carried the krill and tortoise in his hands, ready to test if there was a monster lurking inside his pond. When he arrived at the entrance of the town, he realized that a crowd had gathered. Among the crowd, a middle-aged woman was sobbing on the ground. Li Nianfan went forward and asked, Auntie Zhang, what happened? Auntie Zhang was a kind-hearted woman. When Li Nianfan first arrived at this cultivating realm of immortals, she had helped him a lot. When she saw Li Nianfan, a glint of hope appeared in her eyes. Mr. Li, you're a capable man. Please, I'm begging you to save Nanan. She was captured but a monster. Nanan was captured by a monster? Li Nianfan asked worriedly. He was terrified by the news. He could not help but recall images of that cute and cheerful little girl. He remembered Nanan very well, with her 2 pigtail braids. Whenever she saw him, she would call him Big Brother. She was so lovely, like an angel. Auntie Zhang, you're panicking. Although Mr. Li's a wise man, he's just an ordinary man, after all. It's way too dangerous to send him there. Yeah, I think you shouldn't worry too much. Aren't there 3 cultivators making their way up the hill? They'll save Nanan for sure. The 3 of them were no ordinary people. Nanan will be fine. Arg, what world is this? Why's the monster troubling the fallen town? The crowd gossiped among themselves. As much as they wanted to help, they were unable to do so. Li Nianfan thought for a while. He comforted her, Auntie Zhang, don't panic. I'll go and have a look. I promise to bring Nanan home today. Thank you, Mr. Li. Thank you, Mr. Li. Auntie Zhang thanked him with confidence. She trusted Li Nianfan more than the 3 cultivators who were sent up there. Mr. Li, monsters have evil spirits. It's too dangerous to go. Yeah, we're ordinary people. We should just report this to the immortal officers and have them send some cultivators to deal with it. Lots of people started to talk Li Nianfan out of it, concerned for his safety. He reassured them, didn't 3 cultivators already go? I'll just follow them and see if there's anything I can help them with. Thank you for your concern. He had made up his mind, and after finding out the location, he made his way there. The monster escaped to a mountain not far away. Li Nianfan was coming up with tactics as he climbed up the mountain. The most ideal scenario would be the monster being defeated by the 3 cultivators with him watching from the sidelines. However, if the 3 of them were no match to the monster, Li Nianfan could only hope for the best and have faith in the jade given to him by Luo Xiu. He knew that Luo Xiu was a cultivator of high status, so he could only hope that the jade would help him out when needed. Li Nianfan hurried, fearing to take a break. He had heard that the monsters would eat humans. Should he be a second too late, Nanan could very well be eaten by the monster. Nanan must stay safe, Li Nianfan mumbled. Suddenly, Blackie sped up, turning into a stream of black shadow that raced forward. Blackie, what are you doing? Now's not the time to mess around. Stop! Li Nianfan yelled after him as he saw Blackie disappearing out of sight. He was furious and worried. What a stupid dog. Is he rushing there to get killed? Chapter 5: An Ordinary Man and His Dog. Meanwhile, a battle was happening at the top of the mountain. And I even wondered what monster could be so ruthless. So it is just a leopard monster. Leopard monster, give back the girl to us, and we will consider keeping your dead body in one piece. The 2 young men were high in spirits, along with a young woman. The trio surrounded the leopard monster in a triangle. Ha ha ha. 3 tiny stinky kids trying to slay monsters? How brave of you. Today, I, Lord Leopard, will eat all of you. The leopard monster laughed, as his body transformed into the shape of a human, though his legs and head remained as a leopard. Cut the nonsense, bring it on. The trio positioned their long swords in front of them. They touched the swords with one finger in unison and called out, Yujiangshu. In an instant, the 3 swords elongated toward the sky, forming the shape of a pyramid that trapped the monster inside. Roar! The leopard monster roared and a golden demon Dan flew out from his mouth. The Dan glowed in a mysterious red light which formed into a light shield surrounding the monster. Vroom! The long swords were unable to penetrate through the light shield. The 3 cultivators were startled in disbelief. How could it be? This was the first monster they faced after completing their cultivation. At first, they thought they could use this opportunity to make a name for themselves. Unfortunately, the first monster they faced was way out of their league. Ha! Did you think you can be the hero after cultivating for a few years? I, the Leopard Lord, have cultivated for 200 years. I can easily kill you 3 with one finger. The monster announced with pride. With a sharp flash in his eyes, 3 red lights glared out from his eyes directed at the trio. The trio had no time to escape. They fell onto the ground instantly. Their swords lost the shine simultaneously and fell onto the ground with them. The monster kept its demon Dan away and looked at the 3 cultivators from head to toe, and he finalized his gaze on the young woman. He licked his lips with excitement. Oh, look at you, female humans have yummy flesh, I'm sure you will taste delicious. The 2 men panicked. They growled, monster. If you dare to lay a finger on Junior, I'll kill you. We're the disciples of Wanjian Immortal Sect. Our sect will fight you till your death. Look at your desolate surroundings. What am I afraid of? I'll now eat your beautiful Junior right in front of you, one bite at a time. The monster declared cruelly. The trio was frightened. The looks of fear and disappointment appeared on their faces. The 2 young men cried out, let go of our Junior, why don't you eat us first? The monster ignored them. He gradually approached the young woman. Suddenly, a loud galloping sound was heard. A glint of hope appeared on their faces. They looked up to see who was coming to save them. Unfortunately, all they saw was a black ordinary dog walking toward them. Seeing that, their hope dissipated instantly, leaving them in complete despair as if falling from heaven to hell. The leopard monster said coldly, what is an ordinary dog doing here? Lord Leopard is in a good mood today. I'm not going to eat you, get out of the way. Blackie did not flinch, he remained on the same spot. Out of the blue, he opened his mouth and said coldly, leopard monster, surrender now before it's too late. Ha! So you're a little monster dog. The leopard monster was caught short for a while, before bursting into laughter. Hey black dog, have you turned crazy from cultivating? Do you know who you're talking to? The 3 cultivators were shocked by what Blackie said. At first they thought they misheard what he said. How could a dog be so confident? The first thing he said was to ask the monster who claimed to be Lord Leopard to surrender? Whatever, my master is coming soon, I don't want to waste my time with you. Blackie shook his head arrogantly. If it was not for his ordinary outlook, one might have assumed him to be some kind of big shot. Ha ha, you're looking for trouble. The leopard monster laughed out loud. He opened his mouth to lash out a swarm of wind ready to suck Blackie in. However, Blackie did not flinch either. He remained unmoved and simply raised his paw. Suddenly, a strong wind struck and the sky turned gloomy. Within the dark clouds, a huge dog paw appeared out of the mists and crashed onto the monster leopard. The paw looked exactly the same as Blackie's paw, except it was many times bigger, as big as the five-finger mountain of Tathagata. Instantly, the leopard monster cried out a loud meow like a kitten. He returned into his leopard form with his fur spiking out like a hedgehog. He wanted to escape before realizing he was transfixed, unable to run. All he could do was to watch the approaching paw from the sky crashing into him. "I'm just a small monster leopard. I beg you, Lord Dog, please forgive me and let go of me," the monster leopard begged. Bam! Suddenly, his leopard brain exploded before the paw even landed on him. His brain could not withstand the gigantic pressure induced by the paw. In the next instant, the paw disappeared and the clear blue sky returned as if it was all but a dream. By then, the three cultivators stared at Blackie without breathing. They stood transfixed like three statues. However, Blackie acted as if he only did a very small trick. He explained calmly, "My master likes to experience the life of a mortal with an ordinary identity. Remember this, the three of you killed the monster leopard. I had nothing to do with it. When my master gets here, do not mention anything about what I did. Treat my master like an ordinary man, and treat me like an ordinary dog. Is that clear?" The three cultivators nodded blankly. They were overwhelmed with fear and anticipation. A powerful monster dog like this, who could possibly be its owner? They heard that hidden experts like to conceal themselves as ordinary men to experience living an ordinary life. So it was true after all, and they were about to meet this extraordinary person soon. "Blackie!" Nianfan called out worriedly as he ran up the hill. He smacked Blackie's head angrily as he scolded, "Didn't you hear me calling out to you? Why did you run so fast? You're so naughty." The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he was. He rubbed Blackie's head angrily. The three cultivators' hearts almost fell out of them watching this. They could feel their blood halted and goosebumps all over their skins. This was a lord dog with a gigantic paw. Even their master, no, even their entire sect combined, could not defeat his paw. Yet, this lord dog was being told off and smacked by this man. This was a wild world. They did not have the heart to see this, as they were afraid that the lord dog would get mad at them. After telling off Blackie for a while, Nianfan only realized there were other people around him. He saw the three cultivators, a dead leopard with its exploded head, and Nanan fainted under a tree not far away. It seemed that this was the ideal scenario. After all, the monster leopard was defeated by the three cultivators. He was in luck. He rushed toward Nanan to check on her. When he saw that she only fainted, he let out a long relief. "I'm Nianfan. Thank you the three heroes for slaying the monster and saving Nanan today. You all brought peace to the fallen town." Nianfan thanked them sincerely. However, the trio appeared awkward. One of them answered with a shaky voice, "Mr. Li, you're being too polite. We actually didn't do much." They realized there was no trace of spiritual chi in Li. He seemed like a completely ordinary man. They could not help thinking in awe. An expert is indeed inscrutable. They could do whatever their hearts desire. Nianfan, doesn't Nianfan 1 stand for nostalgia? No wonder he concealed himself as an ordinary man. Perhaps he was nostalgic for his mortal days. He is an expert indeed. A real expert. The cultivators reasoned anxiously in their minds. Among the trio, the young woman in a blue dress said, "Nice to meet you, I'm Bai Luoshuang. They're my seniors, Luo Hao and Qin Zhu. Nice to meet you all, Miss Bai, Hero Luo, and Hero Qin." Nianfan greeted them politely. He could not help staring at the dead leopard in awe. It looked like any ordinary leopard except bigger. This was the first time he had come across a monster in this immortal realm, and he even saw it at such close distance. It was a shame that he did not manage to watch the process of them defeating the monster. Chapter 6, What a Friendly Immortal Realm. "Ha!" Nianfan walked over and picked up a golden pearl beside the leopard. The golden pearl was not too big. It was quite cooling as Li held on it. It had some weight. "What's this?" "This is Monster Leopard's Demon Dan," Bai Luoshuang replied. "Oh, I see, so this is the Demon Dan." After checking the Dan out of curiosity, he handed it to Bai Luoshuang. "You all defeated the monster, you deserve to keep his Dan." However, Bai Luoshuang's face turned pale instantly. She staggered backward and said cautiously, "If Mr. Li fancies, please keep this Dan." She almost cried out of fear. This expert was definitely testing her honestly. If she kept the Dan, she might as well be dead. "Mr. Li, the defeat was pure luck. We can't keep his Dan," Luo Hao added in, while Qin Zhu nodded vigorously. Nianfan looked at them strangely. His impression of the cultivators was affected. Why are the cultivators so friendly nowadays, he thought. The first cultivator he met was Luo Xiu, who was overly polite, and now this trio as well. They even offered to let him keep the Demon Dan. How rare. Perhaps the immortal realm he transmigrated to turned out to be a peaceful immortal realm? Although he was not a cultivator, he knew how precious the Demon Dan was. It was the essence of the monster's cultivation. The Dan was particularly useful to the immortal cultivators. The three cultivators not only slayed the monster, they even offered to give him its Dan? How noble! Li Nianfan shook his head. You three are too polite. I'm only an ordinary man, why would I need this demon Dan? Keep this to yourself. He was not cultivating, so this Dan had no effect on him in any way. If he ate it, he could have exploded and die. Bai Luoxuan stuttered, so, we take it? Perhaps they were overthinking. Why would an expert need the monster leopard's Dan? This belongs to you anyway. Li was annoyed at them for being overly polite. What about this? You take the Dan and I keep the body of the leopard. I don't mind tasting it anyway. Luo Hao said hastily, please do. It is the leopard's pleasure to be appreciated by Mr. Li. Li Nianfan smiled, Blackie, you're in charge of carrying the body. How could the trio watch Blackie carry the body? The expert is definitely testing us. Qin Zhu rushed forward hastily and said, Mr. Li, I'm strong, please let me carry the body for you. Please don't wear out your pet. If you insist, thanks. Li replied happily, amused by how kind and polite these cultivators were. Li Nianfan carried Nanan in his arms, and the group of 4 and a dog returned to the fallen town. Seeing that Nanan was safe, Auntie John was extremely grateful. She cried with gratitude, thank you so much, Master Immortals. Thank you, Mr. Li. Auntie John, the monster was slayed by the 3 cultivators, I didn't do so much. Li explained. Of course the 3 cultivators were too scared to claim the credits, they quickly denied. You're being too polite, Mr. Li. You deserve all the credits. Without you, Mr. Li, we're no match to the monster. Thank you so much. Yes, we got lucky today, what we did was incomparable to what you did. Seeing that the 3 cultivators treated Li Nianfan with such respect, the surrounding crowd stared at Li in awe. Mr. Li was indeed legendary, even the cultivators spoke highly of him. Impressive. However, Li felt embarrassed hearing what the cultivators said, he thought they were just being overly polite. A thought occurred to him, perhaps there was a monster in his backyard, why not invite the trio over to his house? Since they were so polite, he should be more welcoming. With that in mind, Li invited them, the 3 of you must be tired, why don't you come over to my place, and we could taste the meat of this leopard. The trio were just thinking of ways to make acquaintance with this exceptional expert, they were delighted by his invitation. With that, Li led the trio to his house, with lots of krill and a tortoise in his hands. When they arrived at the 4-part architecture, the 3 cultivators exclaimed in awe. This was indeed a hidden accommodation of the hidden expert. The architecture was antique-looking, overwhelmed with spiritual qi just like the paradise. Xiao Bai opened the door and greeted, welcome home, master. Spiritual robot? The trio exclaimed in unison, they gasped at the sight of Xiao Bai with their eyes staring so wide that they could fall out any time. It's not a spiritual robot, it's just a small trick. Li did not bother to explain. The trio exchanged looks with one another and remained silent. Did he call a spiritual robot with spiritual intelligence a small trick? So spiritual intelligence was merely a small trick in the eyes of a big shot. The trio were helplessly lost in words, all they could do was to follow behind Li Nianfan feeling small and ignorant. Li Nianfan led them into his living room. Upon entering the room, the trio trembled a little with their pupils enlarged. This is. They were completely out of words, they were deeply shocked by the layout of the room. Inside the living room, the reflective tiles could reflect the shadows of the people standing above. The walls and furniture were all as white as snow. No matter if it was the sofa or the table, these were all new and strange to the eyes of the cultivators. Even though they were the immortal cultivators, at this instant, they were all overwhelmed by the new experience and luxurious surrounding. In this immortal realm, ordinary men mostly lived in wooden or thatched houses. Instead of tiles, they had soils as the floor inside the houses. Even though the buildings of immortal cultivation sects were more luxurious, they were nothing close to Li Nianfan's 4-part architecture. Mr. Li, this decoration, Bai Luoxuan was too overwhelmed by what she saw, it felt as if her worldview had changed after seeing this. It's just a modern design, to make one feel more at ease. Li smiled faintly as he thought to himself, you all must be so impressed. This is the interior design from the mortal realm. Even cultivators like you haven't seen something so modern in your life, eh? What could this be? Luo Hao's eyes fell onto an object with mist coming out continuously, he stared at it with an expression of horror. Li glanced over and explained unexcitedly, oh, this is an air-purifying humidifier, it's just a technology to purify and freshen up the air. This is not just fresh air, this is, Luo Hao blurted out before Qin Zhu stopped him short and scolded, are you insane? Lord Dog warned us before to treat him like an ordinary man for him to experience an ordinary life. If he said it is to freshen up the air, then let it be. Luo Hap swallowed back his words. However, the trio stared at the humidifier with their hearts thumping hard, their eyes turning red in horror. The fresh air coming out of the humidifier was all spiritual qi, extremely pure spiritual qi. The spiritual qi coming out of the humidifier was purer than the qi from the spiritual stone. Most importantly, the humidifier could exude the pure chi unstoppable. Its effect was way more impressive than the spiritual stone mine. If one could cultivate in this living room, it would be way more efficient than any of the blessed spots. What was this humidifier that could transform air into chi? What treasure was this? Was this a spiritual machine? Or an immortal machine? The fact that Lee simply left this precious item in the living room clearly implied his utmost status. He clearly did not care about this item, and would not mind even if it was being stolen. Chapter 7. Even the rubbish is precious. Li Nianfan looked at Luo Hao, who had just swallowed his words mid-sentence. He asked curiously, "What did you say?" Luo Hao smiled apologetically. "Nothing. I'm just saying how the air is so fresh in here. This explains why." Li Nianfan smiled. "Please, have a seat." The three of them sat obediently. "The tea leaves I planted are not ready to be picked yet, so I'm afraid I can only serve you with ordinary water," Li Nianfan said. Bai Luoshuang replied politely, "You're being too polite, Mr. Li. We don't mind at all." Li Nianfan smiled as he poured 3 glasses of water from the water purifier. "Thank you, Mr. Li." Bai Luoshuang accepted the water politely before she accidentally glanced at the purifier. With wide eyes, she said, "And may I ask, what's this?" "Oh, it's just a water purifier. It's nothing," Li Nianfan casually replied. "Another precious item." The three of them almost went numb with shock. The water in their glasses was no ordinary water, it was spiritual water. 1 glass of this water was equivalent to the most basic elixir. This water purifier was a top-notch immortal machine. It could turn ordinary water into spiritual water. Unbelievable. Li Nianfan did not seem to care about the strange and mysterious expressions on their faces. He said calmly, "I'm going to the backyard. Please, help yourselves to more water." With that said, he carried the krill and tortoise to the backyard while he ordered, "Xiao Bai, prepare the leopard meat for lunch." The living room was left with 3 wide-eyed cultivators sitting restlessly. Although they were tempted by the air humidifier and water purifier, they did not dare to display even a hint of greed. Luo Hao gulped and stuttered, I think, we've come across an extraordinary expert." Bai Luoshuang nodded. She agreed with a serious tone, "This expert's way beyond all the experts we've ever come across." She suggested, "So far, this expert seems to be a nice person. However, we cannot afford to offend him, not even in the slightest. If we could become friends with him, it'd be the biggest blessing in our lives." Xin Zhu agreed. "Don't worry, we'll be careful." Meanwhile, Luo Hao glanced at the bin by his feet. He seemed startled. Inside the bin was a scroll which seemed to be of a drawing. "Luo Hao, what are you doing? Don't you touch the expert stuff without permission," Bai Luoshuang warned hastily. "This seems to be rubbish," Luo Hao said as he carefully took out the scroll and gently unrolled it. He was curious. What could it be that the expert disposed of? On the paper, a figure slowly appeared. It was the silhouette of a man wearing a mino and an Asian conical hat. He stood alone on a canoe with a longsword in his hand. The drawing simply sketched. It was obviously just a draft. However, the moment Luo Hao laid eyes on the drawing, he let out a loud cry. He almost jumped up in shock. "It's the sword intent. This drawing contains a sword intent." Instantly, Bai Luoshuang and Xin Zhu turned their gaze toward the drawing. With just one look, they were instantly captivated by it. Feelings of loneliness, arrogance, fearlessness, and desperation surfaced from within them. They almost suffocated from the overwhelming flood of emotions. It was as if they had been pulled into the same world as this swordsman. An oppressive sword intent whirled from the man in mino toward the sky, making it hard for them to breathe. An ordinary man would not have felt so deeply about the drawing, but the three of them were the disciples of the Wanjian immortal sect. They practiced swordsmanship, which made them sensitive to the sword intent shown in the drawing. They vaguely understood the meaning of this drawing. The swordsman in mino was on his way to a duel with another man who was on the other side of the river. Phew! Luo Hao rolled up the drawing hastily. Only then did the three of them snap back to reality. By then, they were already covered in sweat. Who's the swordsman in this drawing? Even his silhouette contains so much sword intent. In fact, his sword intent exceeds that of our sect master. This is terrifying. Xin Zhu exclaimed in fear. Bai Luoshuang was unable to describe her feelings. "This isn't the point," she mumbled shakily. "The point is, how could someone capture this in a drawing, and then toss it into the bin as if it was rubbish? This drawing is a priceless drawing to swordsmen like us." Meanwhile, Li Nianfan came back from his backyard while Xiao Bai carried the body of the leopard to the kitchen, ready to prepare their lunch. Looking at the strange demeanor of the three cultivators, Li Nianfan could not help but ask, "What's the matter?" Bai Luoshuang, who was still holding the scroll in her hand, said awkwardly, "I'm sorry to have looked through your stuff." "Don't be. This is just a simple sketch that I've discarded." Li Nianfan smiled, seemingly unbothered. With these words, Li Nianfan's position had been infinitely elevated in the hearts of the trio. A mere simple sketch contained so much sword intent? How skilled was he? Could he be the legendary immortal? Qin Zhu looked at Li Nianfan in anticipation. He asked anxiously, Mr. Li, please, forgive me for asking, but could we keep this drawing of yours? Luo Hao and Bai Luoshuang simultaneously held their breaths. They clenched their fists nervously as if they were two students who were waiting for their results, anxiously waiting for Li Nianfan's response. Li Nianfan could not help but smile as he watched the anxious looks on their faces. He did not expect cultivators to appreciate the arts, too. He waved his hand and said, Isn't this just a draft? Take it. Thank you, Mr. Li, the trio exclaimed excitedly as they jumped up in unison. They had to bring this drawing back to the sect. They knew how important this was and dared not to waste another second. Bai Luoshuang bowed at Li Nianfan and said, Mr. Li, thank you for the drawing. We have to return to our sect right away. Please, forgive us. Why the rush? You're not staying for lunch? Mr. Li, it's an urgent matter. We'd like to host Mr. Li next time to show our apology, Bai Luoshuang said. Li Nianfan nodded. All right, then. See you next time. Goodbye, Mr. Li. The trio kept the drawing carefully before rushing down the mountain. Watching their silhouettes disappearing, Li Nianfan shook his head. The leopard feast was almost ready, yet, the trio had no such luck to taste the feast tonight. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, two beautiful women were climbing up the mountain. They walked through the forest like two beautiful elves. One of them was Luo Xiu, and the one accompanying her was a woman in a violet dress with a particularly thin waist. Her green silky hair was combed into an elegant bun, adorned with a hairpin made from 7 treasure coral. She exuded an air of elegance and prestige, looking like a noble queen. Compared to Luo Xiu, this woman was like a ripened peach, dripping in juices. Throughout their journey to the mountain, the woman listened to Luo Xiu as she spoke enthusiastically. She finally asked, Xiu, are you sure you weren't dreaming? Mysterious spiritual robot, watermelon with insights, and a hidden expert? This sounded more like a dream than a reality. Luo Xiu pulled on the woman's arm. Mom, I'm sure it wasn't a dream. Look at me. I even had a breakthrough. How's this made up? The woman remained suspicious. If what you say is true, this person is indeed a hidden expert. Mom, hurry up. I promise you, you'll be impressed. Luo Xiu said excitedly. The woman let out a small sigh. She knew what her daughter was thinking. She had been trying to rid herself of her arranged marriage. Now that she saw an opportunity, she could not easily let go of it. Of course, as the mother of Luo Xiu, she would not want to see her daughter being trapped in an unhappy marriage. However, when one was born into a political dynasty, one had very little freedom. She genuinely hoped that this hidden expert could help her daughter out. Chapter 8 An Untreatable Feast, Not Even for Elixir. Li Nianfan was sitting at the inner court with Blackie laying by his feet. Xiao Bai had built a grill in front of them. The body of the leopard had been cleaned up and gutted by then, and it was skewered on the grill above a charcoal fire. Meanwhile, Xiao Bai manned the skewer like a temporary professional chef. Although Li Nianfan could do pretty much anything, he would not do the tiring work himself, especially since Xiao Bai had reached the most advanced level of artificial intelligence. He had downloaded countless recipes into its system, so making a meal was not a challenge for it. In fact, its cooking skill was comparable to, if not at least 100 times better than, a 5-star Michelin chef from back in the Immortal Realm. With a multifunctional robot like Xiao Bai, anyone could afford to be lazy. If not, he must be an idiot. Hello, is Mr. Li home? A familiar voice resonated from outside. Who would come during lunchtime? Li Nianfan opened the door to see two women standing outside. Oh, look, it's Miss Luo. Please, come in. Luo Xiu introduced. Mr. Li, this is my mother. Hello, I'm Zhong Xiu. Sorry to disturb you without prior notice. Zhong Xiu sized up Li Nianfan just as Luo Xiu said. Li Nianfan appeared to be a completely ordinary man. Li Nianfan sized up Zhong Xiu, as well, and he could not help but be amazed. No wonder her daughter was so beautiful. He opened the door and smiled. You two came at the perfect time. The meal's ready. Zhong Xiu nodded and followed him into the inner court. Right away, her eyes caught sight of Xiao Bai, who was working diligently behind the grill. She seemed amused. Mom, this is Xiao Bai, the one I told you about. It's very smart. Luo Xiu introduced as she waved at Xiao Bai. Hello, Xiao Bai. Hello, my beautiful lady. Please, allow me to prepare you a delicious feast. I'm sure you'll like it. Li Nianfan was unsure whether it was just him or that Xiao Bai's voice seemed more gentle and magnetic than usual. Was he flirting with the ladies? As expected, Luo Xiu giggled at its remark, while Zhong Xiu was flabbergasted. Zhong Xiu was utterly stunned because she was way more knowledgeable than Luo Xiu. What kind of spiritual intelligence is this? It can cook and even communicate with people? Even the most precious treasure in the imperial court is nothing compared to this. In that instant, Zhong Xiu believed all the things her daughter said about this expert. At the same time, she also decided that it was by fate that they had the pleasure to meet with him. She knew for sure that she had to make befriend Li Nianfan. Please, have a seat. The meat's almost ready. You ladies are in luck today, Li Nianfan said smiling. He looked at the leopard meat in anticipation. He had never eaten the meat of a leopard before, not even when he was back in the mortal realm. Before this, he had only seen leopards at the zoo, yet tonight, he was about to taste the meat of leopard monster. How rare! Is it delicious? Luo Xiu sniffed the air a little harder before her beautiful gaze locked onto the grill with a little doubt. As a princess, she had tasted all kinds of refined food, but she could not tell what was so special about this meal. Xiao Bai replied like a human. I know you're very pretty, but this isn't an excuse for you to dismiss my culinary skills. Zhong Xiu did not seem particularly excited either. She could tell right away that this was the meat of a leopard monster, but this was not something new to her as she had it frequently. How delicious could this be? However, she was afraid that Luo Xiu might offend the expert with her words, so she gently told her off. Xiu, don't be rude. If Mr. Li says so, he must have his reasons. Li Nianfan smiled without talking. Although the Immortal Realm was quite advanced, the standards of living here were almost equivalent to the medieval period of the Mortal Realm, which included the standards of cooking. The ladies were about to be astonished by how delicious a feast could be in a few moments. Meanwhile, Xiao Bai was diligently grilling the meat, brushing on more sauce onto the leopard skin from time to time. Sizz! Not long after, droplets of yellow gold oil permeated out of the meat, dripping down the skin and into the charcoal fire, making a sizzling sound. Immediately afterward, a strong smell of delicious meat wafted across the inner court. The smell was so ludicrously tempting that one's hunger could be triggered just by a sniff. Humph! This is smelling good, Luo Xiu called out as she stared at the leopard excitedly. Gulp! Luo Xiu and Zhong Xiu had to keep their drool down after being triggered by the delicious smell. However hard they tried to restrain themselves from the temptation, the smell was so strong that even a small puff of it seemed to captivate their souls. Even if they held their breaths, the scent still penetrated their noses like the naughty children running around, teasing their senses. Humph, this smells too good. They had never thought that food could evoke such temptations. Even when it came to elixirs, they had never felt such a strong desire before. Growl, growl, growl. A loud rumbling sound was heard coming from their stomachs. Instantly, both of them blushed in embarrassment. They lowered their heads, unable to look at Li Nianfan in the eyes. Ever since they started cultivating, their craving for food had mostly disappeared. They maintained their lives by absorbing spiritual qi or taking elixirs. They had long forgotten the feelings of hunger and craving, let alone the growling of their stomachs. This was too embarrassing. Both Luo Xiu and Zhong Xiu cried out in their minds, wishing there was a hole they could dig up and bury themselves in. The doubts that they had moments ago dissipated completely, for the feast in front of their eyes was so tempting, they would not trade the feast for anything, not even an elixir. Li Nianfan was indeed a true expert, even the food he prepared was beyond imagination. Most importantly, this delicious meal was all prepared by the spiritual robot. Who would believe them without seeing this with their own eyes? Watching the astonishment grow on their faces, Li Nianfan felt satisfied. Both the ladies were extremely gorgeous. One was youthful and noble while the other was mature and elegant. Most importantly, both of them were cultivators, which made them even more attractive. Being able to watch them being shy out of embarrassment was definitely one of the greatest pleasures in life. Li Nianfan smiled. It's ready. Xiao Bai, bring the dishes to the ladies. Sure thing, Xiao Bai answered. In an instant, the knife in its hand moved with so much speed that the meat was instantly cut into pieces. It was then presented onto their dishes. Xiao Bai even added, the leopard's explosive power is all concentrated in its thighs, hence, the leg muscles are the most developed. Therefore, the meat around the thigh area is optimal and the best to chew on. Thank you, Luo Xiu and Zhong Xiu thanked the robot in unison as they stared at the grilled meat in anticipation. The outer skin was burnt and buttery while the meat was red from the sauce. Heat radiated from the cooked meat. Along with its fragrance, anyone would start salivating uncontrollably. Luo Xiu could not resist licking her lips. Her cherry lips opened instinctively and took a small bite. Munch! The burnt outer layer shattered a little, making a loud crunching sound from the bite. It was so sensational, she almost moaned out in pleasure. The meat was thoroughly burnt from the charcoal fire, which released its overpowering aroma. From the use of various seasonings for a touch of color, the meat became more flavorful and tender. It was soft, crispy, fresh, salty, and spicy, all at the same time. The flavors burst in her mouth, drowning her taste buds in overwhelming sensations. So yummy! She chewed harder and faster, somewhat drooling uncontrollably as she ate. Every bite was filled with happiness. On the other hand, although Zhong Xiu was eating rather elegantly, she was somehow already on her third piece of meat. Mom, you're eating too fast. Luo Xiu complained. Zhong Xiu's lips paused slightly while her face stiffened momentarily out of embarrassment. Then, she refuted out of shame, "How could you be so rude?" However, as she spoke, she put another piece of meat into her mouth without missing a beat. She did not care about her image by now. Luo Xiu complained again. "Mum, wait up. This piece of meat is mine." Chapter 9. An ingenious expert. This proves that when it comes to delicious food, women, too, can be irrational and selfish. Li Nianfan smirked, amused as he watched the mother and daughter fighting for food. So what if they're cultivators? They're conquered by my food anyway. Seems like even cultivators wish they could live my life. He slowly picked up a piece of meat and put it into his mouth. The texture's soft and chewy. He closed his eyes to indulge in the juicy meat dancing in his mouth. Meanwhile, Xiaobai served a portion of the leopard thigh to Blackie, who happily indulged himself as well. The meal was eye-opening to the two ladies, completely shattering their worldviews as they discovered the existence of such delicious food in this realm. It was not until they could no longer fit any more food into their stomachs that they finally stopped eating, rubbing their tummies, and looking satisfied as they recalled the entire experience. "Mr. Li, thank you for the meal." Zhong Xiu wiped her lips as she regained her composure, switching back from a foodie to the elegant lady she was when she first entered. Li Nianfan waved his hand. "It's just roasted meat, nothing too special. Mr. Li, this meat is only available to the immortals from heaven, right?" Luo Xiu could not help asking. Li Nianfan's lips curled up a little as he shook his head. The two ladies exchanged glances with a hint of horror. Was that a look of disdain? Does he look down on the immortals? Or does that mean that even the immortals have no right to eat his roasted meat? In an instant, their imaginations ran wild as they looked at Li Nianfan with newfound respect and terror. This expert seems to be way beyond anyone's imagination. Luo Xiu looked at Li Nianfan hesitantly, as if there was something on her mind. Not long after, she finally asked in an intimidated yet excited tone, "Mr. Li, you're an ingenious man. May I ask for a favor from you?" "Ha! You a cultivator need a favor from me?" An ordinary man, he thought. Of course, he would reject it instinctively. He did not want to get involved with the cultivators. After all, he had no idea how powerful they were. What if they killed him without him knowing? However, he did have a good impression of Luo Xiu, and it might seem rather rude to reject her right away. Perhaps he could reject her euphemistically? Luo Xiu did not catch the change in his expression. She continued cautiously, "Mr. Li, I didn't mean to lie to you the other day. Actually, I'm the princess of the gone-long Immortal Dynasty. My father just became the emperor, so his throne and reign aren't as secure. In light of that, he wanted to match me with the son of the nation master, a treacherous court officer." As she spoke, she kept close track of Li Nianfan's expression. He did not seem surprised at all, in which she rejoiced secretly for telling the truth. She wanted to conceal her identity, but knowing how ingenious he was, she had no choice but to tell him the truth. It seems that my decision to tell him the truth is right, after all. He must have figured it out a long time ago. The only reason Li Nianfan appeared calm was that these things happened too often in the drama series he used to watch back in the mortal realm. In those dramas, the princess or the emperor would dress down as ordinary people to visit the others. He knew Luo Xiu was not an ordinary woman since their first meeting. It did not take long for him to put two and two together. In summary, the Holy Emperor had just ascended not long ago. He had no power and the dynasty was controlled by most of the court officers. One of them, the nation master, proposed to match his son with the princess, but the Holy Emperor had no power nor authority to reject this proposal. It was the typical boring plot of many drama series of the mortal realm. What surprised Li Nianfan was that this was also happening in this immortal realm. Indeed, wars were everywhere. In the immortal realm, the main forces were divided into the Immortal Dynasty and the cultivating sect. The Immortal Dynasty was a dynasty led by cultivators who controlled all the cultivating resources in this realm. Even their armies were made up of cultivators. While the cultivating sect resided in their temples up in the mountains and along rivers with strong spiritual qi, the Immortal Dynasty took up vast territories, including towns and cities with mostly ordinary men. In the Immortal Dynasty's territories, the cultivators coexisted with the ordinary men. The ordinary men made up most of the population in this immortal realm. There was only one cultivator among 100 ordinary men and only one ingenious cultivator among 100 other cultivators. To find the most ingenious of the ingenious was extremely rare. In other words, the Immortal Dynasty was led by the cultivators who also ruled over the ordinary men in this realm. When one was faced with monsters or evil spirits, the cultivators from the dynasty would resolve the danger. The territory Li Nianfan resided in was under the territory of the Xianlong Immortal Dynasty. Luo Xiu noticed that Li Nianfan had been silent for a while. She begged anxiously, "Please, Mr. Li, you have to help me." And here I was, wondering what could be so serious. Turns out, it's just a small matter. Li Nianfan smiled. If her problem concerned fighting and killing, he would have turned her away. However, in these kinds of situations, he could come up with 108 solutions without even trying. Do you really have a solution? Luo Xiu's eyes sparkled as she said excitedly. Thank you so much. Even Zhong Xiu shivered a little as she stared at him in awe. Watching their reactions, Li Nianfan could not help but smile to himself. In this immortal realm, it seemed like the cultivators only knew how to cultivate. Behind all that, they had such simple and innocent thinking. He said while smiling, I've heard that in the Immortal Dynasty, the Prime Minister's quite a powerful and arrogant man, too. You could use the Prime Minister to go against the Nation Master. The scenario here in the Gonlong Immortal Dynasty was quite similar to a dynasty back in the Mortal Realm he transmigrated from the Qin Dynasty. When Emperor Qin Shi Huang first ascended to his throne, he had no power nor authority as he was held back by his mother and Lu Bue. In the end, Emperor Qin made the two of them fight against one another while he waited for the right opportunity to take back his authority. Zhong Xiu frowned a little. Mr. Li, although the Prime Minister is slightly inferior to the Nation Master, he is as ill-intentioned as him. He was ready to attack the dynasty any time. The Holy Emperor did try to get him on our side, but it was little to no help. Zhong Xiu was disappointed hearing this as they had come up with this idea before and it did not work out. Well, then it's up to you, Li Nianfan said as he turned to look at Luo Xiu. Me? Luo Xiu was caught off guard. Li Nianfan smiled and continued, exactly, think about this. Since the Holy Emperor had already announced that he would match the princess with the son of the Nation Master, what would happen if the princess seems to get along better with the son of the Prime Minister? What do you think will happen then? Luo Xiu and Zhong Xiu heard a loud buzzing in their ears as they stared at him in awe. They were wise people as they understood his intention not long after. Brilliant! That was a brilliant idea. Should the Prime Minister, being as ambitious as he is, sense that his son stands a chance with the princess, he'd definitely want to match his son with the princess to increase his power and authority. However, this would upset the Nation Master, and thus, the two of them would fight against one another. As the two of them fight, their power will reduce greatly, which allows the Holy Emperor to develop his authority. The ladies reasoned in their minds as they stared at Li Nianfan with the utmost awe and respect. He was indeed an ingenious expert. Not only were his small tricks advanced and otherworldly, and his strength and chi untraceable, even a casual strategy coming from him could turn a seemingly impossible situation into a winning situation. It was often said that the experts liked to use the world as their chessboard. As expected, this problem was indeed a small matter to him. Impressive, terrifyingly impressive. Luo Xiu flushed red with excitement. She stood up instantly and bowed to Li Nianfan. Mr. Li, thank you so much. Her eyes teared with gratitude. She could not believe that the problem that had been giving her sleepless nights and loss of appetite would be solved so easily. Zhong Xiu stood up with her, too. Mr. Li is indeed a wise man. You have my utmost respect. Your words have enlightened us greatly and we will never forget your favor to us. Sorry for taking up your time today. I'm just giving a simple suggestion. You're being too polite. Li Nianfan smiled humbly. He was glad that he could help out the princess of the Gonlong Immortal Dynasty. It was as if he had gained a little more security in this immortal realm. Soon after, Luo Xiu and Zhong Xiu left the house. They were excited to return home and start planning their strategy. On their way back, Zhong Xiu could not help feeling impressed and awestruck. Li Nianfan gave her a dreamy feeling. His attitude was calm and humble, and he gave off an aura of a wise man who was able to solve any problem given to him. On top of that was the delicious meal that even the immortals could not resist. She looked at Luo Xiu sternly and said with a serious tone, Xiu, it's fate that we had the pleasure to come across an expert like Mr. Li. We must do anything to befriend him. When we get back to the palace later, we should pick a precious treasure from the treasure house. Although Mr. Li would not be impressed by any of it, we still have to show him our sincerity. Chapter 10 Wanji, an immortal sect, is in imminent danger. The inner court went back to its peaceful and tranquil state. Li Nianfan walked Blackie to the backyard with a hesitant look on his face. When he saw the tortoise resting by the pond, he let out a long sigh of relief. The tortoise is still sunbathing by the pond. It didn't disappear. This means there's no monster in the pond, so there's no need to move, he thought amusingly. After ordering Xiao Bai to clear the dishes, Li Nianfan rested, sitting on a chair in the front yard. Although the sunlight was bright, the trees blocked the heat, making it comfortable and cooling. As he was resting, he remembered the jade in his pocket. Out of boredom, he decided to refine the jade. He took out some tools and started refining it, starting with the carving of the phoenix on the jade. Time passed by quickly and the sky gradually dimmed. Meanwhile, two mountain peaks were standing peacefully 1,000 miles away from there. The two peaks used to be one. The myth was that the Wanji, an immortal sect's founding master, cut it into two and named it the Double Immortal Peak. A temple stood proudly on top of the Double Immortal Peak. It was the Wanji, an immortal sect. Bai Luoshuang and her seniors made it to the heel of the mountain, out of breath. They did not spare a second to rest and had made their way back here as fast as they could. Even then, they did not stop, hastily making their way up to the peak of the mountain. On the way up, they did not come across a single disciple. It was apparent that the glorious days of the Wanjian Immortal sect had long gone by now. Their eyes turned red in despair. In the center of the square, a dark longsword was inlaid into the ground, exuding a strange dim light. An elderly man stood in front of the sword and remained silent for a very long time. Moments passed before he let out a long sigh. "Senior, most of the disciples have moved away. Although, some of them were unwilling to leave. They said they wanted to stay with the sect even if it meant facing death," a woman whispered as she walked toward the man. The elderly man said in a low voice, "If they insist, kick them out of the sect. The Wanjian Immortal sect will soon cease to exist. Kick them out." The woman shivered a little with tears in her eyes. "Senior, do we not have a chance of winning at all?" "No," the elderly man shook his hand. He continued bitterly, "The sword demon used this sword to enter the demon. It contains a level of sword intent so deep that even I can't remove it from the ground. How am I his match?" 3 years ago, the sword demon had made a name for himself by declaring to challenge all the sword sects in the world with his fallen demon sword. At first, everyone treated him as a joke. However, he challenged the sword sect one by one, silencing them all. The sword of the sword demon was known as the demon sword, and once it came out of its sheath, it would be stained with blood. Whenever he declared a challenge, he would have his fallen demon sword inlaid into the ground of the sword sect 3 days in advance. 3 days later, he would come to retrieve his sword. Every time he defeated a sect, not a single disciple would remain. Of course, many had tried to hide the fallen demon sword before his visit, but no one had been able to remove the sword from the ground. The sect that the sword demon challenged this time was the Wanjian Immortal sect. The moment they received his message, the elderly man knew right away that his sect would soon be over, and he instantly informed his disciples without hesitation. The elderly man turned to the woman and said, "Junior, you have to leave, too." The woman remained calm. She seemed to have expected him to say so. She shook her head with determination. The elderly man sighed. He scolded, "What for?" "Sect master. Sect master. Bad news, Miss Bai and her seniors have returned," a disciple called out anxiously. "What? Nonsense." The elderly man and the woman exchanged a worried look. "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Bai Luoxuan ran toward them with her cheeks flushed red in excitement. "Why did you come back here? Have you lost your mind?" the elderly man cried out in panic. He was anxious. The sword demon was about to arrive at the dawn. Their return at this time was equivalent to committing suicide. "Leave, now," the woman called out as she grabbed onto Bai Luoxuan, ready to leave. However, Bai Luoxuan refuted, "Mom, I'm not leaving. I came back to help Dad." "You? How are you going to help?" "Leave now," the elderly man declared sternly. Bai Luoxuan was not offended. She continued excitedly, "Dad, we bumped into a hidden expert. He'll be able to help you. Trust me." The woman sighed and said gently, "Luoxuan, hidden experts are way too rare to be true. Even if there is one, why would he help you?" She was very sure that Bai Luoxuan was still young and immature. The sect was now facing imminent danger. She might have been tricked by others. Bai Luoxuan explained hastily, "Mom, I'm serious. The hidden expert's house gives out unlimited spiritual qi. Even a sip of water is filled with spiritual qi, just like an elixir." The woman rolled her eyes at Bai Luoxuan. She was starting to suspect that her daughter was not only fooled by someone, her brains might have been damaged, too. Unlimited spiritual qi? Spiritual water? It was highly likely that she made it all up. "Mom, you have to trust me. Senior Luo, take it out." Bai Luoxuan pestered him anxiously to prove her point. The elderly man told him off angrily, "Luohao, it's fine for your junior sister to mess around, but why are you encouraging her?" "Master, we really did meet an expert." Luohao took out the drawing cautiously and slowly unrolled it. He did not want to ruin the drawing because Li Nianfan had used an ordinary paper to draw on. "A drawing paper? You're trying to save the sect with this?" The elderly man almost laughed from the anger he felt. He shook his head in disappointment. Anyone with a slight use of the brain would not be fooled by an ordinary drawing. Yet, the three of them treated the drawing as if it was a piece of treasure. Qin Zhu explained hastily, "Sect master, it's not what it seems." By then, the elderly man looked stern, not bothered to speak with them. "We're in danger now. Please, stop messing around," the woman added. Meanwhile, the drawing paper finally unfolded. Bai Luoxuan showed it to the elderly man. "Dad, look." At first, the man seemed unperturbed as he threw a casual glance over. The next moment, his eyes widened and his body started trembling vigorously. This is, his throat felt dry. All he wished to do in that instant was to keep his eyes glued to the drawing. His face displayed excitement in one moment and terror in the next. In his eyes, the thing in front of him was not just a drawing but a man holding a longsword, on his way to fight a duel. A strong sense of sword intent overwhelmed him, proud, arrogant, and cold. The elderly man felt the same as the man inside the drawing. He was about to fight a duel, too. He was facing the river and he was fighting with the longsword. Even if there are thousands of soldiers in front of me, once I unsheath my sword, there's no going back. Bam! A powerful surge of sword intent exuded from the elderly man, soaring toward the sky just like the one in the drawing. One could see a tornado whirling above the double immortal peak from afar. The tornado was in the shape of a longsword. All the disciples on the double immortal peak were engulfed by the sword intent, their swords in their hands emitting clear clashing sound in response. Even the black longsword inlaid in the ground started vibrating. The woman had a glint of delight in her eyes. She exclaimed, "Luoxuan, ask everyone to stay back. Your dad is going through a breakthrough." Chapter 11, Sword Demon is here. The disciples of the Wanjian immortal sect looked up at the strange vision in the sky and exclaimed excitedly, "Sect Masters had a breakthrough. He has reached the out-of-aperture realm. There are lower chances of us losing when fighting the Sword Demon tomorrow. A breakthrough the night before the duel. God bless us." From the lowest to highest, the different realms of cultivation were Qi refining, foundation building, golden core, Yuan Ying, out-of-aperture, distraction, combination, cross-tribulation, and Mahayana. Only a cultivator at the realm of Yuan Ying and above would be considered strong and powerful enough to lead a sect. Most that ranked above Yuan Ying were monsters that rarely came out. Throughout the night, an oppressive air lingered above the Wanjian immortal sect, making it difficult to breathe. The elderly man stood stationary, transfixed in the same spot with his body upright, looking like a longsword from afar. At the first ray of sunlight, a black shadow descended from the sky. A last-minute breakthrough. Interesting. Wanjian Immortal Sect, by Wuchen, your name's worthy to be remembered by deity. The Sword Demon had arrived. It was as if the black sword in the ground had been summoned. It rose into the sky and lingered at the feet of the Sword Demon. With a solemn expression, Bai Wuchen raised his hand to unsheathe the longsword from his back and flew into the sky toward his opponent. He did not seem confident. Though he had a last-minute breakthrough, his chances of winning were still slim. Imperial Flying Sword, Moon Style. Bai Wuchen stood on the longsword with his feet. Instantly, he was transformed into an arch, exuding strong sword chi. It was as if the sky was a big white sheet, powerfully split by Bai Wuchen launching toward the Sword Demon. A glint of excitement flashed through the Sword Demon's eyes. He used his fingers as a sword and pointed toward the sky. Following his gesture, a gigantic phantom sword appeared behind him, exuding a destructive aura that pierced through the air. Even the disciples who watched from afar could feel the sharp pain on their cheeks. Cut the air. The two opposing sword intent crashed into one another, swirling the chi in the air and blasting like a clap of muffled thunder. The disciples that watched the duel could not keep up with their speedy movements. All they could see was constant flashing in the sky with countless sword intents piercing through the air, damaging the surrounding trees and mountains. The fight did not last for long. Loud laughter was heard coming from the Sword Demon, as the fallen demon's sword under his feet emitted a layer of black smoke, viciously engulfing and dominating Bai Wuchen. The autumn water sword in his hand broke into two and a scar appeared on his chest. The wound was turning black. Arg! Bai Wuchen spat out a mouthful of blood. His body fell from mid-air. As he was falling, a paper scroll fell out from his pocket, free falling with him. Ha ha ha! My swordsmanship is truly undefeatable. I'll destroy the Wanjian Immortal Sect today, the Sword Demon declared proudly. Bai Wuchen's face turned pale. He looked at the scroll and said bitterly, "What a shame. If only I had 3 more days to study this drawing, I could have attained a tenth of the sword intent from the drawing and I wouldn't have been defeated." "What are you saying?" the Sword Demon scoffed. "Nobody in the world has better swordsmanship than I do." "Nobody." The Sword Demon followed his gaze and his eyes landed on the drawing. In an instant, it was as if he was struck by lightning. A wild wave of sword intent exuded from him, cutting the trees around him into halves. What in the world is this sword intent? How could there be such a strong sword intent? It's not real, it's a fake. The Sword Demon's face darkened. He picked up the drawing, which instantly vanished into powder. "What did you do?" Bai Wuchen cried out in agony, panting heavily. Watching the drawing being destroyed felt much worse than being killed by the Sword Demon. The Sword Demon glared at all the disciples with his red, murderous eyes. "The sword intent in this drawing is crooked. My sword intent is unbeatable. Who's the painter? I'm going to kill him." His cold and murderous tone froze everyone with terror. Bai Luoxuan's face turned pale instantly. The image of a gentleman appeared in her mind. Biting her lip, she walked forward and said coldly, "You're the crooked one. To me, you're nothing close to the person who drew this. He'll destroy you with a finger." "What are you saying?" The Sword Demon raised his hand, and instantly, Bai Luoxuan's body floated mid-air, strangled by an invisible force. "Do you know where he is? Bring me there, I'm going to kill him. Fine, Bai Luoshuang said through her gritted teeth. She was not concerned about the safety of Li Nianfan. To her, the sword demon was no match, not even to Blackie. She was only afraid that the expert might blame her for bringing the demon over. However, she had no choice now. If the expert was upset by her, she would not hesitate to kill herself as an apology. It was funny. If Li Nianfan had any idea who Bai Luoshuang was about to bring to him, he would have cursed loudly and ran away at once. The sword demon held Bai Luoshuang captive as they flew over to the mountain where Li Nianfan resided, while Bai Wuchen and his wife followed swiftly behind. The pace they traveled at was way faster than the pace Bai Luoshuang and her two seniors traveled at yesterday. They arrived at the four-part architecture in less than an hour. The sword demon declared with a deadly glow in his eyes, the sword demon is here. Get out of your house and face me. However, he was answered by prolonged silence. Bai Luoshuang's heart sank and her pretty face turned pale in fear. She had run through many possibilities, including one where the expert decided not to help them at all. However, the one possibility she did not come across was the possibility that he was not at home. She called out, Mr. Li, are you home? No response. He was not home indeed. They knew well enough that the sword demon would start killing violently in the next instance. Both Bai Luoshuang and Bai Wuchen felt a sense of sadness and somberness. Ha ha ha. So this is the so-called expert you were talking about? It seems that he saw me coming and ran away in fear. The sword demon laughed arrogantly. Since the coward ran away, I'll destroy his residence. He scoffed coldly as he held the fallen demon's sword in his hand. In an instant, the spiritual chi between the sky and the ground converged out of thin air, forming a long black beam of light. The sword light tilted slightly and was just about to fall upon the four-part architecture, slicing it into halves. Please, stop. Bai Luoshuang cried out in panic, her tears almost rolling down her cheeks. She was already guilty for bringing the sword demon here. If he destroyed the building, she could never face Li Nianfan ever again. Shriek! Right as the sword light was about to touch the architecture, a loud bird cry resonated in the air. The jade pendant hanging at the front porch of the house emitted a crimson light, glaring brightly against the black light emitted by the sword. Instantly, the black light vanished into thin air, like snow melting by a raging fire. Yet, the red light emitted by the jade pendant did not dissipate. Instead, a pair of huge wings appeared out from the jade. As its wings stretched out, a gigantic bird rose majestically from burning flames and into the sky. Its golden feathers and the raging fire around it made it difficult for one to look directly at it. Wherever it flew, it left a trail of flames in its path. This is a phoenix. Chapter 12, I am a demon sword. As soon as the flaming phoenix appeared, the temperature rose significantly as the sky was covered in flames. Everyone was awestruck by its majestical appearance, unable to move. Arg! I'll kill you, the sword demon roared, his demonic chi boiling in flames. However, compared to the phoenix, it was like comparing a candle's flame to a bright moon. The phoenix spread its wings without even looking at the sword demon, and with one casual sweep of its tail, a monstrous flame engulfed the sword demon. In an instant, the sword demon vanished into thin air. Ta-da! The fallen demon sword fell from the sky as the sword demon dissipated into vapor. The phoenix returned to the jade pendant and things returned to their normal state as if it was all just a dream. Zzzzzzz. Bai Wuchen and the other two stared at the scene with their eyes wide like saucers, beads of sweat dripping uncontrollably. They were extremely frightened. Sword demon is dead, the woman stuttered as she licked her dry lips. Who would have thought that the sword demon who slaughtered thousands of people would die just like this? And that he was silently defeated in this unknown mountain and gone without a trace. Expert. A peerless expert. Bai Wuchen mused, his voice trembling. Luoshuang, you're right. It's fate that we get to meet an expert like this. But it's a pity that the drawing he gave you was destroyed. I hope he's not mad at us, Bai Wuchen said worriedly. If the expert was offended, a simple blow of his breath could easily destroy the entire Wanjian immortal sect. Bai Luoshuang recovered from the shock. She could not fathom a world with the existence of such an expert. It was the sword demon, and he did not even have to be here to defeat it. A terrifying big shot. Dad, I doubt so. The drawing was just a draft he sketched. He gave it to us without a second thought, Bai Luoshuang reasoned. A draft? Bai Wuchen halted slightly and reasoned bitterly. Right, the drawing was like the utmost treasure to us, but to an expert like him, it's probably nothing. Perhaps he was just doodling. Both Bai Wuchen and his wife were in awe of this expert and they respected him indefinitely. To them, he was either an immortal from above or a powerful reincarnation. Either way, they could not afford to offend him and must try their best to please him. As the fallen demon sword landed on the ground, Bai Luoshuang sized up the sword in curiosity. Don't touch it, Bai Wuchen called out anxiously. The fallen demon sword is demonic. Although it can improve the strength of its user, it will drive its user crazy and turn him into a murderous creature. Recalling the demented look on the sword demon, she retracted her hand instinctively. The woman added, Luoshuang, the sword demon was killed by the expert here, so this sword is his trophy. We cannot touch it without his permission. Bai Wuchen agreed, that's right. But, will Mr. Li be affected by this sword? Bai Luoshuang asked, concerned. Ha ha ha, who do you think he is? How would a mere fallen demon sword have any effect on him? Bai Wuchen laughed. When the expert returns, we'll have to thank him sincerely. The woman pondered for a moment. Senior, the fact that we came without an invitation might offend him. It doesn't seem right to stay here. Perhaps we should go home and come back again with a gift to thank him. You're right, Bai Wuchen nodded in agreement. Their hearts were overwhelmed with fear and respect for this expert. They could not afford to do anything that might offend him. Today was indeed not the best time. With that, they did not dare to linger any longer and immediately flew away with swords under their feet. Moments later, Li Nianfan and Blackie walked out of the forest. Li Nianfan had a wild rabbit in his hand while Blackie carried a sick deer in his mouth. With a pile of firewood tied on his back, the man and his dog returned home triumphantly. Ha! When Li Nianfan returned, he saw a black sword lying by the gate. Why's there a black sword here? Did someone come? Li Nianfan picked up the sword and checked it out. The sword had a black body with a modern cut. It gave off a quaint vibe. Good sword. Li Nianfan nodded in delight. It's sharp and pointy. I'll use it to cut wood in the future. His axe had aged and he was just about to go downtown to buy a new one. This sword came just at the right time. With that, he walked inside, sword in hand. Suddenly, the long sword in his hand emitted a burst of black light. Demonic energy rushed into his palm. Li Nianfan looked at the longsword in surprise as he felt a sense of warmth in his palm. A weapon that heats up? Perhaps this is the so-called spiritual treasure in the Immortal Realm. Li Nianfan smiled happily, thinking he had just found a valuable piece of treasure. He completely missed the black energy coming from the body of the fallen demon sword, gradually turning into the shape of a skeleton. However, the skull looked just as confused, its face filled with questions. What's the matter? I'm sure someone held on to me. Why wasn't he affected by my demonic power? Young man, do you want to be undefeatable and stand on top of the world? Young man, do you want endless wealth and all the beautiful women in the world? Young man, do you want to take revenge and walk over the people who have wronged you? What? The three deadly chants did not work? This can't be. Is he even alive? The skull thought in confusion. It seemed to have just encountered the greatest challenge it had ever faced. In the next moment, it felt itself being picked up by someone and then left in a corner. Ah, an ordinary man is leaving me in a corner? Ignorant fool, the skull scoffed as it slowly transformed into a bigger form. The skull wanted to teach this ordinary man a lesson with the fallen demon sword, to make society hate him, which would then lead him to hold a grudge and eventually embark on the path of pursuing power. However, before the skull could do anything, a white ray of light blazed at it. Arg, the skull dissipated. Long after, it finally reformed again, but this time, much weaker than before. What just happened? It looked at its surroundings in panic before its gaze fixated on a brush lying on top of a desk. This is. A tremor from its soul suddenly surged all over its body. The skull trembled uncontrollably. This brush is countless ranks higher than me. How is that possible? Could it be a spiritual machine? But why would a ruined house like this have a spiritual machine? Owned by an ordinary man? The skull's brain buzzed with questions and confusion. However, it quickly adjusted its mentality and was ready to continue its plan. All I have to do is to go round this brush. The skull was more determined this time. Controlling the fallen demon sword, it tried to move around the brush. I'm a sword demon. I don't have feelings. I don't believe I can't control an ordinary man. However, another white light blazed at him. Arg! The skull disappeared yet again. Chapter 13, The Holy Emperor is impressed. Slowly, the skull condensed into a faint layer, lingering on the sword's body. It could vanish any time. What's the matter? The skull was disappointed. It looked around in a daze. This is a checkerboard? No, this isn't an ordinary checkerboard. Could this be another immortal machine? Damn it! The skull called out in rage, is he really an ordinary man? I don't care anymore. Once I gain control of this ordinary man, these will all belong to me. Though it had just suffered 2 consecutive blows, the skull was still confident at controlling this ordinary man. It cautiously went around the checkerboard. The door was not far from it. One step at a time, the skull was getting closer and closer to the door. Suddenly, a gold ray of light glared at him, forcing it back like an enchantment. What now? The skull knew it would not be easy to get through that door. It took a closer look and saw a bookshelf beside it with a yellowish book. Printed on it were 2 words in bold Ranga Sutra. Rays of gold light emitted from the surface of the book, its divine glow trapping the skull from leaving. The skull looked at the sutra in a daze. It seemed like an ordinary book. However, the golden light transformed into the shape of a bald monk. When the monk saw the skull, his expression changed and he clasped his hands together. With a tone full of pity, he said, Amitabha, the benefactor is too devilish. Why not put down your knife and take refuge in Buddha? Who are you kidding? I want to kill you. The skull raised its hand and a ray of sword chi lashed at the monk's head. The monk's expression changed again. He said coldly, You're making a fool of yourself. Heavenly Dragon, blessed Jizo, Prajna Buddha, Prajbamakong. Instantly, the gold rays spread across the space. It sounded as if countless monks were chanting the scripture that drowned the sword demon completely. The golden rays lashed toward it, penetrating the fallen demon's sword. It did not take long before everything returned to normal. Squeak! Li Nianfan pushed the door open. I'm sure I heard something coming from in here. He glanced around the room and saw the fallen demon's sword leaning by the door. He halted slightly and mumbled, I remember putting it in the corner. Why is it here now? What a treasure, it can even move. Li Nianfan smiled and placed the sword back in the corner once again. Treasure your arse. I'm rubbish compared to what you have in this room. Please, let me go, the demon sword called out. However damned it might be, it already figured by now that Li Nianfan was not an ordinary man. He was likely some supernatural bigshot that came out to roleplay as an ordinary man. I was told that big hots love using the world as their chessboard to play around. Have I become his chosen chess piece? The demon's sword trembled. I don't want to be your chess piece. Please, let me go. Also, get me out of here. These monks are driving me crazy with their chanting. Unfortunately, the sword was sealed by the monk so that it could not speak anymore. Of course, Li Nianfan did not hear the cries of the demon sword. He was busy thinking about how the inner court lacked vitality. He thought he could plant something, but sadly, he did not manage to find a suitable plant when he was wandering around the forest earlier in the afternoon. Perhaps he could find an opportunity to ask Luo Xiu. Since she was a cultivator, she should be able to bring some bonsai plants over. After all, he did make her dinner and gave her an amazing strategy. A bonsai plant was not too much to ask for, right? She seemed nice anyway. He hoped she would not reject. Little did he know that meanwhile, at the Gonlong Immortal Dynasty, the Holy Emperor was in his study room frowning furiously. Smack! He tossed the notice and slammed on his desk angrily. Outrageous! This is outrageous! Am I the Holy Emperor, or he is the Holy Emperor? The surrounding eunuchs bowed with their heads down. None of them dared to breathe nor make a sound. Cluck, cluck, cluck. A eunuch walked toward the study room in a rush. Your Holy Emperor, the princess, and the empress would like to meet you. What are they doing here? The Holy Emperor halted. Let them in. Luo Xiu and Zhong Xiu walked in hastily. They greeted in unison, Your Holy Emperor. Xiu, why did the two of you come? The Holy Emperor asked. His brows relaxed a little as he looked at Luo Xiu with a glint of love and guilt. She was his first daughter and also his favorite. All he wanted was for her to live a happy life, yet he had no authority to do so even as the Holy Emperor. Your Holy Emperor, we heard your agitation from outside. What happened? Zhong Xiu asked. Duan Muzhin had the guts to mention the marriage of his son to Xiu. Is he forcing me to marry off my daughter? How outrageous! The Holy Emperor growled in a low voice. Zhong Xiu and Luo Xiu exchanged a look and let out a sigh simultaneously. They did not expect Duan Muzhin to be so rampant. Luckily, they were advised by the expert, or else the situation would have been bad. Zhong Xiu smiled. Your Holy Emperor shouldn't worry too much. It might not be a bad thing that Duan Muzhin seems impatient. Care to share your thoughts? The Holy Emperor was slightly stunned. For the sake of the Gonlong Immortal Dynasty, he had no choice but to agree to the Nation Master's proposal of the marriage between Luo Xiu and his son. For this reason, Luo Xiu argued with him when she found out. Zhong Xiu did not seem pleased about this arrangement either, but they had no choice. What changed their minds? Surprisingly, Luo Xiu smiled at him. Father Emperor, you can relax now and agree to Duan Muzhin's proposal. You're asking me to relax, the Holy Emperor asked in shock and disbelief. Have you fallen for Duan Muzhin's son? Luo Xiu scoffed instinctively. Ew, I'd rather die than marry that douche. Then, what are you doing? The Holy Emperor was confused. Luo Xiu exclaimed with a sparkle in her eye, Father Emperor, I have a solution. Really? The Holy Emperor was delighted, but after a second thought, he frowned. If you have a solution, why do you ask me to accept his proposal, then? Father Emperor, we could. Luo Xiu explained to him the solution that Li Nianfan proposed. Brilliant. This is brilliant, the Holy Emperor exclaimed. He felt as if the dark clouds had lifted, leaving nothing but clear blue skies. With this strategy, not only would the opposing powers wear themselves out, but he could also use this opportunity to strengthen his power. This was a brilliant idea. The Holy Emperor looked at Luo Xiu lovingly. Well, this is such a humbling task for you. The task not only required the Holy Emperor to allow his daughter to marry the son of Duan Muzhen, but Luo Xiu also had to seduce the son of the Prime Minister. This was quite a humbling task. I'll be fine. Both of them are douches anyway. It'd actually be fun to teach them a lesson. Luo Xiu smirked playfully. She was confident with herself. Be it the son of the nation master or the son of the Prime Minister, the way they looked at her was pretty obvious. She was confident they would be eating out the palm of her hand. This feeling was awesome. Ha ha ha. Xiu, I'm always so fond of you. Look at you, you've just solved my problem. The Holy Emperor laughed in joy. He was very pleased. Luo Xiu smiled awkwardly. Father Emperor, to be honest, this wasn't my idea. An expert was the one who told me the solution. An expert? What a talented man. Very talented indeed. He must be called upon to the Immortal Dynasty right away. I'll reward him handsomely, the Holy Emperor said eagerly. However, Luo Xiu smiled bitterly. Father Emperor, I'm afraid he might not be impressed. The Holy Emperor frowned in anger. What arrogance! Does he think he's an immortal? Luo Xiu could not help recall the disdainful smile on Li Nianfan's face. He even looked down on the Immortals. Zhong Xiu could not help adding in, Your Holy Emperor, this man is a hidden expert. I'm afraid that he might actually be an immortal. What? The Holy Emperor jumped up in shock. He knew the Empress would not joke around with these things, so if she said so, then it was very likely to be true. Father Emperor, this expert is ingenious. Luo Xiu exclaimed, her eyes glowing with respect and adoration. She could not help retelling the story of her first and second encounter with Li Nianfan. So, and then, he. After listening to Luo Xiu's description, even the Holy Emperor's heart thumped heavily. A watermelon that was comparable to spiritual fruits? Extremely delicious food? A simple remark that could solve their problem and save the gone-long immortal dynasty? This was what an immortal would do. This man was likely to be an immortal. An expert who resides in my territory. I can't believe this expert's living in my gone-long immortal dynasty, the Holy Emperor exclaimed in awe. At this moment, he was thinking way more than Luo Xiu. He knew that experts like Li Nianfan were skilled at thinking and planning. One could easily stir things in people. He could easily resolve the dynasty's problem, so he could also destroy the entire dynasty without much effort. Furthermore, he did not even have to show up in person. All he had to do was to say a few words behind the scenes and that would be enough to control the world. We cannot offend him. We cannot afford to offend him. The Holy Emperor concluded with terror. It's a blessing to come across an expert like this. We have to do our best to please him. Luo Xiu reassured, Father Emperor, Mom and I are aware of this. The first time I met the expert, I gave him the jade pendant you gave me. You did the right thing, the Holy Emperor said with approval. He must have been moved by your sincerity during the first meeting and decided to help us out. It was just a jade pendant. It must be nothing to an expert like him. We have to show him more sincerity. The Holy Emperor had decided in his mind. However, before he could meet the expert, he had to do some planning. Nation Master and Prime Minister, now that the expert is on my side, you won't stand a chance. Chapter 14, Saving Someone. He had no visitors in the past few days. Li Nianfan's life resumed its peace like before. After filling up his stomach, he went out to the backyard with a fishing rod. The tortoise was laying on a giant stone by the pond, squinting at the sunlight. Watching the seemingly relaxed tortoise, it was apparent that there was no monster in the pond. So where did all the fish go? Li Nianfan did not give in yet. He was about to give it another try while observing the tortoise. The tortoise was a young one, only half as old as Li Nianfan himself. It opened its eyes slightly, looking up at him before lazily shutting them again. Li Nianfan smiled and cast his line into the pond. Smack! The rod bent into a perfect curve in the air before it landed in the center of the pond precisely. The surface of the pond rippled with waves while the rod sank deeper. The water in the pond was clear like glass. However, if one was inside the pond, one would realize right away that there was not a single fish in there. Even the krill he had just put in had all disappeared. Beneath the water, a huge phantom gradually opened its eyes and glanced at the fish hook floating in front of it. It wiggled its tail before swimming toward the deeper end of the pond, leaving a trail of gold murk along its way. Half an hour later, Li Nianfan took the fishing rod out of the water. Looking at the empty hook, he seemed unperturbed. He expected this to happen anyway. Strange, this is so strange. Li Nianfan shook his head and mumbled to himself as he looked at the tortoise. Old tortoise, if only you could speak and tell me what's going on inside the pond. Unfortunately, the tortoise was asleep. It did not even flinch. Hopelessly, Li Nianfan dusted off the dirt from his pants and left the pond. He had already made up his mind by then. He would never fish from this pond again. If he ever wanted to eat fish, he might as well buy it from the fallen immortal town. He placed the fishing rod back where it belonged and closed the door. Blackie, let's go to town. The fallen immortal town was busy as usual. Auntie Zhang was walking around holding Nanan in her hand. She called out when she saw Li Nianfan, Nanan, Mr. Li is here. Hurry up and thank him for saving you. A girl with braided pigtails turned around and looked at Li Nianfan blankly. She did not speak as if she had lost her soul. Li Nianfan was shocked. Auntie Zhang, Nanan. Sigh, after being caught by the monster the other day, she's been behaving like this ever since she woke up. She must have been too terrified that she lost her soul, Auntie Zhang sighed. Li Nianfan frowned. He felt a knot in his chest when he recalled the cheerful look that was once on Nanan's face. Auntie Zhang, is there a way to help her? Li Nianfan asked. I've asked a few traveling cultivators, but all they said was to accompany and talk to her more. There's still hope in getting her soul back. Auntie Zhang hesitated for a while before she pleaded, Mr. Li, you're an intellectual. Could you spend some time accompanying Nanan? It might help. I will, Li Nianfan nodded solemnly. He was determined to help her out. Auntie Zhang had a basket of eggs in her arm. Mr. Li, you went away too soon the other day. I wasn't able to thank you. Please, keep this. Li Nianfan shook his head bitterly. Auntie Zhang, I can't take this. I really didn't do much the other day. Mr. Li, you're too humble. Even the 3 cultivators spoke highly of you. Since they're cultivators, they probably won't appreciate these eggs, but I hope you don't mind. With that, Auntie Zhang pushed the basket to him and insisted Li Nianfan keep them. Li Nianfan had no other choice but to keep them with a bitter smile. After saying farewell to Auntie Zhang and Nanan, he made his way to the fish stall again. Sir, can I have 2 big carps? Hey, Mr. Li, the owner greeted enthusiastically. Not buying more krill? Li Nianfan shook his head. I don't know what's wrong with the pond. All the krill went in and never came out. What about the tortoise? The stall owner frowned. The tortoise is fine. It comes out every day for sunlight, Li Nianfan answered. That's strange, the owner said, sounding confused. The tortoise was fine, but where did the krill go? Li Nianfan said nonchalantly, I'm not going to grow the fish anymore. I'll just buy fish from you in the future. Mr. Li, you're right to have come here. I get up early every morning to go fishing at the lake. I can assure you that all my fish here are fresh and delicious, the owner laughed. Even the officers from the Immortal Dynasty come here to fight for my fish. Li Nianfan was in awe. Really? Why would I lie to you? Yesterday, the princess came shopping when she passed by my stall. She said she loves eating fish. The sons of the Prime Minister and Nation Master almost fought in the street because of my fish. All because they were trying to impress the princess, the owner said with pride. They're all cultivators, yet they like my fish. Li Nianfan paused. He knew that Luo Xiu did that on purpose. No wonder she had not visited him for a while. It seemed that the plan had begun. He was just impressed by how quickly she managed to control the situation. The sons of the Nation Master and Prime Minister seemed rather weak. Li Nianfan smiled and left the stall. On his way back, he saw that the door to a house that was usually shut was suddenly wide open. A row of maids came out. The sound of someone wailing came from inside the house and everyone had a somber look on their faces. Not long after, the sound of Suana was heard on the other side of the road as a horse cart pulled up. A few men rushed into the house with a coffin. Everyone helped to carry a woman out of the house. She was about to be put into the coffin. It seems that Chen Yuanwai's wife didn't make it. A body and 2 lives. So tragic. Chen Yuanwai and his wife are good people. What a pity. The crowd shook their heads with sighs. Things like this happened way too frequently. The healthcare standards in the Immortal Realm was not too far off from those in ancient times, especially during labor. Unless a cultivator was helping out, it was very likely for the labor process to go wrong. Li Nianfan watched them with a solemn heart. He saw that the woman had her eyes shut. She was barely breathing but she was still perspiring. Just one look, he could tell that the woman was not dead. She had only fainted. Wait up. She's not dead. Seeing that they were about to shut the coffin, he rushed forward. A middle-aged man with a hoarse voice looked at him with his reddened eyes. Mr. Li, what are you doing? It was a tragic event. If it were not for Li Nianfan's good reputation, he would have turned his back on him. Your wife and son are not dead yet. I can save them, Li Nianfan said. Mr. Li, are you kidding? The middle-aged man asked. The midwife beside him looked at Li Nianfan in disbelief, too. I'm very sure. Li Nianfan urged. Disperse the crowd and find someone to prepare a gauze and oil lamp. I'll save them now. Time's running out. Due to the critical timing, he had to operate on her while she was still inside the coffin. Chapter 15, Back to Basics. Li Nianfan was feeling lucky that even though the system had left him, the system space was still available for use, with all the operation tools still inside. Not far from the house, 2 ladies and a gentleman were having lunch at the balcony. They were no other than Luo Xiu, the nation master's son, and the prime minister's son. Another lady was a guest of Lin Qingyun, the saintess of Lingyun Immortal Court. The sons of the nation master and prime minister were trying their best to impress Luo Xiu, flirting with her from time to time like 2 dogs fighting for one owner. The holy emperor had appointed his daughter to the nation master's son. However, Luo Xiu recently seemed to get along better with the prime minister's son. This weird love triangle had caused tensions to rise between the nation master and the prime minister. However hard the son of the nation master tried to please Luo Xiu, she tended to prefer the son of the prime minister, which encouraged the prime minister to take action. Apparently, the prime minister had even announced that his son was more suited to the princess and requested the holy emperor to cancel the arranged wedding and to allow his son to marry the princess instead. This undoubtedly increased the tension between the two and caused a lot of conflicts. Seeing that Li Nianfan's plan was working well as expected, Luo Xiu felt very thankful to him. As she ate, she looked down from the balcony. Suddenly, her body jolted slightly when she saw a familiar silhouette below. What an expert! He could walk along the street in a completely ordinary body without showing a trace of his immortality. It was as if he actually believed he was an ordinary man. This state of mind was way too noble for a cultivator like herself. Lin Qingyun, who was sitting beside her, noticed the changes in Luo Xiu's demeanor. She looked over and laid eyes on Li Nianfan. She was confused at the sight. Was he not just an ordinary man? Why did Luo Xiu seem so caught up by him? Li Nianfan's movements caught her attention. It was not too difficult for the cultivators to help the ordinary woman in labor. However, Li Nianfan was merely an ordinary man. How could he save the woman and her baby? Meanwhile, the materials had been prepared. Li Nianfan put his hand into his pocket and pretended to look for something. In truth, he had put his hand into the system space to pick out a scalpel. He sanitized the knife by burning it with the oil lamp and started swiftly. In just a moment, he gently cut open the woman's belly with a steady hand. The crowd let out a cry in fear. Lin Qingyun's eyebrows twitched in terror. Opening the belly would cause serious harm even to the cultivators. As for ordinary people, it would be deadly. If it was not for Li Nianfan's good reputation, they would have stopped him. Midwife, be prepared to cut the umbilical cord. Li Nianfan ordered. His face was serious with beads of sweat on his forehead. The midwife had turned pale a long time ago, trembling in fear. Soon, she saw Li Nianfan taking a baby out of the woman's belly which had been cut open. Due to the lack of oxygen, the baby's face had turned dark purple. Li Nianfan anticipated this, which was why he ordered the crowd to disperse. This was for the oxygen to circulate. A silver needle appeared in his hand and he inserted it into a few key acupoints of the baby. Then, he gently smacked the baby's buttocks. Smack! Wah-ah! Wah-ah! The baby opened his mouth and started crying loudly. He's alive! The baby survived! How's this possible? Mr. Li is godly! The crowd was stunned in awe. Thank you, Mr. Li. Thank you, Mr. Li. Chen Yuanwei expressed his gratitude to Li Nianfan with tears in his eyes. From a joyful event to a tragic one, then back to a joyful one. It was unforgettable for him. Meanwhile, the people around started shutting the coffin again. Seeing this, Li Nianfan called out in shock, "What are you guys doing? The woman isn't dead. Mr. Li, you can save my wife, too?" Chen Yuanwei asked in delight. The crowd stared at him with wide eyes. Her belly was cut open. Could she still be saved? Yes, Li Nianfan nodded as he sighed disapprovingly. The healthcare system here was really backward. Things like this happened all the time, taking many innocent lives away. Li Nianfan took out another needle and started stitching her up. Fortunately, the woman had already fainted so she could not feel the pain. By the time he finished sewing, his forehead was dripping with sweat. It's done now. Treat your wife nicely and make sure she gets adequate rest. Yes, I will. Thank you, Mr. Li. Chen Yuanwei suddenly dropped to his knees and knelt in front of Li Nianfan. A man does not kneel. Don't thank me. Thank your wife. Li Nianfan hastily helped him up. Li Nianfan had turned the tragedy into a joyful event. Once again, the people of the fallen immortal town witnessed his extraordinary skills, and his good reputation circulated again. On the balcony, Luo Xiu watched the entire process with awe and adoration in her eyes. As a cultivator, she could feel that the cells of the woman below were recovering speedily, which was uncommon. She had watched the entire thing from the beginning until the end and she was sure that Li Nianfan did not use even a hint of spiritual qi. He had done this impossible task with his ordinary body. Expert. An ingenious expert. It was not surprising that Li Nianfan could save the woman and her baby. What perturbed her was that he clearly had an immortal skill and would have been able to save their lives easily. Why did he dismiss his spiritual chi throughout the process and insisted on using an ordinary man's skill to save them? What realm and skill was this? Who could beat this noble act? Perhaps this was what they meant by returning to basics. When countless men were finding ways to cultivate immortality, the true experts had already made a turn and returned to the ordinary, concealing themselves and living an ordinary life. A daring thought occurred to her, making her scratch her head. However, her eyes dimmed as the faint delusion in her heart was suppressed. An expert like him was rare. How could a normal person like her ever be with him? If not for the sons of the nation master and prime minister, Luo Xiu would have ran downstairs to meet him right away. Lin Qingyun saw the change in Luo Xiu's eyes. The man's status instantly went up in her heart, and she could not help but feel curious about this man. Finally, the meal ended and Luo Xiu found an excuse to leave the restaurant. Lin Qingyun caught up with her not long after. "Xiu, are you not going to introduce me to that man from downstairs?" Lin Qingyun asked directly. Luo Xiu's pupils dilated, but she recovered swiftly and smiled. "I don't know what you're talking about. I'm surprised that the man was able to save the woman and the baby, but I don't know him." "Oh, really?" Lin Qingyun's eyes sparkled. She smiled and asked, "Then who was it that proposed the strategy of making the prime minister and the nation master fight against one another?" Chapter 16, My Most Impressive Discovery. "I don't know what you're talking about. We came up with this idea on our own." Luo Xiu remained calm and pretended to look confused. She regretted asking Lin Qingyun to come along. She was very observant and not easily fooled. Most importantly, Luo Xiu did not expect to come across Li Nianfan today, revealing his identity to Lin Qingyun. She had initially decided that she would never reveal anything about this expert to her. "Xiu, we're like sisters, so don't you hide things from me." Lin Qingyun's eyes sparkled as she smiled. "If you were the one who came up with this strategy, you wouldn't have asked for my help at the Lingyan Immortal Court. I rushed over right away after hearing from you, but now that you've found another solution, you've decided to ditch me." She could tell right away what Luo Xiu was trying to do. It was obvious that the nation master and the prime minister would fight against one another, weakening both their forces. This strategy was very impressive. She was certain that Luo Xiu had the help of a genius. "You offered your help in exchange for the Dragon Fire Pearl of the Gonlong Immortal Dynasty," Luo Xiu said calmly. "The Dragon Fire Pearl is the treasure of the dynasty. Why would I want it? All I wanted was to borrow it for a while. Some of our disciples from the Lingyan Immortal Court needed it to break through the realm of Golden Core. To progress from the realm of Foundation Building to Golden Core, one needed to condense fire into the Golden Core first. The Gonlong Immortal Dynasty's Dragon Fire Pearl was able to induce the fire and flame that could help one elevate into the Golden Core realm. This treasure could produce batches of Golden Core cultivators, which was what founded the Ganglong Immortal Dynasty. Well, sorry to have troubled you. I've already found a solution and no longer require your help." Luo Xiu shook her head. Without the help of Li Nianfan, Luo Xiu would have no choice but to lend the Dragon Fire Pearl to Lin Qingyun. Once the item was given up, it would be very difficult for her to get it back. Of course, she would not lend it to her now. "Well, forget about the Dragon Fire Pearl. Just tell me if the man just now was the expert who provided you with this strategy. You wouldn't want me to have come all the way here for nothing, right?" Lin Qingyun said pitifully while studying Luo Xiu's face. "No." Luo Xiu shook her head and looked at Lin Qingyun frankly, or so it appeared. "All right, I understand." Lin Qingyun nodded and bid farewell to Luo Xiu. Her lips curled up slightly as she gazed at a mountain not far from the town, which was the direction Li Nianfan walked toward. "Luo Xiu, you thought you concealed it well, didn't you? But the calmer you appeared, the more troubled you seemed. That man seems interesting. I must check him out." The next morning, Lin Qingyun made her way to the mountain Li Nianfan resided in. Although he seemed like an ordinary man, Lin Qingyun saw the look of adoration on Luo Xiu's face. She did not dare to neglect this visit, so she dressed up nicely. Could an ordinary man save a woman from death? And could a random piece of advice from him save the Gonlong Immortal Dynasty from danger? What kind of expert was he? Was he really an ordinary man? Lin Qingyun was not a fool. In fact, she was a smart woman. She had a feeling that this discovery might turn out to be the most impressive discovery she had ever made. At the foot of the mountain, she saw mists and clouds hovering above. She felt strangely tensed, as if the man she was about to visit was not an ordinary man but a hidden big shot. As she was about to climb the mountain, 3 shadows flew by with swords under their feet. They landed steadily at the foot of the mountain. They were no other than Bai Luoshuang and her parents. To show their respect to this expert, they landed at the foot of the mountain and prepared to climb up the mountain by foot. Lin Qingyun froze as she saw Bai Luoshuang. "Junior Luoshuang? Senior Lin? What brings you here?" Bai Luoshuang was equally as shocked and looked at her strangely. Lin Qingyun looked at her with a slight thump in her heart. "I'm here to visit a friend, you too." "Yeah, my parents and I came here to visit an expert," Bai Luoshuang nodded. Your parents came in person? Lin Qingyun glanced over in shock. She saw a middle-aged couple and she quickly greeted them. Nice to meet you, Sect Master Bai, Senior Su. Her heart was thumping quicker than usual. Although the Wanjian Immortal Sect was not as powerful as her Lingyun Immortal Court, this man standing in front of her was the Sect Master of Wanjian Immortal Sect. He was a Yuan Ying ranking cultivator, and he paid the visit in person. Who was residing in this mountain? Why did they all seem so serious? Meanwhile, Lin Qingyun was feeling confused looking at the man. She had heard that the Wanjian Immortal Sect was challenged by the Sword Demon. Her master told her that Bai Wuchen was no match for the Sword Demon, but why did he still seem perfectly fine? She had so many questions but she did not know where to start. Bai Wuchen waved his hand and smiled. You're the last disciple of Boss Yun, aren't you? A young woman like you who has already reached the later stage of foundation building, not bad at all. You have a bright future ahead of you. Sect Master Bai, you, Lin Qingyun's face changed as she stared at him with a look of disbelief. Usually, Bai Wuchen would refer to her master as Senior Yun, but now he called him Boss Yun. This could only mean that they were now in the same realm. There was only one explanation. That's right, I've ascended to out of aperture. Bai Wuchen smiled. After the confirmation, Lin Qingyun was even more stunned. She knew that Yuan Ying and out of aperture were two completely different concepts. With Bai Wuchen's breakthrough, the Wanjian Immortal Sect's position would rise and it would no longer be a small section. How did this happen? Since when did a breakthrough from Yuan Ying to out of aperture become so easy? Don't think too much. I've been helped by an expert. It's pure luck, Bai Wuchen said with a hint of remorse in his eyes. It was a pity that the drawing was destroyed by the Sword Demon, or else he would have improved further. With that in mind, his heart sank a little. Helped by an expert, unless, Lin Qingyun thought of a possibility but did not have the guts to think in that direction. Bai Luoshuang said she was here to visit an expert. Taking into account Bai Wuchen's attitude, she felt as if her brain was about to explode. The man was able to help a Yuan Ying cultivator have a breakthrough into out of aperture? This man was at least an immortal. There aren't many people living here. What friend are you visiting? Could we be visiting the same person? Bai Wuhan asked cautiously. If Lin Qingyun was a friend of the expert, he should not appear arrogant in front of her even though he had broken through. Actually, I came out of curiosity. Lin Qingyun had always thought she was calm and smart. However, at this instant, she dared not to keep any secret from them. Thus, she told them what she saw yesterday. Saving a woman from death with the hands of an ordinary man? He truly is an expert. Bai Wuchen exclaimed. He wanted to prove that even in the shell of an ordinary man, one could still make the impossible possible. His realm is way beyond our imagination. Bai Luoshuang was stunned with adoration, though she focused on a different point from Bai Wuchen. The expert is not only of a high realm, but he pays so much respect to women. He's truly noble. While Lin Qingyun finally revealed the fact that the ordinary man she was about to visit was the expert that Bai Wuchen was talking about, all she could feel was her scalp turning itchy and her blood almost freezing. She could not believe that her curiosity had led her into this impressive discovery and that Luo Xiu even tried to hide this from her. No way. This is my biggest discovery and blessing. I'll have to be cautious and try to leave a good impression. Chapter 17. Is this not a bowl of white kanji? The four of them hiked up the mountain, and not long after, they had reached the mountainside. Behind the mountainside, a vague shadow of a house was hidden behind green trees with white clouds hovering above. If one did not look closely, it could have been easily overlooked, making this the best spot for one to retreat privately. As they walked closer, the view of a four-part architecture came into view. Within the mist, it exuded a mysterious and ethereal atmosphere. This is where the immortal lives. Only a place like this is good enough for an immortal. The four of them could not help staring in awe as they approached the four-part architecture. Senior Lin, Mr. Li's name is Li Nianfan, and he's trying to pursue immortal life. When you see him later, please don't act in awe or shock. He wants to live as an ordinary man. Please, do remember to treat him as such, or else he might be offended, Bai Luoshuang reminded her. Lin Qingyun nodded. Hidden experts seem to have their unique partiality. Bai Luoshuang then called out in front of the door, Mr. Li, are you home? Li Nianfan was enjoying his breakfast at the inner court. He paused while he was drinking his kanji. He looked at the door strangely. That voice was familiar. Well, who else could it be? He did not have that many visitors anyway. He could tell right away who this voice belonged to. Meanwhile, Bai Luoshuang and the other three waited nervously outside. Bai Wuchen did not seem like a sect master then, but more like a student awaiting to meet his teacher, not daring to even take a full breath. Click! The door swung open. Li Nianfan had a surprised look on his face. There were 4 visitors, and all of them were standing politely outside his door. They even smiled at him sincerely upon seeing him. The cultivators came in a group to meet an ordinary man like myself? With such a polite attitude? He looked at Bai Luoshuang and said, it's you. Welcome, Mr. Li, these are my parents. The reason we came here today is to thank you for the drawing, Bai Luoshuang greeted politely. Meanwhile, Bai Wuchen and Suya nodded politely at Li Nianfan. Looking at their politeness, it was apparent why Bai Luoshuang had such a polite attitude. The drawing I gave you the other day was a defective draft. What's there to thank for? Please, come in. Li Nianfan smiled. So they like my drawing. It seems that Bai Luoshuang's parents are both art lovers. This explains why they're visiting. Li Nianfan thought this was normal. He assumed that even cultivators had some hobbies, too, and he knew his drawing skills had been approved by the system. After all, the title of Saint Art was not for nothing. So, he was not too surprised that the cultivators liked his drawing. Sorry for disturbing you, Bai Wuchen said apologetically. Mr. Li, I'm Lin Qingyun. I'm a friend of Luoshuang and I came along with them to visit you today, Li Qingyun stuttered, appearing nervous and anxious. Li Nianfan smiled. Please, come in. Yet another gorgeous lady. I've been transmigrating here for 5 years without having met anyone. Now, there are suddenly so many pretty women coming to my house. Li Nianfan thought to himself. Welcome, my dearest guests. Xiaobai came out to greet the guests as the butcher of the house. Bai Wuchen and Suya had been briefed by Bai Luoshuang, so they were able to restrain themselves from gasping at this shocking sight. However, Lin Qingyun was caught off guard. She shivered and stared at Xiaobai with her eyes wide like saucers. Spiritual machine. Li Nianfan was tired from explaining this over and over again. He did not want to care anymore. I can't keep explaining to every guest that this is advanced technology, right? This is too tiring, he thought to himself. Bai Luoshuang quietly pulled on Li Qingyun's sleeves and warned softly, Senior Lin, please, be calmer. Whatever you see here isn't strange or surprising, you have to treat it as an ordinary place and never mention anything about the cultivation of immortality. This made Lin Qingyun notice the change in Li Nianfan's face. She could not help but feel extremely guilty for behaving so rudely. Li Nianfan sat back at the dining table. He had not finished his kanji but felt awkward eating alone with 4 cultivators standing by the side. He offered, why don't you all have some, too? No, thank you. Bai Wuchen rejected instantly. Although the kanji smelled good, he could not be so shameless as to accept his offer. What if this offended him? I'd like some, Bai Luoshuang stuttered softly, biting her lip. She was completely overwhelmed with embarrassment for asking. The water purifier and the air humidifier had made such a memorable impression on her. She had a feeling that whatever the expert was eating must be exceptional. Of course, she had to try it. Luoshuang, didn't you have breakfast at home? Suya pulled on her daughter. What was she thinking? Was it not just a bowl of kanji? She could eat as much as she would like when they got home. How could she assume the expert was being genuine when offering us the kanji? Luoshuang, don't mess around, Bai Wuchen scolded her, too. Bai Luoshuang pouted her lips, thinking that her parents must have forgotten that even the water in here was made of spiritual water. They had no idea how badly she wanted to taste the kanji. Ha ha ha, it's just a bowl of kanji. Why so polite? Li Nianfan laughed. He found her embarrassment rather cute. Xiaobai, bring Miss Bai a bowl of kanji. Bai Luoshuang stuck out her tongue and sat in front of Li Nianfan. After accepting the bowl from Xiaobai, she could not help but examine the kanji closely. She realized that every grain of rice was coated richly in white-colored broth, reflecting the light and almost sparkling like the stars in the sky. Although it seemed like a bowl of ordinary kanji, she knew this would not disappoint her anticipation. She raised the bowl gently and took a sip. The broth lingered on her lips and trickled smoothly into her mouth. A rush of warmth overwhelmed her body instantly. Yummy! Such exquisite texture and unique taste. Bai Luoshuang's cheeks flushed pink. Meanwhile, she realized that the water used to make the kanji was the spiritual water she drank the other day. How's this a kanji? This is obviously the breakfast of an immortal. After taking a sip, she tried her best to convince her parents to try some. Dad, Mom, come have some as well? The kanji is very yummy. Very, very, yummy. She dared not mention the spiritual water, so she could only vaguely hint it to them. You eat it yourself, Bai Wuchen scowled at her with his face flushing red. Why is she making a fool of herself in front of the expert? What if she leaves a bad impression? Bai Wuchen thought, furious. Bai Luoshuang had no choice but to continue drinking the kanji alone. Usually, I'd have a light breakfast. The pickles go well with the white kanji, Li Nianfan smiled. He planted some vegetables in his backyard and fermented them himself. These could not be found in this immortal realm. Pickles? What's that? Bai Luoshuang looked at the small dish on the table curiously. She followed what he did, picking some up and eating it with the kanji. The pleasure of having the plain kanji paired with the pickles was an experience she never had before. Yummy, very yummy. Her eyes sparkled in delight as if a new realm was suddenly made available to her. The combination of kanji and pickles was simple, but the deliciousness far exceeded any delicacy she had ever eaten in her life. Her movement fastened instantly, she immediately picked more pickles and mixed them with the kanji. She did this repetitively without getting tired. By then, she had only one thought in her mind: I need to eat it all. Bai Wuchen and Suya's faces had turned green with embarrassment. Was this really their daughter? Was this not just a bowl of kanji? What was so delicious about this? They had to admit that they started craving for some, too. The scent of the kanji was not as strong in the beginning, but as time passed, its scent had penetrated so deep into their souls that they kept salivating with craving and desire arousing from within. Also, the look on Bai Luoshuang's face was so tempting that all they wanted to do was to rush forward for a few sips. Even Lin Qingyun started gulping involuntarily, looking at the sparkling kanji. Chapter 18. I can use this as a torch. This kanji was tempting even to cultivators like the four of them. Was this really just an ordinary bowl of kanji? The other three were watching Bai Luoshuang in confusion. Meanwhile, she had finished her bowl of kanji without leaving any remaining. She rubbed her belly with a satisfactory look on her face. Phew! She let out a long sigh of relief. Just as she was about to thank Li Nianfan for the kanji, she felt a wave of heat overwhelming her body. She could feel herself going out of control, bit by bit. In an instant, her mind went blank, replaced by a feeling of wonder and mystery. Buzz! Suddenly, she could hear the basics of wisdom ringing in her ears. To the rest of them, she appeared almost delusional. She. Bai Wuchen and the other two stared at her with wide eyes. Epiphany. This was a moment of epiphany. Their breathing was quicker than usual and they even called out to her in shock. Why did she have an epiphany? Instantly, it all seemed to make sense. Their gazes fell on the big pot of kanji on top of the stone table. This was definitely not ordinary kanji. This was not only delicious, but it also contained the basics of wisdom inside. Lin Qingyun clenched her fists as her face turned green with deep remorse burning in her heart. She wanted to slap herself. Why am I so dumb? Of course, the kanji eaten by the expert wouldn't be ordinary. Anything that he treats as rubbish could turn out to be a treasure everyone desires. How did I miss out on the chance to taste his kanji? Arg! Why am I so dumb? If she could go back in time, Lin Qingyun would taste it even if she had to kneel on the floor and lick it. Bai Wuchen and Suya had similar looks on their faces. They suddenly recalled how their daughter was dropping hints. Why did they reject the kanji? Arg! They had just missed out on a great opportunity. They wondered if it was too late now to ask for a bowl. Just as the three of them opened their mouths, preparing to ask for the kanji shamelessly, Li Nianfan walked to the pot of kanji and called out, "Blackie, it's all yours." A black ordinary dog rushed over from the backyard. It threw its head right into the pot of kanji. Lick, lick, lick. While the dog was indulging himself, the three of them stood there transfixed, staring at the dog with their reddened eyes. They, too, were gulping their saliva helplessly. That was kanji with the basics of wisdom. How could he give it to a dog? No! They were crying in their heart, anger rising within them. The dog seemed to have sensed their hateful gazes on him. He halted and looked up at them for a moment before turning his back on them to continue his delicious meal. He looked as if he was afraid that the three humans wanted to share his meal. Bai Wuchen stuttered as the three of them stared at him with flushed faces. Li Nianfan saw the strange looks on their faces. He asked curiously, "What's the matter?" "No, nothing," Bai Wuchen answered bitterly, his lips twitching upward slightly. Their hearts were bleeding, and all they could do was to look around to distract themselves from the fact that the dog ate the kanji they wanted. However, a sword in the corner caught their eyes. Their eyes widened as their gazes rested on the black longsword. Fallen demon sword. It was the fallen demon sword. Bai Wuchen was very sure of it. This was the very same fallen demon sword that had gone through countless bloody fights. Yet, it was now being tossed in the corner like rubbish. Although it was a demonic sword, it still contained endless power and was considered one of the most sought-after treasures in the world. Lin Qingyun asked weakly, "Mr. Li, this sword? I don't know why, but this sword appeared outside my door. I saw that it was sharp, so I decided to keep it for cutting wood," Li Nianfan said nonchalantly. "Somehow appeared? Cutting wood?" Bai Wuchen smiled bitterly in his heart. Of course, he knew exactly how this sword appeared on his doorstep. What the expert was trying to say was that this demon sword was like air to him, so he decided to keep it. However, they were not surprised that the fallen demon sword was being used to cut wood. It almost seemed like a privilege for the sword. By then, Lin Qingyun had no words to describe her feelings. She had never been more awestruck than today, even if she were to add up all the times she had been shocked throughout her entire life. So this is the world of a big shot. Ha! Bai Luoshuang opened her eyes, feeling a little dazzled at first, which was then followed by shock. Mid-foundation building. All she had was a bowl of kanji, and she managed to break through from early foundation building to mid-foundation building. She realized that the kanji was not only made with spiritual water, even the rice and the fermented vegetables were no ordinary food. These things were just like the experts, seemingly ordinary, but were all too far from being ordinary. Bai Luoshuang had indeed taken a huge advantage out of this visit. She stood up hastily and cried out, thank you so much, Mr. Li. It's just a bowl of kanji. What's there to thank? Li Nianfan shook his head, thinking that this young lady was too easily impressed. It was merely a bowl of kanji. Why was she so excited about it? Meanwhile, Bai Wuchen took out a wooden box and said, Mr. Li, my daughter took a drawing of yours the other way and it helped us tremendously. Here's a little something to repay your kindness. I hope you don't dislike it. You're all too polite. Li Nianfan was surprised that they came with a gift. It seemed that they were true art lovers. He opened the box without hesitation and saw a sword-shaped jade stone. He wondered what this jade stone was made of as it glowed like a source of light, emitting a white bright light that seemed rather mysterious. Lin Qingyun covered her mouth with her hand. She stared at Bai Wuchen with a look of disbelief as her heart thumped quickly. The sword Immortal Jade. This was the most precious treasure of the Wanjian Immortal sect. A piece of treasure that could turn sword intent into sword immortal. And Bai Wuchen was going to give this to Li Nianfan? To any swordsman, this jade was a priceless treasure. Though Bai Wuchen remained calm, he had his reasons. The Wanjian Immortal sect was saved by Li Nianfan. A simple draft drawn by Li Nianfan was worth way more than the sword Immortal Jade. Furthermore, the sword Immortal Jade was no longer useful for a cultivator of the Yuan-Yang realm. However, a drawing from Li Nianfan could be useful, not just for the cultivators in Yuan-Yang, but also out of aperture, cross-tribulation, and perhaps even the Immortals. If the jade could assure the survival of the Wanjian Immortal sect for another 10,000 years, then a drawing from Li Nianfan could help it strive for another 10 million years. So, why would I need this jade for, thought Bai Wuchen. Li Nianfan held the jade in his hand and looked at it closely. The jade felt cold in his hand. He nodded and smiled, this is not bad at all, I can use it as a torch to guide my way at night. What an expert he was. Using the sword Immortal Jade as a torch? But when they thought about how he used the fallen demon's sword to cut wood, it seemed to make perfect sense. Chapter 19, The Answer. Seeing that Li Nianfan accepted the sword Immortal Jade, a smile appeared on Bai Wuchen's face. This was a good beginning. Oh yeah, if a person has been frightened, possibly to the point of insanity, do you know if there's any cure for that? Li Nianfan asked as he thought of Nanan's situation, thinking that the cultivators might have some ideas. Hearing that Li Nianfan was asking them for help, the four of them did not dare to lose any second. They instantly gathered to brainstorm ideas, frowning in seriousness. Lin Qingyun said, insanity is usually caused by the soul being hurt. I do know some medication for curing the soul. May I know what condition this person is in? She's a little girl who got terrified after being kidnapped by a monster, Li Nianfan said. A little girl and an ordinary person. Lin Qingyun shook her head. If this is the case, it seems rather difficult. Her soul is too weak and isn't suitable for this medication. If she were to take it, it might only worsen the situation. Bai Wuchen added, this is likely to be caused by her inner state. Medication can only do little help working from the outside. They sighed inwardly. It was rare for the expert to ask them for help, yet they were not able to provide suitable solutions. Lin Qingyun's eyes sparkled a little. I've got a soul-curing jade which could cure the soul if one wears it for a long time. How long does it usually take? Li Nianfan looked at her with anticipation. Lin Qingyun explained, insanity is the hardest to cure. The shortest time would be about 10 years, and the longest would be about 20 years. Too slow, Li Nianfan sighed. 10 years was way too long for a little girl. It seems that I'll have to try it my way, though I'm not sure if it's going to work, he mumbled to himself. The four of them trembled a little. Was the expert about to cure the girl himself? It was not a surprise that an expert like him could cure a small problem like this. He simply did not bother to do it himself earlier. Mr. Li, I wonder if it's all right for us to watch you while you cure her. Lin Qingyun asked him with an anticipated look. The three of them waited for his response, sharing the same look. Being able to observe the expert in action would be the greatest fortune one could ever get. If they could learn a little from him while watching, it would be adequate knowledge for a lifetime. You want to watch me helping the girl? Li Nianfan paused before he smiled bitterly. I'm just going to help her through ordinary means. Are you sure you want to watch? What? He could even cure insanity while he was in his ordinary body? The four of them were even more stunned by what he just said, and they became even more determined to observe him. All right, then. I was just about to go to town anyway, Li Nianfan nodded hopelessly. He thought to himself, the cultivators here in the Immortal Realm are not only friendly, but they also seem to be so bored that they'd follow an ordinary man like me around. Holding on to that thought, he called out, Blackie, let's go. With that, Li Nianfan went down to the fallen immortal town accompanied by the four of them. When they arrived, Auntie Zhang and Nanan were hanging by the town's entrance aimlessly. Auntie Zhang seemed depressed, wiping off her tears secretly while Nanan remained beside her with a blank expression. Quite a few children were surrounding her who were trying to speak to her and keep her company to help her get back to normal. "Mr. Li," Auntie Zhang called out as if she had seen her savior. "Please, help me save Nanan." Li Nianfan replied with a serious face, "Don't worry, Auntie Zhang, I'll try my best." He turned to the children and smiled, "Hey, children, it might not be the best for Nanan when you're all surrounding her. You might make her feel insecure. Please, spread out a little, alright?" When the crowd dispersed slightly, his face turned serious. To be honest, he was not entirely sure if his method was going to work, but he thought the chances of it working were high anyway. Bai Wuchen and the other three became nervous as well. They were excited that they were about to witness the expert in action. Li Nianfan found a spot and sat down. Then, he invited Nanan to sit beside him. Smiling, he said to her, "Nanan, Brother Li is now going to tell you a story. You have to listen carefully, alright?" The title of the story is called Journey to the West. Since Nanan's insanity was caused by the monster, Li Nianfan thought of using the storytelling technique to neutralize the trauma the monster had caused her. Since most children like to listen to stories anyway, this technique would work better than the others. Story. I want to listen to a story. Brother Nianfan, can we listen, too? The children surrounding gathered in a circle, they all looked at him in anticipation. Of course, you may. Li Nianfan nodded. Bai Wuchen and the three of them froze. They did not expect Li Nianfan to cure her in this way. Would this work? However, they did not leave. They stood there, waiting curiously. Li Nianfan composed his thoughts and started telling the story. Chaos is everywhere, yet nobody sees it. Since Panga broke Hongmeng, so was an enlightening quest. To the hive minds and students, inventing all the goodness from within. If one is to be enlightened, one should read The Journey to the West. There's a rule of numbers governing the world. 129,600 years equals 1 yuan. 1 yuan can then be divided into 12 hui nazi, zhou, yin, mao, chen, isai, wu, wei, shen, yu, su, and hai. Every hui lasts 1800 years. These elements are present throughout the day. For example, nazi is when the sky is dark, and zhou is when the chickens cluck. In other words, nazi is pitch dark, while zhou is the first shine of sunlight. Although this introduction to the story seemed rather dry and boring to the children, the four cultivators had shivers all over them, their eyes glowing with shock. This is the answer. Since ancient times, nobody had ever been able to put the answer into words, yet Li Nianfan had just casually said it out loud in the form of storytelling. Was he telling the children the answer to how the world was made? Or the evolution of all the living things in the world? Listening to Li Nianfan's story, it sounded like the basics of wisdom ringing in their ears. Although there were many things they did not understand, they still learned a lot. Coming with Li Nianfan was indeed a wise choice. They held their breaths and listened attentively, not wanting to miss out on a single word. After a long introduction, the story finally started. There was a country overseas named Pride to the Country. This country was situated near the sea, where there was a mountain in the sea. The mountain was called Hua Guo Mountain. This mountain lived through the coming and going of 10 continents, hosted 3 dragon eras, and had existed since the beginning of. When Li Nianfan got to the part where the stone monkey jumped out of the stone, all the children were captivated. Even Nanan turned her gaze toward Li Nianfan. Seeing that it was working on Nanan, he continued the story with more passion. The stone monkey was the leader of a bunch of happy monkeys who lived carefreely on Hua Guo Mountain. However, this stone monkey wanted to pursue longevity, so he made a boat out of bamboo and went on a journey to find the masters to teach this to him. With Li Nianfan's storytelling, a magnificent prehistoric world gradually unfolded in front of everyone, arousing their awe and surprise from time to time. By then, his audience was not just children, but nearby stall owners and passersby had stopped their work and gathered around as well. Of course, the 4 cultivators were even more amused. They could feel their scalps itching and goosebumps all over their skins. The pursuit of longevity. Was that not the ultimate goal of all the cultivators? Perhaps the expert was not telling his story, but instead, he was telling them his personal experience? Chapter 20, An Idealist Scholar. Bai Wuchen and the rest of them felt as if they had discovered a big secret. There was a loud buzz in their ears and they felt an unusual excitement they had never felt before. This must be the story of an immortal. Who knows, perhaps there might even be the secret of longevity in the story. They listened attentively, not daring to even make a sound. Li Nianfan continued telling the story. Soon after, he reached the part where the stone monkey went to the Bodhi cave. Anyone who passed by stopped what they were doing instantly and joined the growing crowd of listeners surrounding Li Nianfan. This immortal realm was a realm where immortals and ordinaries coexisted. It was not a surprise that the ordinary people enjoyed listening to stories of the immortals, especially when Li Nianfan's story was nothing close to ordinary. Even ordinary folk could tell that the realm Li Nianfan was talking about was way more advanced than the realm they were in. Meanwhile, a scholar dressed in shabby blue clothes walked through the entrance of the fallen immortal town. His eyes were dull, as if he had lost his purpose in life or he was thinking of some problem. He was muttering to himself. The massive crowd by the entrance did not attract his attention, as well. It seemed as though he was lost in his own world, detached from the outside world. Suddenly, a voice penetrated his ears. Teacher Zhu said, "There are 360 branches in Taoism and each branch would lead to success. Which branch would you like to learn?" Wukong then said, "I'll learn whatever teacher recommends to me." Teacher Zhu then suggested, "I'll teach you the Shu branch. What do you think?" Wukong asked curiously, "What will I learn from this?" To which, Teacher Zhu replied, "His teaching includes stories of people seeking advice from the Immortals, and teaches one how to obtain good luck and great fortune." Wukong then asked, "Will I be able to pursue longevity through this branch?" Teacher Zhu then huffed, "No way, no way." Wukong then said, "No way? No way I'm learning this, then." The absent-minded scholar had a little sparkle in his eyes upon hearing Li Nianfan's storytelling. He froze in his steps and joined the listening crowd. Following that, Teacher Bodhizu suggested a few more branches to Wukong, but when he learned that they could not help in his pursuit of longevity, he refused them all. Li Nianfan could sense his audience breathing rapidly. Some people even had red eyes by then, especially by Wuchen and the other three. They were crying out in their minds. The monkey was offered to learn the Supreme Avenue. Yet, this stupid monkey rejected them all. Stupid monkey, foolish monkey. Learning simply one of them would make him as good as an immortal. No, to be exact, he'd be more powerful than the Immortals. Meanwhile, they were overwhelmed with curiosity. Who was this Teacher Zhu? How was he able to teach so many branches of Tao? This was terrifying. What was more terrifying was that Li Nianfan was able to recite the entire thing out loud. How powerful was he? Bai Wuchen dared not to think further. He was afraid that his fragile mind could not take it anymore. When Teacher Bodhizu left the monkey, the audience inhaled sharply, almost as if they had just lost the opportunity to learn the Supreme Avenue. However, as the story went on and Wukong went to meet the teacher at midnight, everyone started breathing again. Li Nianfan fully captivated the attention and appetites of his audience. He smiled. "Alright, that's it for today. We will continue the story another day. Please, don't. Mr. Li, please, tell us more." "Arg, it's been an hour. My wife's going to yell at me." "Mr. Li, will you be here again tomorrow?" "I'll come." Everyone looked at him with anticipation, even Nanan appeared interested. Li Nianfan ruffled her hair and said, "Don't worry. I'll be here tomorrow at the same time." "Mr. Li, thank you. Thank you." Auntie Zhang saw the change in Nanan's eyes and she was very grateful. She kept bowing to Li Nianfan. "Auntie Zhang, don't be. Thank me when Nanan's fully recovered," Li Nianfan said. Bai Wuchen and the other three walked toward Li Nianfan. They appeared like four nervous students looking at their teacher. Their hearts were filled with questions and wonder. Did Wukong manage to pursue longevity? What was longevity like? As cultivators, immortality was their ultimate goal. However, they did not dare to hurry Li Nianfan. Being able to listen to him teach was already the greatest blessing any of them could ever get. Who would have thought that Li Nianfan would say all these just to save an ordinary little girl? He was indeed a big shot. Bai Wuchen looked at Li Nianfan with anticipation. Cautiously, he asked, "Mr. Li, can we come here tomorrow to hear the rest of the story?" He was afraid to ask because it was likely that Li Nianfan was telling the story of a certain big shot or immortal from another realm. This story was probably beyond the scope for a small cultivator like himself to listen to. It's just a story, why not? Li Nianfan smiled as he thought to himself, there are so many rules in this immortal realm. They even needed to ask for permission to listen to a story? They're so friendly, though. So friendly. The four of them were overwhelmed with joy. They were grateful that they had Li Nianfan's approval. Bai Wuchen bowed at Li Nianfan and said, "Mr. Li, sorry for bothering you today. Goodbye for now." Lin Qingyun also said in a low voice, "Mr. Li, goodbye for now. I'll come to listen to your teaching tomorrow. Goodbye." Li Nianfan waved at them casually. He looked at the time and marched toward the entrance. However, he was stopped by a scholar. This scholar seemed to be a bookworm. The term weak scholar seemed like a term tailor-made just for him. He introduced himself politely, "Greetings to you, sir. My name is Meng Junliang." "Greetings to you, Mr. Meng. My name's Li Nianfan." Li Nianfan looked at him dubiously. "May I help you?" Meng Junliang looked at Li Nianfan with a sparkle in his eyes. "I'd like to ask, sir, if longevity actually exists?" Li Nianfan looked at the scholar in front of him and his eyebrow twitched slightly. He never would have expected this scholar to ask him that. This scholar seemed like a bookworm, and he appeared to be different from all the other cultivators Li Nianfan had encountered. He guessed that this scholar was an ordinary man. Of course, it makes sense for ordinary men to want to pursue longevity, but this isn't reliable. To be honest, I'd love to pursue it myself if I could, Li Nianfan thought to himself as he tried to get rid of the scholar's obsession with longevity. There are reincarnations, which makes longevity impossible, Li Nianfan said. But I've read in books that immortals can pursue longevity. He continued obsessively, why can the immortals pursue it, but not ordinary men? I've read through all the books, looking for the secret to longevity. I had no luck finding it until I heard your story. You must know the way. Please, teach it to me. This scholar was likely to have gone insane from reading, living in his own idealistic world. Li Nianfan shook his head and said, immortals can maintain their bodies through cultivation, something ordinary men are not able to do. Do you understand ordinary beings? The scholar was shocked. He was an ordinary man himself, but he knew nothing about being ordinary. He had always been caught up in the world of books, living in his world of written words and knowledge which was all based on theory and mostly imagination. He knew a lot of things, but at the same time, he knew nothing. In the words of Li Nianfan's past realm, this scholar was an idealist. As long as he did not want to die, he would not die. Chapter 21 An old man listening to children's stories? Watching this scholar's confusion, Li Nianfan continued, the sun goes up and the sun goes down. This is the law of life. If you can't even grasp this basic fact, how are you to understand your own life? One would experience the cycle of 4 seasons in 10 years, and in 100 years, one would experience the cycle of life starting from birth and aging to illness and death. In 1,000 years, dynasties and rulers change. And in 10,000 years, one would see the turning of stars. In short, one cannot fathom experiencing all these in one day, so, of course, ordinary men can't see this world with the lens of a single day. The scholar shivered with changing expressions on his face, sometimes excited and sometimes confused. Li Nianfan left him there and walked back to his mountain. That was all he could help him with. Whether or not this scholar understood him was up to him. Although longevity was the dream of many, it was not worth it at all if one went insane because of this. It was better for ordinary men to be more realistic. After returning to his residence, Li Nianfan tossed 2 fishes to Xiao Bai. He placed his order for what he wanted to eat for dinner. Then, he enjoyed his lunch on his own. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, an elderly man was rushing to the Wanjian immortal sect along with a young man. Both of them were also flying swordsmen. On the way there, the elderly man was sighing with a look of despair. The young man finally could not help but ask, Master, I'm afraid the Wanjian immortal sect no longer exists. Why are we still going? The elderly man sighed, Chong Er, cultivators have been going against the law of the sky. We aren't ordinary men and there's danger everywhere. When one dies from danger, there may not be anyone to take care of our dead bodies. Bai Wuchen and I cultivated swordsmanship for many years and fought one another for 100 years. Now, only I will be able to take care of his dead bodies. Master, what if we bump into the sword demon? The young man asked worriedly. The elderly man seemed unperturbed. Let it be if that's the case since I don't have many years left to live anyway. If we do, you should keep running. I'll buy you some time. He said it with a glint of despair in his eyes. 5 years ago, his sect was still in glory, yet the sword demon destroyed half of it. Now that he was old, his power was not as strong as before, so much so that the sword demon did not even want to challenge him or he would have died a long time ago. Knowing Bai Wuchen and his stubborn attitude, he knew that Bai Wuchen would not try to escape the sword demon. His dead body must have turned cold by now. Both of them flew into the sky, creating a long arch in their trail. It was not long after that they reached the territory of the Wanjian immortal sect. Meanwhile, the elderly man sensed something and looked in the far opposite direction. 3 long arches came into sight. It was the 3 of them returning home after listening to Li Nianfan's storytelling. Seeing this elderly man, Bai Wuchen froze. Zhao Laoda, what brings you here? Zhao Laoda stopped for a moment and stared at Bai Wuchen in disbelief. Bai Wuchen, why are you still alive? I came here to take care of your dead body. Bai Wuchen was not offended. He smiled, ha ha ha. Of course not. I'll die after you and take care of your dead body instead. Humph. Zhao Laoda did not refute but he curiously asked, didn't the sword demon challenge you? Did you go into hiding? Do I hide? Zhao Laoda, who do you think I am? Bai Wuchen glared at him which was then followed by a cheeky smirk as he released some of his qi. Zhao Laoda trembled. He stared at him with wide eyes. UUVE entered the out-of-aperture realm. Bai Wuchen did not speak. He simply shut his eyes arrogantly. How did you break through? It doesn't make sense. I'm better than you. Zhao Laoda could not help sizing him up from head to toe bitterly. Can't help it, but I just did. Bai Wuchen said arrogantly. Zhao Laoda seemed uneasy. He clasped his fists together as a gesture and greeted, congratulations to Senior Bai. His voice was bitter. They both started together, but now his old mate had progressed beyond him. Of course, he did not feel good. Zhao Laotu, we've known each other for over 100 years. Don't call me senior. Bai Wuchen explained hastily. Zhao Laotu insisted. According to the rules of status and power in the cultivation world, it's only right for me to call you my senior. Bai Wuchen looked at Zhao Laotu with a hint of remorse. Despite knowing him for so long, Bai Wuchen knew that even if he became an immortal, this old mate would never look up to him. Yet, he was now lowering his ego to greet him. There was only one explanation. He did not have many years left. He wanted Bai Wuchen to help look after his disciples and followers when he was gone. Every cultivator cultivated toward immortality, but how many of them actually became one? A foundation-building cultivator had a life expectancy of 200 years. Golden Core had 400 years, Yuan Ying had 800 years, and Out of Aperture had 1,600 years. Each realm had a prefixed life expectancy, and one could live forever if one became an immortal. That was very, very rare. It was likely that Zhao Laotu had less than 50 years left to live. As his old friend, Bai Wuchen saw right through him and could not help but sigh for his old mate. After a moment of consideration, he decided that he had to help his old friend. Even if I've reached Out of Aperture, do you think I'm a match for the sword demon? Zhao Laotu frowned slightly. He did not understand what he was trying to imply. Bai Wuchen said, the reason I broke through was because of an expert, who was the one who killed the sword demon. What? Zhao Laotu's voice was sharp and his face was filled with disbelief. Even the young man behind him was shocked, as if he had heard the most impossible thing in the world. The expert was able to break through a Yuan Ying into an Out of Aperture? This expert must be very skilled. Zhao Laotu asked, panting, you're not kidding me, right? Only an immortal can do that. Actually, I don't think he's just an immortal, Bai Wuchen said in a tone of admiration. He then began telling him his entire encounter with Li Nianfan from the beginning. Listening to his description, Zhao Laotu's expressions went from one of shock to respect, and he ended up being stunned, staring blankly at Bai Wuchen. An air purifier that produced spiritual qi? A water filter that poured out spiritual water? A drawing containing sword intent? And it was only a draft? A jade pendant with a phoenix engraved on it was able to kill the sword demon and turn him into ashes? A kanji containing the basics of wisdom? These sounded absurd. After listening to Bai Wuchen's description of Li Nianfan, his face sank. Bai Wuchen, I know you're of a higher rank than I am now, but this doesn't mean you can fool me. He continued with an unfriendly tone, you're making this up, aren't you? You're taking me as a fool. Bai Wuchen smiled bitterly. Zhao Laotu, I'm not kidding. You can see for yourself when you follow me to listen to his storytelling tomorrow. He did not blame Zhao Laotu for not believing him. Even he found it absurd and hard to believe. Who would believe it without seeing it for themselves? Follow you to listen to his story? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Zhao Laotu glared furiously, his face flushed red. He was an aging man close to his death, yet Bai Wuchen was asking him to listen to someone's storytelling? Who was he kidding? Chapter 22 A Big Shot's world is indeed full of tests. That's all I'll say. Even if you believe it or not, that's all I can help you with, Bai Wuchen said calmly. He knew that the expert was powerful and all-knowing. If he did not like others speaking of him behind his back, then it would be over for him. Therefore, he was afraid to keep talking. Zhao Laotu looked at Bai Wuchen suspiciously. Are you sure you're telling the truth? It's true. Bai Wuchen nodded. Tszz. Zhao Laotu's face remained calm, but he breathed in a chilling breath. If Bai Wuchen was telling the truth, this expert was way too scary. Could he be an immortal from above? He suddenly realized that this was an opportunity for him. I'll go with you tomorrow, but if I find out you're lying to me, I won't let you go, Zhao Laotu said. The next day, when the sky was still hazy, Bai Wuchen brought Zhao Laotu along and started making their way to the fallen immortal town. Bai Wuchen did not want to bother Li Nianfan. To show their sincerity, they arrived at the gate of the fallen immortal town early, anticipating the arrival of Li Nianfan. However, when they arrived, Lin Qingyun had been there waiting long before them. They exchanged a smile as they were not surprised. Meanwhile, Li Nianfan was still enjoying his breakfast at a slow pace. After resting for a while, he made his way down the mountain. When he arrived at the foot of the mountain, he was stopped by a figure. It was the scholar from yesterday. His eyes were no longer lost and confused. Instead, they sparkled with a hint of excitement. He bowed sincerely at Li Nianfan and said, Mr. Li, I understand now. Thank you for your teaching yesterday. You understood? Li Nianfan looked at Meng Junliang, feeling that something did not seem right. Meng Junliang said, what Mr. Li was trying to say is that everything in the world follows a set of rules. One must start to realize the rules of everyday life to learn the rules of all the living and the dead. For example, the cycle of an ordinary man consists of birth to death, and one must fully understand this cycle to break this set of rules. So, he was still chasing after longevity. Li Nianfan was tired of explaining further. He was so close to scolding the scholar yesterday by saying death is normal, you have to face reality, stop dreaming. Instead, he asked hopelessly, are you sure this is what I meant? Of course, Mr. Li's wisdom is not as simple. I've only realized a glimpse of it. Meng Junliang said sincerely. However, I'll observe everything in the world closely from now on and feel its natural rules in hope of realizing the meaning of your wise words. Li Nianfan swallowed back the words he was about to say. Since this scholar was idolizing him, he could not tell him off. He sighed. I hope you'll understand one day. I won't give up, Mr. Li. Thank you for your teaching. I can't repay you, therefore, I'll be your humble disciple from now on. Meng Junliang bowed at Li Nianfan. Stop. I'm not your teacher. Li Nianfan stopped him. This kid had some problem with his mind. In his past realm, they would have called him crazy. It would be a joke having him as his disciple. A hint of despair flashed on Meng Junliang's face. As expected, this expert did not think highly of him. Perhaps his understanding was still too shallow. He needed to work harder. Li Nianfan did not want to spend any more time with this scholar, so he continued walking toward the fallen immortal town. However, Meng Junliang followed behind him closely with such obedience and politeness. Why are you following me? Li Nianfan asked. Meng Junliang answered politely, Mr. Li, after listening to your story yesterday, I've learned a lot. It was a masterpiece. Please, allow me to write it down as a record. It'll become the most important principle of life, benefiting future generations to come. Ha! It was just a story. How did it have anything to do with the most important principle of life? Li Nianfan shook his head, thinking that this scholar was hopeless. However, it was not a bad idea to have someone write down the story. At least his efforts would not be for nothing. He waved his hand and gestured, fine, write it down if you want. Thank you, Mr. Li. Meng Junliang bowed in delight and joy. Upon seeing Li Nianfan walking into the fallen immortal town, Bai Wuchen and Lin Qingyun walked forward hastily and greeted, greetings to Mr. Li. Good morning, Mr. Li. Brother Nianfan finally came. I want to listen to the story. Yay, it's story time again. Being greeted by a big crowd by the entrance, Mr. Li was shocked. He then smiled politely. Good morning, everyone. Zhao Laoda saw that Li Nianfan was such a young man, and not to mention, an incredibly ordinary man. He was feeling a little disappointed. However, since he was warned by Bai Wuchen, he did not show his disappointment and waited patiently. Chong Er, who was behind Zhao Laoda, frowned and said in a lowered voice, Master, this young man seems younger than I am and has no cultivation at all. He's likely to be an ordinary scholar. Bai Wuchen wouldn't wait for nothing. Can't you see that Lin Qingyun from the Linyun Immortal Court is here, too? Zhao Laoda said in a lowered voice. Observe more and speak less. Chong Er lowered his head and nodded. He took a glimpse of Lin Qingyun and his eyes glowed with adoration and surprise. He never would have thought that he would be able to meet the saintess of the Linyun Immortal Court here today, and at such a close distance. Unfortunately, he did not dare to speak to her. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyun walked toward Li Nianfan and said with a pleasing tone, Mr. Li, there are too many people here walking back and forth. I'm afraid it might distract you from telling the story, so I've rented a restaurant for you to speak in with comfort. Li Nianfan looked at Lin Qingyun with surprise. He never thought that she would be so considerate. He smiled. Thank you for being so considerate. Bai Wuchen smacked his thigh, wishing he could slap himself right away. How could he have missed such a simple opportunity to please the expert? Arg, an expensive mistake. The restaurant was nearby. It was clean and tidy, plus the ambience was nice. Lin Qingyun really did make an effort to please him. Li Nianfan carried Nanan in his arms and arrived at the top floor. He smiled, continuing from where we stopped. Teacher Bodhizu left furiously. In the evening, Wukong pretended to be asleep, keeping his breathing steady. By midnight, he got up silently, put on his clothes, opened the door quietly, and left. Everyone listened attentively. When they realized that the 3 whips of Bodhi implied that Wukong should go to him by 3 in the morning, the audience had a look of realization in their eyes. The ordinary audience did not relate much, they only found it interesting. However, the cultivators took it differently. Bai Wuchen felt as if he was struck by lightning. He did not expect that this was the Bodhi testing Wukong. With that, he knew that from now onward, he had to be more cautious. He needed to try his best to understand all the things the expert had been implying in an attempt to please him. Chapter 23, His Words. Bai Wuchen thought to himself bitterly, why didn't I realize this earlier? I didn't book this restaurant for him in advance, and now that Lin Qingyun has done it before me, the expert's pointing it out to me. Seeing that Bai Wuchen was sighing from time to time, Zhao Laoda listened to the story more attentively. Meanwhile, Li Nianfan was at the part where Teacher Bodhizu was teaching Wukong. Teacher Zhu said, I'm pleased that you're destined to learn. Come closer and listen attentively as I teach the mystery of longevity to you. Wukong knelt and bowed sincerely. Destined? Pleased? Mystery of longevity? Lin Qingyun, Bai Wuchen, and Zhao Laoda trembled upon hearing that. Their eyes flashed with excitement and shock. Was he really going to tell them the mystery of longevity? They were convinced that the expert was teaching them through the words of teacher Bodhizu and implying to them that they were destined to be there. Especially Zhao Laoda, who was approaching death soon. Hearing the words, mystery of longevity, he held his breath in anticipation. Meng Junliang's grip on his pen tightened. He pursed his lips as he did not want to miss a word. Teacher Zhu said, the mystery of longevity is the way to cherish life. The essence, qi, and spirit must always be vigorous. One must firmly hold on to the release of energy. The energy comes from within and hides in between. The prosperous preaching. Words of wisdom came from Li Nianfan. Like a morning bell, the words entered the ears of the audience along with the basics of wisdom. Some of their gazes were focused, as if in the middle of realizing something, while some remained emotionless. Though the cultivators stiffened with shock, waves of ringing penetrated their brains. Wisdom. It was the wisdom of longevity. Their scalps were itching and they had goosebumps all over their skin. The words were difficult to understand and they did not understand most of his saying, but they remembered every single word. Vroom! Layers of dark clouds hovered above the sky of the fallen immortal town without warning. Lightning struck like a snake, slithering between the thick layers of clouds, turning the sky of the fallen immortal town into dark gray color. Pitter-patter. Instantly, heavy rain fell from above. From afar, it seemed as if the fallen immortal town was surrounded by a curtain made of rain. The pedestrians ran in all directions looking for shelter, shocked by the sudden change in the sky. However, the people inside the restaurant were unaware of what was happening outside. Everyone listened to the story attentively. By then, Wukong had learned many skills, from flying in the sky to going underground. He was able to make 72 transformations. Every transformation was skilled and impressive. Bai Wuchen was fascinated. He exclaimed bitterly, these skills are so much more powerful compared to our cultivation. In comparison to them, we're nothing. Zhao Laodu added. He was no longer suspicious and he felt grateful for coming here with Bai Wuchen, or else he would have missed this blissful opportunity. Was this the world of the Immortals? They had such impressive skills. By then, even if Li Nianfan denied being an immortal, nobody would believe him. If he was not an immortal, how would he know so much about the world of the Immortals? Li Nianfan smiled and continued for a while before he ended. Guantong's surname was not his real name. What would happen to him next? Stay tuned for the next session. It ended again? Everyone seemed hesitant to leave. Slowly, they realized that it was raining heavily outside. The sky was covered with thick layers of clouds which completely covered the sun. There was constant lightning. Many people started praying to the sky, asking for protection from the Immortals. The fallen immortal town had not seen this spectacular view for almost 100 years. Bai Wuchen and Zhao Laodu exchanged a look. They had an answer to this. How powerful was this expert? A mere story from him attracted such a drastic change in the sky? It was too scary. Li Nianfan walked to the entrance of the restaurant. He frowned at the sight of the weather and muttered, this weather's so erratic and troublesome. It needs to stop now. Instantly, a gold phantom rose from the pond in his backyard and flew up to the clouds. Mr. Li, why don't I send you home? I can guarantee that you won't get wet, Bai Wuchen offered hastily, not letting this opportunity slip. However, in the next moment, the sun shone through the dark clouds, shining directly on Li Nianfan. Swiftly after, the clouds dissipated as if the rain was abruptly stopped by someone without warning. TSZ. Bai Wuchen and the others took in a cold breath, looking at Li Nianfan with newfound fear. His words. Even the sky had to listen to this expert. Li Nianfan did not feel anything. He merely thought himself to be lucky and marched out of the restaurant. Mr. Li, please, stop. Meng Junliang ran out of the restaurant. Mr. Li, may I please include your name on this journey to the west? Please, don't. Li Nianfan shook his head. He would not want to make a name for himself in this dangerous realm. This book was written by Wu Chang'an. Just use his name. Wu Chang'an, Meng Junliang muttered this name to himself and suddenly looked up at Li Nianfan with a sparkle in his eyes. Mr. Li's a genius. I've just realized it. What did you realize? Li Nianfan scowled at him in his mind and did not bother to answer him. This scholar was too embarrassing. Little did he know that the cultivators beside him had a realization, too. They looked at Li Nianfan with respect. Wu Chang'an. The name is a way of him asking everyone to not take his kindness, they thought. The journey to the west would be a popular hit in this immortal realm. Even the mystery of longevity he spoke of earlier was precious. This was a book meant for the Immortals to read. The expert was generous enough to share it with everyone. He even called himself Wu Chang'an. This was definitely a gesture from him saying you're welcome. Expert, a true expert. As expected, everything he did had layers of meaning. Zhao Laoda hastily pulled on Bai Wuchen's sleeves and made a signal with his eyes. Understanding his old friend, Bai Wuchen grabbed Zhao Laoda by his arm and walked toward Li Nianfan. He introduced, "Mr. Li, this is an old friend of mine. His full name is Zhao Shanhe. He has heard great things about you and your skills, so he begged me to introduce him to you." "Hello, Mr. Zhao." Li Nianfan smiled. "If he's heard great things about me, then he must be one of the cultivators, too." Zhao Shanhe greeted politely. "Greetings to Mr. Li. Greetings to you, too, Mr. Zhao." Li Nianfan smiled. Cultivators were so polite and always showed so much respect to him. He was quite lucky to have met so many friendly cultivators. It was comforting. Zhao Shanhe and the other walked with Li Nianfan to the entrance of the town. Li Nianfan ruffled Nanan's hair and smiled. "Goodbye, Nanan." Unexpectedly, Nanan replied, "Good-bye." It worked. His way worked better than any treasure or elixir. Bai Wuchen and the others stared at him in awe. Mr. Li was like a god. Chapter 24, Time to Feast. Watching Nanan's silhouette, Li Nianfan started thinking deeply. He hoped that Nanan could recover swiftly and heal her trauma. The meat of the leopard was very delicious. However, other than his fishless pond, he did not breed any other animals. So, it would not be easy to find wild meat. Furthermore, compared to normal wild animals, the monster's meat was more tender and delicious. Li Nianfan muttered to himself, "I feel like eating some wild meat." His voice was low, but the cultivators heard it clearly. The expert was giving them a signal. It was his test for them. Their eyes opened wide and their cheeks flushed with excitement. "Mr. Li, I'd be more than happy to bring you some wild animals," Bai Wuchen said hastily. "Mr. Li, I can do that, too." Lin Qingyun and Zhao Shanhe were late by a beat, but the two of them still called out in unison. Li Nianfan was shocked by their enthusiasm. "Ha, you don't have to be so polite. Mr. Li, we listened to your story for free. Getting you some wild animals is the least we can do," Lin Qingyun said. Bai Wuchen already had his sword under his feet and was ready to take off. "Mr. Li, why don't you go home first? We'll go hunt for some animals right away." Seeing how enthusiastic they were, Li Nianfan felt bad for turning down their offers. "All right, then. Thank you so much." With that, Bai Wuchen and the rest flew into the sky. They all exchanged competitive looks. They all took this as a competition to impress Li Nianfan. Meanwhile, Bai Luoshuang staggered weakly. I feel that Mr. Li meant more than that. Everyone turned to look at Bai Luoshuang. Lin Qingyun seemed as if she was thinking, too. "Luoshuang, what do you mean?" Bai Wuchen asked. She replied, "Dad, I don't think Mr. Li wants to eat wild animals. After killing the leopard monster, he wanted to treat us to a leopard feast. I have a feeling that the wild meat Mr. Li was referring to are monsters. Why didn't I think of that?" I saw the look of pity when the expert looked at Nanan. Nanan was traumatized by the monster, so the expert must hate monsters. Su Yan nodded. "Arg, it's a lucky thing you guys remembered. Come to think of it, he's an expert. Why would he want to eat normal cheap wild meat, right? What he meant was the monsters, no doubt. We almost misread him. Imagine if we brought him some ordinary animals over. We might as well not see him again," Bai Wuchen said cautiously. He could not help thinking of the test in the story he heard earlier. He almost failed the test. Luckily, his daughter pointed it out to him. Zhao Shanhe was impatient. "Then, what are we waiting for? Let's go and kill some monsters. We have to get him at least a monster lord." Lin Qingyun said, "I know a place where a tiger lord resides. It's cultivating in the Yuanying realm and has caused harm to many people. If we kill it, the expert would be pleased. Bring us there right away." They did not want to waste any time. They sped up to get to this tiger lord. 1,000 miles away, there was a forest filled with evil spirits. Everyone who passed by would be terrified and run away in fear. Meanwhile, a bunch of little monsters gathered in the forest. They were having a party. The tiger lord was staring at the head of another dead tiger, watching the performance of the little monsters while enjoying his feast and wine. A bright light approached them and landed in the forest. Swiftly after, a white sword intent soared to the sky. Roar! A loud cry of a tiger resonated in the forest. Before the little monsters could react to what just happened, they saw their lord in its original form, carried on the shoulders of the people who had just landed out of nowhere. "Run!" The little monsters were terrified and ran in all directions. "One tiger is too little. Let's grab a few more." Bai Wuchen and the rest targeted a few more big monsters. Li Nianfan arrived home, but not long after, Bai Wuchen and the rest arrived, too. Here, different kinds of wild beasts appeared in front of Li Nianfan. They consisted of a double-headed wolf, a three-tailed lion, and many more. They were huge, which impressed Li Nianfan greatly. Cultivators were so powerful. 8 out of 10 of them were monsters. We don't know what Mr. Li fancied, so we brought you more, Bai Wuchen said. Thank you so much. Li Nianfan nodded with satisfaction. With the glory of the cultivators, he was able to have a feast today. These were not only rare beasts, they were monsters. This was something he could never have dreamt of back in his past realm. Seeing Li Nianfan's reaction, the cultivators let out a sigh of relief. Smiles appeared on their faces. So, the expert actually wanted monsters. Luckily, they realized his implication before it was too late. After they had helped him so much, Li Nianfan had to return the kindness, so he asked, "There's so much food. I can't finish it by myself anyway. Why don't you all stay for a meal?" "Mr. Li, you're too polite, don't." Zhao Shanhe instinctively rejected the offer out of politeness, but he was stopped by Bai Wuchen, who glared at him with a look full of anger and hatred. "Are you an idiot? Didn't I tell you that even the water the expert drinks is made of spiritual water? That even a simple bowl of kanji contained the basics of wisdom and was ineffably delicious? How could you turn down such an opportunity? Brainless. Even if it's shameless of us, I'd want to stay for a meal." Zhao Shanhe understood what went through Bai Wuchen's mind instantly. He coughed gently and said, "If you insist, I won't turn you down." Li Nianfan nodded and turned to Xiao Bai. "Xiao Bai, go and prepare the meat. Cut them into slices and prepare some vegetables. We'll have hot pot tonight." "Yes, my dearest master," Xiao Bai answered and did as he was told. Although this was not the first time Bai Wuchen saw this, he was still immensely stunned. If someone else had a spiritual robot at home, it would be the most precious thing in the house and they would treat it as an altar in the ancestral hall. Unlike Li Nianfan, who asked his spiritual robot to do chores, one could only imagine the joy of being an expert. Li Nianfan smiled. "You're all in luck. We're having hot pot." "Hot pot? What was that? Was that what immortals ate?" The cultivators' doubts did not stop them from being excited. They all looked at Bai Luoxuan with praise. It was all because of her that they passed the test imposed by the expert. Perhaps hot pot was a reward for them all. Since the lunch was not yet ready, Li Nianfan permitted them to look around while he looked up at the sky. He contemplated if he should decorate his four-part architecture since he had been receiving so many guests lately, all of whom were cultivators. Although he was not a cultivator himself, his residence had to be impressive. Now that he knew the cultivators were art lovers, he wanted to renovate his house in a way that would impress his guests upon arrival. Chapter 25, I came from the mortal realm, seeking for longevity. The cultivators did not dare to walk around too freely, only walking around in the yard cautiously. They explored the yard with a pious and awestruck heart as if visiting the residence of an immortal. Regardless if it was the decoration or the architectural style, it was all very impressive and stunning. There were many things that they had never seen in their lives, such as ceramic tiles, mirrors, and many more. Treasures. These must all be treasures. So this was what the residence of an immortal looked like. Bai Luoxuan pointed out, "Dad, look. This is the air purifier and that is the water filter." TSZ. Zhao Shanhe took in a cold breath, his eyes widened in shock. Although he had heard about them, he could not help being stunned upon seeing them with his own eyes. This was a rare place filled with treasure. "You're impressed by these? Look, what's there?" Bai Wuchen pointed at the corner not far away. Fallen demon sword. Zhao Shanhe rushed over and took a closer look. He was sure that this was indeed the fallen demon sword. "So, he really did help you kill the sword demon?" Zhao Shanhe asked. "How can this be fake?" Bai Wuchen smiled and said in a lowered voice, "I'm suspecting that this expert was a friend of our Wanjian immortal sex ancestor." Zhao Shanhe looked at him with a look of disdain and scoffed, "Oh, please, can you be more shameless?" Lin Qingyun, too, threw a strange look at Bai Wuchen. She did not know that this senior could be so shameless. "I do have proof." Bai Wuchen explained, "My daughter had escaped from the sword monster. It was almost going to kill her, but this expert happened to be there. Not only did he save her, but he also treated her with spiritual water and gave her a drawing, too. The drawing made me have a breakthrough. Then, we brought the sword demon here, and he effortlessly destroyed the sword demon while saving the Wanjian immortal sect from danger. The timing of everything seemed to have been controlled by this expert. It's obvious that he was trying to save the Wanjian immortal sect." Zhao Shanhe looked at Bai Wuchen with a different look. He exclaimed, "Bai Wuchen, why haven't I realized how shameless you are?" "Well, if you put it like that, I might as well say that the reason this expert helped you is that he was trying to get to know me through you so he could help me in the future. It seems that my ancestors are the ones he's trying to help." These two elderly men were way too shameless. Lin Qingyun rolled her eyes before her gaze landed on the fallen demon sword. So, this was the sword that destroyed the peace and caused so many deaths in the cultivation world? It was the sword that was feared by so many sects, yet, it was now left in the corner and only used for cutting wood. Bai Wuchen paused. The demonic spirit is no longer present in the fallen demon sword? You're right. Zhao Shanhe was stunned, too. The fallen demon sword symbolized the main demon in the world of swordsmanship, yet, it was now merely an ordinary black sword. However, it seemed to make sense after they recalled he was an expert. It appears that the expert saw how demonic this sword was, so he sealed its demonic spirit, using it to cut what is a way for the fallen demon sword to redeem itself. Zhao Shanhe came up with this and exclaimed, "A true expert indeed." Meanwhile, Li Nianfan already came up with an idea to decorate his residence. He was getting his inkstone, ink, brush, and paper ready. Those who visited him were here for his literary talent, and as a literary talent, he might as well hang a couplet in front of his door. He held onto his brush, his posture erect and eyes squinted while he got into the mood. With that, waves of insight radiated from his body, engulfing the entire yard. Suddenly, the cultivators jolted with goosebumps all over them. Their hearts almost skipped a beat. "Mr. Li, he. Lin Qingyun cried out with wide eyes, her lips trembling so vigorously that she could not finish her sentence. This was the first time Mr. Li revealed his insight in front of them. Although it was just a hint of it, it was of an unbeatable level in this immortal realm. They held onto their terror and started getting closer to him cautiously, taking one step at a time. Is the expert about to write? Nobody dared to breathe out loud. Li Nianfan was in the mood already. His eyes opened abruptly, revealing his pupils that were as deep as galaxies. His brush touched the paper. Vroom! Even though the weather was fine, a loud thunder suddenly resounded in the sky. His brush was moving like a dragon, majestic and beautiful. The cultivators had forgotten to breathe. They simply stared at him with their reddened eyes, immensely captivated as if they were transported into a completely different world. Li Nianfan's brush danced across the paper. To his audience, he was not just writing. Instead, he seemed to have been writing the heavenly path. Every stroke and movement complied with the heavenly path. It felt like waves of insight was washing over them. Too much, too deep. Compared to this, their insights were like a boat in the endless sea, very small. This kind of insight was able to drive the entire cultivation world crazy. If it were not because Li Nianfan's insight was soft and gentle, the cultivators here could have been killed in an instant or gone crazy, resulting in their 100 years of cultivation to be for nothing. Li Nianfan was done and put down his brush. It was not until then that the cultivators were released from the tension, gasping for air with sweat all over their bodies. 8 words were imprinted on the paper, lightly written like mist and dust. I came from the mortal realm, seeking for longevity. Brilliant writing. Brilliant use of words. It was just 8 words, yet it contained the truth of the cultivation to immortality. Only an expert like Li Nianfan was able to come up with this couplet. Zhao Shanhe stared at this and read it over and over again. He felt his scalp itching, and his brain felt like it was being woken up. He felt a glint of blankness. A glint. So close. He was so close to a breakthrough. Zhao Shanhe panted hurriedly as he sighed inside his heart. However, he was not disheartened. As long as he was with this expert, it was way more beneficial than having a breakthrough. Nobody spoke a word as they were all stunned by this couplet. They were scared that uttering any word might mess up the immersive insight permeating through the room. Done. Li Nianfan took up the couplet and looked closely. Not too bad. I haven't been writing recently, so my skill has somewhat regressed. Not too bad? Somewhat regressed? Oh, please, take into account our feelings. Lin Qingyun trembled and was not able to utter a word. What do you all think? Li Nianfan asked. After being stunned for a very long while, Bai Wahan gathered his guts and stuttered, "Brilliant, this is brilliant." He really could not think of anything else to say. These words must have come from above. Li Nianfan could tell by his look that Bai Wahan was out of words. "I'll put this outside my door," Li Nianfan said as he walked to the door and placed it on the sides of the door. The longer he looked at it, the more satisfied he was. Although there were not too many words, it was all about artistic conception. Even if the immortals saw it, at least they would not find it too ordinary. It seems that my residence is a little more impressive now. Master, the food is ready, Xiao Bai said with a tray full of vegetables and meat rolls. They were then placed on a big stone table in the inner court. Meanwhile, the grill was set up with a big pot of soup placed on top of it. Xiao Bai filled the pot with butter and started steaming it. Chapter 26, The pot contains insights. It was not until then where they all snapped back from the shock. Zhao Shanhe and Bai Wuchen exchanged a complicated look with their lips pursed. This expert was way too advanced, perhaps immortal was not adequate enough to describe his status. If they were to get a word from him, it would be as precious as a treasure that could be passed on for generations. Zhao Shanhe said impatiently, "Bai Wuchen, didn't you get a drawing from Mr. Li? Show it to me." "I'm afraid I can't," Bai Wuchen said with a bitter look, tears almost rolling down from his eyes. "Ha! There are so many years of friendship between us, yet now you're hiding it from me? Not even one look." Zhao Shanhe said furiously. "It's not that I don't want to show it to you, the drawing. It was destroyed by the sword demon," Bai Wuchen said with pain in his voice. What? Zhao Shanhe's aged face was flushed red, his beard spiked on its end as he scowled, pointing his finger at Bai Wuchen. You're such a fool. You can't even take care of a precious treasure. The drawing was destroyed, yet you're still alive. Are you not ashamed? Bai Wuchen's heart was dripping in blood. This was indeed one of the most shameful things he had done in his life. Zhao Laotu, do you think I wanted it to be destroyed? At that moment, I wished that I was the one who was destroyed, not the drawing. He was a few hundred years old, yet he said it with the tears in his eyes ready to overflow any time. He would not be able to pass on the drawing to future generations and bring glory to the Wanjian immortal sect. Zhao Shanhe understood that Bai Wuchen was really upset about it. If it were him, he would not have felt good either. He let out a long sympathetic sigh. What are you two sighing about? One should be happy while eating, or else it's an insult to the delicious food. Li Nianfan smiled at them. The speaker might not have meant it that way, but the listeners interpreted it differently. Mr. Li. Bai Wuchen looked at Li Nianfan with his reddened eyes which were tearing out of gratitude. Mart Li's hinting. He must have known that the drawing was destroyed. Him asking me to be happy probably means that he doesn't blame me. Ah, Mr. Li is too generous. In that instant, Bai Wuchen was so touched, he knew he would do anything to please Li Nianfan in the future. Meanwhile, their gazes landed on the stone table not far from them. With just a look, Bai Wuchen and Zhao Shanhe let out a gasp. The food was too beautiful. So beautiful that they looked like artwork. The thinly sliced meat was finely cut and rolled into a roulade, arranged accordingly on the plate. The white and red meat was arranged alternating one another, making it look as if they were glowing. The vegetables were cut neatly and tidily, with the different kinds placed together and forming a pleasing sight. Other than that, there were some round-shaped things which looked like balls. They had never seen those before, but it looked tempting with just one look. These are. Bai Luoxuan looked at the food in front of her, her lips slightly parted in an O shape. She did not realize her saliva by her lips was about to fall out. Lin Qingyun, too, could not resist the temptation of the delicious food. She swallowed her saliva. She did not expect her usually cold heart to be so easily tempted when it came to delicious food. They had not even started eating, yet by just the look of it, they were already tempted. Was this the food for immortals? If they were fortunate enough to taste them today, they would have no more regrets in life. Gulp! Gulp! This pot. Bai Wuchen and the others looked at the pot as if they had discovered a new insight. The round-shaped pot was divided by a slightly curved line in the middle. On one side of the pot was red spicy oil while the other side had white bone broth. It looked like a tajitu. This was obviously the insight of yin and yang. The expert was indeed an expert. Even the pot contained insights. He was way beyond anyone's level. His guests felt like they had learned something. Li Nianfan saw their expression and could not help smiling to himself. So what if they're cultivators? They're still impressed by me. It's just a mandarin duck pot and they're looking at it with such awe in their eyes, he thought to himself. Bai Luoxuan was running out of patience. She asked, Mr. Li, how are we going to eat this? It's simple. Just put what you want into the pot and it will be cooked soon. Li Nianfan demonstrated by dipping a tiger meat roulade into the boiling spicy red broth. He was used to starting with the spicy broth which was more appetizing. The roulade was thin, so it only took around 10 seconds for it to be cooked. The heat from the fire was just right. After it's cooked, just dip it in the sauce. Li Nianfan opened his mouth as he put the roulade into his mouth. Wow! This is the perfect feel. Nice! Bai Luoxuan imitated what Li Nianfan did. She picked up the roulade and put it into the broth. Wow, so spicy! Bai Luoxuan called out after taking a bite of the roulade. A layer of red spicy oil covered the roulade. Dipped with a sauce that complemented the burning meat, the taste burst in her mouth perfectly. It felt like gunpowder burning in her mouth. Bai Luoxuan's cheeks were flushed red instantly. The spice and heat in her mouth was something she had never felt before, yet it felt so good. It could be said that the deliciousness was at its extreme. At first, Lin Qingyun tried maintaining her image, but once she took a bite of the meat, she was no longer able to keep up her image. It was too yummy. She did not know why, but the moment the food was in her mouth, she felt a sense of unusual satisfaction from the deepest part of her heart, and that all her troubles disappeared somehow. Everyone was eating with oil dripping from their mouths, chewing vigorously while letting out the heat from their mouths. Without realizing it, their lips were all curved into satisfactory smiles. Watching them eat, Li Nianfan could not help but smile himself. He remembered a saying back in his past realm, hot pot helps one forget his troubles. He did not expect this to happen here as well. The roulade was so thinly sliced that one would not find it too much however much one ate. Usually, everyone would focus on finishing the roulade before anything else, especially when it was the meat of monsters. However, after a while, Bai Wuchen was afraid that his stomach might get upset if he kept on eating the meat, so he picked a vegetable and boiled it in the pot. Boil, boil. Quickly, the vegetable was boiling in broth. Bai Wuchen picked the vegetable and dipped it in the sauce before putting it in his mouth. Ha! The taste was good. Although it was not as stunning as the roulade, it tasted better the more he chewed on it. One might get sick of the meat after eating a lot, but vegetables could only get better. However, in the next moment, Bai Wuchen's chewing jolted abruptly and his pupils shrank into the shape of needles. His face was filled with wild disbelief. This is, Bai Wuchen took in a cold breath. He could feel his heart beating rapidly. Even the vegetables contained insights. Chapter 27 Actually, I love vegetables. Bai Wuchen felt his throat getting dried out and his scalp itching. He discovered something unbelievable. He picked up another vegetable, boiled it, and placed it inside his mouth. After chewing slightly, the juice of the cabbage oozed out and its fragrance was released in his mouth. Following that, a similar insight rushed into his brain, sending him shivers. Indeed, the vegetables did contain insights. Bai Wuchen was excited. He had goosebumps all over him while his gaze locked tightly on the vegetables. This must have been a test set up by the expert. The expert prepared meat and vegetables, and although the meat was of the monsters, the vegetables were the more precious ones. Everyone's attention must have been captivated by the monster meat, leaving out the vegetables, missing out on the greatest opportunity. I'm such a fool. I knew the expert was testing us, yet, I've only realized this now. Bai Wuchen sighed to himself as he put yet another mushroom into the pot. While Zhao Shanhe and the rest were happily enjoying their meat feast, they soon realized Bai Wuchen's strange behavior. What happened to him? Why was he eating the vegetables only? Bai Wuchen, what are you doing? Why aren't you eating the meat? Zhao Shanhe finally asked. Monster meat was quite rare and they did contain some spiritual qi. Bai Wuchen laughed. I love vegetables. You all can have the meat, don't need to be polite. With that, he picked up more vegetables for himself. Luoshuan, Suya, don't just keep eating meat. Have some vegetables to keep a balanced diet. Zhao Shanhe looked at Bai Wuchen suspiciously. Fishy. Very fishy. He scoffed to himself. Everyone was eating from the same table. What was there to hide? With that, he picked some cabbage and put it into the broth. Perhaps the vegetables are tastier than the meat? Let me try it. With that in mind, Zhao Shanhe put the vegetable into his mouth. Cough. Cough. The vegetables were spicy, which choked him a little. As for the vegetables, it's best if you put it into the bone broth. The spicy broth is not as nice, Li Nianfan said with a smile. Did all cultivators have such a low standard for food? Why were they all so eager to eat my food? Sorry to have embarrassed myself, Zhao Shanhe said apologetically. However, his eyes were filled with awe. Insights. It was definitely the insights. Bai Wuchen was indeed being fishy. He dared to keep it to himself, eating so much vegetables on his own. Zhao Shanhe's eyes turned red as he started boiling and chewing on the vegetables rapidly. Bai Wuchen was not to be outdone. Both of them started competing for the vegetables. Their faces turned red and their necks turned thick with vegetables. If it were not for the fact that Li Nianfan was there, the two of them would have broken into a fight. Lin Qingyun was stunned. If she was surprised by the deliciousness before, then this directly subverted her view of the world. The vegetables contained insights? How was that possible? To the cultivators, insights were rare and sought after. It was like an epiphany, invisible and intangible. One could only encounter insights by chance and destiny. Now, however, all they had to do to gain insights was to eat the vegetables. Scarily unbelievable. Who would believe this? Yes, we hunted for some monster's meat. However, these vegetables were provided by Mr. Li. In other words, these must be something the Immortals ate. How foolish am I to have been so caught up with the roulade, I've completely ignored the vegetables he provided. How silly. Lin Qingyun thought to herself while looking at the half-gone vegetables on the table, all eaten by Bai Wuchen and Zhao Shanhe. Her face twitched slightly. So much insights are gone. She had been keeping her composure, but now she was unable to stay calm. Even though she was a saintess, she had joined in on the food fight. Watching the change in target, Li Nianfan asked curiously, "You're no longer eating meat?" "Mr. Li, we'll only eat the vegetables from now on," Bai Wuchen said hastily. Zhao Shanhe said as he was eating the vegetables, "Mr. Li, I've realized that the vegetables are the most delicious. Don't mind me." "Mr. Li, I've actually always liked vegetables," Suya said. Li Nianfan shook his head and he did not bother to question further. It seemed to him that the cultivators in this realm were not only friendly but also extremely weird. After the meal, Bai Wuchen and the others felt the heat flowing in their bodies. It was more comforting than ever and more beneficial than any elixir they had ever eaten. Bai Wuchen stood up and said to Li Nianfan in a serious and polite tone, "Mr. Li, this was the best meal I've ever eaten in my life. Please, accept my gratitude. Mr. Li, your kindness to us is beyond words. I'll do anything for you if you ever need me," Zhao Shanhe said. The rest of them thanked Li Nianfan, too, with sincerity and admiration. Although they kept on reminding themselves to treat Li Nianfan like an ordinary man and to speak to him in a normal way, it was really hard to keep calm at that moment. How could ordinary men keep calm when they were right in front of an immortal? Li Nianfan frowned slightly. It's just a meal. What are you all talking about? What was wrong with these people? They seemed alright earlier. Mr. Li, this meal was too delicious. We can't help it. Sorry for our rude behavior, Bai Wuchen said hastily. Don't make such a fuss out of it. Li Nianfan scoffed to himself. Cultivators were worse than ordinary men. Bai Wuchen kept apologizing without daring to breathe. Sigh, it was all my fault for being too excited. I've offended the expert. He just wanted to appear as an ordinary man. I should never repeat this mistake ever again, Bai Wuchen thought to himself. Although it was just a meal, their bodies were filled with insights flowing through their bodies. They had to rush back home to cultivate in private, therefore, they had to leave Li Nianfan after bidding him goodbye hastily. After leaving the four-part architecture, Zhao Shanhe looked at Bai Wuchen with a stern look. Bai Wuchen, thank you for introducing me to Mr. Li. I owe you one. Thank you for your kindness. This kindness was the greatest opportunity one could ever be given. It was something he was unable to return. What now? Look at you, are you going to have a breakthrough soon? Bai Wuchen smiled. I'll give it a try once I get back. It shouldn't be a problem breaking through now. Zhao Shanhe smiled as he stroked his long beard. With the help from this expert, even a pig would be able to turn into an immortal. Ha ha ha. I look forward to hearing great news from you. Bai Wuchen laughed. They parted at the foot of the mountain. They all turned back simultaneously to look up at this mountain as if they were all looking at the most sacred mountain. Meanwhile, on the peak of a nearby mountain, two snowy foxes jumped out of the trees. Their soft fur fluttered in the wind while they stared blankly at the far end. The most striking thing was that one of them had 9 tails while the other had 6 tails. Their pure, glowing, monster-like tails pointed toward the sky, slowly swaying from left to right. Chapter 28, Transformation and Lightning. The two snowy foxes moved like the elves in the forest, embellishing the world. The 9-tailed fox had a pair of dark pupils that sparkled, looking like it was deep in thought while recalling something. Sister, please, don't transform? Let's stay hidden in the forest, please. The 6-tailed fox looked worried, its voice crisp and clear like a young teenage girl. The 9-tailed fox shook her head with a determined look. Humans and monsters are different. I'll only be able to return the favor if I transform. Even if we don't transform, we can still secretly protect him, the 6-tailed fox said, not understanding her elder sister. The 9-tailed fox could not help recalling the figure of that man. It said in a low voice, you don't understand. That day, the 9-tailed fox was about to die when a considerate man took care of its wound and saved its life. Although it did not understand how an ordinary man was able to cure its wounds, ever since that day, its cultivation had sped up and within a few years, managing to cultivate 9 tails. The 6-tailed fox sobbed, Sister, transformation is too scary. I don't want to watch you die. What am I going to do after you're gone? You're now able to protect yourself. After I've transformed, I'll still need you to protect me, the 9-tailed fox said. Its eyes narrowed slightly as its tails danced behind it. I feel that there'll be a chance for my transformation soon. With that said, it jumped off the branch and flitted into the woods along with the wind. Sister, the 6-tailed fox cried out with tears in its eyes. It followed swiftly. For a monster to transform, one needed at least 1,000 years of cultivation along with lightning for the transformation to happen. Humans were the primates of all the animals. For monsters to transform into humans was against the law of nature, thus, lightning was a step one had to go through which was dangerous. One might be killed by a careless mistake. Furthermore, even if the monsters were able to shield themselves from the lightning, its 1,000 years of cultivation would be lost and it would have to start from the beginning. Although cultivating in the form of a human would be easier and faster, one had to start from zero. If one's enemies were to come for them, it would all be over. Humans and monsters all loved meeting the newly transformed monster. These kinds of monsters were at their weakest, while their monster core would still be big. If one was hunted in this state, it would be like a fallen biscuit from the sky. Therefore, monsters who attempted to transform into humans were akin to taking one's life as a joke. Most of the monsters would not choose to transform into humans. Instead, they preferred living in their original form or the half-human half-monster form. Once I transformed into a human, I'll be able to stay by his side and serve him, the 9-tailed fox said with a determined and anticipated look. 1 month passed quickly, which was especially so in this cultivating realm. Vroom! That day, thick clouds appeared in the sky, covering the sun without letting through any light. The entire sky turned dark. It was only noon but it felt like midnight. Sounds of thunder resounded in the sky. If one looked up, one could even see lightning slithering between the clouds like a silver snake. What? It's such a weird timing to be out at this time. Li Nianfan stood in the woods. He shook his head and smiled bitterly as he looked up at the sky. Today, he was in the mood for a walk in the woods. He wanted to see if he could bring home some wild meat. Why did it suddenly rain out of the blue? Pitter-patter. Within a few minutes, pea-sized raindrops fell from the sky. Let's find shelter. Li Nianfan glanced around at his surroundings. Woof! 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 Blackie barked in a direction and started rushing toward it. Following behind him, Li Nianfan arrived at a cave. We're lucky. This is a cave. Good job, Blackie. Li Nianfan laughed joyously as he praised Blackie. Little did he know that right before he got here, a monster bear had rushed out from the cave in a panic. Pitter-patter. At the moment Li Nianfan entered the cave, a flash of lightning struck, landing somewhere in the woods. The dark forest glowed for a split second, followed by heavier rain. Li Nianfan stood at the entrance of the cave and looked out. Vroom! Another strike of lightning. This time, it was more powerful than the previous one, like a silver pillar falling from the sky to the ground. Terrifying! Li Nianfan was shocked. He had chills all over his body. This immortal realm was indeed scary. These types of lightning were so rare in his past realm, one strike of lightning of this intensity would be able to turn off the electricity of an entire city. Humph! Li Nianfan squinted his eyes and was shocked. He somehow saw something moving below the lightning. Damn it! This must have been a big shot in the immortal realm, someone who was able to resist this type of lightning. Could he have encountered two big hots fighting one another? Li Nianfan frowned a little as he felt a little uneasy. This was a dangerous place to be. He did not want to go over to check out what was happening. All he wanted to do was to leave as soon as possible. He was merely an ordinary man, even its aftermath would be able to turn him into ashes. Going over was like a suicide mission. As he was thinking, the sky brightened for a second. Vroom! The third strike of lightning struck, brighter than the previous two. This flash of light was reddish and seemingly more powerful than the previous one. Li Nianfan looked attentively. There was indeed something below the lightning strike, and it seemed to have flown into the sky. What kind of cultivators would fight here at this time? Li Nianfan muttered to himself. Luckily, the thunder only struck a single spot which calmed Li Nianfan a little. He hugged onto Blackie tightly, the two of them relying on each other. After the ninth strike, the clouds in the sky finally dissipated. The rain stopped and the sunshine returned. Showered by the bright rays of light, Li Nianfan almost cried out of relief. He did not want to spend any more time outside. He walked out of the cave and walked in the opposite direction of the lightning, returning home. Blackie, hurry! Li Nianfan pestered. The soil was muddy after the rain, dirtying his pants and shoes. However, he did not slow down. What if the cultivators behind him broke into another fight? If they were to fight near his place, he would be dead. What if this was a chance for him to start cultivating? Li Nianfan did not want to joke with his life. After passing through the forest, there was a long lake in front. The lake was as clear as a mirror, shaped like a long ribbon flowing through the mountains. Following the path of this lake, Li Nianfan was able to return to his four-part architecture. Chapter 29, Do Not Disturb the Expert. After the heavy rain, the water in the lake flowed rapidly. Li Nianfan did not dare to get too close to the lake. He let Blackie lead the way. Woof, woof, woof. Blackie suddenly fastened his pace and turned back at Li Nianfan, signaling him to follow. Li Nianfan frowned a little and picked up his pace. Blackie, did you find anything? He looked up into the distance and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. In about 100 meters, a figure seemed to be laying ahead. Li Nianfan dared not to slow down. Instead, he marched toward it hastily. Laying in front of him was a naked woman. Her skin was snowy and fair, slightly flushed with pinkish blood. Her unruly dark hair glowed as it fell on her back. Below her arched brows were a pair of eyes tightly shut, complemented by her long eyelashes which were slightly curled. Her thin lips were as delicate as rose petals. Beautiful. Extremely beautiful. Somehow, when Li Nianfan laid his eyes on this beautiful woman, he could not help but think of these two words, the harmed people and country, so did Ji. Her beauty was way beyond that of Lin Qingyun and Luo Xiu. Her eyes opened slightly as Li Nianfan approached her. His blurry figure was similar to the figure who helped her 3 years ago. She was still a fox back then, and just as she was struggling and about to die, a figure rushed out from the woods and saved her life. This time, it was a similar scenario, and this figure appeared again. The woman's lips curled up slightly, a hint of tears appearing in her eyes. Li Nianfan glanced at the woman and looked closely at her face. He saw some tears rolling out of her eyes. He said, "Don't worry, I'm not a bad guy. You'll be fine." Meanwhile, he took off his jacket and covered the woman's naked body. The woman nodded, her beautiful eyes looked up at Li Nianfan. Not far away from them, a snowy white six-tailed fox peeped out from behind a tree branch. Pea-sized tears rolled down its face uncontrollably. Sister, as it sobbed, it gritted its teeth at the silhouette of Li Nianfan. If it was not for this man, its sister would not have chosen to go through the transformation and she would not have died. This fox hated the man so much. If its sister did not beg it to forgive him, the fox would have killed this man. The nine-tailed fox transformed into the beautiful woman. Although she had successfully gone through the lightning, her lifeline was broken during the process. She was now hanging on with her last breath with less than a month to live. The six-tailed fox wiped its tears. Although it agreed to let Li Nianfan live, it had its little plan. As its sister wished, the fox had sent her sister to Li Nianfan, but the fox intentionally took off its sister's clothes. The fox wanted to see what kind of man he was. If the man was lustful, it would provide a reason to kill the man right away. Unfortunately, when the fox saw the man covering its sister with his jacket, the fox gritted its teeth and moaned in despair. Looking at the woman, Li Nianfan asked, "How did you get here?" As the woman started to speak, fresh blood dripped from her lips and her face paled like paper. "Don't talk for now, have some rest." After wiping off the blood, he said, "I guess you were hit by the aftermath of the lightning. There must have been some cultivators fighting earlier. You should have stayed away. It's too dangerous." The woman looked at Li Nianfan and nodded lightly. "Let's go to my place. I'll try to heal you," Li Nianfan said sympathetically. The woman nodded again. Li Nianfan rubbed his hands and said awkwardly, "Due to the emergency, I apologize for this in advance." With that, he carried the woman and put her on his back. "This woman's an ordinary woman just like myself. We're compatible. Is this me bringing home a beautiful wife? This immortal realm is too dangerous. An ordinary woman with such beauty is dangerous. It's only safe for her if she stays with me." On the way home, Li Nianfan was considering the likelihood of keeping this woman by his side while the woman was on his back smiling sweetly. Her gaze was soft. As long as she was able to meet him in her human form, she was pleased even if she had only one more month to live. The six-tailed fox was following behind them, watching its sister being taken away by this ordinary man. Meanwhile, the cultivators and monsters were stunned and surprised. Streams of light rushed through the sky in all directions, beaming at the spot where the lightning hit earlier. Inside the Gonlong Immortal Dynasty Palace, Luo Xiu looked at the direction of the lightning strike. She sighed and said in a low voice, "I can't believe a monster would choose to go through the transformation. This hasn't happened for 100 years. This monster was willing to give up 1,000 years of its cultivation and risked its life to go through the transformation. It's rare indeed." Zhong Xiu nodded in agreement. 9 out of 10 transformations ended in death. Even the one survivor was considered extremely lucky. A lot of courage was needed for a monster to choose to go through the transformation. "Mom, look at the direction. It seems close to where the expert lives." Luo Xiu frowned as she looked up in the sky. Zhong Xiu nodded, "It's indeed close-a-bit. I wonder if it disturbed the expert from resting." "Mom, this is serious. It must have attracted many people over. I'm going over to make sure the expert isn't being disturbed," Luo Xiu said with a serious tone. As she spoke, the Holy Emperor rushed in. "Xiu, I'll go with you. The residence of the expert shouldn't be disturbed by anyone," the Holy Emperor said with a determined tone. "This is the will of the entire Gonlong Immortal Dynasty." Luo Xiu and Zhong Xiu were shocked. "Father Emperor, aren't you going to the location of monster activity?" Luo Xiu asked. Everyone knew that this was the weakest time for the newly transformed monster. If one could find it, the reward would be handsome. The Holy Emperor shook his head. "Although monster transformations are rare, it's nothing compared to the expert. It's our dynasty's pleasure to have such an expert residing in our territory. If the expert were to be disturbed, causing him to leave, it would be a great loss." Luo Xiu and Zhong Xiu nodded in agreement. If the expert was disturbed and chose to reside somewhere else, it would be the greatest loss of the entire Gonlong Immortal Dynasty. "Let's go. We'll all go together," Zhong Xiu said. They did not want to take any longer. Right away, the 3 highest-ranking people of the dynasty left the palace secretly and walked toward the direction of Li Nianfan's residence. Chapter 30, Experiencing the Law of Nature. In the sky above the Wanjian immortal sect, an elderly man was standing on his 7-star sword, his long robes fluttering in the wind as he traveled in the sky. With a proud smile on his face, he called out, "Bai Wuchen, your old mate is out of his retreat." Zhao Shanhe smiled as he exuded his newfound energy of the out-of-aperture realm. "Zhao Laotu, that was quick. You had a breakthrough already?" A strong sword chi rushed into the sky. Bai Wuchen appeared in front of Zhao Shanhe with his sword under his feet, too. The cultivators had long lives. Typically, a short retreat would take at least 10 years while longer ones would take 100 years. If the retreat was for a breakthrough, it would take even longer. Zhao Shanhe only took 1 month to retreat before he had a breakthrough. He stroked his beard and smiled. "I was nothing like you though. You had a breakthrough within a night. That was because I was helped out by the expert." Bai Wuchen sighed. Zhao Shanhe nodded. "Yeah, the expert's skills are beyond any of our imaginations. A slight insight from him was enough for us to easily break through from Yuanying to out of aperture. He's way beyond an immortal." Bai Wuchen's look became serious. He asked in a lowered voice, "Did you see the lightning today? I came here because of that." Zhao Shanhe's look turned serious as well. "If I'm not mistaken, the location of the lightning was not far from the residence of the expert." Bai Wuchen nodded. "Exactly. As of now, many powerful forces have made their way over there, especially monster kings and cultivators. I'm not so concerned about the transformed monster. I'm more worried about the expert being disturbed." Zhao Shanhe frowned. "I thought so, too." Bai Wuchen looked at Zhao Shanhe and suggested, "Why don't we go over there now?" "If someone is disturbing the expert," a flash of harshness appeared in his eyes. Zhao Shanhe said, "I agree. We owe so much to the expert. The first thing I wanted to do right after my retreat was to thank him." With that, the two of them took off with swords under their feet and disappeared into the sky. Li Nianfan was carrying the woman on his back. Finally, they arrived at his four-part architecture. "We're home." Li Nianfan smiled. He gently placed the woman on the bed and checked her pulse. Eventually, his brows tightened. He had assumed the woman was severely injured, but he did not expect it to be this severe. On the surface, she seemed all right. However, her lifeline had been broken. If this happened to ordinary people, the person would have died a long time ago. This woman was lucky to have survived, buying him some time to save her. Watching the pale face of the woman, a wave of strange anger arose from within. He growled, "So what if they're powerful? Does that mean they can ruin lives? Bastards!" He recalled how he was so terrified inside the cave and he got more agitated. "If I wasn't an ordinary man, I would have made you all pay." Li Nianfan thought. Seeing Li Nianfan angered on her behalf, a faint sparkle appeared in her eyes. She said softly, "I'll be fine." "You're so severely injured. How are you going to be fine?" Li Nianfan said in despair. "Oh, right. I'm Li Nianfan. May I know your name?" I am." The woman frowned slightly, a hint of panic appeared in her eyes. She had only just been transformed and had not made up a name for herself yet. In a panic, more fresh blood spilled out from her mouth. "Don't panic. You must have been so severely injured that you lost your memory. Don't think about it for now," Li Nianfan comforted her. He was secretly delighted. Since she had lost her memory, it only made sense for her to stay here with him. "Considering the inconvenience of not having a name," he suggested, "why don't I call you Daji for now?" Her eyes sparkled a little. She liked this name very much. A pink flush appeared on her face. "Thank you for the name, Mr. Li." Li Nianfan smiled. "Get some rest. I'll make you some medicine broth." After he left the room, Li Nianfan instructed Xiao Bai to pick the needed ingredients from his backyard. He then started to cook the medicine according to Daji's injury. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, Luo Xiu, Lin Qingyun, and Bai Wuchen bumped into one another unexpectedly. "Lin Qingyun, why are you here?" Luo Xiu asked in surprise, looking at Lin Qingyun. Lin Qingyun smiled and said proudly, "Of course, I'm here to visit the expert." Luo Xiu frowned slightly. Recently, she had been so caught up with the things happening between the nation master and the prime minister that she had no time to visit Li Nianfan. She could not believe that Lin Qingyun did not go home in the past month, and instead, secretly befriended the expert. The Holy Emperor looked at Bai Wuchen and Zhao Shanhe with a shocking look. "Sect Master Bai, Sect Master Zhao, you two have had a breakthrough." Bai Wuchen and Zhao Shanhe exchanged a smile, "Greetings to His Majesty." Tszz. The Holy Emperor took in a cold breath. Bai Wuchen and Zhao Shanhe had to call him senior. Yet, they had a breakthrough so quickly. Since when was breaking through into out of aperture so easy? "It was all thanks to the expert," Bai Wuchen said. The Holy Emperor stared at him with wide eyes. Although he had known the expert was powerful, he had just realized that he had far underestimated the power of the expert. The group started making their way up the mountain. They chatted on the way up. When they realized they had missed the journey to the west sessions with Li Nianfan at the restaurant, the Holy Emperor and Luo Xiu sighed in agony. The expert was teaching so close to them, yet, they missed out on such an opportunity. It was definitely one of the most painful things in life. Although they had solved the problem happening in the Gonlong Immortal Dynasty, compared to missing the opportunity to learn from the expert, it was like picking up a small sesame seed while missing a huge watermelon. Luo Xiu glared at Lin Qingyun with her beautiful eyes. She scoffed coldly, "You must have been the one who stopped the news from getting out." With how popular Journey to the West was getting, there was no way that Luo Xiu had not heard about it. The expert wanted to live as an ordinary man, and it's apparent that he wants to keep things on the down low. "Of course, I can't let people disturb him," Lin Qingyun smiled as she replied. Luo Xiu gritted her teeth helplessly. Now that Nanan had recovered, and that Journey to the West had ended, it seemed that she would never be able to listen to it ever again. Bai Wuchen comforted, "Miss Luo, please, don't feel bad. A scholar recorded every word of the Journey to the West. This book contains the most important knowledge. I'd like to borrow it at some point. Being qualified enough to stay by Mr. Li's side, this scholar must be someone impressive, the Holy Emperor said. Bai Wuchen nodded and said with a serious tone, I've observed this scholar closely. He claims to be the scholar of Mr. Li. He seems like an ordinary boy, but sometimes, he'd stare at a leaf for one whole day. He's always concerned about the lives of others, too. Regardless if it was a baby being born or an elderly passing away, he'd rush over instantly to be present during the event. I've once asked for his reasons out of curiosity, and he simply said he was experiencing the law of nature. Chapter 31, Scolding the Heaven. The rest of them stared at Bai Wuchen in disbelief. Experiencing the law of nature? Zhao Shanhe was still smug about being able to break through to the out-of-aperture realm. However, upon hearing this, he felt bitter. What realm must one be for one to experience the law of nature? I once read from an ancient book stating that above the immortals, there are saints. I'm guessing this is the ability of a saint, the Holy Emperor speculated. Bai Wuchen nodded. No matter what, Mr. Li's realm is way beyond our imagination. They all climbed up the mountain in awe. As the group arrived at the gate of the four-part architecture, the eyes of the Holy Emperor and Luo Xiu widened in shock. They trembled vigorously as if they had been cursed with a spell. Their gazes locked on a piece of jade that was hung on the gate. Their brains buzzed loudly. Dad, this is, Luo Xiu swallowed her saliva as she stuttered in disbelief. The Holy Emperor nodded with a serious look. This must be it. There are still traces of its original form on this jade. How can it be? This is unbelievable. Luo Xiu was immensely shocked. Bai Wuchen exclaimed, you can tell how impressive this jade is just by its look. If he had not watched the jade transform into a phoenix, Bai Wuchen would not have known how impressive this jade was. On the surface, it seemed like a nice jade pendant. I'll be honest with you. This jade was a gift my daughter gave to Mr. Li to thank him. The Holy Emperor said, however, it was only an ordinary jade pendant. What? Bai Wuchen cried out with disbelief. In other words, Mr. Li turned an ordinary jade into a talisman? The Holy Emperor exclaimed, I cannot believe this either. Mr. Li has such impressive skills. He must have disliked the jade for its lack of insights and added onto it to give it more insights. It's not just about the insights. This jade pendant is no longer an ordinary object. Bai Wuchen said with a bitter smile as he described the incident, telling them how this jade pendant transformed into a phoenix and killed the sword demon. The Holy Emperor and Luo Xiu stared at him with their mouths open, unable to speak a word. An ordinary jade pendant was transformed into an immortal weapon? This was unbelievable. Zhao Shanhe reminded, Holy Emperor, why don't you have a look at the couplet hung by the door? Hearing that, the Holy Emperor and Luo Xiu stared at the couplet. Suddenly, a strong wave of insights washed over them. Upon reading it, they felt like they had been transformed into ordinary people who had been working hard in their pursuit of immortality. There were merely 8 words on it, yet it contained so much insight. This was terrifying. Incredibly terrifying. The skill of a saint. This must be the skill possessed by a saint. The Holy Emperor mumbled unstoppably. This expert turned stone into gold, trash into treasure. He had to be a saint. After composing his thoughts and emotions, the Holy Emperor tried his best to regain his composure. Only then, he asked Luo Xiu to knock on the door. Mr. Li, are you home? Luo Xiu called out politely. Click. Li Nianfan opened the door and looked out at his visitors. He asked with surprise, why are you here all at once? What day was it today? All the friends he knew came at once? We happened to bump into one another at the foot of the mountain. Therefore, we came up together, Bai Wuchen said smiling. Luo Xiu introduced, Mr. Li, this is my father, Luo Jinghong. Luo Xiu's father? So, this was the Holy Emperor of the Ganlong Immortal Dynasty? The Holy Emperor came to visit an ordinary man like himself? If he could get to know the Holy Emperor, that would make him feel safer. Li Nianfan smiled, welcome, please come in. Mr. Li, we saw a few lightning strikes earlier. We were concerned about you, so we came here right away, Lin Qingyun said. The lightning was indeed disturbing. Li Nianfan said with an angry look. He frowned. I'm fine, though it did hurt some innocent lives. The person who caused this is terrible. Upon hearing what he said, the cultivators held their breaths with goosebumps forming on their skins. The lightning came from heaven. Nobody else would have such courage to complain about heaven, no one but Mr. Li. They all pursed their lips and did not speak a word. They cautiously looked up at the sky. Seeing that there was not a single cloud in the sky, they finally let go of their breaths. Regardless if it was Mr. Li or heaven itself, they were the bigshots of the bigshots. These cultivators did not dare to offend any of them. They were put in a very difficult situation. Meanwhile, they further suspected that Mr. Li came down from above, or else how was he able to talk back to heaven without any repercussions? Pop! A burst of mist bubbled up from the medicine pot, making a crisp sound. Li Nianfan ignored his visitors right away and rushed to his backyard. A smile appeared on his face. It's finally ready. The Holy Emperor and the rest followed behind Li Nianfan. They sniffed gently and a strange medicinal scent went into their nostrils. They suddenly felt more alive with a glow on their faces. This medicine broth was extraordinary. The men were of the out-of-aperture realm. Normal elixirs would no longer have any effect on them. However, the scent was able to soothe them from within, clearly showing that this must have been a godly medicine broth. Out of curiosity, Zhao Shanhe used his divine consciousness to explore what was inside the medicine pot. However, the moment his divine consciousness touched the surface of the pot, it was like mud entering the sea. In an instant, his divine consciousness was sucked in. Humph! Zhao Shanhe cried out a little. He felt lightheaded. He regretted peeping into the medicine pot as his face filled with terror. Bai Wuchen asked, Zhao Laotu, what's up? The medicine pot is probably an immortal item. Zhao Shanhe said bitterly. I foolishly tried to peek at what the expert was making, and suddenly, half of my divine consciousness was sucked in. What? The cultivators took in a cold breath. The Holy Emperor and Bai Wuchen cautiously tried it out themselves and realized that it was true. They stared at the medicine pot for a long time. Only then, they realized that although it first appeared to be an ordinary pot, upon closer look, there was an ancient charm flowing out from within. It exuded a reckless atmosphere, making its observers shocked and stunned. Oh, yes. Of course, the things used by the expert are not ordinary items. Bai Wuchen realized as he recalled the air purifier and water filter. Which one of them was not shocking? Luo Xiu asked cautiously, Mr. Li, this medicine is for someone? When I was out earlier, I saw someone getting hurt by the lightning, so I brought the person home, Li Nianfan said as he picked up a medicine bowl and scoped out some broth before walking toward the room. He suddenly remembered. Oh, right. Why don't you all come in as well? You might be able to help. Since they were all cultivators, they might be able to help out. Bai Wuchen and the rest exchanged a look and followed him swiftly. Chapter 32, Another Hint. Upon entering the room, they saw a woman lying on the bed right away. His first reaction was amazement, and the next reaction was shock. A transformed monster. She was the transformed monster. Although she had transformed into a human form, her monster chi had not completely dissipated, thus it was easy to tell. Right. It happened near where Mr. Li lived. Of course, he would have helped out. He said he saved a person who was hurt by the lightning, so he probably meant the transformed monster. Who would have thought that the most discussed and sought-after transformed monster was currently being kept with Mr. Li? The hunters were destined to return empty-handed. Daji smiled happily upon seeing Li Nianfan. However, when she saw the cultivators following behind him, her pale face turned paler with fear. Be careful, Mr. Li, Daji hastily pulled Li Nianfan toward her in a panic. What's wrong? Li Nianfan paused slightly. He looked at Bai Wuchen and the rest suspiciously. She seems to be afraid of you all. Why is that? Mr. Li, this must be a misunderstanding. This woman must have been terrified by the lightning, that's why she seems defensive. The Holy Emperor covered up with a very forced yet friendly smile. Bai Wuchen helped, explaining, Madam, we're friends of Mr. Li. We're good people, you may rest assured. Yeah, we're good people. We won't harm you and we won't harm Mr. Li either. Zhao Shanhe nodded in agreement. They were afraid of causing any misunderstandings. If Mr. Li was made to think that they were here to capture the transformed monster, it would be over. They reassured Daji sincerely, almost making an oath. Li Nianfan was unperturbed. He smiled. That's right, they're not bad people. My Daji, please, drink this though it's quite bitter. Daji glanced at the visitors cautiously and still pulled Li Nianfan closer to her. Then, parting her small lips slightly, she took a sip. The medicine was bitter, but her lips curled into a sweet smile. Although she only had one more month to live, she was pleased and satisfied that she was able to be with Li Nianfan. She thought she was drinking an ordinary medicine broth and did not expect anything out of it. However, in the next instant, her expression changed a little and a shocking look appeared in her beautiful eyes. What was happening? She felt the injuries within her starting to recover mysteriously. But, how could that be? With the strength of the lightning, it was enough to destroy all of her strength and energy. Even her lifeline had been completely destroyed, leaving her like a dried-out piece of wood. However, she felt a hint of liveliness within her. This medicine could change fate? She looked at Li Nianfan in shock. This was the first time she realized that the ordinary man she had a crush on for so long was not ordinary at all. What's the matter? Is it too bitter? Li Nianfan asked. Daji shook her head and focused on drinking the medicine. Upon stomaching the medicine broth, her already dead lifeline seemed to show signs of recovery. The revival of her liveliness seemed to reappear. The observing cultivators stared with wide eyes, as if they were looking at the most impossible miracle happening. They were cultivators, who were all sensitive to the revival of liveliness. Daji was a lifeless form that was close to her death, yet a mere medicine broth was able to change her fate. Unbelievable. It was lightning from heaven. What Mr. Li was doing was akin to stealing a life from heaven. What kind of existent was Mr. Li? Seeing that some blood had returned to her cheeks, he asked, smiling, "How do you feel?" "I feel much better," Daji answered with a soft and gentle voice. "That's good." Li Nianfan let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that his medicine was working. He then turned to look at the cultivators. "You all saw the injuries. Do you have any way to cure her?" "Mr. Li, please, don't put us in this difficult situation." Bai Wuchen shook his head as he smiled bitterly. These were injuries caused by heaven. They did not have the guts to even think about going against it. "It seems that even you have no clue." Li Nianfan sighed. He did not have much hope anyway. Although Bai Wuchen and the rest were all cultivators, it did not mean that they were skilled in medical knowledge. Daji was severely wounded and would not be easily cured. Li Nianfan frowned. "If I have to do it all by myself, it might take some time." "It might only take some time?" Bai Wuchen and the rest felt numb. This was an injury caused by heaven's lightning. It was no longer shocking to them that Mr. Li was able to heal her, but he made it sound like it was just a minor illness. A thought occurred to Lin Qingyun. She said hastily, "Mr. Li, we have a lot of healing elixirs in our Linyun Immortal Court. They might be able to help Miss Daji." Li Nianfan was delighted. Right, there were many types of elixirs in this realm. Perhaps they might be able to heal Daji. Having an elixir to complement his medical skills might speed up the recovery. Li Nianfan looked delighted. He said, "That'd be very helpful, Miss Linear." "It's my pleasure to be able to help Mr. Li," Lin Qingyun said with a slight blush in her cheeks. She was finally able to help the expert in some way. Meanwhile, the others regretted not stepping in earlier, especially Bai Wuchen. The corner of his eye twitched as he wanted to slap himself so badly. So this was a hint from the expert. Why did he not realize sooner? He kept reminding himself to stay alert and to watch out for what the expert was implying. He thought that there might be tests from time to time. Now, this opportunity was stolen by Lin Qingyun. Sigh. However, the rest tried to make up for it quickly. The Holy Emperor said, "Mr. Li, this is my dynasty's territory. There are plenty of elixirs. I'll send some over later." "Mr. Li, my Wanjian immortal sect has existed for thousands of years. We have all the elixirs including ones that nobody even knows exist. They might be helpful to you," Bai Wuchen said. "Mr. Li, I'll bring over my entire collection of elixirs." Zhao Shanhe said eagerly. He had received so much help from Li Nianfan and had no chance to pay back his debt. The things he possessed were not much, but this was the least he could do to show his gratitude. Watching this exchange happening, Daji stared at them with her wide eyes. Her pretty face turned blankly to Li Nianfan. These were not only cultivators, they were ones of the highest rankings. And Mr. Li was merely an ordinary man. Why did they treat him with such respect and importance? This was not the human world she expected. This was so unreal, almost like a dream. "Thank you so much for your help." Li Nianfan did not reject their offers since he needed all the help he could get. These people are so kind-hearted. Though they're cultivators, they've always been so polite and helpful. If there's a chance in the future, I'll try to give them something in return. Since they're cultivated, if they're into writing and drawing, I could draw them something. Li Nianfan thought of ways he could return their kindness. Since he was only an ordinary man, there was nothing much he could give back anyway. "Mr. Li, the reason I came today is to thank you for saving the gone-long immortal dynasty," the Holy Emperor said politely. Li Nianfan waved it off. "It's just a small suggestion. Mr. Li, this is related to the survival of my dynasty. For this, I thank you." With that, a quaint square box appeared in the hands of the Holy Emperor. He passed it to Li Nianfan. Chapter 33, Much better than the lighter. "Mr. Li, this is just a little something. Please, accept it," the Holy Emperor said with a sincere tone. Li Nianfan accepted the box and opened it slowly. A trail of flame shot up toward the sky as the lid was opened, along with the sound of a roaring dragon. The fire condensed into the shape of a fire dragon mid-air, arrogant and majestic. However, this did not go on for long. A moment later, its body jolted slightly mid-air, seemingly in fear. It quickly retreated into the box and transformed into a round flaming red pearl. This scene caught the Holy Emperor and the others off guard. Since when was the dragon fire pearl so compliant? Anyone who knew of the dragon fire pearl was aware that the pearl was originally the spirit of a fire dragon from ancient times. It contained the arrogance and temper of the fire dragon. Although it was the most precious treasure of the dynasty, even the Holy Emperor had to treat it with respect. Normally, when the dragon fire pearl was released, it would stay out of its pearl form longer, exerting its dominance and power. Yet, this time it seemed intimidated? Perhaps it was intimidated by the power of the expert. What an expert! Even the most arrogant dragon fire pearl had to go back into its box. The Holy Emperor's heart sank in shock. He always had to be the one to give in to the fire dragon, yet today it gave in right away upon seeing Li Nianfan. Lin Qingyun and Zhao Shanhe looked at the Holy Emperor in shock. They could not believe that the Holy Emperor gave the Dragon Fire Pearl as a gift. This was not just any ordinary gift. One knew that the flame of the Dragon Fire Pearl could help the cultivators to condense their inner flame, helping them break through to become golden core cultivators. This was one of the most sought-after treasures in this realm, or else Lin Qingyun would not have tried so many ways to borrow this Dragon Fire Pearl. However, Bai Wuchen did not seem as surprised. He understood what the Holy Emperor was thinking. Just like himself, to thank Li Nianfan for his kindness, Bai Wuchen also gave him his most precious item, the sword Immortal Jade from the Wanjian Immortal sect. Regardless if it was the Dragon Fire Pearl or the sword Immortal Jade, they were nothing compared to the most useless item he possessed. As long as they were able to please Li Nianfan, when the time was right, they would be rewarded with something way more precious. This pearl gives out flames. Li Nianfan picked up the pearl in surprise. He smiled at the Holy Emperor. If it's too precious, I can't keep it. The expert was hinting again. It's not precious at all, the Holy Emperor said. This is the Dragon Fire Pearl. It can only make fire. Li Nianfan nodded and said to the Dragon Fire Pearl, show me some fire again? Vroom! A flame rose from the pearl into the air. The nature of the flame was gentle and extremely obedient. This is nice. It'd be useful to make a fire in the future. Li Nianfan smiled with satisfaction. This was way more useful than a lighter. Alright, I'll keep this. Thanks. His visitors smiled bitterly. The fallen demon sword was used for cutting wood. The sword Immortal Jade was used as a torch. Now, the Dragon Fire Pearl was for making fire. If this was found out by the others, they would have called him crazy. Though, if they compared these with the expert's power, it all made sense. To the others, these might seem like the most precious treasures, but they were nothing in the eyes of the expert. The expert had such infinite and shocking power, yet, he was willing to live as an ordinary man and treat these treasures as ordinary items. They could only look up to a man like him. Mr. Li, we'll return home to prepare the elixirs for you. Goodbye for now. His visitors bid him farewell. Thank you, everyone, Li Nianfan said politely. Once they left, they all frowned and looked up to the sky. Lights were patrolling the surroundings at a fast speed. It was coming straight to the four-part architecture. Without a word, all of them flew up into the sky. Bai Wuchen blocked a short, fat man. He said with a smile, here to look for an opportunity? At first, the man seemed calm without much emotion. However, he soon realized something and bowed. Greetings to Senior Bai. He was surprised that Bai Wuchen had a breakthrough to out of aperture. 100 years ago, Bai Wuchen was still like himself, in the realm of Yuanyang. The surrounding people realized the presence of Bai Wuchen and started greeting him politely, too. Bai Wuchen accepted their greetings. Being called senior did feel comforting. After all, he was now considered a big shot in the realm of cultivation to immortality. These were all given to him by Mr. Li, which was the reason he had to solve problems for him. With that in mind, he remained calm and said, I'm guessing you're all here looking for the transformed monster? I've been searching around and it's not in this area. Don't waste your time. Thank you, Senior Bai. The crowd thanked him without suspicion and left. On the other side, Zhao Shanhe and the Holy Emperor used the same way to dismiss many of the cultivators in the hunt of Daji. Swiftly after, they all rushed back to their residence. They all wanted to be the first to show up with the most elixirs. This was the greatest opportunity to impress the expert, which none of them could afford to miss. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyun was rushing home furiously as she gritted her teeth. She was at the lowest realm among the rest of them, and thus, was traveling at the slowest speed. Since everyone was trying to impress Mr. Li, it was undeniable that everyone wanted to be the first to return. Thus, the competition started. She kept using elixirs to increase her speed. Finally, she arrived at the stronghold of the Lingyun Immortal Court and she called for an emergency meeting right away. The chief guard at the stronghold appeared immediately. May I know what's the emergency that your saintess has called us for? Lin Qingyun took out a token. Guan Lao, bring my token to the court right away and bring over all the elixirs we possess. What? Guan Lao was shocked. Saintess, there are too many elixirs in the court. It might take at least a month to send them all over. Lin Qingyun frowned. She was being inconsiderate. Why would the expert need any of the ordinary elixirs? Of course, he needed the most precious ones. The expert needed to cure the injury caused by heaven's lightning. Lin Qingyun continued, never mind about the ordinary elixirs, bring out the most precious elixirs and spiritual herbs from the court. Guan Lao was scared, his face turning pale. His ears started buzzing with disbelief. He asked with a scared voice, Saintess, this is a serious issue. Why don't we wait for the court master to get out from his retreat and then make the decision? The elixirs and the spiritual herbs were the most precious things, and they were also the most prized possessions of the Lingyun Immortal Court. They were all to be brought out? If Guanlao did not confirm again and again, he would have assumed that this saintess was a doppelganger. It's a matter of emergency, don't ask too much. When the court master is out, I'll tell him myself, Lin Qingyun pestered. Guanlao was helpless. He had no choice but to turn into a stream of light and race toward the Lingyun immortal court. Meanwhile, the Holy Emperor had arrived back at the Gonlong immortal dynasty with Luo Xiu. Without any delay, they went straight to the deepest part of their treasure vault, packing away all types of elixirs. Similarly, Bai Wuchen and Zhao Shanhe did the same thing. However, they were swordsmen, so their elixir collections were nowhere close to the Gonlong immortal dynasty or the Lingyun immortal court. They panicked with beads of sweat rolling from their foreheads. Chapter 34. Mr. Li is reminding me. At the four-part architecture, Li Nianfan was in a good mood because of the addition of liveliness at home. For so many years, he had been living alone, which made him feel lonely sometimes. Although he started having visitors recently, they were cultivators. Precisely speaking, they were not of the same world. However, today the four-part architecture welcomed its second mistress, who was also very beautiful. Although Li Nianfan did not look for appearances, who would not wish for his wife to be beautiful? In the words of his past realm, God was being quite nice to him after all. Meanwhile, Li Nianfan was introducing Daji to their home. As expected, Daji was stunned and surprised as she was shown around. He felt proud of himself. These were all given to him by the system. Although the system was stingy sometimes, the gifts he received were of high quality. Also, most of the furniture and interior was designed in the style of his past realm. It seemed that none of the facilities and decorations in this realm were as impressive as his residence. He knew that whenever the cultivators came over, they were always impressed. For that, he was proud of himself. Following that, he introduced the family members to Daji. Li Nianfan pointed at Blackie and said, "The big black dog is named Blackie. It's very smart. Blackie, greet Daji." Blackie had an arrogant look, but it still shook its tail at Daji obediently. Daji waved back at Blackie with a friendly gesture. Following that, another member of the family is the butler of our four-part architecture. Li Nianfan introduced with a smirk and said to Xiao Bai, "Come over here, Xiao Bai. From today onward, Daji is going to be living here. You have to listen to her, alright?" Xiao Bai bowed like a gentleman. "Greetings to my mistress." "Hello, my mistress." Daji's small lips parted slightly. She had a blank look and asked surprised, "Spiritual robot?" "Not a spiritual robot, just some kind of advanced technology. If you need anything, just order Xiao Bai to do it for you. It does a very good job," Li Nianfan explained. Of course, Daji had no heart to listen to his explanation. She already saw how extraordinary this place was. Any corner was filled with treasures that were comparable to immortal items. It would be silly to treat Li Nianfan as an ordinary man. Perhaps even the immortal palace was nothing compared to this place. No wonder the cultivators were trying so hard to please Mr. Li. He was a hidden expert. The man who Daji had always wanted to repay kindness turned out to be a big shot. This complicated many things. Initially, she planned to marry Li Nianfan after the transformation, to make kids with him and to stay by him, protecting him from harm. Now, would Mr. Li even want to be with her? Daji asked in a perturbed voice, "Mr. Li, can I really live here?" "Of course, you may. You're more than welcome to live here, and to treat this as your home." Li Nianfan smiled. "Thank you so much, Mr. Li. I'll serve you well." Daji let out a long sigh of relief. She already made up her mind that since she had no more powers to help her return his favor, she would do anything else to make up for it. "Not serve, we're equal," Li Nianwan clarified with a hopeless look. Although, when Daji said she was going to serve him, he did feel pretty good about it. Nonetheless, Li Nianfan still thought it was important to correct her thinking. "Mr. Li, you saved my life and you're willing to keep me with you. Of course, I'd do anything to repay you. How can I be your equal?" Daji looked at Li Nianfan with tears in her eyes and bit her lip. "Unless you're trying to ask me to leave?" In her heart, she added another sentence, "You might have forgotten about the little fox you saved, but I could never forget about that." Li Nianfan had saved her life twice, and now he was willing to keep her, sheltering her from the hunt of the outside world. This was equivalent to saving her for the third time. How could she ever return such kindness? Watching Daji almost starting to cry, he said hopelessly, "Do as you please, then. Look at how pure and innocent ancient women are," he thought with pleasure. "Oh yeah, do you play chess?" Li Nianfan asked. He wanted to play chess. There was too little entertainment here, and playing chess was one of the few hobbies he had. Usually, he played chess with Xiao Bai, but Xiao Bai was a robot anyway. Playing chess with it did not feel anything like playing with a real human being. "I don't really know how," Daji said apologetically. "Don't worry, I can teach you." Li Nianfan smiled. He took out the chessboard and set it up on the stone table in the inner court. Xiao Bai, make us 2 glasses of watermelon juice, Li Nianfan ordered. Women must enjoy drinking juices. Li Nianfan and Daji sat facing one another. Li Nianfan took the black side, and Daji took the white side. Clap. Li Nianfan took the lead. The chess pieces fell on the board. Daji jolted slightly as the things in front of her started transforming. In front of her, the surface of the board magnified rapidly as her surroundings disappeared, drowning her in black and white. The 2 colors were continuously interweaving, overflowing with insights. Was this the insights of yin-yang? Daji's heart trembled, struggling to breathe from the overwhelming insights of yin-yang. Every move was extremely difficult. Soon, her face was filled with sweat. She ran out of energy and could not even lift a chess piece. Although she had lost all her cultivation, her 1,000 years of cultivated insights were still there. Yet, her insights were nothing in comparison to Li Nianfan's. How was this chess playing? This was more of an exchange of insights. It seems that you really don't know how to play chess. Li Nianfan sighed. He thought Daji was being humble at first, but he never thought that she really could not play. Let me teach you. You can place this piece here so that it directs toward me, and it may attack or defend, and next, the black can fall here, you may. Li Nianfan was explaining to her with patience while Daji listened attentively. In front of her, the black and white world kept entangling. You contained I and I contained you, just like the constant change between the sky and the ground. The chaos was in order, many things were pointed to Daji, so, this was what insights should be like. No wonder I was severely wounded during the transformation, it seems that my insights path was wrong. Daji exclaimed in her heart, feeling touched and excited. Mr. Li is showing me with such kindness, he must have known that my path was incorrect and he's using this way to point it out to me. He's trying to teach me. Just by listening attentively to Li Nianfan's teachings, her realm kept rising. Once her injuries were recovered, she felt that she would be able to return to her peak, or even better. Li Nianfan was getting thirsty from talking so much. Coincidentally, Xiao Bai brought over 2 glasses of watermelon juice. Try this, I'm sure you'll like it. Daji nodded. She still seemed rather confused. Li Nianfan was being very detailed, but the basics of insights were too complex. There were still many things that were beyond her grasp. It was right in front of her, yet it felt like there was fog blocking her from seeing the basics of it. Sigh, my understanding is too shallow, Daji thought, feeling guilty about receiving Li Nianfan's patience and teaching. Her gaze fell onto the watermelon juice in front of her. Inside the transparent crystal glass, the bright red juice was glowing as it reflected the sunlight. The glass seemed to have been cooled as the surface was covered with tiny droplets, making one feel refreshed merely by looking at it. Chapter 35, A Monster Spirit Ahead. Such a beautiful drink. Was this watermelon juice? Daji found it too precious to drink. In the Immortal Realm, fruit juice was rare. Other than water and wine, the Immortal Realm had no other drink. Furthermore, there was even a straw in the drink. Daji had never seen this before, but she guessed its usage right away. So fascinating. Being with Mr. Li was indeed full of surprises everywhere. After observing the drink for a moment, she finally picked up the glass and drank, gently sucking on the straw. Slurp. The cooling watermelon juice squirted inside her mouth all at once, attacking her little taste buds. Oomph! It felt so good. The juice tasted perfectly of watermelon. Upon entering her mouth, its unique flavor burst, exciting her taste buds instantly. The juice covered her small tongue and its chilliness made Daji shiver a little. Her tiredness from playing chess was instantly restored. The watermelon juice was way more cooling than the fruit itself. She did not have to bite it, all she had to do was to swallow one mouthful after another. It felt nothing like eating the fruit itself. Gulp! The watermelon juice flowed down her throat. Just like the first droplets of rain after a long drought, the juice moistened every spot in her throat, almost making her moan out with pleasure. The sweet juice flowed past many corners of her digestive system and finally arrived at her stomach as if cleansing her soul. Daji could not help closing her eyes to enjoy the moment at its finest. At that instant, she felt all her cells dancing in joy and excitement. So delicious. It felt so good. She had lived 1,000 years, and this was the first time she had felt this much pleasure. Other than its taste, the spiritual chi of the juice had penetrated her organs and cells, doing wonders for her body and even restoring the dried-out spiritual chi in her. This is not an ordinary watermelon. This must be the fruit from heaven. She took a sneak peek at Li Nianfan, her beautiful eyes filled with gratitude. Mirth Li's such a kind man. He even shared this precious fruit with me. Daji wanted to enjoy the precious watermelon juice one sip at a time. However, it was so delicious that she could not stop. Gulp! Gulp! Her lips kept on sucking as the juice flowed down her throat and into her body. It felt too good and she could not stop. When she finally snapped back to reality, the glass was already empty. Daji blushed and said, embarrassed, I'm sorry, the watermelon juice was too delicious. I couldn't help. Li Nianfan laughed. Ha ha ha. I'm glad you like it. At dawn the next day, Li Nianfan woke up early to brew a new pot of the medicine broth for Daji. When he opened the door of the four-part architecture, he jolted slightly. A scholar was sitting on a stone stool in front of her door. He did not even have his shoes on. His feet were dirty, covered in soil and grass. It seemed that he walked here with his bare feet. Meng Liangjun was lost in thought, his eyes dull and blank. Upon seeing Li Nianfan, he snapped out of it and said politely, "Greetings to Mr. Li. What are you doing here?" Li Nianfan frowned and asked in a rather annoyed tone. This scholar was delirious, and appearing in front of Li Nianfan's door this early almost scared him. "I was captivated by your couplet. Sorry to have scared you. It's all my fault," Meng Liangjun said politely as he bowed to Li Nianfan. "Whatever. I shouldn't be mad at this spaced-out scholar," Li Nianfan thought to himself. He then asked, "Let it go. What are you doing here?" Meng Liangjun said, "Since the day I listened to your teachings, I've started observing the essence of everything, from an ant on the ground to the life of a person, even the cycle of days and nights. Indeed, I've learned a lot and realized the many mysterious changes between the sky and the ground. However, I still have one question that I don't understand. That's what brought me here." This scholar seemed more realistic now. Was he turning into a philosopher? "What's your question?" Li Nianfan asked. He wanted to get rid of the scholar as soon as possible. Meng Liangjun looked at the couplet with a humble look. "Mr. Li, you've already answered my question and I understand now." "You understand?" Li Nianfan rolled his eyes. This scholar's brain was wired so differently from the others. Meng Junliang answered politely, "I was fortunate to have understood some of Mr. Li's teachings." "Whatever." Li Nianfan closed the door. As long as he could not see him, he felt less annoyed. This scholar was too weird, he had to stay away from him. Meng Liangjun continued sitting on the stone stool, staring at the couplet blankly as his body seemed rather vague within the mists and clouds. In the past month, he had witnessed many births and deaths. Regardless if it was plants, animals, or humans, he observed them closely and realized many things. The more he learned, the more questions he had. He even started doubting his ideas. Could ordinary men truly achieve longevity? He intended to ask Li Nianfan about the insights of longevity. However, when he laid eyes on the couplet by his door, he felt as if he was struck by lightning and that he could not take another step closer. "I came from the mortal realm, seeking for longevity. Was this not written just for me?" What an expert he is. He must have realized I'd ask him at some point, so he wrote the answer on his door waiting for my visit. The 8 words were simple, yet it contained the realm of longevity. Meng Liangjun felt as if he had been woken up abruptly. Unknowing of the passing of time, he sat there from dawn to noon. Even when the burning sun was right above him, he remained unmoving with his gaze transfixed on the couplet. Sometimes he seemed to have understood, and sometimes he seemed confused. His thin, long gown sank at his sides, while the occasional breeze blew the ribbon in his hair astray. In the afternoon, the Holy Emperor and Luo Xia flew over to the four-part architecture in a rush. They had not slept for a night and finally managed to compile all the elixirs in the Immortal Dynasty to bring to the expert right away. Meanwhile, the Holy Emperor's expression changed slightly. He said with a serious tone, "It's bad. There are monster spirits ahead." Luo Xia looked serious. She asked worriedly, "Dad, which way are they heading to?" "It seems that they're heading in the direction of the expert's house. It seems to be 2 monster kings, and they're quite strong." The Holy Emperor looked disturbed. His voice turned hoarse as he said in a panic, "Damn it. If they disturb the expert, it'd be bad for all of us. We need to stop the monsters." The Holy Emperor and Luo Xia fastened their pace and rushed toward the mountain. The Monster King was equivalent to a human cultivator in the Yuanying realm. To the Holy Emperor, they were nothing, but if they disturbed the expert from living in peace and he left due to this, the Holy Emperor would be depressed. It was his mistake for leaving the area unguarded. The expert must have blamed him. The Holy Emperor was angered by this thought and was ready to kill these 2 monster kings. Meanwhile, the 2 monsters had made it to the middle of the mountain. One of them had the head of a cow and the other had the head of a wolf. They were both staring at the four-part architecture not far away from them. Chapter 36, Return to your basic form. The wolf monster sniffed, its fangs poking out from the corner of its mouth. It exclaimed in delight, "That's it. It's the scent of the 9-tailed fox. It's here." The cow monster laughed, "Ha ha ha. Our lord is smart to have found the exact location of the transformed fox. We found it from its scent and we didn't even have to search the whole mountain. I can't believe this fox was brave enough to transform. Back in the day, we were looking for her everywhere. We've been so familiar with her scent," the wolf monster said with a glint of hatred in its eyes. "Yeah, if she didn't transform, we wouldn't even dare to locate her." The cow monster nodded with a hint of fear in its eyes. The 9-tailed fox was way too powerful. Back then, their lord had fallen for a 6-tailed fox and wanted to marry it. However, the fox escaped after being severely injured. Somehow, the fox reappeared sometime later. Its injuries were not only fully recovered, but its power became stronger. After that, the six-tailed fox cultivated into a nine-tailed fox within a few years. Even their lord had to stay away from it. However, she chose to transform. Of course, they had to capture the fox at her weakest. The cow monster asked, "Since we found it, shall we report back to our lord?" "What for? Time is ticking. This nine-tailed fox is cautious, and if we miss this chance, she might escape. Also, she only transformed recently. With no powers, it wouldn't take any effort to capture her anyway." The wolf monster smirked. The cow monster was excited. "You're right. Once we capture the nine-tailed fox, our lord will reward us heavily." The wolf monster was smiling secretly. Why would it bring the nine-tailed fox to its lord? What greater reward was there than the nine-tailed fox itself? A transformed monster's dan was very beneficial. Once he swallowed it, even its lord had to fear him. With that, they approached the four-part architecture. As they got closer, the sight of the architecture exuded an ancient aura. The spiritual chi is so strong here and the view is nice. The nine-tailed fox is good at finding her spot, the wolf monster exclaimed as it sized up the architecture. A hint of delight flashed in its eyes. "We'll use this as our resting nest." Humph. Meanwhile, they realized that a scholar was sitting in front of the four-part architecture. The scholar had the temperament of a book nerd, and he was a thoroughly ordinary man. The first impression he gave off was that he was weak and useless. "Where did this poor scholar come from? We can have him as our snack," the cow monster said, licking its lips. Following the gaze of the scholar, they saw the couplet on the door. Suddenly, they jolted. "This couplet contains insights," the wolf monster cried out. "Treasure. This is a precious treasure. This must have been left behind by some big shot before becoming an immortal." Following that, they saw the jade pendant beside the couplet, and lust overwhelmed their gazes. This must be the residence of a cultivator before he became an immortal. This place seems so precious and valuable. The wolf monster had buzzing in its ears. Overwhelmed by this discovery, he said, "This will be my territory from now on." No wonder the nine-tailed fox grew up so quick. It must have been because of this place. "I'm rich. I'm going to be rich." The cow monster and the wolf monster trembled with excitement, their monster cheeks flushing red. The wolf monster was getting impatient, so it launched toward the couplet and the jade pendant, about to put these treasures inside its pocket. "Stop right there," Meng Junliang called out, standing up from the stone stool. He frowned at the wolf monster. "This is not the place for you to be and you don't have the rights to look at the couplet. Go away." The wolf monster and cow monster seemed perplexed. They looked at the scholar and could not believe what they just heard. The cow monster pointed at its nose and asked, "Are you talking to us?" Meng Junliang nodded. "That's right. You too." The wolf monster and cow monster exchanged a look as they simultaneously touched their heads. True enough, their heads were still the heads of monsters. How did this ordinary man not faint yet? He even talked to them? The wolf monster smiled. "A mere ordinary man who exists like an ant. How dare you speak to me? You're asking for death." Its voice was incredibly deep as it spoke. A stinking gust of wind blew out from its mouth, intending to scare off the scholar. The scholar's clothes made the sound of a thunderclap upon the gust of wind, but his eyes remained transfixed at the wolf monster, his face emotionless. "This scholar is very likely to have been terrified or gone crazy," the cow monster concluded. The monster wolf nodded in agreement. "Never mind. When we kill him later, let's not eat him or he might ruin our brains." They completely ignored the scholar and continued walking toward the couplet. Meng Junliang's face sank a little. He blocked the wolf monster's path. "How dare you? Mr. Li's land is not a place where two filthy animals like you can disrespect." The wolf monster was out of patience by then. Its violent and murderous intent rose to the sky. He growled, "Stupid scholar. I was going to kill you after getting the treasure, yet you keep buzzing like a fly. Die now." An evil smirk appeared on the cow monster's lips. "I'll show you how cruel I can be." Wailala. Gusts of demonic wind blew toward the scholar. The black-colored wind was sharper than a blade, corroded with poisonous gas ready to cut his body into pieces. However, Meng Junliang stood on his spot transfixed. Even though his hair was fluttering in the wind and his clothes were flying vigorously, his body remained unmoving like a mountain. When the black wind blew at him, it automatically moved away from him, leaving him untouched. A strange temperament exuded from him. In that instant, it felt like he was the only thing separating the sky and the ground. How's this possible?" the wolf monster and cow monster cried out with disbelief, their eyes wide like saucers. Meng Junliang shook his head. He raised his hand to point at the two of them as he sighed, "Return to your basic form." Vroom! A monstrous intent descended from the sky, enveloping the two monsters. The air started swirling upward with a massive reverse of the law of gravity. No! Forgive me! Forgive me!" The two monsters were unable to move, overwhelmed with shock and fear knowing that they were facing death. The devastating crisis made them tremble from head to toe and their eyes filled with despair. In the next moment, their bodies started transforming and returning to their basic forms. Moo-oo, a-woo-oo. There was no extravagant fight, nor any shocking spiritual power. In the blink of an eye, the two monster kings returned to their basic forms. Right then, a cow and a wolf were left listlessly on the ground. Even their evil spirits were no longer present. They had become an ordinary cow and wolf. Meng Junliang looked at them. He shook his head and sighed. It's not easy for animals to cultivate into spirits, yet your path was crooked. With that, Meng Junliang took one last look at the couplet, raised both of his hands, and bowed sincerely at the four-part architecture. One step at a time, he left the place just like how he came. Chapter 37. This is such a lovely immortal realm. In the forest, the Holy Emperor and Luo Xiu witnessed the scene that had unfolded in front of their eyes, completely transfixed. Their eyes were wide as saucers. Their worldview almost collapsed in shock. Luo Xiu stuttered with her trembling lips. What just happened? With a point of a finger, the two monster kings returned to their basic forms? What kind of power was that? When did such a powerful cultivating force appear in the cultivating realm? The only thing they were certain of was that he was not a cultivator. Don't speak. This scholar must have been the one who claims himself as the student of Mr. Li, the Holy Emperor said in a deep voice, his expression unprecedentedly solemn. He was as shocked as Luo Xiu. The scene they just witnessed was too terrifying. He could never unsee that for the rest of his life. When did this realm become so dangerous? Do all big hots like to conceal themselves as ordinary men now? I must be more polite when I see ordinary men in the future, the Holy Emperor thought to himself. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Meng Junliang walked barefoot on the grass. Luo Xiu and Luo Emperor stood transfixed, watching the scholar getting closer to them. You must be the guests of Mr. Li? Meng Junliang stopped in front of them and asked. Sweat started appearing on the Holy Emperor's forehead. He pretended to be calm while his heartbeat quickened to its extreme. His existence was too terrifying. He forced a friendly smile. Yes. You're so lucky to be the guests of Mr. Li. This is probably a blessing that could only be cultivated in a few lifetimes, Meng Junliang said, emotional. You must cherish this. Li Nianfan never invited him to enter his house. It was apparent that his ability disappointed Mr. Li. Luo Xiu said humbly, Mr. Li is an otherworldly expert. It's our pleasure to be able to serve him and be near him. We'll cherish this. Meng Junliang nodded and walked away from them. Luo Xiu bit her lip and finally could not help asking, Hey, do you mind lending me the Journey to the West? Meng Junliang halted his step. He smiled, now's not the time yet. I've decided to imitate the Journey to the West, with here as my starting point and walking toward the West in hopes of understanding nature while spreading the teachings of the Journey to the West. Luo Xiu's fear toward this scholar dissipated a little. She asked curiously, Could you tell me why you aren't wearing any shoes? That's because I want to feel nature, Meng Junliang said calmly with his deep eyes. Only when my feet are touching the ground can I blend in better with nature. With that, he walked away gradually. Watching the leaving silhouette of the scholar, the Holy Emperor could not help exclaiming, perhaps, he's not cultivating toward immortality, but cultivating toward Dao. Luo Xiu asked, perplexed. The Holy Emperor nodded and spoke in awe, regardless if it was Mr. Li or this scholar, they obviously had shocking cultivations, yet they did everything the ordinary way, following the nature of ordinary men. This is the true realm of being an immortal. Cultivators could fly in the sky, control the clouds and mist, fetch things in the air, control wind and fire, and so forth, providing immeasurable convenience for oneself. However, Mr. Li and the scholar did not do so. Instead, they took one step at a time, doing things, and living with a completely down-to-earth attitude. Perhaps this was how they became big hots. The Holy Emperor took a deep breath and said earnestly, Let's go and visit Mr. Li. Click. Without waiting for them to knock, the door opened automatically. Li Nianfan looked out suspiciously. I heard some noise from the outside. What happened? Maybe it was the noise made by these two animals. Luo Xiu pointed at the cow and wolf. Li Nianfan seemed delighted. He smiled, You're too polite. You came to visit me and even brought me some wild animals. Please, come in. Luo Xiu and the Holy Emperor exchanged an awkward look without speaking further. Oh, right. Did you see the scholar sitting outside? Li Nianfan asked. Luo Xiu answered, Yeah, we saw him before he left. Finally. Li Nianfan let out a sigh of relief. He said with annoyance, There's something wrong with that kid's brain. I've explained to him the insights of longevity so many times, but he didn't just misunderstand it, he took it in a completely wrong way. With that level of intelligence, I hope he won't be bothering me in the future. The speaker might not have meant it, but the listeners learned it. The Holy Emperor and Luo Xiu went blank, stunned and shocked looks appearing on their faces. Many thoughts overwhelmed their brains. So, the scholars cultivating the insights of longevity. It's the insight of longevity. Arg, I'm so jealous and envious of the scholar. Immortally said the scholar misunderstood it completely? More importantly, the scholar has already become so powerful even though he hasn't grasped the true teaching. So, how powerful would the true insights of longevity be? Mirthly seems to be so disappointed at the scholar that he didn't even let him enter his house. In an instant, one too many thoughts and questions appeared in the brains of the Holy Emperor and Luo Xiu. They were feeling confused and lost. If even the intelligent scholar failed to grasp his teaching of the insights of longevity, then perhaps nobody in the world would be able to impress Mr. Li. Terrifying. Incredibly terrifying. He was the real big shot. The Holy Emperor and Luo Xiu did not dare to take one more breath. All they wanted to do was to hide in the corner and become trash quietly. As the Holy Emperor of the gone-long Immortal Dynasty, he thought he needed to change the topic or else he would feel too embarrassed of himself. Weakly, he took out a jade bracelet and said, "Mr. Li, here are the elixirs we've prepared for you." Li Nianfan accepted the jade bracelet with delight on his face. Was this the space storage of the Immortal Realm? It looked fancy. It felt moist to the touch and it appeared to be a fancy accessory. He had experience entering the system space, so this was not foreign to him. With that, his will gently entered the jade bracelet. The space inside the jade bracelet was surprisingly big, with all types of glowing elixirs filling the space with radiance. With a flick of his thoughts, all the elixirs and spiritual herbs flew out from the jade bracelet, piling up in front of Li Nianfan. There were almost 100 types of them. The inner court was instantly overwhelmed with the fragrance of the herbs, making one feel more alive. No matter if it were the flowers or the glowing herbs, none of them were ordinary. Li Nianfan was delighted and touched. With the help of these elixirs, Daji would be able to recover much sooner. Furthermore, these herbs could all be planted in his inner court, making up for the bonsai he had wanted for a while, also improving the compelling style here. So generous. He could not believe that the cultivators were not only friendly but also so kind-hearted and selfless. This was indeed a very lovely realm. Meanwhile, Daji walked out of the room. At first, she saw the lifeless cow and wolf laying on the ground. Were these hunted wild animals? Why did they seem rather familiar? Following that, she saw that the entire inner court was filled with elixirs and spiritual herbs. Her small lips parted. She was stunned. Did the Gonlong Immortal Dynasty bring over all of their most precious elixirs? Of course, she knew all of these elixirs. Any one of them could easily become the most sought-after treasure by any cultivator. If she could have obtained any of these when she was still a fox, it would have been the greatest opportunity. In other words, any one of these elixirs would be able to change the entire life of a human or a monster. Chapter 38, The Bitterness of Being Single. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyun's voice was heard coming from outside. "Are you home, Mr. Li?" Li Nianfan said, "Come on in." Click. Lin Qingyun pushed the door open and came in. When she saw that the Holy Emperor and Luo Xiu were there already, she frowned slightly. She was not the first to arrive. Swiftly after, she saw the elixirs laid out in front of her. Her beautiful eyes were full of surprise. It was apparent that the Gonlong Immortal Dynasty brought over their most precious treasures. Luckily, she saw this coming, as she also packed the most precious elixirs from the Lingyun Immortal Court. "Mr. Li, here are some elixirs from our Lingyun Immortal Court." Lin Qingyun waved her hand and instantly, 16 elixirs appeared in front of her. These elixirs had a unique appearance. They even exuded different colored halos that filled up the inner court with sparkles and immortal spirits. These are premium-grade elixirs. Daji was shocked. So were the Hoi Emperor and Luo Xiu as they all stared with their eyes wide like saucers. Seeing the reaction of the rest, Lin Qingyun let out a proud smirk as she thought to herself, since the Gonlong Immortal Dynasty is going with quantity, I'll go with quality. With the powerful background of my Lingyun Immortal Court, not many people can offer a collection of these 16 elixirs. The elixirs in this immortal realm could be divided into elementary grade, intermediate grade, advanced grade, and premium grade. The grade above premium would be immortal grade. The immortal grade elixirs probably only existed in the above immortal realm. Even the immortals would treat the immortal grade elixirs as treasures, or perhaps they only existed in legends. Li Nianfan halted slightly, too. He could tell by the looks of his guests that these elixirs were extraordinary. Lin Qingyun's generosity was way beyond his expectation. "Thank you. If you ever need a favor in the future, I'll do all I can." Li Nianfan sighed to himself but did not refuse her generosity. "Sigh, I do owe them so much, but I cannot refuse their help since these elixirs are beneficial to healing Daji." From what he could tell so far, Lin Qingyun seemed to be a cultivator, an art lover, and a foodie. If she were to ever request for a drawing or piece of writing or even meals, Li Nianfan would accept them all. He did go the distance to get himself a beautiful wife. Who would understand the bitterness of being single? Seeing that Li Nianfan accepted her gifts, Lin Qingyun was delighted. When she spoke earlier, she specifically said that these were given to him on behalf of the Lingyun Immortal Court, not just from her. This was to see how Li Nianfan would react to the name of the Lingyun Immortal Court. Since Li Nianfan had accepted their gifts and responded with such sincerity, that could only mean that from today onward, the Lingyun Immortal Court would have an impressive big shot supporting them. With that in mind, Lin Qingyun flushed red with excitement. She felt as if her body was floating in the air, buzzing with happiness. Meanwhile, Daji bit on her lip by the side. She looked at Li Nianfan blankly, feeling immensely touched with tears in her eyes. Li Nianfan was an otherworldly expert that was living an ordinary and hidden life. However, to save her, he decided to owe such a big favor to the Lingyun Immortal Court. Daji felt like she could never repay Li Nianfan. The Holy Emperor and Luo Xiu looked at Lin Qingyun in awe, envying how the Lingyun Immortal Court had established such a connection with Mr. Li. It was a pity that the Gonlong Immortal Dynasty did not have as precious a collection as them, or else this opportunity would not have been stolen by them. Mr. Li, are you home? A voice was heard coming from outside. Bai Wuchen and Zhao Shanhe had arrived. Upon entering, they were stunned by the overflowing amount of elixirs displayed in the inner court. They pursed their lips bitterly. They did expect this to happen, so why did they come to compete anyway? They were just trying to embarrass themselves. The elixirs and their sex were nothing compared to the Gonlong Immortal Dynasty and Lingyun Immortal Court's collections. Under this circumstance, how could they present the elixirs they brought? Bai Wuchen and Zhao Shanhe exchanged a bitter smile as they kept their storage rings back in their pockets. Sect Master Bai, you both brought over some elixirs as well, the Holy Emperor asked smilingly. Bai Wuchen answered helplessly, Luo Emperor, don't fool me further. With the small collections we have, you probably already have what we have, and you probably have what we don't have, too. Of course, I'm not bringing out my collection. Hearing what Bai Wuchen said, the Holy Emperor felt less embarrassed. At least he was still able to leave a good impression on the expert. Zhao Shanhe pondered for a long time before he finally spoke. Mr. Li, I don't have any elixirs, though I brought you a seed. This seed was obtained by my ancestor when he traveled to an ancient realm. Unfortunately, nobody knows what seed this is. Obtained by your ancestor? Bai Wuchen cried out in shock and he could not help asking. Zhao Laotu, don't you try to fool us. Your ancestor's period was at least 1,000 years ago. What kind of seed can exist for so long? Bai Wuchen was trying to warn Zhao Shanhe. He was afraid that his old mate was trying to lie to Li Nianfan. It would be over if he did. The expert was not someone they could lie to. I know what I'm talking about. Why would I lie? Zhao Shanhe took out a small wooden box. I can feel that there's still life in this seed. Also, Zhao Shanhe appeared rather embarrassed. He coughed gently. I was naughty when I was young. I once took the seed out of the box and realized that it was impossible to be damaged by a sword, water, or even fire. I even thought for a while that this wasn't a seed. The crowd looked at Zhao Shanhe with a strange look. They did not expect this elderly man to have been a naughty kid when he was young. However, everyone became more curious. What kind of seed was this? It sounded special. Even Li Nianfan was captivated as he took the box and opened it. An extremely ordinary round seed was inside the box. The size was just like any ordinary seed, while its color was jade green, dull-looking, and seemingly ordinary. Are you sure the seed is still alive? The Holy Emperor sized up the seed for a while and looked at Zhao Shanhe with suspicion. Zhao Shanhe answered awkwardly, maybe, should be, probably alive. Li Nianfan frowned slightly. He picked up the seed and sniffed it hard. With his many years of farming experience, he could tell that this was indeed a seed and it was not completely dead. It was half dead and half alive. This meant that this seed was not completely dried out, but it would not be able to germinate. Nothing would ever come out of it. I've been crowned as a saint farmer by the system. Although I don't know if it still contains water, my basic judgment shouldn't be too wrong, Li Nianfan thought to himself. He looked at Zhao Shanhe and asked, are you sure this seed isn't intimidated by fire? Zhao Shanhe nodded. I want to try it out. Li Nianfan picked up the dragon fire pearl and said, Dragon fire pearl, burn it. Phew. A small stream of flame sprayed out from the pearl. The seed remained unscathed. Interesting. Li Nianfan looked at it curiously. Any kind of seed would be intimidated by fire, yet this seed was not intimidated at all? How could it be? Chapter 39, There is such an operation in the world? Are you sure you're giving this to me? Li Nianfan was intrigued by the seed. He wanted to know what could grow out of it. Zhao Shanhe saw that Li Nianfan was interested. He trembled with joy and said, Mr. Li, there's no use letting anyone keep this other than you. Who knows, it might have died a long time ago. You deserve to keep this. Li Nianfan thought for a while and nodded. That's true, some efforts are needed to save the seed. I'm afraid not many people can do that, and it'd be a pity if it is dead. I'll keep this. This seed was indeed extraordinary that even the expert said he needed some effort to save it. How would anyone else be able to do it? Zhao Shanhe could not hide the grin on his face. This seed was useless in his possession. Who would have thought that it would be appreciated by the expert? It was worth it, so worth it. The others looked at him with envy. They felt bitter in their hearts. This guy was just lucky. In an instant, the scene fell into a brief silence. Li Nianfan sat on the stool looking at the 5 cultivators opposite him. He was waiting for them to ask for favors. They were being so kind-hearted and had brought over so many precious elixirs. Of course, Li Nianfan had to give them something in return. However, after waiting for a long while, none of them asked for favors. This was awkward. It would be weird for him to start by offering them a painting, right? This would depreciate the value of the art, and only the most self-absorbed people would offer to give out their paintings. It seemed inappropriate to keep them for dinner, either. It was only in the afternoon, and there was still some time until dinner time, but if he invited them out, it would seem even more inappropriate. Little did he know that the 5 cultivators were feeling more uneasy than he was. They could not keep calm at all. Why's the expert staring at us? Did we offend him? Arg, what should we do? I feel so pressured. I might pee my pants any time. Under the gaze of Li Nianfan, they felt completely exposed. They even started to believe that Li Nianfan could read their minds. In short, it was terrible. It was only for a short moment, yet their backs were soaked in sweat. Oh, right. The tea leaves in my backyard have matured. Why don't you all bring some home? Since they did not ask for a painting, Li Nianfan finally thought of what he could give them in return. The cultivators paid attention to their cultivation from within, and tea leaves were appreciated among the community of the cultivators. Li Nianfan knew that his self-planted tea leaves were presentable and that they would not embarrass him. Bai Wuchen and the rest felt so relieved hearing that. They thanked him with delight. Thank you, Mr. Li. Thank you, Mr. Li. The tea leaves must be special, or else, Mr. Li wouldn't have hesitated for so long to finally decide on giving them to us. Furthermore, even the watermelon and kanji were extraordinary. How great would the tea leaves be? It's likely to be an immortal item. We must have touched him with our sincerity so much that he's willing to part with his precious tea leaves and share some with us. The visitor's thoughts ran wildly. We must impress him more in the future and try to understand every hint of his. Look at these cultivators, they're so polite. Anyone could tell that they're grateful for the tea leaves. Li Nianfan thought. He then said, "You're all too polite. I'm the one who should thank you all." Li Nianfan smiled and said, "Xiao Bai, go and pick 4 portions of tea leaves." "Yes, my master." Not long after, Xiao Bai walked back from the backyard with 4 portions of tea leaves. Li Nianfan said, "These tea leaves have just matured. They're not much, only 1 kilo a pack. Hope you don't mind." "Of course not. Of course not." Bai Wuchen and the rest shook their heads vigorously. They accepted the tea leaves from Xiao Bai and kept them close to their bodies. With such a precious item in their possession, they did not dare to stay for much longer. They bid farewell and left. Upon leaving the 4-part architecture, they did not even bid farewell to one another. They all held onto the packet in their pockets and flew home hastily. They were rushing as if they were carrying one of the most precious items, afraid that someone would snatch it from them. The most nervous person of all was Lin Qingyun. She was the lowest ranking of them all and she regretted not coming here with a guard. Luo Xiu was rather tempted. She could not help asking, "Dad, are we going to try them out when we get home?" "No way," the Holy Emperor rejected without even thinking. He said with a serious tone, "Xiu, this isn't a joke. There are so few of them. It's very precious. How can we taste it so casually?" He had decided that once he got back to the palace, he would place the tea leaves at the deepest end of the treasure vault. Only during important occasions would he bring it out to taste some of it. Inside the 4-part architecture, Daji looked at Li Nianfan with a guilty and sincere look. "Mr. Li, my injuries have troubled you greatly." "It's nothing at all. You only have to rest and get well soon," Li Nianfan answered nonchalantly. However, the more casual he was, the more touched Daji felt. Because of her, Mr. Li broke the rule of heaven and saved her from heaven's lightning. He even gave up his hidden identity to owe so much to the cultivators. Daji felt that she owed Li Nianfan too much. She had decided that whatever Li Nianfan pleased, she would do all she could to please him and never make him worry. Right. Mr. Li liked to play chess. She would work hard to learn and understand it sincerely to please Mr. Li. Daji saw that Li Nianfan seemed to be organizing the elixirs and spiritual herbs as if putting them in order. Out of curiosity, Daji could not help asking, "Mr. Li, what are you doing?" Li Nianfan explained, "These elixirs are pretty good. I'm checking to see which are useful for your injuries and which are good for planting." "Planting?" Daji was shocked. She looked at Li Nianfan stunned. Elixirs were not easy to plant, they had strict requirements for their surroundings. Also, planting the elixirs required a great deal of time and sacrifice, especially the premium grade elixirs, which required a certain technique of planting. Even so, only a few would survive. To put it simply, even if one succeeded at planting them, the elixirs took at least 100 years to mature, which was extremely time-consuming. In this immortal realm, one could only come across elixirs by chance, as they were grown and nurtured by nature. Finding an elixir was completely due to someone's luck in finding it. Planting the elixir artificially was almost impossible, and to mass-produce them was even more impossible. Li Nianfan nodded. Yeah, I'm planning to use these spiritual herbs as a bonsai, placing them here at the inner court to decorate the place. The spiritual herbs he was talking about were the 16 premium grade spiritual herbs given by Lin Qingyun. Using the premium spiritual herb as decorations? Daji's tiny brain almost exploded as she thought, there's such a practice in the world? After staying silent for a while, she still decided to persuade him. Mr. Li, the growth of the elixirs depends on the will of nature. If the planting technique is wrong, these elixirs might not be able to live and might even be ruined. It was alright if they were normal elixirs, but the more precious the elixirs were, the more difficult it was to plant them. If they were ruined, it would be a total waste. Daji knew that Li Nianfan was a hidden big shot, but his attitude was too careless. Who would plant spiritual herbs in his backyard? One should at least design an elixir garden first, right? Chapter 40. Why would there be a monster here? Planting spiritual herbs is difficult? Li Nianfan found it weird. I think it's alright. I'll give it a try. Once these premium grade spiritual herbs were taken, they would be gone forever. Yet if he could sustain their growth, it would be the right thing to do. Daji parted her lips and forced herself not to speak. You've never planted these before? And you're going to try it for the first time? This world is so insane. However, if Mr. Li wants to plant them, then let him do it. As long as he's happy, Daji thought to herself as she rolled up her sleeves, ready to help out. Not long after, Li Nianfan smiled. It's done, we can bring them to the backyard now and put some oil over them to turn them into a bonsai. Daji blushed a little as she asked in anticipation, may I go with you? She was curious about how his backyard looked like. What kind of yard could grow such a mysterious watermelon? Of course, you may. Li Nianfan nodded. Daji was delighted. She followed Li Nianfan with excitement. Walking along the cobblestone trail from the inner court, they arrived at a moon-arched door in which another burgundy wooden door lay behind. This wooden door seemed old, aged by the passing of time. As they got closer to the wooden door, Daji grew increasingly anxious. She even had the urge to turn and run away. Nine-tailed foxes were born with inherently sharp perceptions and with strong fight-or-flight mechanisms. She could feel that what lay behind the door was too terrifying, yet it contained a huge opportunity. She might be about to witness the most unbelievable thing. If there's danger, Mr. Li will protect me. Daji watched Li Nianfan's back as she tried to calm herself down. Click. The door was opened. Vroom! Behind the door, an unimaginable wave of insights rushed toward Daji. In an instant, she was completely engulfed. Her 1,000 years of cultivation were like a joke in comparison to this. At this moment, she felt like a droplet of water in a vast ocean, completely blended in and lost from within. What's the matter? Li Nianfan's voice pulled her back to reality. Daji's face was pale as she took a glance at what lay behind the door. A layer of cold sweat covered her body. Terrifying. What she just felt was just the residue of the insights. According to legend, when one's understanding of insights exceeded the realm of the ordinary, his insight would leave traces in the world, also known as the residue of insight. If Li Nianfan left this place, the residue of insights would remain. What happened in this backyard? How was there so much residue? And who was the man leaving behind so much residue of insight? What realm could he possibly be at? Immortal? No way. Way beyond immortal. Daji's beautiful eyes looked at Li Nianfan. She could not calm down for a very long time. What kind of cultivation was Mr. Li doing? Li Nianfan asked caringly, is your injury hurting? Daji took a deep breath and shook her head. I'm fine, Mr. Li. Let's keep walking. Li Nianfan nodded and brought Daji into the backyard. Upon entering the backyard, Daji could feel the insights growing stronger. Every corner of this backyard was overfilled with thick-moving insights. Even a faint hint of this insight would be able to make the cultivators fight to the death. She took a glance at the plantation. They were ordinary fruits and vegetables. However, she could tell from the surface that these were no ordinary plantations. No wonder. To grow in a surrounding overflowing with insights, even an ordinary thing could turn into an immortal item, Daji thought. The backyard was huge. The surrounding stone mountain formed a natural wall, pleasing one's sight with just a glance. Other than the fruit trees and vegetables, there were some strange-looking trees, too. At the center of the backyard, there was a pond. The pond reflected the blue sky, its surface like a mirror. A mysterious world. Daji felt as if she had been cut out from the original world and that she had entered a whole new world. She kept looking around, feeling as though she had missed something. This backyard was not as simple as it seemed. She was only able to grasp a little of it. My backyard has a good view, right? Li Nianfan smiled. He was a little emotional. Every time he came to the backyard, he could not help recalling the scenes of how the system exploited him here. 5 years. 5 whole years. Not only did he master language, maths, English, physics, and chemistry, he also transformed from an ordinary boy into a skillful man who could play chess, music, paint, and farm. Yet, after putting in so much effort, the system ran away? Do you know how I've lived and survived the past 5 years? Thinking about it made him want to cry. He did not want to think about it anymore. Alright, let's plant the spiritual herbs here. Li Nianfan found a good spot. The tools in the backyard were complete. Li Nianfan picked the tools and started digging skillfully. The soil. Daji saw the soil that was dug by Li Nianfan. Her gaze sparkled. The soil was a dark burgundy red, seemingly ordinary, but when Daji looked closely, the soil was too neat. That was right, too neat. Normally, the soil would be mixed with gravel, and each granule would be shaped differently and of different shades. However, the soil here was purely soil, and every grain looked identical, neat, and tidy. The ground Daji was stepping on seemed to have been made from countless symmetrical soil grains. She could not help bending down to scope up a handful. It was only a handful, yet it weighed so much, she almost could not lift her hands. What soil was this? Why was it so heavy? Was it brought down from heaven? Terrifying. Incredibly terrifying. Daji's heart sank. The shock she experienced today was more than all the shock she had experienced over her 1,000 years of cultivation. They almost reversed her worldview completely. She could not help laughing bitterly to herself as she thought, I was clearly overthinking. Why did I even doubt Mr. Li could plant the spiritual herb? With this soil, of course, he can plant anything he wishes. My vision is too shallow. What rights have I got to question Mr. Li? I hope he wasn't offended by that. PRR. Suddenly, a small bump rose from the compound. The water ripples grew bigger and bigger. Finally, a tortoise appeared from the ripples, floating on the water and looking languidly at Li Nianfan and Daji. It then slowly climbed out of the water and laid by the side of the pond, resting with its eyes closed. Daji was terrified. She asked in shock, "This is a tortoise?" Li Nianfan nodded. "I forgot to introduce you, its name is Lao Gui. When I first bought it, it was only the size of my palm. Who'd have thought that within a month, it'll grow to half my size?" It grew up rather quickly. He remembered that he bought the tortoise because he thought there were monsters in the pond. This proved that there was no monster in there. Chapter 41, The Rare Nine-Tailed Fox. After loosening up the soil, Li Nianfan suddenly called out as if remembering something, "Xiao Bai, Blackie, come here and help me out." "My dearest master, I'm coming." Xiao Bai ran to him from the inner court. "Woof woof woof." Blackie ran over upon hearing his name, tail wagging. Li Nianfan nodded in satisfaction. He almost forgot that he had 2 free laborers at home. It would be more efficient with their help. The Holy Emperor had gifted him a lot of elixirs. Each elixir looked different from one another, yet equally as good. Once he was done planting them, this plot of land would become a mini elixir garden. Li Nianfan prepared 16 flower beds for the elixirs and spiritual herbs given by Lin Qingyun. He had even mapped out where to plant each of them, ensuring his visitors would be captured by the sight of it upon entering. The key to it all was the special seed. After contemplating for a long time, he had decided to plant the seed by the pond. The soil around that area was fertilized. With no other plants around, there was sufficient water, which made it the best location in his backyard. With his careful attention, he believed that there was no way it would not sprout. 3 days had passed. Li Nianfan's life had turned cozier than ever. He spent his days gardening, playing chess, and talking to the lady of the house. The cultivators like Bai Wahan would drop by from time to time with wild meat. Perhaps this was the highly coveted, unpretentious life of luxury, or so it was called in his previous realm. However, the news of a monster transformation had not passed yet. In fact, it was still causing an uproar. News had spread that the transformation was of a 9-tailed fox. Many people visited the town due to this. 9-tailed foxes were a rare species. One could say that its body was filled with treasure. They came from a bloodline that was far more superior than many of the ordinary monsters. A normal fox turning into a 9-tailed fox was more difficult than a mortal man turning into an immortal. For the past 1,000 years or so, people heard less of the 9-tailed fox. Many even thought that the 9-tailed fox had gone extinct. Little did they know that they would hear about the 9-tailed fox again. Rumor had it that drinking just a drop of a 9-tailed fox's blood would be able to wash out one's essence and marrow, like a renewal and rebirth. Additionally, cultivating beside a 9-tailed fox would enable one to hear the basics of wisdom. Who asked God to favor the 9-tailed fox more than anything? Many people would not even think of hunting them down since their powers undoubtedly exceeded the power of most cultivators. It could be said that they were almost as powerful as the Immortals. However, this nine-tailed fox has transformed. It was seen as a timeless treasure, a treasure with no owner. Whoever found it would be able to own it. The greatest opportunity was suddenly made available. How could the cultivators remain calm? Up in the sky above the gone-long Immortal dynasty, sparks of light could be seen flashing across the sky as cultivators patrolled the mountains. If it were not for Bai Wuchen and the others who kept protecting Li Nianfan, his peaceful life would have ended sooner or later. The Holy Emperor was the most stressed of them all. He had difficulty sleeping due to this. If any fool were to bump into the expert and cause him to leave, it'd be the greatest loss for my dynasty, he said anxiously. Meanwhile, a huge boat appeared, floating in the cloudless sky. It blocked the daylight as it sailed high in the sky while exuding a bright glow and vibration. Even the cultivators flying nearby were blinded by its glow. Hurriedly, they all stopped flying and landed on the ground. They did not dare to fly alongside the boat. It's the flying boat of the Lynxian Palace. The nine-tailed fox has attracted the attention of the Lynxian Palace? If they're here, there's no more hope for the others. Look at the front of the flying boat. Is that beautiful lady an immortal? TZZ, a Yuan Ying cultivator? The cultivators looked at the young lady with shock and respect. Even the Holy Emperor was shocked. Even the people from the Lynxian Palace came? Without further ado, he hurriedly brought along Luo Xiu to the entrance, waiting to greet her. The flying boat halted to a stop. The young lady was like a goddess from above, surrounded by a thin layer of mist. Her expression was cold and arrogant while her beautiful eyes were simple and all-knowing. She descended from the boat, floating to the ground looking like a beautiful fountain from above. The Holy Emperor walked toward her and greeted, "Welcome to the gone-long Immortal dynasty, Miss Qin." He was slightly bitter about the fact that she was already a Yuan Ying at such a young age. It was no surprise that she was the saintess of Lynxian Palace, and with her abilities, she could easily start her own sect in the gone-long Immortal dynasty. The reason why the Lynxian Palace named themselves Lynxian Tien was not out of arrogance. It was because they were just one step away from being immortals. In other words, they were one of the most powerful groups in the cultivation world. Luo Xiu stood beside her father and greeted, "Greetings to Sister Menyun." Qin Menyun smiled at Luo Xiu, slightly surprised. "It's only been a while since I last saw you, but Sister Xiu's already had a breakthrough to the later stage of the foundation building. You're indeed a genius." She was genuinely surprised. As Gonglong Immortal Dynasty was located at the poorer part of the cultivation to immortality realm, being able to reach the late stage of foundation building at such a young age meant that Luo Xiu had a limitless future. She was almost tempted to invite Luo Xiu to join the Lynxian Palace. Luo Xiu smiled without speaking. Only she knew that this was all because of Li Nianfan. Just by spending so much time with an expert like him, even a pig could become an immortal. Of course, she would not reveal such a huge secret. The Holy Emperor invited Qin Menya to enter the dynasty, attending to her with the highest respect. He asked Zhong Xiu to make them some tea. After she was seated in the lobby, the Holy Emperor asked, "May I ask, what brought Miss Qin here?" Qin Menyun smiled. "I'm sure Luo Emperor already guessed it. I'm here for the nine-tailed fox." The Holy Emperor smiled bitterly. It was just as he assumed. The nine-tailed fox was too tempting to be missed. Even he was surprised when he heard of the nine-tailed fox's transformation. It all made sense later on, though. Of course, the monster that the expert was interested in was nothing but ordinary. If it was an ordinary monster, he would not have saved her. However, even the Lynxian Palace was interested in the nine-tailed fox now. Emperor Luo thought that this was equivalent to looking for trouble. He wanted to warn her, but he did not want to expose Li Nianfan's existence. Sigh. So difficult. The Holy Emperor could only persuade her indirectly. "We haven't seen a nine-tailed fox for almost 1,000 years, so it could be a rumor and nothing substantial. I've asked around. It was the Silver Moon Demon King who spread the news, so it should be true." Qin Menyun shook her head. She then looked at the Holy Emperor with a suspicious look. "Didn't you consider looking for the nine-tailed fox at all?" "Ah, yes. I did send my men to look for it in the mountains, just to try my luck," the Holy Emperor said hastily. Meanwhile, he was cursing the Silver Moon Demon King in his heart. This creature had no idea what kind of crime it had committed. It was not far from its death. He could not help but recall the two monsters that were going up to Li Nianfan's gate. They must have been sent there by the Silver Moon Demon King. Those monsters were transformed back into their basic forms by the scholar, and there was an 80% chance that they had turned into feces by now. They should consider themselves lucky to be able to become the feces of the expert. Chapter 42: A Cup of Tea and Enlightenment. Qin Menyun looked at the Holy Emperor. "Luo Emperor, this is your territory after all. I came here on behalf of my master in hopes that you'll help us look for the nine-tailed fox. The Lynxian Palace would thank you sincerely." The Holy Emperor was caught off guard. Thank your mom. I have not wronged you. Why are you pushing me into the fire pit? Stealing the nine-tailed fox from the expert? He did not dare to even think about it. Could you tell me why you're looking for the nine-tailed fox? The Holy Emperor could not help asking. After a moment of thought, Qin Menyan said, Don't worry, Luo Emperor. We don't have any ill intent toward the nine-tailed fox, nor do we intend on hurting her. The nine-tailed fox is a very rare species. Now that it has transformed into a human, it has a huge potential in becoming an immortal. We only wish to invite her to join our Lynxian palace. We're willing to train and support her with all of our resources in hopes that she'll be able to cultivate immortality. Phew! The Holy Emperor let out a sigh. If Qin Menyan came with ill intentions, he would have asked her to leave right away. He did not even care if that would offend the Lynxian palace. Now that Daji belonged to the expert, the Holy Emperor would not hesitate to make anyone that came with ill intentions the enemy of the Gonlong immortal dynasty, even if it was the most powerful man. Right now, the Holy Emperor only wanted to be a loyal dog. Seeing that the Holy Emperor did not speak, Qin Menyan continued, Luo Emperor, it's difficult becoming an immortal. Now that the bridge between mortal and immortal has been broken, no one in our entire cultivation realm has managed to become an immortal for 1,000 years. The appearance of this nine-tailed fox is the most important key for us. Her tone was sincere and eager. Don't worry, Miss Qin. I'll do my best. The Holy Emperor nodded to agree. The bridge between mortal and immortal has been broken? No way. A powerful big shot is residing in my Gonlong immortal dynasty. More amazing than the immortals. And the nine-tailed fox is right by his side. If I told you, would you dare go after it? The Holy Emperor was complaining in his heart. Qin Menyan frowned slightly. She felt like the Holy Emperor was acting strange. Why was that? It was a nine-tailed fox. Why did he seem uninterested? Was he refusing to help the Lynxian palace? She continued to persuade him. Luo Emperor, the Silver Moon Demon King is looking for the nine-tailed fox as well. If they find her first, they might ingest her core. Then, the nine-tailed fox would really go extinct. We have to take fast action. Don't worry, Miss Qin. I'll make sure that the nine-tailed fox is safe, the Holy Emperor said with a serious tone. Meanwhile, he was laughing inside his heart. What was there to be afraid of? Li Nianfan would easily crush this Silver Moon Demon King without breaking a sweat. Meanwhile, Zhong Xiu was looking around in the deeper end of the treasure vault. She frowned at the empty vault. This was supposed to be where all the elixirs and spiritual herbs were kept. Although she knew that they had given all the best elixirs to Li Nianfan, she still was not used to looking at the empty vault. I hope Mr. Li will give us some blessings and turn the Gonlong immortal dynasty prosperous, Zhong Xiu said in her heart. For a big shot like him, even a speck of dust from the gap between his fingers would be a great opportunity to all the cultivators. After sighing for a while, she started looking for tea leaves. Lynxian Palace was among the top forces and had good relations with the Gonlong immortal dynasty. They would have to treat them with the greatest respect. Normally, the Holy Emperor would keep the precious tea leaves here. While Zhong Xiu glanced around, she unintentionally came across a bag that was hidden away in a corner. Why have I not seen this before? Could this be new? Zhong Xiu halted slightly. She picked up the bag to have a look. The bag was not big and it seemed normal. Though the packaging was different from the other ones they had, it seemed rather original. If Luo Emperor left it here, this must be something extraordinary. I'll use this to make the tea today, then. At the lobby, the Holy Emperor, Qin Menyan, and Luo Xia were chatting. Qin Menyan seemed rather absent-minded. Click, click, click. Meanwhile, footsteps were heard. Zhong Xiu walked over to them, carrying a tray with a teapot. The Holy Emperor smiled. Miss Qin, it'd take more than a day to locate the nine-tailed fox anyway, so there's no point in hurrying. Let's have some tea. Qin Menyan shook her head. No need. I want to go to the place of the transformation to have a look. She could tell that the Holy Emperor was not in a hurry, and although he might be a treasure in the Gonlong immortal dynasty, they were not as tempting to her. Sister Menyan, why don't you take a sip before you leave? It won't take up too much time anyway, Luo Xia tried to convince her. The Holy Emperor added on, that's right, Miss Qin. Although our Gonlong is nothing like your Lynxian, these tea leaves are extraordinary. It's rarer than a normal elixir. Qin Menyan could not decline. Her eyes landed on the teapot. She squinted slightly. The tea appeared different from any tea she had seen in her life. The leaves sank to the bottom without any impurities and the color of the tea was a light shade of brown, clear and calm, looking like refined amber from afar. The tea is different. She was knowledgeable in particular when it came to tea. Although she had tasted all kinds of quality tea before, she was instantly drawn to it when she saw it. A proud smile appeared on the Holy Emperor's face. His tea collection was indeed extraordinary. Even Qin Menyan was impressed. He raised his cup to examine it. With just a look, he was shocked. What tea is this? I don't remember my tea looking like this whenever I serve them to my guests. Where did Zhong Xiu get it from? He thought to himself. Meanwhile, Qin Menyan already picked up the cup. The fragrance of the tea made her feel refreshed. Good tea. She took a sip. The bittersweet liquid entered her mouth, wrapping around the tip of her tongue. She could not help letting out a moan of pleasure, gently closing her eyes. She did not swallow the tea and was tasting it in her mouth instead. The taste of the tea became more bitter than it was initially, but her mind became clearer than it was before. Her memories surfaced from within and all the puzzling thoughts and incomprehensible problems she had were resolved instantly. As the tea flowed down her throat, all her troubles vanished. A single tear escaped from the corner of her eye involuntarily. She did not mind it and took another sip. Suddenly, the basics of wisdom resonated in her ears. Her mind went blank and her body relaxed. The Holy Emperor and Luo Xia started tasting the tea as well and entered a similar state. It was merely a cup of tea. Yet, it allowed them to enter the enlightenment state. After one whole minute, Qin Menyan gradually opened her eyes, a hint of understanding and emotion in her eyes. When she looked at the cup, it was already empty. What kind of tea was this? Even the best tea leaves in Lingxian Palace was nothing in comparison to this. They were definitely not on the same level. That cup of tea was an opportunity for enlightenment. Even though she was in the Yuan Ying stage, it was still very beneficial to her. Chapter 43, Prodigal Wife. The most important thing for cultivators was not spiritual roots nor spiritual talent. It was enlightenment. Dao was the foundation of cultivation. Only when one's understanding of Dao was deep enough could one have a breakthrough. For some people, they usually had great spiritual roots and resources but a shallow understanding of Dao, thus, being stuck in one stage forever. Hence, breaking through was the most important part of the cultivation. As for many cultivators, this bottleneck could represent their entire life, and those who forced their breakthrough without an adequate understanding of Dao were considered to be on the crooked path. They could easily be possessed and end up in a worse state. Therefore, enlightenment was considered a precious occasion for the cultivators. It was something that they could only come across by chance, a great opportunity that could not be missed. Yet, one cup of tea was able to induce enlightenment. Even though Qin Menyan came from the Lingxian Palace and had extended knowledge, she felt like it was all a dream. She could not believe what just happened. The spiritual qi in the lobby became chaotic as if the spiritual qi outside was drawn to something that was inside the lobby, causing a rush of energy to swarm into the lobby. The Holy Emperor and Qin Menyan turned to look at Luo Xiu, who still had her eyes closed. She was having a breakthrough. Rays of gold light exuded from Luo Xiu. Instantly, the light condensed into a golden flame, the flame of the golden core. The limitless spiritual qi seemed to fuel this golden flame, making the flame grow stronger and wilder. Swiftly, the entire lobby turned to gold, illuminated by the flame. Hastily, the Holy Emperor raised his hand and gestured, isolating the lobby from the outside world. During a breakthrough, one should not be disturbed by the outside world. Normally, people would go into isolation beforehand, unlike Luo Xiu, who decided to have a breakthrough out of the blue. Perhaps Luo Xiu herself did not expect to gain a breakthrough from drinking the tea. It was the Golden Core Realm. It was considered as the threshold of becoming an official cultivator. This was a stage that many people would fail to reach even after cultivating for their entire lives. However, the Holy Emperor and Qin Menyan seemed confused. They were not too surprised. In fact, they felt rather sorry. The basics of wisdom contained in the tea was so concentrated that they, too, entered an enlightenment stage and received great benefits, let alone Luo Xiu, who was merely in the foundation building realm. A top-grade tea like this was given to a foundation building cultivator? What a waste! After a moment, the golden flame jolted around Luo Xiu before they all condensed into Luo Xiu's energy field like migratory birds. Ding! As if a bell just rang, a golden dan appeared in Luo Xiu's energy field, rotating slowly. Golden core completed. Luo Xiu opened her eyes gradually in slight disbelief. When she first met Li Nianfan, she was not even at the foundation building stage, but in around a month, she had reached the golden core. The speed of breaking through was even faster than anyone could ever imagine. Nobody would believe it even if she said it out loud. A hidden expert secretly residing in the Gonlong Immortal Dynasty was indeed the dynasty's greatest blessing. Luo Xiu suddenly thought of a possibility. She looked at the Holy Emperor and stuttered, "Dad, the tea, is it?" Bam! The Holy Emperor staggered and fell into his chair. His face was pale from shock. Thinking about it, he felt as if his mind was about to explode. "Zhong Xiu, the tea leaves, where did you get them from?" the Holy Emperor asked as if he was about to cry, his fingers trembling. Zhong Xiu's heart sank a little. "I found it in the deeper end of the treasure vault. I saw that you kept it in a corner, so, you're such a prodigal wife." The Holy Emperor pointed at Zhong Xiu, his agonized face changing shape as he growled. "This was given by Mr. Li. I'm not even willing to drink them myself. This is a priceless treasure. This is my life." There was only 1 pound worth of leaves. Now that 3 cups were down, how was he supposed to live? Qin Mengyun was lucky to have tasted the tea thanks to fate. Other than those with holes in their brains, nobody would serve this kind of tea to their guests. The more he thought about it, the more wronged he felt. He almost broke down in tears. Qin Mengyun stood by the side awkwardly. She could not help but ask, Luo Emperor, could you give me some of the tea leaves? I know they're precious, so I'll bring some items from the Lingxian Palace in exchange. Exchange? Can you afford it? You drank my precious leaves. Go away. I don't want to see you again. The Holy Emperor was furious, like a bomb ready to explode anytime. Qin Mengyun was speechless. A tea that could induce enlightenment was indeed priceless. Even though the Lingxian Palace had some treasures of the same level, there was no way she could exchange them. Luo Xia pulled on Qin Mengyun and whispered after sticking out her tongue, Sister Mengyun, let's go for now. My dad is about to explode, let's get out of here. Qin Mengyun followed Luo Xia to her room. Her beautiful face turned serious as she looked at Luo Xia with her beautiful eyes. Xia, tell me, where did you get the tea leaves from? Luo Xia had already prepared her speech on the way. She said, we got it from a secret place 50 years ago. My dad's never been willing to drink it, so he can't believe my mum used it by accident. Xia, do I look like someone who can be easily fooled? Qin Mengyun smiled and shook her head. I did hear the words immortally. Who is he? Luo Xia panicked and tried to change the subject. Ah, you must have been mistaken. Didn't you want to look for the 9-tailed fox? I'll go with you. She was ready to leave, but she was pulled back by Qin Mengyun. Xia, you know you can't hide this from me. I'll stay here for as long as you won't tell me. I'll find out eventually. Qin Mengyun looked straight into Luo Xia's eyes. She had a feeling that this was a big secret. Luo Xia frowned, seemingly perplexed. Finally, she let out a sigh. Not only did they waste the tea leaves, but she was also about to expose Li Nianfan's existence to yet another person. After taking a deep breath, she started with a serious tone, Sister Mengyun, to be honest, this is about a very important figure. A very important figure? Qin Mengyun's heart jumped a little. She did not know why, but her hair stood on their ends involuntarily. If this was in the past, she would simply think that Luo Xia had yet to see anything outside the gone-long immortal dynasty and was just exaggerating. However, after tasting the tea that contained the basics of wisdom, she knew that Luo Xia was not exaggerating at all. Also, you don't have to look for the 9-tailed fox anymore. She was saved by this important figure and is being kept by his side. As she mentioned the 9-tailed fox, Luo Xia could not hide the hint of envy in her eyes. Being able to stay by Li Nianfan's side would be so fortunate. Saving the 9-tailed fox from natural tribulation? Qin Mengyun stared at her with disbelief. How could it be? What kind of important figure is he? Unless he's an immortal? Luo Xia shook her head. She said softly, not an immortal, he's way above an immortal. Chapter 44, To the West, to Preach. TZZ. Qin Mengyun took in a cold breath. What Luo Xia said was too shocking. She said with a serious look, Xia, this is an important matter. Don't make things up. Way above an immortal? That's absurd. Sister Mengyun, I didn't make this up. To be frank, that remark doesn't even do him justice. Luo Xia's eyes were serious and deep with awe. If she did not see it with her own eyes, she would never have believed that there was this kind of big shot in the world. Qin Mengyun was confused. She did not know what to say. She knew she should not believe this, but deep in her heart, a voice was telling her that this was true. Above an immortal? What logic was that? Luo Xia's realm was not high enough. Perhaps she did not know the value of those 3 words, but in reality, she did. Nobody had been able to cultivate into immortality for over 1,000 years in this realm. According to the source, the bridge between the mortal and immortal had been broken, so the difficulty of becoming an immortal became way harder than before. The realm's countless outstanding cultivators had been trying every way to cultivate immortality with no result. Many of the old cultivators realized that the path to immortality was no longer in sight. Hence, they all decided to shut themselves out, prolonging their cruel death. Yet, who would have thought that an above-immortal bigshot resided here? Qin Mengyun could only feel her breathing become rapid as her mind blanked. Was it real or not? After a long time, she finally came out of her thoughts. If this was real, this would definitely cause an uproar in the realm. It would not take long to realize the implications of having an immortal appearing in the realm when everyone thought the bridge between the mortal and immortal was broken. Qin Mengyun regained her composure. She looked directly at Luo Xia. Suddenly, she bowed low sincerely. Xia, I'm begging you on behalf of the entire Lingxian Palace. Please, introduce me to the expert. Sister Mengyun, you don't have to do this. Luo Xia panicked. She wanted to help her up but soon realized she could not move her at all. This was the saintess of the Lingxian Palace. Upon hearing the news of the expert, she was willing to do this. Luo Xiu did not know what to do. Finally, she let out a sigh. Sister Menyun, I promise. Qin Menyun said sincerely, Xiu, thank you. I'll take full responsibility if the expert is angered because of this. Luo Xiu warned, Sister Menyun, since the expert wants to stay hidden, he doesn't want to be disturbed. So, please, don't let the secret out. Don't worry, I know, Qin Menyun nodded. Of course, she knew. When she first heard of this news, she had already regarded it as the deepest secret she would ever keep. Luo Xiu thought for a moment. She pursed her lips and said, Sister Menyun, the tea leaves were given to us by the expert not long ago. I don't want to disturb him too frequently. Why don't I bring you to meet the expert's apprentice? Yes, I understand. We can't annoy the expert in any way, Qin Menyun nodded in agreement. She then asked, who's this apprentice? This apprentice, Luo Xiu could not help recalling the scene when Meng Junliang pointed his finger at the two Yuanying realm monsters and turned them back into their basic forms. A glint of fear appeared in her eyes. Is very powerful. Very terrifying. I can't describe it, so I'll bring you over. Then, you'll know. Qin Menyun followed Luo Xiu out of the Gonlong Immortal Dynasty. They turned into light and traveled west toward a village. This village was 10 miles away from the fallen town. Not as flourished as the fallen town, but it had an ordinary-sized market. Since the last time Luo Xiu saw Meng Liangjun, she had been keeping track of his doings. It turned out he really did imitate the journey to the west, using the fallen town as his starting point and walking toward the west. Unlike the cultivators, he walked bare feet, one step at a time, across the mountains and rivers. Sometimes, monsters would block his way, but they were undoubtedly inducing their own deaths. There seemed to be nothing that could block his way. Meng Liangjun's first stop was at this village. It was here where Luo Xiu finally listened to the journey to the west. She was instantly stunned. Following that, she would be there on time every day to listen to him. This was the teaching of wisdom, greater than any luck. Today, he was at the part where Wukong was about to cause a scene at the heavenly temple. So exciting! Qin Menyun looked around the mortal architecture curiously. She could not help but ask, what's the expert's apprentice doing here? Luo Xiu pronounced the words with a serious and sincere face, to preach. Preach? Qin Menyun's tiny lips parted slightly in awe. This word should not be used lightly. In every sect, only when the master got out of isolated cultivation would they use the word preach to describe their teachings. Luo Xiu warned with a serious tone, after entering the tavern, you have to keep quiet and listen to the scholar's storytelling. Storytelling? A story for ordinary men? Qin Menyun frowned slightly. She looked at the ordinary men all over the tavern suspiciously. She felt rather uneasy. Luo Xiu and herself were the one in a million kind of gorgeous women, naturally attracting the gaze of the people around them. The lingering eyes made her feel uneasy, as if thousands of ants were crawling all over her. She was the Lady of the Sky, the saintess of the Lingxian Palace, a Yuanying realm cultivator. Her ranking was high and above most of the cultivators around. Even the handsome young men of her level could only look at her secretly with respect. Yet in this place, the ordinary men were looking at her directly. Of course, she did not feel comfortable. Usually, she would either walk away or turn into a fairy, flying high above them all so that these ordinary people would not dare to look at her. However, since Luo Xiu did warn her to stay quiet, she had no choice but to put up with it. Xiu, what does the storytelling have anything to do with the preaching? Qin Menyun asked. Just as Luo Xiu was about to speak, she saw a figure coming in from the entrance and swallowed back in her words. The scholar's here. Remember, don't make a sound and interrupt him from his storytelling. Qin Menyun turned her gaze to the scholar. All she saw was his green long robe, typically dressed like a poor scholar and exuding an air of a classic ordinary man from head to toe. The only unordinary thing about him was that he walked barefoot. His feet were covered in soil. This was the apprentice of the expert? Qin Menyun took a look at Luo Xiu, who was by her side, and saw that her face was slightly flushed. Her eyes were filled with anticipation and excitement, along with a hint of respect. The look on her face was genuine. What kind of apprentice could make Luo Xiu behave this way? Meanwhile, she saw a ray of light rushing over from a short distance away, stopping at the entrance of the tavern. This person was in a hurry. He only let out a sigh of relief when he saw that the story had not started. He smiled. Qin Menyun stared at him, wide-eyed. Luo Emperor. Chapter 45, A Massive World. Qin Menyun rubbed her eyes. She thought she was hallucinating. After taking another look, she saw that the Holy Emperor was not alone. Zhong Xiu was by his side. What were they doing here? To listen to the story? It made sense for Luo Xiu to come here due to her young age, but they had lived a few hundred years. It did not make sense for them to come here for the story. Also, the Holy Emperor was still furious moments ago, so furious his face even changed its shape out of rage. The incident happened not too long ago, but he hurried here just to listen to the story? Looking at the impatient look on the Holy Emperor's face, it appeared that he really was there to listen to the story. The Holy Emperor arrived late and all the front seats were already taken. He did not insist on sitting. Instead, he stood at the back of the crowd with a serious and focused look on his face. At the same time, he saw Luo Xiu and Qin Mengyun in the crowd. He transmitted his voice, "Xiu, you're so rude. You didn't save your father a seat even though you came early." Luo Xiu rolled her eyes and did not bother answering. Qin Mengyun was surprised by what just happened. It seemed that they were regulars here. What story was it that it could even catch the attention of the Holy Emperor? She felt that something was up. Her face became serious and was ready to listen carefully. Meng Junliang sat in the center of the tavern. He gradually rolled open the scroll and said flatly, "I followed the saint's will, using the fallen town as my starting point all the way to the west and preaching to the mortal world. By fate, those who are interested are welcome to join me as my followers." Continuing from where we left off, Wukong was appointed by the emperor to be in charge of the flat peach garden. After spending some time playing and watching the garden, he asked the land, "How many plants are there?" The land replied, "There are 3,600 plants. There are 1,200 plants in the front row. Their flowers and fruits are smaller. They take 3,000 years to ripen. A mortal man will have good health after eating them. The middle row has 1,200 plants with layers of sweet fruits that ripen every 6,000 years. It enables men to fly upon eating it without getting old. The last row consists of 1,200 plants which are slightly purple. They ripen every 9,000 years. Once eaten, men would live as long as the sky, like the sun and the moon." Wukong was delighted upon hearing. The audience was captivated by the story. They wondered what the flat peaches looked like. Even Qin Mengyun, who came here without expecting much, was surprised to find the opening of the story so interesting. Her small lips were slightly parted and her eyes displayed a hint of awe. Flat peach? How could they even exist in the world? And eating one of them would make one an immortal? Then, what was the whole point of cultivating? This was the first time she had ever heard of an immortal fruit. Before this, she would never even have the guts to think about it. "Xiu, what the scholars saying? Is it real?" she could not help asking. Luo Xiu was concentrating on the story, hence, she was rather annoyed when Qin Mengyun talked to her. She was the saintess of the Lingxian palace. Why was she making a big deal out of it? She still explained softly, "Of course. The story must be something that happened in the immortal land. It's most likely something the expert experienced." Tzz. Qin Mengyun took in a cold breath. She felt her scalp itching and she had goosebumps all over. So, this expert had seen the flat peach garden? So scary. Unbelievable. Meng Junliang did not stop telling the story. The heavenly emperor was furious. Even without the help of the 4 heavenly kings, they still had heaven kingly, along with Prince Neza. 28 knights, 9-star palace, 12 Yuan Chen, 5 elements, 4 valued power, east-west stars, gods of south and north, 5 mountains gods, and all stars. A total of 100,000 heavenly soldiers deployed 18 heavenly nets over the mortal realm, trapping the Huiguo Hill, which would surely capture the monkey for punishment. The ordinary men were all captivated by the story, while cultivators like the Holy Emperor were stunned, their minds ringing with a loud hum. Everything in the story was affecting their worldviews. The flat peach garden was already astonishing, yet there was the immortal Dan from the old Lejun, as well as the golden jelly drank by the heavenly court. Every item could induce longevity. Their faces were complicated. Who would have thought that the longevity the cultivators sought after their entire lives was such an effortless thing to the immortals? It was something that could be achieved by simply eating a flat peach. When she heard that Wukong was eating all the flat peaches in the garden by himself, Qin Mengyun could not help but gasp. She cried out in her heart, "Give me one. I don't care if it's not ripe yet." Following that, Wukong stole all of old Lejun's immortal Dan and finished all of the immortal wine. Qin Mengyun and the cultivators listened as their eyes reddened with envy and jealousy. What a waste of heavenly resources. What a waste. Even though Wukong was the main character of the story, they could not help but criticize Wukong for wasting the resources. Wah, so jealous. Following that, when they heard that the heavenly court was approaching the Huiguo Hill, they could not help but hold their breaths, sweating on behalf of Wukong. Qin Mengyun's doubts had all vanished and were replaced with deep astonishment. Luo Xiu was not wrong at all. This is not storytelling, this is preaching. Qin Mengyun took a deep breath. She felt as if a whole new world was unfolding in front of her like a scroll unveiling a painting. She did not dare breathe loudly, looking at Meng Junliang intently to avoid missing out on a word. 100,000 heavenly soldiers surrounded Huiguo Hill. Even the thought of it made one anxious. Their heartbeats quickened, sending chills all over them. 100,000 heavenly soldiers, that was 100,000 immortals. To the people in this cultivating realm, the existence of even one immortal was something otherworldly. That was so shocking. Unbelievable. The entire tavern was silent. There was not even the sound of breathing. Of course, the fighting scene did not disappoint the audience. The different gods fought with their different immortal moves, moving the mountains and seas, the stars and the clouds, controlling the thunder and lightning, manipulating the sky and the ground. 72 changes, the match of intelligence and courage. Wukong showcased his clairvoyance eyes, downwind ears, and golden eyes one after another. So stunning! What a godly immortal! In comparison, the skills of the cultivators were like kids playing with toys when compared to these immortals. Almost embarrassing. So this was the world of the immortals? Qin Mengyun used to be proud of herself for being the saintess of the Lingxian palace. Now, she felt how insignificant she was. Suddenly, she seemed to understand something. No wonder the scholar chose to preach in this mortal space. He's trying to train my perseverance. When I first came, I was annoyed by the gaze of ordinary men, thinking that I was above them. Yet, in the eyes of the immortals, I'm just like an ant to them. No matter if it was the scholar or the expert Luo Xiu talked about, they had acquired all the knowledge in the world and still decided to stay hidden in the shells of ordinary men. One would only treat everything with an unperturbed heart after realizing the vastness of the world. If one kept on thinking of oneself highly, one might have no chance of becoming an immortal. Qin Mengyun suddenly understood this. Luo Xiu, who was by her side, halted slightly. She glanced at Qin Mengyun as she felt that Qin Mengyun appeared slightly different than before. Although they had been as close as sisters in the past, she always felt a distance between them due to their status. However, she could now feel the distance disappearing. Instantly, Qin Mengyun seemed way friendlier than before. Chapter 46. Why did the path to immortality break? Time flew by and the sun was setting. However, the audience in the tavern did not feel the time passing. They remained focused, listening intently. Meng Junliang's tone remained unchanged. He spoke casually. The Buddha flipped his palm and threw Wukong out of the west gate. He turned his 5 fingers into 5 mountains consisting of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. He called this the 5 elements mountains and gently pressed Wukong down with his palm. The thunder gods clasped their hands together and said, "Goodness! Goodness!" He was determined to learn, to live, and to cultivate the truth of Dao. He had overcome all kinds of adversities without losing his faith. He even dared to take over the heavenly court and cause a scene in heaven. Now that he was punished for his wrongdoings, what would happen next? If you want to find out, stay tuned for the next session. That was it? The audience only snapped back to reality after Meng Junliang slammed the table. Even though every single one of them was dying to find out what happened next, they did not pester him. Instead, they all stood up in unison and bowed at Meng Junliang like students bowing at their teacher. Even Qin Mengyun stood up and bowed to him. She looked at the scholar with a confused gaze as he walked out of the tavern with his bare feet. Luo Xiu let out a sigh of relief, then said wistfully, "If only we could see the immortal land." Qin Mengyun shook her head with a bitter smile. "Xiu, you won't be able to see what he told us about in the immortal land." "Ha! Sister Mengyun thinks that the story's fake?" Luo Xiu looked at Qin Mengyun, feeling confused. "Of course not." Qin Mengyun continued shaking her head. Luo Xiu did not understand what she meant. Meanwhile, the Holy Emperor walked over and said as he smiled, "Miss Qin is right. What he was talking about was the heavenly temple, not the immortal land. Your understanding is too shallow." It was not until then when Luo Xiu finally understood. Compared to the immortal land, the heavenly temple was of a much higher level. No wonder there existed 100,000 heavenly soldiers, a flat peach garden, and an immortal Dan. Qin Mengyun sighed. "My ancestors of the Lingxian palace had become immortals. They preached about the immortal land, so I do know a thing or two. But, compared to the realm in the story, it was like a small witch meeting an old witch. The immortal land was not always perfect, they also had war and poverty. Sister Mengyun, does the Lingxian palace have any record of the heavenly palace?" Luo Xiu asked curiously. No. Qin Mengyun shook her head. "This kind of realm is way beyond our imagination. Even though her ancestor became an immortal, he was probably not even as powerful as the tiniest soldier from the 100,000 heavenly soldiers." She was not being disrespectful, this was the harsh truth. It seemed that the ranking of the expert Luo Xiu mentioned was shockingly high. Suddenly, Zhong Xiu had a realization. "I can't believe that even Wukong, with such impressive skills, was tamed by the Buddha. What kind of spiritual cultivation could that possibly be? Stop talking about it. These things aren't for us to discuss." The Holy Emperor stopped her from speaking with a tone filled with fear and respect. Only big figures like Mr. Li are allowed to speak of these otherworldly figures in the form of a story. Not only the Buddha, the other figures from the story, like Prince Neza or God Jiro, were not something they should discuss. All they could do was remember them silently with the utmost respect. "Dad, do you think Mr. Li has flat peaches?" Luo Xiu asked curiously. "No way," the Holy Emperor shook his head without hesitation. However, he jolted suddenly, squinting his eyes into a line. It seemed likely. Who was Mr. Li, after all? He seemed more powerful than the Buddha in the story. So, how strange would it be for him to have flat peaches? The Holy Emperor did not speak, but Luo Xio nodded and said with a low voice, very likely. Sister Menyun, do you know what we've been through? Luo Xio recalled, when I first met Mr. Li, he let me eat some of his watermelon, just a very ordinary-looking watermelon. But, upon eating it, I instantly had a breakthrough to the foundation building realm. Can you imagine that? The watermelon contained insights. Mr. Li had a spiritual machine which he calls the air purifier. It takes in the air and blows out spiritual air. Unlimited spiritual air. And he had another spiritual machine named the water purifier. It takes ordinary water and pours out spiritual water. I gifted him an ordinary jade pendant. He made a slight amendment to it and it was transformed into a phoenix spirit. He wrote a couplet which contained the insights of longevity. He invited us for a hot pot and the pot contained the insights of yin and yang. Even the vegetables contained insights. Also, the tea we had today. Even Luo Xia was stunned for speaking these things out loud. She had not fully realized before, but now that she recalled everything, it was apparent that there was nothing ordinary about Mr. Li from head to toe. TZZ. Through every item Luo Xia described, Qin Menyun held her breath. By the end of it, she almost fainted from the lack of oxygen. Terrifying. It made her scalp numb. Even the air Mr. Li inhaled was an immortal item. It would only make sense for an important figure like him to have the flat peaches. Flat peaches. One flat peach could induce longevity, allowing one to soar high up in the sky and to live as long as the sky and ground. This was the ultimate dream of many of the cultivators. Cough. Cough. The Holy Emperor coughed. Perhaps to Mr. Li, the flat peaches are something ordinary. However, they're not for us to ask for. Get rid of these unrealistic thoughts before we anger Mr. Li. Luo Xiu and Qin Menyun nodded in unison, getting rid of those extravagant thoughts. All they could wish for was for Mr. Li to sprinkle some of the dust off his fingertips. Those would benefit them greatly for the rest of their lives. Qin Menyun's heartbeat was unable to calm down for a very long time. What happened today was too shocking. Her brain was attacked from time to time. Her trip to the Gonlong Immortal Dynasty happened to be a shockingly huge opportunity. She walked out of the tavern eventually. Not far from her, the scholar sat cross-legged under a willow tree by the lake. He was facing the lake with his eyes shut. The sky had darkened by then. The faint moonlight poured down from the sky, engulfing the scholar as if covering him with a silver cloak. The scholar still seemed like a normal weak and poor scholar, but after watching him closely, Qin Menyun realized that his figure became ethereal and illusory. He seemed to merge into his surroundings. After a moment of hesitation, she decided to approach the scholar. Qin Menyun said with respect, "Greetings to senior, my name is Qin Menyun." Meng Junliang gradually opened his eyes. He said calmly, "I'm merely an ordinary scholar while you're a cultivator. Calling me senior is inappropriate. A teacher is a senior. This is the law," Qin Menyun said humbly. "A question has troubled me for a very long time. Please, forgive me for asking." Meng Junliang looked at her. "What problem?" Qin Menyun took a deep breath. She bit her lip and asked, "Please, forgive me for asking. May I know how the path to immortality was broken?" Chapter 47. Sister has gone crazy after transformation. Meng Liangjun looked at Qin Menyun with a calm look, almost as if he could see through everything. He replied calmly, "Take a look at the ordinary men. They work from sunrise to sunset just to live for 100 ordinary years while cultivators have lived lavishly for thousands of years. They'd also want to know why they can't become cultivators themselves. Would you tell them?" Qin Menyun's body jolted as if she was drugged. She remained transfixed in her spot. She already had an answer in her heart. It was qualification. One needed to possess the qualifications to obtain answers to some questions. Just like these ordinary men, those who wanted to become cultivators and who were qualified would be accepted as disciples, but those who did not qualify would be sent away for not having enough spiritual roots. They would surely ask, what did they lack? However, nobody would tell them. Qin Menyun knew well enough that she would not bother answering such a boring question. She bit her lip and bowed at the scholar again. "I beg senior to reveal to me the answer." The scholar thought for a moment before speaking. "Heaven and earth operate with their own sets of rules. I can only have a glimpse of one or two of them. Perhaps only those who set the rules know the exact answers." He looked up and gazed toward the sky. His eyes remained calm, looking into an unknown direction. Those who set the rules? Qin Menyun's eyes widened. She trembled as her blood flushed and a chill went up her spine toward the sky. Taking into account the story she just heard, who else could set the rules other than the heavenly temple? Her mind went blank. She did not dare pursue the thought further. Meng Junliang said, "If you want to know the reasons, do come by to listen to the Journey to the West. With adequate understanding, you might be able to find the answer." "Thank you." Qin Menyun bowed deeply and left without disturbing him further. By then, the sky was dark and the four-part architecture appeared extraordinarily peaceful. Inside, only a room was lit up. Li Nianfan was drawing and writing on a blank piece of paper. He seemed focused, as if designing something. On the table laid a knife, a bamboo branch, an ox horn, and a few beef tendons. He was preparing to make a bow and arrow. This idea was inspired by the cow that the Holy Emperor and the rest brought to him. He did not know what breed this was. It was strongly built, seemingly stronger than ordinary cows. Its horns were big and its tendons were tough, the perfect materials. These gave him a spontaneous idea to make a bow and arrow out of it. Ox horn bows were the pinnacle of Li Nianfan's creations in his previous realm. He would use materials like ox horn, bamboo branch, tendons, and animal glue. Going through hundreds of procedures, it was a true test of skill and technique. Undoubtedly, this was not a challenge to Li Nianfan at all. In the past, I had to rely on Blackie to go hunting. Sometimes, I even relied solely on luck, and would only manage to hunt something after much effort. How foolish am I to only think of making a bow and arrow now? Li Nianfan shook his head as he mumbled to himself. Once he finished making the bow and arrow, it would be more convenient to hunt for wild meat. Li Nianfan stopped drafting and looked at his design with a satisfactory nod. The design was complete. That was it for today. The work will start tomorrow. He said to the sword Immortal Jade in the center of the room, "Lightbulb, blow off." Instantly, the holy light exuded by the sword Immortal Jade dimmed and the room became dark again. This Immortal Realm's so nice. This Immortal Jade is not only a lightbulb, it can even be controlled with my voice. How convenient. Li Nianfan stretched and went to bed. On a tree branch not far from the four-part architecture, a six-tailed fox swiftly jumped and climbed to the top of the tree. Its little eyes focused on the architecture cleverly, making creaking sounds from time to time. It jumped up, anxiously but still very adorable. Its pure white fur glowed under the moonlight. Creak! The main gate of the four-part architecture gradually opened. Daji took a peek from behind it before walking out slowly. "Sister!" The six-tailed fox's face lit up with delight after seeing Daji. Its little buttock wiggled as it launched toward Daji. "Sister, did that douche bully you?" she burst out asking, her eyes filled with rage. If her sister was being bullied, she could finally destroy that man. Daji hugged the six-tailed fox in her arms, rubbing her. "My master treats me very well. Don't you ever think of doing bad things to him. It's dangerous." Mr. Li's cultivation was way beyond this realm. Even the cultivation of the six-tailed fox was just like a baby in front of him. "Master!" The six-tailed fox stared at her. Her tiny eyes had gone huge with disbelief. "Sister, you actually call him master?" Her sister was arrogant and dignified. As a sky fox, she could actually call this ordinary man master? Did she not want to return him the favor? Marrying him would be better than calling him master, right? Where had her dignity gone? Yet Daji nodded with a happy grin on her face. "Mr. Li is way above an immortal. He's shown so much kindness to me. Having him as my master is the biggest blessing in my entire life." "Sister, you, the six-tailed fox's mind had gone blank. It was filled with question marks. It scratched its little head with its paw, trying to make sense of it. "Look, I brought you something special." Daji took out an apple. The six-tailed fox was filled with anticipation before it realized that it was just an apple. It stared at Daji with a look of disbelief. "Just an apple? How is this something special?" Its tiny nose sniffed the apple. The scent was yummy, but it was still an apple. What happened to its sister? Treating apples as something special? The six-tailed fox did not understand it. Perhaps its sister had suffered some brain damage after the transformation? Perhaps the lightning affected her IQ? The six-tailed fox had tears in her eyes. It sobbed, "Sister, I also brought you something good. Please, eat them." White light appeared on the six-tailed fox. 3 different elixirs and herbs appeared in front of them. Bam! Daji instantly read the six-tailed fox's intentions. She said as she flicked the fox's head, "Don't think too much. Just taste this apple." The six-tailed fox rubbed on its little head pitifully as it sized up the apple suspiciously. The apple was bright red as if glowing in red light. Its shape was round, looking good. Unless this thing contained a mystery? It opened its mouth and took a bite. Munch! The crisp sound was especially obvious in the night. Some apple juice dripped out of her mouth, but most of them went down the throat of the six-tailed fox. Humph! The six-tailed fox was first stunned. Following that, its tiny mouth started moving rapidly as it started munching away. Munch! 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 Chapter 48, Is he hinting at us? The apple juice oozed out of the corner of its lips. The crisp sounds of its chewing triggered one's hunger easily. What apple is this? So yummy! The ears of the six-tailed fox perked up. It had no time to inquire further as it continued munching on the apple. The apple was crisp with lots of juice inside. Just a bite would make one feel satisfied. The slight sourness contained so much sweetness, it filled up one's empty mouth instantly. Especially when one drank the apple juice, the taste of satisfaction sent shivers down the six-tailed fox's spine. So satisfying. It never would have thought that an apple could be so yummy. This was not an ordinary apple. This must have been an immortal fruit. I should have guessed it. Why would my sister treat an apple as a treasure? Munch, munch, munch. Within a few breaths, the six-tailed fox had finished the apple, even swallowing the apple's core. It rubbed its tiny tummy and licked its mouth with satisfaction. Yummy! This is the most delicious fruit I've ever eaten. Daji could not help reminding her, don't rest just yet. The six-tailed fox jolted slightly. Suddenly, it felt a burning sensation in its stomach as if it just ate an elixir. Furthermore, waves of wisdom started resonating inside its head. It trembled from head to toe and jumped up instantly. Its mind blanked, deeply overwhelmed by the basics of wisdom. After a moment, its eyes opened wide and clear. There was a sensation in its head, as if its potential had been awakened. The puzzling problem she faced seemed to have been resolved. The six-tailed fox exclaimed, hair standing on its ends, sister, this apple contains insights. You're not that stupid after all. Good thing we didn't waste this apple. Daji smiled. Daji saved the apple from dinner earlier. The six-tailed fox had too many questions. Sister, what's this all about? How did you get a hold of this apple? Even with all of the elixirs it brought combined, they were not even a tenth of this apple. No wonder Daji was its big sister. Awesome! My master planted these apples. My master is all-knowing, but he likes to live his life as an ordinary man. Therefore, when you meet him in the future, you cannot offend him, alright? Daji warned. He's a hidden big shot. The six-tailed fox gasped, covering its mouth. Its six tails stood up all at once. So terrifying. There were so many instances when it thought of teaching him a lesson. Luckily it did not do anything. Perhaps it would have been skinned by now. The six-tailed fox looked at Daji with anticipation. Sister, was he able to heal your wound? Master has started to heal me. It's much better now. Daji nodded. That's awesome. The six-tailed fox flashed a delighted grin. It ran into Daji's arms, tails dancing in the air. Daji ruffled its fur. I should go back now. Do take good care of yourself. Come find me when you miss me. The six-tailed fox nodded. Yes, hurry up and go back. Don't offend the expert. After parting with the six-tailed fox, Daji headed back into the four-part architecture. However, she saw a man standing by the gate, looking directly at her. Mr. Li, Daji halted. She bit on her lip anxiously. How foolish was she to think that she could keep this from Mr. Li? What would she do if he was angry? Li Nianfan asked, what are you doing out there so late in the night? Daji lowered her head and said softly, I'm sorry. I was feeding my sister an apple. You have a sister? Li Nianfan looked at Daji suspiciously. Daji nodded. She's a little fox. No wonder I heard the call of a fox from outside. Li Nianfan nodded. He found it amusing how women always like to treat animals as their siblings. As for men, it was even more amusing. Men usually like to treat small animals like their children. Mr. Li, you're not mad. Daji looked at Li Nianfan uneasily. What's there to be mad about? Isn't it just an apple? What are you so nervous about? Li Nianfan could not help shaking his head bitterly. Ancient women were all so prudent. Feudalism made one feel rather uptight. Right. What type of fox is it? Does it have 6 tails? Li Nianfan asked nonchalantly. Speaking of foxes, he could not help recalling the 6-tailed fox he saved 3 years ago. Back then, he saw that it had 6 tails and was severely wounded. He felt bad for it and so he decided to save it. He still remembered that after saving the fox, it used its 6 tails to brush on him and it was so soft and fluffy, very comforting. The fox then lingered for a while before leaving him, turning back to look at him all doe-eyed with every 3 steps it took. Li Nianfan recalled the nostalgic memory. If it had 6 tails, it was likely to have been a monster fox. He wondered how it was doing now. He saved its life after all. Why hasn't it come back to return him a favor? Sigh. Daji was shocked, though. It was apparent that no secret could be kept from Mr. Li. She nodded. Mr. Li, my sister's indeed a 6-tailed fox. Really? Li Nianfan looked at Daji in shock, followed by a smile. What a coincidence. When it comes again, do give it more fruits. Even though this fox was a monster, it seemed that it was quite a weak one. The last time he saw the fox, it was severely injured. Now, it even returned to ask for food. How sad. Really? Daji's face lit up. Any item in here would be considered a treasure to the outside world. Yet, Mr. Li was willing to let me give them away. When she secretly kept the apple, she had already braced herself to get told off by Mr. Li. Who would have thought that this would happen? What was the coincidence that Mr. Li was talking about? Was he hinting at something? Could it be possible that he wanted both of us to serve him together? If this was the case, my sister would be so blessed. It's late. Do get some rest. Li Nianfan merely yawned and turned around to walk back to his room. After coming to this realm, he had developed the habit of sleeping and rising early. His quality of sleep was unusually great, too great to be true. After a night's sleep, he was always so energetic and ready to start the day. The following day, at dawn, Qin Menyun had already arrived at the tavern. Her face was serious, nervous, and full of anticipation. She could not sleep for the entire night after what Meng Junliang said to her, and she had been looking forward to coming back the next day. The scholar asked me to come again today. He said that with enough understanding, I'd be able to comprehend a bit of the mysteries. What could it be? Was he testing me? Luo Xia sat beside her with dark circles around her eyes. She kept yawning. Just like Qin Menyun, she did not sleep for the entire night. However, it was because Qin Menyun had made her retell the earlier parts of Journey to the West. She was exhausted. Chapter 49, Becoming a Pawn in the Chess Game. Finally, the highly anticipated Meng Junliang casually walked into the tavern under Qin Menyun's eager gaze. The entire tavern turned silent with only Meng Junliang's voice ringing in the air. The emperor gave an order to the gods, grouping them accordingly. 3 Qing, 4 Wei, 5 Lao, 6 Si, 7 Yuan, 8 Ji, 9 Yao, and 10 Du. Thousands of saints attended the gala to thank the Buddha. These included the 4 Sky Guardians, the 9 Fairies, the Golden Gate, the Taechuan Gem Palace, and the Dongyang Jade Palace. They invited the Buddha to sit on the 7-gem pedestal. With the rest sitting in their seats, they were served dragon liver and phoenix marrow, jade-sauced flat peach. An extravagant gala unfolded in the minds of the audience. Although it was merely a story, none of them dared to make a sound. The names and titles of the attendees of the gala made them rather confused and numb, almost losing their ability to think properly. The dragon liver and phoenix marrow served were beyond imagination. They were dragons and phoenixes. These godly beasts were born as immortals. To the cultivators, they were not to be offended and should be worshipped. Who would have thought of eating them? Yet, in the heavenly temple, dragon liver and phoenix marrow were merely some dishes. Terrifying! Terrifying! Though Qin Menyun was shocked, she did not forget to link any information to its possible deeper meanings. Since the scholar said that she would be tested today, she had to be mindful. She frowned, holding her breath. The heavenly temple was celebrating Liu Kang's suspension. It was similar to how the cultivators of this realm would celebrate after defeating their enemies. The losers would be trapped in the bottom pit, unable to turn around. The winners stayed at the top, feasting and celebrating. As for the dragons and phoenixes, the immortals treated them like how the cultivators treated ordinary monsters. It seemed that other than their extraordinary powers, the immortals were not that different from the cultivators. What was he hinting at? Qin Menyun continued to listen. The scholar remained at a steady pace as he continued telling the story. Many people treated this as a story, though some people had started frowning in contemplation. It seemed that there was a hidden and shocking secret behind all of these. The story of how Wukong was being confined began to touch a little bit on Buddhism. When the disciples heard about this, they put their hands together and asked, "Do you have the Tripitaka Sutras?" Buddha answered, "I have the Dharma and Tibetan. One talks about heaven, and the other discusses Tibet, earth, and ghosts. There are a total of 35 volumes, 15,144 scrolls. They consist of the path, the gate of righteousness. I'm sending them to the east soil with good faith, to teach one how to travel through thousands of mountains and rivers, to come to me for the truth, spreading them to the east soil, teaching the others how to become sentient beings. The mountains remain as a great land of blessings, with the deep sea as its pride. Who's willing to come?" This. Qin Menyun stared at Meng Junliang, wide-eyed. As the journey was about to begin, a loud humming resonated inside Qin Menyun's head. Buddhism was about crossing over to the east, to look for disciples to seek the truth from the west. Meng Junliang was appointed by the expert to walk toward the west. The difference was that one was seeking the truth from the west while the other was preaching to the west. Buddhism was about preaching its teachings to the world. So, why did the expert choose to preach to the west? What was its deeper implication? When the scholar reached the part of the story where Wukong was recruited to protect the Tangsang in their pursuit of truth in the west, Qin Menyun's breathing quickened. Wukong was unruly and powerful. Why would he be willing to protect the Tangsang after being confined in the mountain for 500 years? Meng Junliang glanced at Qin Menyun. He spoke more than he usually would today. He only stopped once he reached the part where the tightening hoop was placed on Wukong's head. Wukong listened to Tangsang's teaching intently. Since he could not move, he had to repent as he knelt and pleaded, "Master, please, let me protect you in the west. I won't mess with them anymore. Please, forgive me and punish me at your will. I'm willing to protect you with no regret." Tangsang said, "If so, help me to my horse." Wukong succumbed to his heart and spirit. He tied a knot on the cotton bag, buckled the horse, packed his luggage, and was ready to start the journey. Who would have known what laid before them? Stay tuned for the next session. The scholar stood up to leave. Qin Menyun's face remained confused as she sat transfixed in her seat. Her expression kept changing, sometimes furious, sometimes hopeless and pale. She understood. She understood what the expert was hinting at her. However, after learning the truth, she felt more listless than before. The Bigshots liked to use the sky and ground as their chessboards, playing with the fates of the mortals. It seemed that these were all true. The Buddha asked them to seek the truth from the West. Was that not all but an arrangement? The so-called Tang Seng and Wukong, were they not merely his pre-arranged chess pieces? So what if Wukong had supernatural powers? Was he not conquered and subdued in the end, like a dog whose fate was determined by its master? The bridge from mortal to immortality had been broken. Was that not equivalent to the tightening hoop placed on the cultivators here? Could it be possible that this was all set up by some unknown forces? If they wanted to treat the beings here like dogs, what else could they do? Luo Xia saw her trembling and could not help asking, "Sister Menyun, are you all right?" Qin Menyun bit her lip. Her face was unusually grim and bitter. "I think I know the reason why the bridge between mortal and immortality was broken." "The bridge is broken?" Luo Xiu halted. "Yeah," Qin Menyun nodded. "Cultivators like us strive for immortality, but once you've reached the end of the cultivation journey, you'd realize that becoming immortal is impossible. In the past thousands of years, there haven't been any successful occurrences." Luo Xiu asked in disbelief. "What? How could it be? Haven't there been a lot of legends who have cultivated immortality?" "Well, that was in the past, but not anymore," Qin Menyun said with a low voice. "The Lingxian Palace even tried to contact our ancestors from the above Immortal Realm, only to be told about the broken bridge. Nobody knows the reason behind it." Tzz. Luo Xiu took in a cold breath. This news was too shocking that her mind temporarily lost its ability to think. This may as well be the greatest secret in this realm. No wonder she had not heard news of cultivators becoming immortals in a very long time. Not to mention, she had not met any immortal from above in a long time as well. The bridge between mortal and immortality was broken? Wow! Qin Menyun stood up and marched out of the tavern. She walked toward Meng Junliang. Meng Junliang sat under the willow tree just like the day before. Seeing that Qin Menyun was approaching him, he gradually opened his eyes. "You understood?" Qin Menyun bowed deeply. "I have." Meng Junliang smiled. "Tell me more." "The world is the chessboard and the beings in it are the chess pieces. With my lack of talent, I'm willing to become a chess piece in the hands of the expert," Qin Menyun declared solemnly. Meng Junliang seemed pleased. "It seems that your understanding isn't too bad. However, not everyone will be qualified to be a chess piece in the hands of the expert," Meng Junliang continued. "The rules of the world were rewritten by someone. Mr. Li's appearance at such a time makes it apparent that he's in a game with another unknown existence. His every move contains deeper implications. Although I was nothing in the eyes of Mr. Li, I'm willing to become a small pawn on his chessboard, doing anything he wants me to do." Chapter 50, The All-Knowing Mr. Li. After parting with the scholar, Qin Menyun's face was full of awe. The more she thought about it, the more terrified she was. Perhaps, the ending of the journey to the west was prefixed. It was all but a trap from the beginning, merely showcasing the matches and fights of the characters. Since the beginning, Wukong appeared as the awesome monkey, with his head glowing with celestial lights and celebrated by the world. He was the main character of the world. Yet, the truth had proven that the so-called main character of the world was nothing but a joke. There was no main character in the world, only those who controlled the chess pieces from behind the scenes. No matter if it was the scholar or Luo Xiu, they referred to this expert as Immortal. Obviously, he was one of the Bigshots who controlled the game. This Immortal Realm could merely be a small, insignificant corner on his chessboard. Qin Menyun's brows tightened into a firm gaze. It was rare for such a big shot to arrive in this ordinary realm. If she did not seize this opportunity, she definitely deserved to have no luck with immortality. So what if she died because Mr. Li did not like her? The entire goal of cultivating was all for that faint gleam of life anyway. "Xiu, I've decided to visit Mr. Li tomorrow," Qin Menyun said solemnly. She bowed at Luo Xiu. "Please, introduce me to him." Disturbing a godly figure like Li Nianfan out of the blue might end up offending him. Having someone's referral could increase the impression score somehow. All right, then," Luo Xiu hesitated for a while before nodding. She had not visited Mr. Li for a while now. When she had the breakthrough to Golden Core, she did not know why, but the first person she was hoping to tell was Mr. Li. She was just afraid to disturb him, so she held herself back from visiting him until now. The following day, Luo Xiu brought Qin Menyun to the foot of the hill before climbing up on foot. Although there were no restrictions, to show their respect to Mr. Li, they would all instinctively climb up the hill by foot, regardless if it was by Wuchen or the Holy Emperor. They could not afford to offend the expert. With that, Qin Mengyun agreed wholeheartedly. Sister Mengyun, please, remember that the expert lies with the identity of a completely ordinary man. Please, remain calm. Mr. Li doesn't like it when his guests are shocked or startled by his doings, especially about the cultivation of immortality, Luo Xiu kept repeating on the way up. Qin Mengyun nodded seriously. I know. Not long after, an ancient-looking four-part architecture appeared in front of their eyes. Qin Mengyun's beautiful eyes narrowed. Her body froze as she remained transfixed. She stared blankly at the couplet hung on the door, as if she had seen an immortal right in front of her eyes. A faint wave of insights crashed over her, suffocating her. Hey, Sister Mengyun, wake up, Luo Xiu called out. You can't go in like this. You have to pretend to be unimpressed, alright? Just pretend you're at an ordinary man's house. Qin Mengyun regained her composure and nodded with difficulty. This couplet was written by Mr. Li, she stuttered. That's right, Luo Xiu said with a hint of nostalgia. I still remember. Mr. Li said that he's been receiving more visitors lately, so he decided to write a couplet for his door to act as a facade. A facade? Qin Mengyun's scalp was itching. This couplet could be the greatest treasure of any sect placed in any spot. Yet, this was merely a facade in the eyes of the expert? Was this the world of a big shot? No way. There was a deeper purpose to this. The expert did everything with deeper implications. Qin Mengyun's heart was moved and she fell deep in thought. The expert said that he was getting more and more visitors. Perhaps he had figured that there would be many people visiting him from that day onward. Why did he write this couplet as his facade, though? Was he trying to scare off the less adequate cultivators? Surely, if his guests were not qualified and spoke foolishly, they would easily affect his mood. Therefore, he wrote this couplet intentionally to warn his visitors not to be disrespectful. A true big shot indeed. Qin Mengyun became more respectful than before. She bowed at the couplet. Meanwhile, Li Nianfan was playing chess with Daji. To be precise, he was teaching her how to play. One had to admit that Daji's chess skills were really bad. She needed advice on almost every move. Or else, the game could have ended as soon as it started. Daji took a glimpse of Li Nianfan. She held a white piece in her hand and asked cautiously, can I put it here? Sigh, Li Nianfan shook his head as he sighed. Then, I'll move my piece here and this game will be over. Daji bit on her lip and lowered her head in embarrassment. The expert must be so disappointed by her. He had been teaching her for a good few days now, but whenever she was caught up in the game, she would lose very soon. Her heart was overwhelmed with fear and terror. Would he kick her out due to her lack of understanding? Li Nianfan took back the piece in his hand, pondering. Daji was like a kid who had done something wrong, waiting for punishment. She did not even dare to take another breath. There was too big of a gap between Li Nianfan's chess skills and Daji's. Though he could improve her skills through playing the game, when the gap between opponents was too big, it would cause more harm than good. Li Nianfan came up with an idea. He smiled. What about this? I'll set up a chess game for you to practice your solving process. I think it might be quite helpful. Thank you, Mr. Li. I'll try my best, Daji nodded anxiously as her eyes reddened. As long as he did not kick her out, she would work as hard as she could. If she did not have enough understanding, she would break a sweat to learn it to avoid disappointing him. Li Nianfan looked at the cautious look on her face, feeling rather hurt. He did not mean to stress her out, but since only the two of them lived here, a man and a woman, they would eventually be bored if they did not have something to occupy their time with. He could only watch this little girl suffer for now. Meanwhile, a respectful voice called out from outside the door. May I know if Mr. Li's home? Li Nianfan paused slightly. He said, Xiao Bai, go and open the door. Xiao Bai rushed to the door. Click! The door was opened. Xiao Bai greeted the visitors like a gentleman. Greetings to my two beautiful ladies. Hello, Xiao Bai, Luo Xiu greeted Xiao Bai with a smile. Qin Mengyun forcefully controlled the look on her face, trying to force a more natural smile. Spiritual robot. An actual spiritual robot. It was even put in a human-shaped machine. If one were to put a layer of human skin on it, it would probably have no difference from an actual human. This kind of spiritual robot was definitely the greatest of its kind. Although she had heard Luo Xiu mentioning this before, she was still unable to control her emotions upon seeing it with her own eyes. Luo Xiu led Qin Mengyun inside. Then, she introduced, Immortal Li, Miss Daji, this is my friend, Qin Mengyun. Greetings to Mr. Li. Greetings to Miss Daji. Qin Mengyun instantly greeted them with respect. Glancing at the chessboard, her heart sank vigorously. She just had a discussion of how Li Nianfan treated the world as a chess game with the scholar yesterday, and now she walked into him doing exactly that. How could this be a mere coincidence? Impossible. He must have calculated all these. He must have even expected her arrival. He was obviously making fun of her. With another look at the chessboard, she saw the word answer written boldly on the board. Bam! Qin Menyun's mind went blank instantly, overwhelmed by a soaring chill that was sent up from her spine to the sky. As expected, the expert was indeed treating the world as his chess game. Chapter 51, Mr. Li's Tricks. Qin Menyun seemed fearful of Li Nianfan. She stood there respectfully, controlling her breathing. Her politeness was overboard. She was probably from a powerful sect, which was why she had fantastic manners. Don't just stand there. Have a seat, Li Nianfan said smiling. Xiao Bai, pour a drink for the two ladies. Qin Menyun calmed herself down and said, Mr. Li, I shouldn't have come here without prior notice. Sorry for the inconvenience. It's not an inconvenience. I was actually hoping to see you too, Li Nianfan laughed. Luo Xiu and Qin Menyun looked troubled. They understood what he implied. They sat down before automatically standing up again. Luo Xiu said with respect, Mr. Li, just tell us if there's anything you need. They were nervous and excited. They did not know if they could help Mr. Li out. Perhaps they could benefit from this? What a priceless opportunity. I won't order you around. Relax. Li Nianfan was a tad bit shy. They were too kind. There seems to be cultivators all around me recently. I can't go out, and it's impossible to go hunting in the mountains. Could you help me find out what's going on? Asked Li Nianfan. The cultivators were not exactly at the four-part architecture, but it was still unsafe for Li Nianfan to go outside. He was too ordinary and weak in a situation like this. Under different circumstances, he would have ventured out with Daji instead of staying indoors and playing Chinese chess all day. A request from an expert. Luo Xiu and Qin Menyun looked at each other. They seemed excited. They did not think that Li Nianfan was clueless. An expert just simply would not deal with pesky ants, so he requested for their help. This was their chance to shine. Meanwhile, Luo Xiu was feeling a bit embarrassed. She should not have neglected this issue happening in the gone-long Immortal Dynasty's turf. She should not have waited until Mr. Li had to point it out to them. Mr. Li, it was thoughtless of us. I'll deal with it immediately. Qin Menyun also promised, I'll help too, Mr. Li. Luo Xiu saw the opportunity and chimed in, yeah, with Menyun's help, these people will be gone in no time. Qin Menyun smiled, but she had an upsurge of emotions internally. She knew it. The expert had indeed expected their arrival. The nine-tailed fox brought all the cultivators and powerful forces here. The gone-long Immortal Dynasty was not capable of dealing with all of them. Only someone from the Lingxian Palace was capable of doing so. When the expert said he was actually hoping to see you too, what he really meant was he was expecting her arrival. Qin Menyun had chills and goosebumps all over. She thought to herself, I'm probably like his chess piece. This expert definitely saw me coming. Li Nianfan smiled at their offer to help. Thanks. Please, have a seat. Qin Menyun sneakily glanced at him. Now this was what they called him, a hidden expert. He looked completely ordinary on the surface. Then, she glanced at Daji. Was this the nine-tailed fox? She was just curious. However, she was perturbed at the sight of her. How is this possible? Daji was covered with a thin veil of fog. The fog was not an ordinary fog. It was something that could only be sensed by someone with high insights training. The fog was a spiritual manifestation. Normally, a spiritual manifestation would occur when one absorbed too much spirituality in a short amount of time. However, it was very rare. Most people treated the saying as a joke since it was assumed to be absurd. Spirituality was already hard to achieve, so manifestation caused by too much spirituality was extremely rare. She could not believe she actually witnessed spiritual manifestation. Qin Menyun was speechless. She almost drooled in admiration. How much luck would you need to have to receive an amount of spirituality like that? This was like a poor man meeting a billionaire going through the compare and despair cycle. Qin Menyun also noticed that Daji's insights cultivation was at the golden core level. It had only been a few days since the transformation of the nine-tailed fox. Moreover, Luo Xiu said the nine-tailed fox was hurt from natural tribulations. She would have died if the expert did not save her. So, how did she reach the golden core level? Did she have a cheat code or something? Qin Menyun was utterly confused. She felt like she was not knowledgeable enough to understand the situation. However, she knew it had something to do with Li Nianfan. Li Nianfan was extraordinary. She would be lucky if she got the opportunity to follow him. Qin Menyun envied Daji. She wished to follow Li Nianfan around, too. Even if she had to serve him like a maid, it would still be more awesome than being a powerful saintess anywhere. Suddenly, she smelled an erotic scent. It perked her up. She looked toward the scent and gasped in shock. A full garden of spiritual herbs. Premium-grade spiritual herbs. A handful of these would cause a fight in the market without a doubt. Qin Menyun was a saintess at the Lingxian Palace, but she was astounded by how luxurious this was. Beautiful, amazing, luxurious. Don't scream. Calm down. Calm yourself down. Experts won't like fussy people, Qin Menyan thought to herself. She was internally screaming and had to take a few deep breaths. She looked at Luo Xiu and realized she was already in a daze. Luo Xiu told Qin Menyan not make a fuss here, but she was not handling it well herself. Qin Menyan shook her to snap her out of it. Luo Xiu's throat felt dry. She was at a loss for words. She knew Li Nianfan had some spiritual herbs. However, she did not expect him to plant a full garden of it. More importantly, his gardening was a success. The quality of the herbs were fantastic and the grade of the herbs were even better than the original. She felt like she was dreaming. This, Luo Xiu mumbled. Mr. Li, you planted the spiritual herbs? Yeah, I used some tricks up my sleeves. The results are decent, Li Nianfan smiled. He was pleased with himself when he saw their facial expressions. It was indeed a great choice to plant the spiritual herbs. Even the cultivators were astounded. He did not want others to look down on him because he was ordinary, and it felt good to be admired by cultivators. Tricks? Decent results? Qin Menyan and Luo Xiu felt chills from his flex. They stood there, dumbfounded. Chapter 52, Mr. Li's Hints, Nice Jello. It was shocking to see a garden full of spiritual herbs. Luo Xiu and Qin Menyan thought of what they discussed at the tavern. Did he have flat peaches? It seemed like they already had the answer to that question. In Journey to the West, the Heavenly Temple had a garden of flat peaches. It was likely that Li Nianfan owned a flat peach garden too, right? How shocking. It sent shivers down their spine. Suddenly, Xiaobai came over with 2 glasses of water. Please, have a drink. Thank you. Luo Xiu and Qin Menyan accepted the water. They felt flattered. Even immortals would envy getting high-end service from a spiritual robot. Qin Menyan looked at the water in the glass. It was pure and clear, spiritual qi wafted from the glass. Spiritual water. Qin Menyan thought to herself. She tried her best to look calm, but in reality, she could not wait to try it. She took a sip from the glass. The sun was shining brightly. It was hot, but it had not affected the water. The water was cool and smooth. It moisturized her lips and trailed down her throat from the tip of the tongue. She felt like the hot temperature just went away. It woke her up, too. She loved the chilly feeling of drinking every drop of the spiritual water. Gulp. She drank another mouthful of water. Qin Menyan could not help but smile, feeling like she had just quenched her thirst and was completely hydrated. Yummy! Spiritual water was the best. What a true big shot. Even the water was rare and luxurious. The casual lifestyle of a big shot. She was satisfied. She finished her drink in a heartbeat but was left wanting more. Li Nianfan added, Xiaobai, pour another glass of water for them. He could not figure out what was wrong with the ladies. They looked like they were from wealthy families, so why were they gulping down the water like that and smiling? Was he imagining it or were they too thirsty? Qin Menyan and Luo Xiu realized they were being impolite. They blushed and whispered, Thank you, Mr. Li. Li Nianfan smiled, You're welcome. So, what are you girls doing here? I've heard all about you, Mr. Li. So, I begged Xia to bring me here to visit you, said Qin Menyan. At the same time, she took out a translucent jade bottle and respectfully handed it over to Li Nianfan. She said, This is my sex specialty. I hope you'll like it, Mr. Li. This was the first time she visited him. Of course, she had to bring a gift. She did not know what to bring. He was such an expert. He probably would not care for the most precious gift in the world either. However, a gift was necessary to show her sincerity, so she brought her most prized possession. Li Nianfan smiled, You're too kind. He instantly had a good impression of Qin Menyan. He viewed her as a good girl with fantastic manners. She was probably a woman of culture as well. She wanted to visit because of rumors and her admiration. Li Nianfan took the jade bottle and discovered that there were 10 individual droplets of liquid in the bottle. It was unique and looked like crystals but bigger than an average water droplet. It looked like it was flowing, yet it was in solid form. It was very weird. Luo Xiu stared at the liquid in the jade bottle with her beautiful eyes. Her heart raced. 1,000-year black ice. Holy cow! 10 full drops of 1,000-year black ice. How generous! Although Qin Menyan was a saintess at the Lingxian Palace, she had to spend a lot of effort to get her hands on so many droplets. Li Nianfan poured a droplet from the bottle into the palm of his hand. He observed it for a while, then sucked it up into his mouth. It was nice and cool to the taste. Quite delicious. Qin Menyan and Luo Xiu watched Li Nianfan casually devouring a drop of 1,000-year black ice. They asked nervously, Mr. Li, you. What? What's wrong? He looked at them in confusion. Qin Menyan suddenly piped down when she realized that Li Nianfan was fine. No, nothing. She had an upsurge of emotions internally. That was the 1,000-year black ice. It contained black ice essence. Black ice essence was amazing, but normal people would get hurt from the frostbite. It had to be consumed in the right way and with full safety precautions. Did he simply swallow it? Qin Menyun smiled wryly. Of course. 1,000-year black ice would just be a bit chilly to someone like him. Maybe it was just like water to him. Li Nianfan smacked his lips. He looked like he was reminiscing. It's been a long time since I had jello again, how nostalgic. Jello? Luo Xiu was perplexed. What's that? Li Nianfan smiled. Oh, it's a kind of snack. I used to eat it for fun all the time. Never had these since I got here. Snack? Eat it for fun? Qin Menyun and Luo Xiu's minds almost exploded. He was saying he used to eat it in the Immortal Realm. Of course, their rare treasures were merely a boring snack for someone like him. However, they were glad he liked the snack. Li Nianfan passed the jade bottle to Daji and said with a smile, Daji, this jello is nice. You should try it, too. Daji took the jade bottle carefully. Mr. Li, I'll keep it for you since you like it. It's okay. Although there isn't much of it, I shouldn't eat it all by myself. Li Nianfan shook his head. A hint. That was a hint. Qin Menyun instantly said, if Mr. Li likes it, I'll bring more next time. She hesitated and clenched her teeth before saying, her voice quivering, a tub full of it. It took all her might to say that. It was the 1,000-year black ice. The Lynxian palace could only extract a drop every 10 years. Hence, it was very rare and precious. What a trash concept. The Lynxian palace would be dirt poor very soon if that was the case. She promised something outrageous without consulting her sect, all because the expert hinted at it. She could not hesitate. Good. Li Nianfan liked Qin Menyun even more. She looked troubled but still offered generously. She had a heart of gold. Thanks, Lady Qin. Li Nianfan did not reject her since he loved jello. It was an opportunity he was not willing to let go of. I don't need a tub full of it. Just a few would suffice. Chapter 53, Ant discovered the sky. Li Nianfan had an idea. Qin Menyun was clearly a role model. She seemed to be cultured, so she must be good at chess. Maybe she could be a great opponent. Daji was trash at Chinese chess. He could not play with her. It was hard to find a good opponent in the middle of nowhere. He had to ask, Lady Qin, do you know how to play Chinese chess? Qin Menyun hesitated, then nodded. The basics. Li Nianfan lit up. He could tell she was being humble. He immediately replied, great, let's play. Sure, go easy on me, Mr. Li. Qin Menyun would never reject him since it was a great opportunity to bond with the expert. She was slightly nervous, blushing, and overthinking it. What if her chess skills were too great for the expert? Should she lose intentionally? She heard from elders that hidden experts loved to play Chinese chess even though they were bad at it. Moreover, they would glare at their opponent with rage once they lost. How troublesome. What should she do? How should she please him without him noticing? The game started. Li Nianfan had the black pieces. He smiled and said, you start. Qin Menyun cleared her mind. She looked serious. She had to showcase her abilities to impress him. She took a white pawn and looked at the chessboard. She was taken aback. The chessboard looked normal, but at the center of the board was a watermark with the words heaven and earth. Qin Menyun felt dizzy. She was in a white, hazy dimension when she opened her eyes again. There was nothing in the dimension except for black and white chess pieces. They were floating around without bothering each other. The chess game was in another dimension. Qin Menyun stood there alone. She felt tiny and insignificant, as if she was a single speck of dust in the vast universe. The power she felt in this dimension was overwhelming. It was like an ant discovering the sky. She was a mortal facing a god. Small, weak, and helpless. She clenched her jaw and made her move. Vroom! Instantly, the balance between black and white was thrown off. The dimension was in chaos. Qin Menyun was shaken, but Li Nianfan seemed indifferent. He took a black piece and moved it. Bam! Qin Menyun was shaking because of the black and white pieces. The game had started and she was caught in the middle of the conflict. She was like a small boat lost at sea. She felt like this was her end. How horrifying! What type of treasure was this chessboard? It secretly contained a whole other dimension. This level of insights was beyond her. It was way too scary. This was not a chess game, it was a test of heaven and earth. Of course, she should have expected it. Li Nianfan used a new dimension as his chessboard. She should have known it was not a simple game. Qin Menyun finally figured out why Daji had so much insights. Even pigs would be able to fly if they played Chinese chess with Li Nianfan constantly. This was the heaven and earth dimension. It seemed like nobody in the world would be able to discover another dimension like this. Luck. The expert was blessing her with the best of luck. It must be because of the 1,000-year black ice. She had pleased him with her sincerity, so he decided to bless her with this experience. The actions of an expert were indeed determined by their mood. They could casually bless their disciples with the best gifts just because they felt like it. Qin Menyun was determined to impress and please Li Nianfan. She looked up at the floating black and white chess pieces. They were changing chaotically in a blink of a moment. It was blowing her mind. This dimension was too deep and mysterious for her. She barely understood the meaning behind the changes of the chess pieces. Most of the time, she was perturbed and dizzy. It was like a preschool student looking at calculus. Nothing made sense and she was getting a headache. Qin Menyun clenched her jaw and held on. Being blessed with this opportunity, she needed to stay strong. That being said, an ant would not last long against the sky. It had only been 5 minutes but Qin Menyun already could not hold her pieces. Li Nianfan sighed quietly. He did not show it, but he defined Qin Menyun as a total noob. Her chess skills were worse than Daji's. If Daji played like a kindergartner, playing with Qin Menyun was basically like playing chess with yourself. He thought she was being humble, but really, she was being arrogant. She did not know the basics. She could not play at all. Sigh, what a newbie. It was fine that she was a beginner, but she was sweating hard. It made Li Nianfan speechless. It was just a chess game. Her reaction was over the top. She was sweating bullets and panting like she was engaging in hardcore sports. Mr. Li, I can't do this anymore, Qin Menyun said weakly. She looked at the board and was instantly humiliated. 11 moves in total and she was defeated completely. People would laugh at how badly she lost. She was thinking too much when she wanted to go easy on him. Li Nianfan shook his head and said in exasperation, I can tell. Luo Xiu looked at the chessboard excitedly. Qin Menyun was a saintess at the Lingxian Palace. She did not expect her to suck at Chinese chess and lose this hard. It is my time to shine, Luo Xiu thought to herself. As a princess of the Gonlong Immortal dynasty, chess was her favorite hobby from a young age. She saw herself as a great player, or at least she was not as bad as Qin Menyun. She had to show off her chess skills to impress the expert. She could please Li Nianfan for sure if she took advantage of the chess game. She was excited. Hopefully, this would lead to a better life. She instantly chimed in, Mr. Li, how about you let me try? Oh, you can play. Li Nianfan looked at her. Luo Xiu smiled and said, of course. In the Gonlong Immortal dynasty, I'm known as the best player. No opponent can defeat me. Alright, play, Li Nianfan said casually. It was just a pastime hobby to him anyway. It would be great if Luo Xiu was a masterful player. Luo Xiu excitedly sat across Li Nianfan. She was baffled when she looked at the chessboard. What? Was this chess? She went blank like a kindergartner attending a college exam. She blacked out and did not understand what was going on. Luo Xiu felt like she was worse than Qin Menyun. Once she was in the game, she almost had a mental breakdown. It was too horrifying. It took her all her might to pick up a chess piece. She was helpless. How foolish of her. This was not an ordinary chess game. No, not when it came to the expert. No wonder Qin Menyun could only make 11 moves. The insights in the chess game were startling. The entire mortal realm would not be able to handle this chess game of the heaven and earth dimension. Chapter 54, Secrets Everywhere, Treasure Everywhere. Luo Xiu and Qin Menyun both knew that they were not at the level to explore the heaven and earth dimension. It was as if they had a death wish. Anything could happen in the heaven and earth dimension and they could easily get into trouble. Only someone like Li Nianfan could handle this dimension. Everyone else would envy him. They were in luck, yet, they were incapable of enjoying it. Luo Xiu blushed and panted. She was under enormous stress. She felt like a speck of dust, insignificant and bound to be doomed. She could not stand it. She fainted and withdrew from the game. When she regained consciousness again, she looked at the chessboard. She only made 6 moves in total. She totally lost. Unbelievable. Li Nianfan did not expect that either. He could not believe that there was someone who sucked so badly at this game. Qin Menyun was a newbie, but at least she knew the rules of the game. Luo Xiu played like she was blindfolded. Her moves were random and stupid. He stared at Luo Xiu in disbelief. What gave her the confidence to claim that she was good at chess? Sigh, he should not have gotten his hopes up. She was a princess. She probably won because her disciples let her win on purpose. She thought she was a masterful player. I'm sorry, Luo Xiu almost cried. She did not know what to do. She was panicking because she knew Li Nianfan was disappointed. He probably looked down on her. What if he hated her because of this? Li Nianfan quickly comforted her. It's okay, I understand. This young lady must be terrified. She was told to be a masterful player her whole life. To suddenly find out that she was a beginner and that everyone around her had lied to her, anyone would be devastated. What a poor girl. Li Nianfan gave her some advice. At least now you know the truth. You should practice more from now on. Li Nianfan advised her to practice and improve on her understanding. he urged her not to give up. She was just glad that Li Nianfan did not hate her. Luo Xiu sighed in relief. She quickly replied, "Thank you, Mr. Li. I'll practice harder from now on." Li Nianfan nodded. Then, he frowned. Since Qin Menyun and Luo Xiu were bad at chess, he should send them off soon. However, he was thinking of a gift to repay their kindness. Since Qin Menyun was so polite and gave him jello, he should give her something in return. Qin Menyun and Luo Xiu stood up and were ready to say their goodbyes. Unintentionally, Qin Menyun glanced at a corner of the four-part architecture. She was astonished. She felt as if lightning had struck upon her. She ogled at the corner, breathing heavily. It was undeniable. That was definitely the Enlightenment bamboo. Common folk would not be able to recognize it, but as a saintess of the Lingxian Palace, she was familiar with the Enlightenment bamboo. She recognized it instantly. She did not notice it initially because she was nervous and distracted by the spiritual herbs. Now, she realized that every corner of this place had something special. At the pyre, the fallen demon's sword was stuck on a wooden stake. There was a stone bench not far from them where a red fiery ball was placed. That was a dragon fire pearl. The chessboard was beyond an immortal item, too. Her eyes focused on the Enlightenment bamboo. Wait a minute. She turned around and looked at the pyre. Yikes! Spirit wood. All of it was spirit wood. Only a powerful dryad could produce spirit wood. Where did Li Nianfan get all this spirit wood? And why was he using spirit wood as burning material? The level of luxury gave her chills. If anyone knew about this, they would kill themselves over how wasteful it was. This was the house of a living god. Secrets everywhere, treasure everywhere. She kept taking deep breaths to calm herself down. Keep calm. I have to keep calm and carry on. Let's not upset the expert. Qin Menyun glanced at Luo Xiu next to her, slightly envious of her. Sometimes, ignorance was bliss. At least she did not have to force herself to be calm, unlike her. Mr. Li, may I ask about? She asked and pointed at the Enlightenment bamboo. Li Nianfan took a look and casually said, "That's leftover material from making my bow. It's just trash. I'm going to burn it." Trash? Burn it? Qin Menyun almost stopped breathing. At the same time, she was extremely glad that she asked about it. Otherwise, the Enlightenment bamboo would be burned. Thank God. Praise the Lord. She took a deep breath and steadied her voice. Could you give it to me instead? You want it? Li Nianfan looked at Qin Menyun weirdly. It's worthless, but be my guest. Thank you, Mr. Li. Qin Menyun was overjoyed. Truth be told, this bamboo would be the perfect material for something I'm working on which is very important to me. Li Nianfan nodded with understanding. She was a maker just like him. Bamboos were truly useful materials. Li Nianfan laughed. He was struggling to choose a gift for her, but she had already picked something and was satisfied with it. She made things so easy for him. Qin Menyun walked over and carefully picked up the bamboo. She packed it up with a piece of cloth and even took the dust around it. Mr. Li, sorry for the disturbance. We should take our leave now, said Qin Menyun. Luo Xiu agreed. Mr. Li, we'll be going now. Li Nianfan nodded. Yeah, goodbye. Luo Xiu and Qin Menyun walked out of the four-part architecture. They fastened their pace and headed to the foot of the mountain. They had to deal with Li Nianfan's request as soon as possible. On their way down, they could see shadows flying by from time to time, causing them to frown. Were these people done? They had better not disturb the expert. They were worried as they clenched their jaws. The expert should not be disturbed at any cost. Qin Menyun followed Luo Xiu back to the gone-long Immortal Dynasty. They briefly said their greetings to His Majesty, then took off to the Lingxian Palace in their skyship. She needed to tell the big news to their teachers and masters and to request their help in completing their task as soon as possible. Chapter 55, The Godly Expert. Qin Menyun did her best to rush to the Lingxian Palace as fast as she could. The huge skyship landed on a square field in the Lingxian Palace. Qin Menyun hurriedly walked to the venue where her teachers and masters were. Senior Qin. Senior Qin is back. Greetings to Senior Qin. The Lingxian Palace juniors respectively said their greetings to Qin Menyun. She nodded in response without stopping. She walked to a big main hall and stopped, knocking 3 times on a stone wall that was next to the main hall. After a brief moment, there was the sound of a splash. The stone door opened and Qin Menyun walked in. The stone room was divided into 2 areas which were separated by a huge crystal. The crystal was translucent, and she could see the robed master on the other side of it. The robed master sat cross-legged. There was a hairpin in his hair, as well as a horsetail whisk in his hand, too. Qin Menyun greeted him respectfully. Greetings to Master from Menyun. The master said from the other side of the crystal, back so soon? Do you have the 9-tailed fox? No, Master. Qin Menyan took a deep breath and continued in a serious tone, however, I know the location of the nine-tailed fox, but more importantly, I met someone of the utmost importance. There was a hint of doubt in the old master's voice. Someone with the utmost importance? Who? Qin Menyan replied, it's a hidden expert, living in secrecy in the Gonlong immortal dynasty. His power is immeasurable. He was the one who saved the nine-tailed fox. The old master moved. He said in a tone of surprise, the heavenly lightning contains Dao of destruction. He must be someone incredible to be able to save the nine-tailed fox from a natural tribulation. If the nine-tailed fox is being kept beside him, we should let it be. Master, you've previously mentioned that the Tianxin zither has been damaged. Is it true? Qin Menyan suddenly asked. Yes, it's true. The old master sighed in exasperation and said, the strings were damaged. It might never be fixed again. If I have an enlightenment bamboo, would it be possible to fix it? Asked Qin Menyan. Of course. The master was sure of it. Then, he shook his head and said, however, enlightenment bamboo is very rare. The original Tianxin zither was made from an enlightenment bamboo, which is what makes it so unique. Our lucky ancestors got an enlightenment bamboo by fate. It's too hard for us to get the bamboo. The enlightenment bamboo was not really a type of bamboo. Instead, it was a product of enlightenment. The enlightenment state was harder to achieve than death. Legends had it that if someone reached the state of enlightenment under a Bodhi tree, the tree would grow fruits of Dao and become a sacred tree. Enlightenment bamboo was not as famous or valuable as a Bodhi tree, but they were extremely similar and worked the same way. An enlightenment bamboo was formed when an expert was near it, affecting its formation from the enlightenment and insights. However, it was impossible. Experts were rare, and experts who would reach enlightenment near bamboos were even rarer. Too unrealistic. It would take fate and luck, but more importantly, it would take the existence of said expert. The master sighed. The Tianxin zither had been passed down for many generations. It was the only treasure in the Lingxian palace that resembled an immortal item. It had been damaged. How would he face his ancestor? After the enlightenment bamboo introduction from the master, Qin Menyan was feeling unconfident. Did she bring back an enlightenment bamboo or was she mistaken? She took out the bamboo from her space ring and asked meekly, Master, is this the enlightenment bamboo? The master shook his head without hesitation. No way. What a naive girl. As if she would run into the enlightenment bamboo that easily. However, he took it all back in the next moment. He jolted and gawked at the bamboo. Then, he took a closer look. He sprung up instantly and ran into the crystal wall. The crystal wall turned out to be a form of liquid. He popped out from the wall like a bubble. Pop! An old man with a long white beard and messy hair stood in front of Qin Menyan. He snatched the bamboo and said with a shivering voice, Let me see. Let me take a closer look. He caressed the bamboo and teared up. He said sobbingly, It's the enlightenment bamboo. It really is. He never thought he would live to see this day. He felt like he was in a dream. The enlightenment bamboo was short, but the quality was fantastic. It was even better than the bamboo their ancestors brought back. The first enlightenment bamboo was badly damaged and charred. The Tianxin zither would be fixed in no time. For the Lingxian palace, the value of this enlightenment bamboo was too significant. Did the gods bless her with such a treasure? The master asked excitedly, Menyan, where did you get this bamboo? I got it from the expert I was talking about, replied Menyan. The master was in disbelief. The expert just gave it to you willingly? Qin Menyan was feeling slightly awkward about this. She said embarrassingly, Master, the expert was about to burn this bamboo. It was such a waste for a treasure like this, so I asked the expert if he could give it to me instead. What? The old man jumped. Burn it. Qin Menyan nodded and took out the dust she packed. The expert seems to be making something. These are the remains. To him, it was all trash. Trash? The utmost valuable treasure was trash to him? The old man stood there in silence. He was completely baffled. Master, are you all right? Qin Menyan was worried. After a long while, the old master shook his head and said astonishingly, I'm all right. Wow, he must be a godly expert. You didn't offend him, did you? I wouldn't dare, Master. I tried my best to please him. Qin Menyan hesitated, then continued, Master, I gave all our 1,000-year black ice to this expert. Good choice. The old master sighed in relief. Then, he smiled proudly. That's my student. Always so smart. The expert probably gave you the enlightenment bamboo because you were kind and polite. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given it to you so easily. This is the best thing that's ever happened to the Lingxian palace. You're blessed with the best luck. Hurry up and tell me the rest. Spare no details. Of course, Qin Menyan told him everything without holding back. The old man's shock increased with each detail. He gasped at the end. Yikes! Chapter 56, Helpful, Kind, Double Sword Duo. Expert. An ultimate expert. I've lived for 3,000 years, 430 lifetimes. This is the coolest expert I've ever heard of. It's pure luck encountering someone like that. If I could ally with him, it would be a blessing from the heavens. Awesome, I would be rich and successful, the old man thought to himself while blushing from excitement. Right. You said the expert requested something? The old man looked at Qin Menyun. Qin Menyun nodded. Master, the place is constantly surrounded by cultivators because of the nine-tailed fox. It's bothering the expert. Bam! The old master smashed a rock next to him into bits. He said angrily, how dare they? They must have a death wish. He looked at Qin Menyun and asked anxiously, why are you only telling me this now? Something so important should be dealt with immediately. It should be your priority. Gather the Lynxian Palace forces now. We must help the expert solve this issue. Did he assign you anything else? The old master asked. He sounded excited. An assignment from an expert was not considered a job. It was considered pure bliss because it was a great chance to impress him. Qin Menyun bit her lip and said embarrassingly, Master, the expert loved the 1,000-year black ice. I promised him that I'd provide enough black ice for him. Ha ha. Wow, ha ha. The old man was not angry at her and was laughing instead. He was overjoyed. Good, that's good. His face was red from laughing so hard. The 1,000-year black ice reminded the expert of his hometown. The feeling of nostalgia is better than any rare artifacts. I think the expert wouldn't like any gifts, even if it was an immortal item. But who knew he'd like our 1,000-year black ice? This is God's blessing on the Lynxian Palace. Then, he explained to Qin Menyun, my student, you're not wise enough. You didn't realize the full meaning of the expert's hints. We're going to carry our entire stock of 1,000-year black ice to him. 1,000-year black ice was not an issue. He would have given away the Lynxian Palace if the expert asked. Master, I understand. Qin Menyun looked like she learned a lesson. The old man nodded and exited the stone room. This shouldn't be delayed any further. Hurry up and help the expert with the problem instantly. In the air above the gone-long immortal dynasty, countless cultivators flew by as if they were teleporting. They looked at each other and frowned. What was going on? They had searched for a long time but still could not locate any sign of the nine-tailed fox. This could not be. The nine-tailed fox ran into a natural tribulation. Even if she survived, she would have been badly injured. Where could she possibly hide? Suddenly, a bright beam of light flew towards them at high speed. It's Sect Master Bai. Sect Master Bai, have you seen any sign of the nine-tailed fox? Bai Wuchen had a cold expression. He flew by with an expensive sword in hand, sharp and shiny. He looked as if he was floating like a god, like a cool, indifferent swordsman. He was famously known for reaching out of aperture. He helped them look for the nine-tailed fox, too. He gained popularity and fame so most people knew who he was. Everyone smiled at Bai Wuchen. They thought to themselves, Sect Master Bai such a nice fellow. Not only was he helpful with the search, but he would also share his information with everyone. He would tell everyone where he searched to no avail, and which location the nine-tailed fox could be at. How kind and helpful. Sword cultivators were faster than most cultivators. Bai Wuchen had a positive attitude and his kindness was very helpful for everyone. It was hard to find someone helpful and kind in the cultivator realm. What a breath of fresh air. Anyone who had information of the nine-tailed fox would have probably kept it to themselves. They would be quiet about it so they could keep all the profits. It was hard to find someone so selfless. Aside from Sect Master Bai, there was another sword cultivator who was also selfless named Zhao Shanhe. Although he was with age, he was the rare type that would volunteer to fight at the front lines. The two of them were known as the double sword duo. People loved them. Bai Wuchen nodded at everyone indifferently, then said, everyone, there are signs of the nine-tailed fox in about 100 miles from here in the southwest direction. This time, it's reliable information. I'll cut to the chase, let's roll. Will the nine-tailed fox finally be found? Thank you, Sect Master Bai, for the provided information. Please, visit Bio Palace anytime you like. Sect Master Bai's willing to share such priceless information like that. You're making me sweat. I won't ever forget about what you did today. Bai Wuchen was expressionless. He had the aura of a true sect master. You're all too kind, comrades. We should hurry up and go. Everyone headed southwest in a blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Zhao Shanhe was traveling with his sword, too. He exclaimed, the nine-tailed fox has appeared. I can feel my luck. Everyone, follow me. He was with another bunch of cultivators. Suddenly, there were a lot of cultivators in the same area in the gone-long immortal dynasty. However, they were too late. They heard an old prestigious voice. Nine-tailed fox, where are you? Show yourself now. Splash. Suddenly, a powerful force covered the area. The wind stopped blowing and the clouds stopped moving. Everyone looked up and saw an old figure levitating and looking down on everyone. That's the sect master of the Lynxian Palace, Yao Menji. Master Menji showed up? It's over for us. Who could compete with him? Squeak! A white fox squeaked anxiously as a colored cloud lifted it in the air. The fox was trapped by some sort of power, frantically wagging its 9 tails to no avail. Soon, the fox was dragged toward Master Menji. Then, they disappeared. It was peaceful again. Everyone witnessed Master Menji take the 9-tailed fox, but nobody dared to stop him. Sigh. They were no match for him. It was not meant to be. Bai Wuchen looked at the sky and cursed, "Damn it. My 9-tailed fox just got captured like that? What a waste of time." His aura destroyed the plants around him. He was angry. Everyone comforted him. "Sect Master Bai, relax. We can't offend the sect master of the Lynxian Palace. Yeah, it's just a 9-tailed fox. Forget about it. We'll remember all that you've done for us today, Sect Master Bai." Bai Wuchen worked so hard to no avail. Everyone pitied him. Bai Wuchen shook his head and said in exasperation, "Fine, I'm out of here." He raised his sword and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Zhao Shanhe sighed loudly. He then waved at everyone. "Let's go. Show's over." He left, too. The rest of the cultivators looked at each other. They came here for the 9-tailed fox, but that goal was no longer achievable. They all then left the area without hesitation. Chapter 57, The Enraged Silver Moon Demon King. After everyone left, 2 figures teleported back to the place. It was Bai Wuchen and Zhao Shanhe. Then, a few figures joined them swiftly. Bai Wuchen and Zhao Shanhe looked serious. "Greetings to Master Yao." Yao Menji grabbed his long beard and smiled. "Everyone here's a guest of Mr. Li. Don't be so courteous." He had a white fox in hand, too, which he simply let go. The 9-tailed fox was a decoy. It was just an ordinary white fox. Yao Menji had cast an illusion spell on it, making others think it had 9 tails. They came up with the plan and executed it perfectly. They thought about chasing the cultivators away, but that would displease the cultivators for sure. If they started a fight, it would disturb the expert. If they talked to them nicely, it would cause conflict because no one would listen to them. They went through their options and came up with this plan. They acted and fooled the cultivators without disturbing the expert. It was perfect. The Holy Emperor gestured, "Master Yao, you were the one with tricks up your sleeves. All credit goes to you. We did it together. Besides, I'm grateful to be able to help Mr. Li," laughed Yao Menji. He was in a great mood. There was a chance that he would visit the expert. "Haha, Master Yao, are you going to visit Mr. Li?" laughed Bai Wuchen. "I intend to, but not right now," Yao Menji nodded. Then, he said, "Mr. Li just regained peace, so I don't think it's the right time for a visit. We wouldn't want to disturb him. I plan to visit after a while." Zhao Shanhe said, "Master Yao, you're truly considerate and wise. If Li Nianfan wanted to enjoy peace and quiet, they should think twice before visiting him." Then, everyone said their goodbyes and left. Qin Menyun and her master did not leave, though. They went to a tavern in the fallen town. A sanctuary of an immortal heightened the place. They intend to stick close to the expert. It was incomparable to divine places. "Master, when are you going to visit the expert?" asked Qin Menyun. Yao Menji looked composed, and said in a low voice, "At the right time." He solved the issue, but something was off. He felt like he missed out on something and could not visit the expert yet. The assignment from the expert was way too easy, almost too easy to be true. His gut feeling was never wrong. Somehow he felt like there was a hidden hint. Yao Menji was deep in thought. He looked at Qin Menyun and said, "Menyun, please recall carefully and tell me what the expert said. I want you to repeat every word he said to you." Qin Menyun tensed up and recalled as best as she could. After an hour, she reenacted the memory of her visit. She mimicked Li Nianfan and said, "Recently, there seem to be cultivators all around me. I can't go out and it's impossible to go hunting in the mountains. Can you help me find out what's going on?" Yao Menji was taken aback. He seemed to have caught a glimpse of something. He brushed his long beard while decoding the meaning of the sentence. He even wrote it down. He was thinking hard. Then, he said slowly, "I have to figure out what the expert truly means. Otherwise, the expert would be displeased." It took him 3 days to think. Meanwhile, Qin Menyun also attempted to decode the sentence. However, it was useless. She had no clues or leads. It was dark at night. It was dark everywhere in the mountains except for one spot. There was fire coming from that spot and it was noisy. It was the turf of the Silver Moon Demon King. There were countless demons. His demon disciples were causing a ruckus. They were arrogant and loud. The demons wore animal heads as hats and they were chatting and laughing devilishly from time to time. They also had glaring eyes. They were all looking at a big metal cage that had 100 captured humans inside. The humans were terrified. Some of them fainted at least once because they were surrounded by so many demons. "Haha, look at that pretty lady over there. She has smooth, pale skin. How dare you? We're saving those for the king. We're getting the meat of old men. Old men's meat sounds nice, to be honest. It's better than the meat of a grandpa. The humans heard their conversations. They all went pale and were shivering in fear. Suddenly, a demonic windstorm erupted. A dark, shadowy figure was levitating in the middle of it. The dark shadowy figure had wings up to 6 feet long. With each flap, he raised dark clouds behind him. He flew at a high speed. Vroom! He flapped his wings 3 times before landing on a giant rock. His wings were covered in black feathers, which he retracted into his back. He was a mountain eagle demon. The demons all bowed. Greetings to the king. The mountain eagle demon stood tall on the rock and glanced at his disciples. He was glaringly scary and everyone went silent. My king, this is the food we've prepared for you, said a pig demon that wore a pig head. He pointed at the cage. The silver moon demon king glanced at the cage. He looked displeased and said in a low voice, I ordered you to find the 9-tailed fox. How was it? This. The pig demon said timidly, we haven't found it yet. Useless. The silver moon demon king roared. He slapped the pig demon and he went flying. It was very abusive. A bunch of useless demons. He glared at them like he wanted to devour them. 2 weeks ago, he sent 2 demon kings to search for the 9-tailed fox. However, those 2 losers went missing. At that time, the 9-tailed fox was covered with demon scent because she went through a transformation. It was the best time to track her down. Now that her scent was gone, it was way harder to look for her unless they had special skills. Those 2 idiots. They made the silver moon demon king miss his best shot at tracking her. Chapter 58. Do you understand the expert's hints? The 9-tailed fox must be injured, but you useless idiots can't even trace her? What am I keeping you all for? The silver moon demon king thought to himself and looked more menacing. A cow demon stepped out and said, My king, the 9-tailed fox was taken away by the Lynxian palace. What? His eyes went dark and he was shaking in rage. The demon king looked like he was ready to kill someone. The demon disciples all knelt to the ground in fear. However, my king, we've discovered a 6-tailed fox, said the cow demon. Oh. The silver moon demon king was intrigued. The cow demon continued, the 6-tailed fox appears to be the sister of the 9-tailed fox. Sister? The silver moon demon king could not help but grin. He needed to capture the 9-tailed fox not only because of her transformation, but because he needed to know the 9-tailed fox secrets. There had to be some sort of secret to be able to transform into a 9-tailed fox. 3 years ago, the 9-tailed fox was captured and badly injured. She was near death. How did she recover in an instant? She must have discovered something by luck. He got a feeling that he would be able to rule the world once he discovered the secret. Since the 9-tailed fox was captured by the Lynxian palace, he had to leave it be and capture her sister instead. He might discover something useful. The silver moon demon king stared at the cow demon and asked, Where is the 6-tailed fox? My king, she's in the nearby woods, replied the cow demon. Good job. The silver moon demon king howled, This time, I'll do it myself. His wings spread out and he flew into the sky. His demon disciples followed him. It was a terrifying demonic night. At the Fallen Town Tavern, only one room was still lit. An oil lamp was hung up, swinging slightly from the wind. Yao Menji propped his head up in his hands. He was still staring at that sentence, thinking hard. It had been 3 days and 3 nights. He did not rest because he swore to decode the expert's hints. Experts loved spiritual knowledge. Only those who possessed spiritual knowledge could decode their hints. It was the only way to impress him. He felt like he was onto something but he lost it every time. Suddenly, he felt something. He looked out to the forest under the night sky. What? A strong demonic aura. A strong demonic aura like this could only mean that a powerful demon was on the move. Was it the Silver Moon Demon King? Hold on. The Silver Moon Demon King. Yao Menji had an epiphany. He looked excited. I get it. This was what the expert meant. He was happier. Haha, of course. I see. Yao Menji cackled. He looked like a wise man who had just figured it out. I get it now. Qin Menyun, who was training next door, opened her eyes and rushed to his room. Master, you decoded the expert's message? Asked Qin Menyun. Menyun, it seems like you still have a lot to figure out. Yao Menji nodded and lectured her. Remember, if you're unsure of the expert's hints, don't disturb the expert without a proper reason. The expert saw the heaven and earth dimension as a chess game. To him, we are like chess pieces. It's an honor to be chosen, an enormous blessing. However, a chess piece could be a sacrificial piece. Therefore, we have to understand his every hint and show the expert that we're valuable to him. Some would settle being just pawns, but that's not how we do things here. We should be the most important chess pieces to the expert. He was passionate even if he was describing himself as a chess piece. At this point in his life, he had seen it all and realized a lot of things. Was it such a bad thing to be a pawn if it was in the hands of an expert? On the contrary, no. Qin Menyan humbly requested, Master, please teach me your ways. Look carefully at this phrase, Yao Menji said. This sentence could be dissected into two parts. The first part is, recently, there seem to be cultivators all around me, we already solved that. But the key is the second part. There is a hidden task in there. The second part of the sentence was, I can't go out and it's impossible to go hunting in the mountains. Can you help me find out what's going on? Hunting in the mountains? Find out what? Yikes! Qin Menyan had an epiphany. She had goosebumps all over. She got it. She understood. Find out contained another meaning. It meant looking for the source, which was the Silver Moon Demon King that spread the news of the nine-tailed fox. Since the expert already knew the reason, what he truly meant was, get rid of the Silver Moon Demon King. As for hunting in the mountains, the expert would not hunt normal animals for sport. His prey was, of course, the Silver Moon Demon King. The Silver Moon Demon King offended the expert. He would not let him be. Why did I not think of that? I almost missed a request from the expert, Qin Menyan thought to herself and sighed in relief. Thankfully, the master figured it out. Otherwise, she would have missed the request and failed the expert. I knew it. The expert would never assign us something so simple. No wonder something felt off. Yao Menji sighed in relief, too. The Silver Moon Demon King ruled the area for 4,000 years. His status was as high as Yao Menji in the demon realm. Nobody dared to mess with a powerful demon king like him. However, he offended the expert, so by default, he chose death. The expert did not feel like killing the demon king himself. But as a chess piece, he had to help the expert. Yao Menji had a menacing look in his eye. Ha! The Demon King was on the move tonight after he crossed the expert? He must have a death wish. Fools like him created an opportunity for Yao Menji. He had to seize the chance and get rid of the Silver Moon Demon King. Let's go. We have a Silver Moon Demon King to kill. He brought Qin Menyan along and departed for the hunt. Chapter 59. Everything went wrong for the Silver Moon Demon King. Vroom! The mountains were filled with demons who surrounded an area. They searched thoroughly. There were flying demons in the air, too. They flew back and forth, scanning for their prey. The demon that flew the highest was huge. He was blocking the moonlight with his shadowy figure. The Silver Moon Demon King had lightning eyes and a bloodlust grin. He scanned the ground, and suddenly, he laughed menacingly. Found you. His wings flapped and he went straight down. His target was a dead tree. The tree had been struck by lightning, and it was dead with a hollow trunk. The six-tailed fox was hiding inside in a hole. She wrapped herself in her 6 tails and curled into a fluffy white ball, shivering in fear. It was confused and scared. What's going on? Who did I mess with this time? I'm small, weak, and helpless. Suddenly, the Demon King flew down toward her. He landed near her and laughed. The six-tailed fox puffed up in fear. The six-tailed fox, exclaimed the Demon King. He raised an eyebrow because he was intrigued at the sight of her. Wait a minute. Not just 6 tails. Among her 6 tails, there was a gold translucent phantom of a 7th tail. How is this possible? The little fox was about to grow a 7th tail? How lucky! He was in luck. Her sister was like that and so was she. The Silver Moon Demon King was hysterical. He was shaking in excitement as if there was a treasure vault in front of him. How did the foxes evolve into 9-tailed foxes at this speed? The Demon King had never encountered anything like this in thousands of years. Horrifying yet incredible. He walked towards the 6-tailed fox. The demons quickly surrounded the fox, too. All hail the Demon King, the 6-tailed fox is yours to claim. 6-tailed fox, surrender. Little foxy, I'd suggest you stop resisting, the Silver Moon Demon King said coldly while grinning. The 6-tailed fox had nowhere to escape. It was meant to be. Suddenly, 2 figures beamed toward them like comets slashing through the night sky. Silver Moon Demon King, prepare to die. The demons were bewildered. Who dared to talk to their Silver Moon Demon King like that? Were they trying to die? The Silver Moon Demon King did not look happy. He spread his wings and flew to the sky with a menacing glare. As a demon king that lived for thousands of years, he cared about his reputation the most. He would not allow anyone to insult him in front of his disciples like that. He must kill the insulter. He briefly saw that it was an old man and a young lady. The young lady was a beginner-level cultivator. He could not tell the cultivation level of the old man. However, he was not intimidated by them. He asked coldly, "Who are you? How dare you cause a scene on my turf?" Yao Menji looked at the Silver Moon Demon King, his long robes waving in the wind. "It is I, the sect master of Lingxian Palace, Yao Menji." Master Menji. All the demons were shocked. They were causing a ruckus. The Lingxian Palace was famously known for its status. Both cultivators and demons stayed away from troubling them. Yao Menji was the famous sect master of the Lynxian Palace. He was an immortal being that never stepped out of the stone room. Why was he not in a retreat? The Silver Moon Demon King had a dark look on his face. Why was this old man here? To show off? He already hated the Lynxian Palace because they captured the nine-tailed fox. He wanted to maintain peace with them, so he did not do anything. Unexpectedly, they came to him. This was an act of war. Did he think the Silver Moon Demon King was someone to be trifled with? The Silver Moon Demon King did not look happy about it. He said in an indifferent tone, "Master Menji, we usually avoid crossing each other's paths. What's the meaning of this? Indeed, you are always out of my way. However, you've offended someone you shouldn't have offended." "I'm merely doing an expert's dirty work," replied Yao Menji. Doing someone's work? Who could it possibly be? Master Menji was helping someone? Must be a big shot. The Silver Moon Demon King frowned. He was confused. "Master Menji, this must be a misunderstanding." "Ha, it's not a misunderstanding. I'm here to take your mountain eagle life so I can report back to the expert." Yao Menji sneered. He unfolded his palms and an old zither levitated in front of him out of nowhere. The Silver Moon Demon King looked like he was ready to kill. He growled, "Are you trying to burn bridges? Bridges? You're not a worthy associate," sneered Yao Menji. He placed his fingers on the zither and played a harsh note. Hum. On that note, powerful waves spread out like ocean water. Shoo! The Silver Moon Demon King roared. He flew towards Master Menji at the speed of light. Suddenly, dark clouds formed around them, and a demonic black tornado surrounded Master Menji. The sounds of a zither could be heard from within the black tornado. They were both fighting and casting spells. The other demons had all fled the scene, afraid of being involved. The six-tailed fox blinked with her small eyes. She sneakily uncurled her six tails and fled into the dark woods. Big Hots fighting each other was too scary. The Silver Moon Demon King noticed the six-tailed fox escaping. He was more enraged. What was going on? Everything had gone wrong. He growled in fury, "Yao Menji, are you proclaiming to be my enemy?" "Ha! We don't need to be enemies. I'm just here to take your life." Yao Menji grinned slightly. He played the zither faster and the musical notes increased in tempo. The black clouds were blown away. The music was like a spell, trapping the Silver Moon Demon King. Snap! His clothes were suddenly turned to dust. His body started to inflate and his black wings increased in size. Suddenly, he revealed his real self, a mountain eagle demon that was 3 times larger than a normal eagle. He had a shiny, sharp beak and his gaze could cut through butter. The Silver Moon Demon King glared at Yao Menji. "You asked for this." He opened his beak and a shiny golden core slipped out. It was like a tiny sun in the night. The demonic winds blew again, forming a shadow of an eagle. It flew towards Yao Menji. Yao Menji was not alarmed. He let his robe and his long white hair flow in the wind while he stood still and played his zither. The music prevented the eagle's shadow from attacking. They were at a standstill. Chapter 60, Destroy Your Own Core. Time slipped by. It was the crack of dawn. The Silver Moon Demon King looked worse. He was on the same level as Yao Menji, but Yao Menji had the help of an immortal item, the Tianxin Zither. Yao Menji was much stronger with it. The Demon King was barely holding it together. He looked at Yao Menji and asked, "Yao Menji, who the hell did I offend?" Yao Menji sneered. "Ha! You messed with the ultimate expert. You have no right to know his name. You!" The Silver Moon Demon King almost blew up with rage. However, he did not dare to show it. He compromised and asked, "Yao Menji, if you spare me, I'll share with you a worldly secret." "Oh." Yao Menji looked at him. The Silver Moon Demon King said, "I know you've captured the nine-tailed fox. Did you know that 3 years ago, the nine-tailed fox was a six-tailed fox? The fox grew 3 tails in only 3 years and even survived a natural tribulation. The fox must have discovered something we don't know about." Yao Menji and Qin Menyan looked at each other. Their faces fell. There was no doubt about it. That something must be Li Nianfan. Their initial theory was that he had saved the nine-tailed fox. Who would have known that the nine-tailed fox existed because of him? How terrifyingly impressive. What a big shot. That's it. Yao Menji looked at the Silver Moon Demon King sympathetically. He did not realize that the secret he was looking for was the very thing that created the nine-tailed fox. That was the burden of a peasant. The Silver Moon Demon King felt his heart drop. This relates to becoming an immortal god, isn't it enough? Stop resisting. The expert wants you dead. Some things are better left unsaid, so I'm afraid you'll have to die without knowing, said Yao Menji. The Silver Moon Demon King felt insulted. He yelled, "Yao Menji, I've never done anything to you, so why are you doing this to me?" He had ruled as a demon king for 4,000 years. Was this old man not intimidated by that? The Silver Moon Demon King's heart dropped to his stomach. He was sure the old man was crazy. The old man kept swearing to take his life and would not stop. Maybe he made it all up. There was no way he would do the biddings of an expert, right? He bit down and spat out a mouthful of blood. He activated his demonic power and swallowed his golden core. Then, he spread his wings and tried to flee. Trying to escape? No way. Yao Menji took his teens and zither and chased after him. Speed was his strong suit, so Yao Menji failed to catch up to him. Meanwhile, Li Nianfan stepped out of the four-part architecture with Daji. They were hiking in the mountains. Those cultivators finally left. How annoying of them to stick around. They made me stay at home. How awful. Li Nianfan sighed in relief. He felt refreshed. He had observed the surroundings for 3 days and made sure the cultivators were gone before he stepped outside. He carried with him a freshly made composite bow with custom arrows. He wanted to try it out while hunting. However, he soon realized the problem. The wild animals in the woods had decreased significantly because of those cultivators. He had been walking for a long time but had yet to come across a rabbit. Damn cultivators, they're like a locust plague, said Li Nianfan. He walked further into the mountains with Daji by his side and Blackie in front of him. Daji impressed Li Nianfan. She was calm despite being a girl. She was not weak and easily tired like other young ladies. Of course, he picked her up from the woods, so she most likely grew up in the woods. Not only was she beautiful, she was also tough. What a wonderful lady. Bark. Suddenly, Blackie turned around and barked at Li Nianfan. He then ran forward. Li Nianfan was alert and quickly followed Blackie. Incoming prey. Blackie, slow down. We don't want to scare it off. However, Blackie ran faster. This dumb dog. The Silver Moon Demon King was running for his life. He stopped when he saw something in his path. What? There was a black spot on a cliff. He took a closer look and saw an ordinary black dog. It was looking at the Demon King, almost like it was looking down on him. What a stupid dog. Is it standing in the way of the Demon King? The Silver Moon Demon King frowned and then sneered, "Move, I'll spare your stupid life." Blackie stood still. The dog opened its mouth, "Destroy your own core. Don't make me force you to do it." The Silver Moon Demon King was so mad that he started laughing. He felt sorry for himself. There's a famous saying, when the eagle goes down, dogs will bully it. Who would have known the saying was literal? I'm the Silver Moon Demon King who has lived and ruled for 4,000 years. Now, I'm being taunted by a dog. Usually, the Demon King would slap the dog to death. However, he was in a rush to escape. He did not have time for this. Once all of this is over, I will have a feast of dogs, the Demon King thought to himself. He spread his wings and tried to fly. However, the dog raised its paw. Boom! A humongous phantom of a dog paw appeared in the sky. Caw! The Silver Moon Demon King caught out of fear. His feathers ruffled like a porcupine. He looked at the humongous paw in despair. He could not move an inch. All he could do was say, "Dog Master, have mercy." Boom! The dog paw mercilessly landed on the Demon King. It did not crush the Demon King, but it made the Demon King throw up his golden core. Blackie slurped up the golden core like a jelly bean before chewing it up and devouring the core. Yao Menji and Qin Menyun witnessed everything. They were in such a state of shock that their mouths were wide open. They went blank at what they had witnessed. They wanted to run but their bodies were too stiff from fear. They were targeting the Silver Moon Demon King, but they did not expect a monstrous dog demon. The Silver Moon Demon King was like a toddler in comparison to the daunting dog demon. That was terrorizing. Where did that dog demon come from? Was it an immortal dog? Suddenly, the dog turned around, making eye contact with the both of them. Chapter 61, What a luxurious way to die. Gulp! Qin Menyun and Yao Menji felt as if their heads were to explode. They could feel their blood flowing frantically in their veins. Yao Menji forced a smile that was more painful to watch than a cry. Trembling, he said, Lord Dog, I'm a huge dog lover. We're a family." Blackie did not bother looking at Yao Menji. He turned to Qin Menyun and said calmly, "I know you're a guest of my master. You know the rules, I assume?" Qin Menyun was shocked. She knew this dog looked familiar. Now, she finally recalled Li Nianfan had a black pet dog that looked very much like this. Her eyes sparkled, and suddenly, she understood what Blackie meant. She said hurriedly, "Yes, I know the rules." Blackie nodded. "Remember, my master's experiencing the life of an ordinary man in this realm. Don't disinterest him. I'm just a very normal dog, so is that eagle. It's just an ordinary mountain eagle. Understood?" "Yes, understood. Lord Dog, please, be assured. I promise I won't spoil his fun." Qin Menyun nodded. Blackie's aura suddenly disappeared without a trace, appearing like a normal ordinary dog. He turned around coldly and left. Qin Menyun and Yao Menji let out a long sigh. In such a short time, their clothes had become wet from the cold sweat. The two of them exchanged a look, feeling lucky to have survived. Yao Menji looked at her, feeling perplexed. Menyun, you know that, the Lord Dog? Qin Menyun nodded. She said seriously, Lord Dog seems to be the pet dog hanging by Mr. Li's side. I've seen him before. I thought it was just an ordinary black dog. I never would have thought that. She smiled bitterly and shook her head. She was too ignorant. The dog was hanging by the expert's side. How could that be an ordinary dog? No wonder. Yao Menji realized. He continued, since the expert likes to experience life as an ordinary man, we cannot offend him. Yet, if we leave right now, it'd be rather rude. Why don't we hide and pretend to walk into him when we see him? Blackie, where's the prey? Li Nianfan finally caught up with Blackie, and he followed Blackie's gaze to see a huge black shadow flying in the air. Its massive wings were flapping majestically. Wow, the eagle's huge. Li Nianfan's eyes lit up. It seemed that he was in luck. He finally found prey. Once he got hold of the eagle, he could end his expedition today perfectly. He took out the composite bow, straightened his back, and loaded the arrow. His eyes were calm and sharp, focused on the huge eagle. He was feeling very excited. He remembered watching a drama series back in the Immortal Realm where the male lead shot his arrow at a huge eagle. A classic scene. And today's my turn to shine. Handsome posture, aimed at the target, and bam! The arrow was released, piercing through the body of the mountain eagle instantly. Puff! Fresh blood spurted out of it in the air. Ha ha ha! I got it! Let's go! Li Nianfan looked at the falling eagle. He smiled as he led Daji to the falling eagle. Daji looked at the falling eagle. Her expression appeared rather confused and perplexed. Why did this eagle seem so similar to the Silver Moon Demon King? When they got closer, the confusion on her face turned into shock. It really was the Silver Moon Demon King. TZZ. What was all this about? What happened to the Silver Moon Demon King's spirit? Suddenly, a voice rang in her ears, "Don't be alarmed. I did this. You probably understand why." Daji looked at Blackie in shock. Shortly after, shock turned into a realization. She finally realized. Master wants to live an ordinary life in the shell of an ordinary man. However, there are too many shameless monsters and people who think too highly of themselves. It might end up disturbing the master and spoiling his fun of living as an ordinary man. If the master had to handle these small matters himself, then we'd just be losers. When these things happen, we should clear the hurdles in his way and not allow anyone to disturb his life. Then, our master can live as a trouble-free ordinary man and experience the ordinary life. Daji finally found her goal. Her eyes appeared more determined than ever. Yao Menji and Qin Menyun cautiously approached them. They tried their best to appear natural and calm, pretending to be talking to each other. When they walked past them, Qin Menyun said in a surprised tone, "Mr. Li, Miss Daji? Eh? Miss Qin, what a coincidence." Li Nianfan smiled as he was in a good mood after catching his prey. Qin Menyun said, "Yeah, my teacher and I happened to pass by. Who would have thought that we'd bump into Mr. Li? Ha ha. I came out to hunt and I found a little prize here." Li Nianfan smiled while he patted Blackie's head. "Blackie, well done. Woof. Woof." Qin Menyun looked at that obedient face on Blackie and felt her throat getting dry, as if what she saw earlier was just a hallucination. This was an immortal dog. The finest big shot around actually barked like a dog, even wagging his tail? This world was crazy. She turned her head sideways, afraid to show her emotions. Yao Menji was able to calm his emotions. He said respectfully, "Mr. Li, I'm Menyun's teacher. My name's Yao Menji. I've heard her speaking of you, and I'm pleased to finally be able to meet you. You're too polite, Mr. Yao. I'm just an ordinary man. What's there to meet me for?" Li Nianfan said nonchalantly. "Ah, as expected. Mr. Li likes to live as an ordinary man. I have to be cautious not to display any sign of awe or shock, or else the expert won't like it." Yao Menji thought to himself. Though, he was not surprised. Most experts had all kinds of tics. Li Nianfan's tics were considered less absurd. He said, "Mr. Li, you're too humble. Your Journey to the West is a masterpiece. And I heard you wrote a couplet. Everyone speaks highly of it. I've been wanting to have a peek of it at some point. An art lover. Yet another art lover." Li Nianfan smiled. It seemed that he was gaining fame in this immortal realm. Even this old man wanted to see his works. If so, why don't Mr. Yao come over to my place? That'd be my greatest pleasure. Sorry to disturb you. Yao Menji smiled as wide as a blossoming flower. Li Nianfan nodded. He was ready to carry the eagle away. Who knew that Yao Menji would be so kind as to insist on helping him carry the eagle? Li Nianfan felt bad for making an old man do such a thing, yet Yao Menji insisted. Hence, he could not reject his offer. Whatever. This old man was a cultivator after all. It should not be a problem carrying this eagle. With such a polite teacher, it was no wonder Qin Menyan turned out to be so polite. Puff! Li Nianfan plucked out the arrow that was buried in the eagle's body and kept it. Yao Menji was stunned. He stared blankly at the arrow, as if he wanted to glue his eyes on it. Enlightenment bamboo? It was enlightenment bamboo. He did not notice it earlier and just realized that all of the arrows in the quiver were made from enlightenment bamboo. Who would make arrows with such material? It was enlightenment bamboo. If they were made into arrows, then there would be one less bamboo after every shot. What a waste! Yao Menji's face twitched into a weird shape in pain. He took another look at the bow and realized it was also made with enlightenment bamboo. Wait! Yao Menji turned to look at the quiver closely. Ah! It was indeed made with enlightenment bamboo as well. How much enlightenment bamboo did he actually use? He remembered Qin Menyan said that the enlightenment bamboo she brought back was just leftover material used by Li Nianfan. Now, he finally understood what she meant. The enlightenment bamboo he received was the most useless from the lot, a part that the expert would not even take another look at. He thought of how excited he was when he received the thrown-away enlightenment bamboo and his eyes grew wide. He was perplexed. Was this the reality of a big shot? He wanted to follow him around to collect his trash. Yao Meiji took another look at the body of the Silver Moon Demon King and sighed. Bro, you died a luxurious death. You earned this. Chapter 62, A Licking Dog. Li Nianfan led Yao Menji and Qin Menyun back to his four-part architecture. Outside the door, Yao Menji stared at the couplet for quite a while, as if he was caught into it. His mouth was letting out sighs and exclamations of awe from time to time, which boosted Li Nianfan's superficial ego greatly. Although this old man seemed sloppy and unruly, he knew what a good piece of art was. Meanwhile, Xiaobai had already opened the door. Master, welcome home. Yao Menji jumped in shock, but he covered it up by stroking his white beard. Mr. Li, I've heard about this from Menyun. This spiritual machine is called Xiaobai. Whatever, call it a spiritual machine as you please. Li Nianfan was not bothered to explain. He simply nodded. Yeah, it's called Xiaobai. He can open the door and do some house chores. Do some house chores? Yao Menji's eyes twitched slightly. If you ever give it to me, I'd worship it like my grandma. Li Nianfan walked into the four-part architecture and smiled. Please, come on in. Yao Menji took a deep breath, preparing himself before stepping inside. Even so, the moment he stepped into the yard, his breathing grew rapid as his eyes sparkled. It was just like Qin Menyun had described it, filled with treasure. Most importantly, these treasures were all over the place. It was a painful sight. How painful! However, he raised one of his brows as a strange feeling grew within him. The Tianxin zither that was placed in his space ring started vibrating as if it felt the existence of something terrifying. The strings started vibrating vigorously, almost like a person trembling. The zither was an immortal item. Although it was not as great as the spiritual machine, it had developed some wisdom, and it was apparent that it was terrified by one of the items in here. Yao Menji quickly comforted the Tianxin zither. He glanced around and an item caught his sight. Inside the yard, there was a long stone bench. On top of it was a gukin. The body of the gukin was made of some unknown dried wood, seemingly uneven but twisted like snakes. The effect of time was clear on its body, and it had 7 different colored strings on it. It was magical. Yao Menji gulped involuntarily. He had played the zither for thousands of years, so he could tell right away that this instrument was not ordinary. The entire yard was filled with treasures, even the rubbish. How could a gukin be ordinary? Perhaps calling it a spiritual machine would not even do it justice. No wonder his Tianxin zither had such a big reaction. The gap between the two instruments was way too huge. It was like an ordinary man meeting an immortal. Of course, one would be terrified. Taking a closer look, he could feel a breeze on his face, like a beast trying to engulf his soul. The spiritual item should not be offended. Yao Menji looked away at once, unafraid to take another look at it. He flashed a humble smile on his face. Mr. Li, my student mentioned you like a snack called jello. I brought you some today. Yao Menji remained cautious of the rules here, so he did not mention that it was called the 1000-year black ice. And if he said jello, perhaps he could seem friendlier to the expert. Oh, Li Nianfan was slightly shocked. He said, "You're all too kind. So kind. So very kind." He mentioned it briefly the other day. Who would have thought that they took it to heart? They even brought it in a few days. So kind. This old cultivator must be a very resourceful man in this realm. Yao Menji could see that Li Nianfan was pleased. Excitedly, he waved his hand and a mini rockery appeared in the middle of the yard. Complemented by the flowing river by its side, it was very picturesque, almost like a painting or a poem. The rockery was emerald. It glowed beautifully under the sunlight. Li Nianfan asked, "This is?" Yao Menji explained, "Mr. Li, the jello is produced by this." "Oh, I see," Li Nianfan exclaimed. He was surprised. He could not believe that they even brought over the machine. This gesture was very touching. He stared at the rockery. The top of it was in the shape of an inverted cone. Half a jello drop was hanging from the inverted tip, but its formation had yet to be completed. The items in this immortal realm were interesting. He wondered what raw material the rockery needed to produce unlimited jello. After looking at it curiously, Li Nianfan smiled. This seems interesting. I'll keep it. He had tasted the jello the other day and realized the taste was not bad. He did not notice any reaction in his body either, so he assumed this jelly was nothing special to the cultivators. After all, he was only an ordinary man. If it was a treasure, his body would surely react to it. On the other hand, he had no way of cultivating, so the cultivators would not be that stupid to bring him treasures, right? He would not be able to use them anyway. On that note, Li Nianfan did not reject the gift and accepted it. Yao Menji meant well anyway. Yao Menji and Qin Menyun gave each other the I knew it look. This exquisite treasure was merely a small toy in the eyes of the expert. If it was not because he liked to eat jello, perhaps he would not have accepted it. Yao Menji exclaimed happily, "I'm so glad Mr. Li likes it." Li Nianfan nodded. He asked curiously, "But why isn't the jello dropping? I'd like to taste it." Yao Menji hastily explained, "I'm sure you haven't heard of it, but it takes 10 years. However, before he could finish his sentence, the rockery started shaking a little as 10 or so jello drops started dripping off its tip. Yao Menji and Qin Menyun stared at it blankly. Their lips parted as their heads buzzed loudly. What just happened? 1,000-year black ice, you've changed. You were never like this. Li Nianfan's eyes sparkled as he laughed. Interesting. Yet another voice-controlled device. Not bad, not bad. He thought of the bulb and the lighter. Both of them were voice-controlled devices, too. Very convenient. He continued instructing the rockery, make me 10 more. Drip, drip, drip. 10 more drops of jello dripped out without hesitation. Yao Menji felt as if his head had just been hammered. His eyes reddened as if he had been insulted. He had the urge to break down in tears. How dare you, 1,000-year black ice. I worshipped you for over 1,000 years, and you stingily made me a small drop of black ice once every 10 years. Look at you now. You've just met the expert and now you're his dog. Where did your dignity go? Li Nianfan looked at Yao Menji. Oh right, what were you saying earlier? Yao Menji smiled awkwardly. No, nothing. I was just trying to tell you that this toy is voice-controlled. Chapter 63, The Past is in the Past. Yao Menji wanted to slap himself in the face. Who did he think Li Nianfan was? He was like a god. Of course, the 1,000-year black ice would listen to him. While it was bossing Yao Menji around at home, it had to be as humble as it could be in front of the expert. Being able to work for Li Nianfan was its biggest pleasure. How could it only let out a drop every 10 years? It was not a fool. Qin Menyun was shocked and did not know what to do. She wanted to stand on the sidelines and remain invisible. Li Nianfan smiled. Thank you, but I can't take your gift for free. Tell me, what do you want? Qin Menyun was a friend of Luo Xiu, and this old man probably knew the Holy Emperor and Bai Wuchen since they lived in the same circle. He must have heard word about something that he wanted. Thus, he came all the way here to be friends with him. Coming with such enthusiasm, he must have something that he wanted. These men of culture were all after writings or paintings, or perhaps chess or tea. Although Li Nianfan did not know anything about cultivating, he was a man of culture. After all, he was trained by the system for 5 whole years. Having met these friendly cultivators, Li Nianfan thought that if he could secure their friendships through the love of arts, he would be in much safer hands in this immortal realm. He wondered if these cultivators were the big ones in this realm. If he could be lucky enough to be friends with the big ones, how great would it be? If it were not for his friendship with the cultivators, he would not have a full yard of elixirs or even the protection of the flying cultivators in the sky a few days ago. It was nice to be friends with Big's Hots. On the other hand, Yao Menji was having a difficult time. He could feel his scalp itching and goosebumps all over his skin. He was anxious. A test. This was a test. How should I answer this question? If I say I have no intention of receiving anything, the expert wouldn't believe me, which would make me seem bogus. But if I ask for something, what would the expert think of me? Also, what can I even ask for? Do I even deserve any of the items here? It was a very difficult question to grasp. If he answered wrongly and offended the expert, he would be done for. It was merely a few seconds, but to him, it felt longer than a century as droplets of sweat started appearing on his forehead. What an expert! So scary. A word from him can mean so many deeper meanings. I've cultivated for 1,000 years and yet I have no idea how to answer. Finally, he bit the bullet and said, I'd like Mr. Li to give me some pointers. Li Nianfan shook his head. This old man spoke with such restraint. Why so nervous? Perhaps this was the weakness of all the cultured men in this realm. You mean to show you the instrument? Li Nianfan asked directly. Since he stepped into the house, Li Nianfan noticed that Zhao Menji had been staring at his Guqin without blinking. Even when he spoke, he would take a sneak peek at the Guqin from time to time. That cautious look on his face made it quite apparent that he had a thing for the stringed instrument. He was likely to be a music lover. Yao Menji exclaimed, "Yes, exactly. An expert he was. Perhaps he could tell right away that I was cultivating with music. If he could give me a pointer, or two, it would be my biggest blessing." Li Nianfan said, "I can't teach you, but we could exchange our knowledge. So, Mr. Li, shall we play a duet? Or?" Yao Menji asked sheepishly. "No duet." Li Nianfan shook his head and rejected him without hesitation. He was merely an ordinary man. How could he play a duet with a cultivator? Was he trying to kill himself? Who would know what would happen when these cultivators played their instrument? What if their spiritual chi accidentally harmed him? "Why don't you play it?" "I'll listen." Li Nianfan pointed at his Guqin. "My instrument is right there. Why don't you go give it a try?" Yao Menji trembled. His face flushed red as his breathing turned rapid. It was as though he had just heard something absurd and could not believe his ears. "Mr. Li, am I allowed to play on your instrument?" "It's just an instrument. Why not?" Li Nianfan found it almost funny. This old man was hilarious. "Breathe in, breathe out." Yao Menji tried to control his breathing and said to himself, "Be calm. I have to be calm. I cannot appear frightened in front of Mr. Li." He stared at the Guqin, as if walking into a temple. He made his way to the Guqin one step at a time. "This is a spiritual item, perhaps even beyond that. And I'm allowed to play on this immortal treasure?" He felt as if he was in a dream. His mind blanked and he had tears in his eyes. It was already the greatest blessing in life to be able to have a look at a Guqin like this. He would give away his chance at becoming an immortal just to play on this instrument. Immortal Li is indeed an expert. He's willing to let a sloppy man like me touch and play on his instrument? I have no more regret in life. Yao Menji sat before the Guqin. He reached out with trembling hands, as if he was about to touch his lover but was afraid that he would taint his lover's clothes, extremely hesitant. At this moment, he felt like a stoic warrior facing his death. Being able to become Mr. Li's chess piece is the greatest blessing in my life. With that, he whispered to the Guqin before placing his hands on the instrument and said, "Pardon me. A truly spiritual item." Yao Menji knew that if it was not the expert playing it, the Guqin would have attacked him right away and kicked him out of there. He calmed his racing heart. His age-washed eyes let out a gaze he had never had before. This was a chance given to him by the expert, as well as a test. Accompanying the expert was just like accompanying a tiger. If he was good at it, it would be fine. If he could not play well and tainted the Guqin instead, his life would be over. He took a deep breath and held it in for 10 seconds before letting it all out with a long sigh. With that, he started plucking at the strings. His movements were smooth and fluent like water flowing down a river. Ding! Beautiful music came out of the Guqin, sometimes relaxing, sometimes rapid. Waves flew in the air, drifting far away. Between the sky and the ground, a cooling breeze came by, blowing on Yao Menji's white beard and hair. He looked like a wise old man. Li Nianfan closed his eyes as he listened, sometimes nodding, sometimes shaking his head. It seemed that this old man really liked music. He put in quite some effort into his performance. If graded by the system, he would have reached at least a level 8. However, Li Nianfan could not help recalling the time when he was controlled by the system. Back then, he thought playing the instrument at level 10 was already hitting its peak, yet the system told him level 10 was just the beginning. In the words of the system, the first 10 levels were just the basic foundations. After mastering that, one also needed to take into account the meaning of the music, one's surroundings, feelings, and emotions to pass the test. Anyway, that was the past. He did not know how he managed to survive those days. Chapter 64, Having a Blast. Chirp chirp chirp. Birds were circling in the sky above the four-part architecture. As time passed, more and more birds gathered, forming circle after circle. It looked like layers of a whirlpool, very majestic. Li Nianfan looked up nostalgically, watching the birds as he thought of his days in the past. He had not seen this for quite some time now, which he realized to have greatly missed. He remembered that when his skill was within the 10 levels, this would always happen whenever he played the instrument. Back then, he was proud of himself. He always imagined what it would look like when he reached the so-called peak as referred to by the system. However, after he had a breakthrough to level 10, this sight was gone. Li Nianfan felt cheated by the system. As for Qin Menyun, she was just looking up at the sky. Her eyes were relaxed and filled with admiration. When would she ever reach the level of her teacher? As the last note was played, the air became as calm as before. Yao Menji's eyes were filled with a hint of excitement. He actually played a piece with this spiritual instrument. He would be able to brag about it for the rest of his life. He was very thankful to Li Nianfan for giving him such an opportunity. He stood up and looked at Li Nianfan, hoping for his affirmation as well as some pointers. Li Nianfan wanted to be like the system and give him some constructive criticism, but looking at his aged face and white hair, he could not do it. This man's already so old. I'd have to save him from embarrassment. Li Nianfan smiled. Mr. Yao, we won't give comments today. Let's communicate through the music directly. Thank you, Mr. Li. Yao Menji made way for him. Li Nianfan faced the front yard and turned his back to the backyard. Upon sitting on the seat, he positioned his hands on top of the strings while his gaze was calm like a lake. Since the cultivators were here, he could not just play any simple song. He would have to play something more impressive. I'll play that piece. At this moment, Yao Menji and Qin Menyun could feel a change in Li Nianfan. They watched his back as if they were looking at the door of vicissitudes activating gradually. As the door was gradually activated, waves of vicissitudes launched at them, suppressing them, making them hard to breathe. Instantly, Blackie, who was sleeping inside the room, jumped up excitedly and ran out of the room. He then laid down with his ears perked up, ready to listen. Li Nianfan adjusted his state. He raised his hands and from left to right, plucked on the strings. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, a sonorous force erupted, strong and powerful. It was as if a huge rock had been dropped into the calm lake, breaking the peace. Qin Menyun and Yao Menji jolted vigorously. Their muscles tensed as if facing an enemy. Their pupils dilated as they stared at the shocking waves of insights flowing out from Li Nianfan like water flowing from a river. At this instance, Li Nianfan was like a sea of insights as waves of it poured out of him, filling the world with bottomless insights. Too much. Too deep. They did not know if it was in their minds, but they could feel as if Li Nianfan had stood up from nature, turning into the center of beings and existing like a saint who was painting the world with insights, independent of the other beings. The music was already at its climax from the beginning, growing more eager and desperate as the music continued. There was not a trace of slowing down. Daji stayed transfixed in her spot, engulfed by the overwhelming insights as if she was just transported into another realm. A scroll unfolded before them. It was a painting of a war scene. Two opposing armies were fighting one another. There were golden drums, swords, and crossbows. Then, the sound of horses. At first, they were excited, which was followed by fear and lastly, grief. Camps, blows, commanders, line up, marching, cover, small battles, big battles. The music kept on changing its tempo, rising and falling. The emotions deepened as the scene continued to unfold. Determination, unwillingness, despair, death, wailing, sorrow, countless emotions condensed into one, eventually turning into a monstrous insight. This insight was known as war. Vroom. Yao Menji and the rest had their minds blown. They felt as if they were tadpoles in the ocean, unable to grasp the vastness of the insight flowing at them. Yao Menji was filled with bitterness. So, the reason Li Nianfan refused to comment was because his playing was too bad. So bad that Li Nianfan did not even want to speak of it. In this instant, he finally understood the feeling of being a frog at the bottom of the well. Before this, he knew his skills were not the best, but he still thought it was presentable at least. After this, he realized how much of a joke he was. Perhaps he was not even at the entry level. No wonder the expert refused to play a duet with him. He did not want to hurt him. With his level of skill, a note from the expert could easily kill him due to its immense insight. He was helplessly weak. Li Nianfan was trying to protect him. At this moment, Qin Menyun jolted vigorously. Her face turned pale. Teacher, this. Yao Menji looked up to the sky with dilated pupils and gulped, unable to speak a word. In the backyard, a gold silhouette shot up to the sky. Its long body was like a golden thread connecting the sky and the ground. It exuded an air of majestic authority that suppressed everyone else, making others unable to move. It's a dragon. Daji always felt that there was something in the backyard, that there was a hidden secret she did not know of. Finally, she was able to get a glimpse of the big secret. Swiftly after, trees were shooting up rapidly from the backyard, turning into the massive and gigantic dryads touching the sky. Furthermore, they were swaying along to the rhythm of the music as if dancing in joy. The scene was terrifying and shocking. Tzz. These dryads. Any one of them would be able to fight the Silver Moon Demon King. Yao Menji and Qin Menyun felt as if their brains were about to explode. They did not dare take another breath. At this instance, they finally understood where all these enlightenment bamboo came from. Voila! Water erupted into the sky, shooting up an old tortoise that landed near the Gukin. It laid by the side of the pond quietly. Blackie remained in its spot, ears perked up tall like a rabbit's. The sword Immortal Jade, Dragon Fire Pearl, Fallen Demon Sword, and the 1000-year Black Eye started glowing in different shades. Even the newly planted elixirs and spiritual herbs were swaying to the rhythm in unison. They were all having a blast. Even Daji felt her scalp itching. She had lived in this yard for so many days. Now, she had no idea what world this was. Even the immortal land would be less terrifying, right? Qin Menyun and Yao Menji looked up blankly in fear. staring at the monstrous plant swaying to the music. Their brains had long stopped working. It was good enough that they had not fainted. As for the flying birds that were hovering around, they had long run away. Chapter 65, Are You Stupid? Dong, dong, dong. The music continued. Yao Menji closed his eyes. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze was more determined than ever. He had decided to feel and understand this immense insight. As a cultivator of instruments, this is what I've been doing all my life. How can I miss this opportunity? His eyes were red, his white hair on their ends. He turned into a fangirling old man, forgetting himself and only focusing intently on the insights. Perhaps this piece was not of this realm. This was the music of Immortals. Li Nianfan was willing to play this for him. This was the greatest blessing he would ever get in his entire life. If he missed this opportunity, how would he ever succeed in cultivating? Under the immense insights, he was like a thin flatboat that could flip over any time. However, he was not frightened. He welcomed all the insights and the emotions that came with them. Not fearing death, he focused all of his divine consciousness on the sound of the music, hoping to get a glimpse or two of the mystery. The music kept on changing. Fresh blood started dripping out of the corner of his lips and his reddened eyes. The scene was shocking and terrifying. He had a vision of fearless warriors, as well endless killing in piles of corpses. No matter who it was, everyone was destined to fight, either against one another or against the gods. In the end, be it a victory or a defeat, it could still be written into a tragic song. Ha ha, to fight against the gods? How fun! He was overwhelmed with fatigue, but the corner of his lips curled up. His eyes sparkled like never before. The truth was worth dying for. Finally, the music stopped. The dragon's dancing golden body halted for a moment before it silently fell from the sky and returned to the pond. The relaxing old tortoise opened its eyes at the stop of the tune. Then, it slowly made its way back into the pond as well without making a sound. The gigantic trees and dryads stopped dancing abruptly. They shrank and returned to their ordinary forms while Blackie's listening ears dropped. He even yawned. The sword Immortal Jade, Dragon Fire Pearl, Fallen Demon Sword, and the 1,000-year black eye stopped glowing. It was as if everything was just a dream. Shin Menyun's jaws dropped. All the items knew that the expert liked to experience life as an ordinary person. Therefore, they concealed themselves as ordinary things to stay by his side and absorb some insights. How shameless! However, she was really jealous of them. No wonder these trees could turn into dryads. If one could listen to the expert's music every day and get blessed by the insights, it would be hard not to become an immortal. Yao Menji already came out of his previous state. He wiped off the blood on his face instantly, pretending as if nothing happened. Of course, Li Nianfan had no idea what was happening behind his back. He looked up at the sky with a calm face. He could not help letting out a sigh. As expected, there was not even a single bird in the sky. This was too embarrassing. This did not do his skills any justice. He stood up and smiled at Yao Menji. Mr. Yao, what do you think? As Yao Menji was about to speak, air came up from his throat and his mouth was filled with fresh blood. He shivered a little, though his face remained the same. He gulped and swallowed the blood in his mouth. Hastily, he spoke as if nothing happened. Mr. Li's indeed impressive. Your playing is perfect. I've no right to give you any comments. The tone of the sound and music made me feel so deeply. I've learned a lot. He sighed to himself. Had he spurted out a mouthful of blood, it would be like exposing his identity to his face. This would have spoiled all of his fun and interest. If the expert was offended, his life would be over. So close. With his every action and word being able to exert immense insights, he still chose to take on the persona of an ordinary man. To keep up his act, Yao Menji even had to swallow back his blood. He exclaimed to himself, "Sigh, life's hard." "Thank you, Mr. Yao," Li Nianfan said as his ego was boosted. Yao Menji asked, "May I ask, what's the name of this piece?" Li Nianfan said, "The name's Ambush." Ambush? Yao Menji and Shin Menyun's heart sank a little and they both smiled bitterly. What they had just experienced was exactly an ambush. Inside the yard, other than the treasures lying around, every corner had at least a hidden big shot. One could not afford to provoke any of them. An expert was indeed an expert. Even the title of the piece had implicit meanings. I've never heard of this piece, but I can tell that it's a masterpiece, Yao Menji said. Li Nianfan laughed to himself. The songs in this realm were nothing like the songs he knew from his previous realm. If they found out about those songs, they would instantly become his biggest fans. Li Nianfan sighed. I'd give you the sheet music since you like it. Unfortunately, I don't have the sheet music here and I can only give it to you the next time you visit. Beat, beat, beat. Yao Menji's breathing became rapid as his whole face flushed red. Shin Menyun had a similar reaction, too. She almost cried out with excitement. Keep calm, Don't alarm him, they chanted in their hearts as they tried to regain their composures and slow down their racing hearts. This was an immortal song. To those who cultivate with instruments, a good piece or song would come with the biggest chance one could ever get. They would not even trade it for an immortal machine. They originally thought that they were very lucky to be able to listen to his performance. Who would have thought that the expert was willing to give them the sheet music as well? What a surprise! Yao Menji said hastily, "Thank you so much, Mr. Li." Li Nianfan smiled. "As long as you like it. Remember to get it from me next time." They gave him a jello maker. Of course, he should give them something in return. This seemed like a good gift. Yao Menji did not want to disturb Li Nianfan any further. So, he stood up and said, "Sorry for disturbing you today. Goodbye for now." "Goodbye. Take care." After walking out of the four-part architecture, Yao Menji let out a long sigh. He seemed listless. Qin Menyun asked in doubt, "Teacher, what is it? Are you not happy that the expert agreed to give us the music?" "Menyun, your understanding is still too shallow," Yao Menji said with a hint of regret in his eyes. He shook his head. "You'll never be able to understand what the expert implies with his words." Qin Menyun was confused. "Please, explain it to me. The expert said that he was going to give us the music today, but why didn't he?" "That's because we haven't completed the mission he gave us," Yao Menji said bitterly. "We went to kill the Silver Moon Demon King. Yet, we let it run away, and even needed the Lord Dog to help us out. Of course, this would upset the expert." Sigh. "I'm such a bad chess piece. If I knew better, I would have killed that Silver Moon Demon King even if it meant I'd have to diminish all my years of cultivation." Qin Menyun asked, still confused, "But didn't the expert ask us to get it from him the next time we come? Are you stupid? Are you not embarrassed to get it from the expert without having done anything?" Yao Menji said angrily. "What the expert meant was that it will all depend on our performance next time." "Oh, I see. I understand now," Qin Menyun realized, and she sighed to herself. It seemed that she still had a long way to go. "After listening to the expert's basics of wisdom, I've learned a lot. I'll have to meditate for some time." Yao Menji reminded her with a serious tone, since the expert likes to live as an ordinary man, there are many things that he wouldn't want to do himself. Therefore, you'll have to complete any task he gives you. Take into account all the implicit meanings of his words. Remember that. Chapter 66, 10 years. Thousands of miles away, on the west side of the Gonlong Immortal Dynasty, near its border was where the Lingyun Immortal Pavilion was located. Hidden by the green bushes, the main hall was made of green tiles and blue bricks. Various smaller side halls surrounded the main hall. Inside, the halls were filled with people as well as the sound of preaching. Be it the main hall or the side halls, they were all cloaked in a faint layer of mist. The mist condensed in between them, just like the clouds in the sky. Vroom! Suddenly, the main hall went into an uproar. It was followed by a huge force coming out of it, forming a huge whirlpool, like a shark swallowing the spiritual chi around. The mist in the surroundings were all affected as they dispersed into the air. Is the court master coming out of the retreat? These are signs of a breakthrough. Hurry up. Let's all focus on the spiritual chi and assist the court master to break through. Inside the Lingyun Immortal Pavilion, the disciples were filled with joy, as all of them rode on clouds to gather in the main hall from all directions. 3 elderly cultivators came along as well. Their bodies floated in the air and landed gracefully on the roof of the main hall. With their serious face on, they made a gesture. "Listen up, all disciples. Focus our mana and condense them all here to help the court master break through." Vroom! As he finished speaking, the surroundings of the main hall lit up. The water on the ground formed a unique pattern. The disciples did not hesitate. They all raised their hands and focused on gathering their mana. The waves of mana flew in from all directions, and finally gathered at the top of the main hall. The spiritual chi in the surroundings turned wild as well. Meanwhile, under the cloudless and clear sky, a gigantic silhouette appeared in the air above the main hall. This figure was dressed in a black robe. His face was like a child's and his eyes were sparkling and glowing with life. The 3 elderly people on the roof said in unison, "Greetings to the court master." Lin Qingyun rose into the sky and landed on the roof. She cried out with surprise, "Dad!" Smiles of joy appeared on the faces of the disciples. The court master had retreated for 10 years. Now, he was finally out. After his breakthrough, he would be in the distraction realm. With that, the reputation of the Lingyun Immortal Pavilion would rank up as well, becoming one of the highest ranking sects. With that, the benefits would increase as well. Of course, everyone was happy. The elderly man in a black robe looked at the faces of the crowd and he let out a smile. His gaze then fell on his daughter and he ordered, "Qingyun, when I'm at the crucial moment of the breakthrough, you may go to the treasure vault and bring me the 9 ginseng. Whether I succeed or not would depend on this." The smile on Lin Qingyun's face stiffened. She looked at her father and remained silent. Humph. The elderly man was shocked. "My good daughter, why are you still here? Why don't you go and get it?" Lin Qingyun bit her tongue and said, "Dad, I've given the 9 ginseng to someone." "What?" The elderly man was shocked. He asked hurriedly, "It's okay if the 9 ginseng is gone. Go get the neon grass. Hurry! I don't have much time." The elderly man thought himself lucky to have collected all these spiritual herbs. To use them during his breakthrough, he had spent a lot of effort collecting all the 16 types of the finest spiritual herbs. He would be able to break through easily. However, a moment later, he had a strange hunch as he saw that his daughter remained transfixed in the same spot. As expected, he heard Lin Qingyun stutter softly, "Dad, I gave it away as well." "What about the chalcedony?" The elderly man's voice started to tremble. "I gave it away. Dragon heart? I also gave that away." Lin Qingyun could feel her scalp itching as she said softly, "Dad, I've given all of our elixirs away to someone." "What?" The elderly man jolted vigorously as if being struck by lightning. He gasped at Lin Qingyun with disbelief. Who did you give them all to?" The elderly man's face was reddened by now. Lin Qingyun thought of the expert. She felt calmer as she explained, "A man called Mr. Li. He's a hidden expert and he likes to live an ordinary life. Even the immortals of the immortal land are nothing compared to him." "Mr. Li? Hidden expert? The immortals were nothing compared to him?" She obviously made these all up. By then, the elderly man was shaking so vigorously, he could collapse any time. He was certain by then that his daughter was cheated by a con man. Well, the elixirs were all stolen. He wondered if this con man took any advantage of her body as well. The rest of the disciples all looked at Lin Qingyun with a confused look. The saintess was usually smart. Why was she easily cheated by this man? Perhaps a woman in love would be less rational. The breakthrough of their courtmaster was unlikely to happen now. Poor father. Whatever, the elderly man smiled bitterly. Since it was his daughter who made the mistake, he could only swallow it down. Once he got out of the retreat, he would chop that con man into half. Instantly, his voice turned a few hundred years older, and with a hoarse voice, he said, "Dismissed." Dismissed. From joy to tragedy. All the disciples looked perplexed. Lin Qingyun bit her tongue. She felt hopeless. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled and she said, "Dad, I did manage to get something in exchange for all of these herbs and elixirs. Perhaps it could help you." "What is it?" the elderly man asked. Lin Qingyun took out a packet of tea leaves and said excitedly, The gift from the expert will not be anything ordinary. Perhaps it could be helpful." "Tea leaves?" The elderly man was confused. His age-washed face twitched. 16 spiritual herbs in exchange for 1 packet of tea leaves? He looked at Lin Qingyun as if it was the first time he met his daughter. He had not seen her for 10 years, and the changes in her were too much, especially her IQ. She was a completely different person. Lin Qingyun looked at her father anxiously with anticipation. She insisted, "Dad, trust me." The elderly man saw the look of anticipation in her daughter and could not reject her. He nodded, "All right, then. Whatever." He would try it just for his daughter since she was still young and did not do it on purpose. Lin Qingyun was delighted. She ran away to make the tea for her father. On the top floor of the main hall, the elderly man sat cross-legged on a futon placed in the center of the empty room. He raised the cup and looked at the tea. The tea leaves floated in the tea without a trace of impurities. The tea was clear and had a faint distinctive fragrance. "Although it's a loss, I'll have to admit this is indeed good tea." A smile appeared on his face. It seemed to be the first time his daughter made him tea since she was young. What else could he do but forgive her? The elderly man had no expectations. Out of habit, he blew on the tea and then took a sip. "Haha, others eat elixirs before the breakthrough, while I drink tea. I'm probably the first in history." Chapter 67, Undefeatable. As the tea entered his mouth, there was a faint hint of bitterness. Suddenly, the elderly man jolted vigorously. He could feel that when the tea entered his mouth, it dispersed right away, as if he was taking in a mouthful of air. If it was not because of the faint hint of bitterness left on his taste buds, he would not have believed that he actually took a sip of the tea. The tea. He took another look at the tea and realized something was wrong. The tea leaves were all of the same size. In fact, it seemed that they were slowly disappearing. They were not dissolving into the tea. Instead, they were transforming into another form of existence. It almost seemed like insights? Indeed, it was insights. The tea contained insights. TZZ. The elderly man opened his eyes wide as he felt a shiver going down his spine. His scalp started to itch. Vroom. In this instant, he heard a buzz in his brain, as if a bell was ringing in his ears. The ringing of the bell was so loud that it sounded like the morning bell empowering. His mind turned blank as his divine consciousness started growing at an appalling speed. The distraction realm. The distraction of the divine consciousness. Bam! The bottleneck instantly became as thin as paper that could be pricked through instantly. The elderly man could feel the change in him. As if he was doped, his aura kept increasing, like a growing bamboo. Even he was terrified by the speed. Since when has my understanding become so good? Unless I've been enlightened? Outside the main hall, everyone waited anxiously. How was the court master doing? Lin Qingyun bit on her lip as she paced around outside, helpless. She did not know what she was thinking. Her mind was a mess. Regret? Probably not. She believed that Li Nianfan was definitely an expert, and her choice was not wrong. She just felt guilty. Also, she had high expectations of the tea leaves given by Li Nianfan. Well, a gift from Mr. Li wouldn't be anything ordinary, right? She could not help but look at the other three elderly men. She asked uneasily, "Masters, is it likely for my father to break through successfully?" The three elderly masters exchanged a look with one another. A hint of bitterness could be seen in their eyes. The eldest of them sighed and shook his head. Without the help of elixirs, there's not a chance. He did not accuse her of her wrongdoings, but his tone seemed displeased. Sigh, why did the daughter of the court master make such a huge mistake? The cultivation of immortality was already an act against the sky. If he failed at the breakthrough, it was likely that he would be stuck here forever. Lin Qingyun's face went pale. She tightened her grip on the remaining tea leaves as if holding on to the last straw. She mumbled, "Who knows, maybe the tea leaves might be helpful." The three elderly men shook their heads and sighed. What a joke. The situation had unfolded to this point and the saintess still had this foolish thought. How unrealistic. Suddenly, the spiritual qi in the main hall condensed. Swiftly, it exploded like a volcano, more vigorously than before. The phantom of the court master appeared and said hastily, "Qingyun, make me another cup of tea. Now." Lin Qingyun's heart thumped as her face flushed red. She only thought of one possibility. She answered, "Yes, Dad." Quickly, the second cup of tea was sent into the room. Everyone was confused. They had no idea what was going on between the two of them. What was this all about? A private tea tasting session? However, their question did not last for long. After half an hour, the engulfing spiritual qi in the main hall grew even bigger. Instantly, the surrounding spiritual qi cleared out as they were all attracted into the main hall, swirling. With that, the court master flew out from the main hall with a mysterious smile on his face, along with a misty aura radiating from his body. A breakthrough. The court master had a breakthrough. The three elderly men reacted first as they called out with excitement, "Congratulations, court master." The rest of the disciples called out with delight, "Congratulations, court master." The court master waved them off. He then flew to Lin Qingyun and asked in an almost trembling voice, "Qingyun, do you still have the tea leaves? Show me. Show them to me." Lin Qingyun took out the packet and said in a low voice, "Dad, that's all we've got left." "That's quite a lot. That's quite a lot." The court master stared at the packet of tea leaves as if looking at the rarest elixir. "They're so precious. Even a pinch would be priceless. You have so much here. It'll be enough for my Lingyan Immortal Pavilion to be undefeatable for the next 10,000 years. The other three elderly men were in shock. Their faces were filled with question marks after hearing the court master's bold claim. What he said was too bold. Too bold. Undefeatable for the next 10,000 years? What concept was that? Even though the court master had a breakthrough to the distraction realm, his lifespan would only be 3,000 years. 10,000 years would mean the tea leaves were equivalent to 3 distraction realm cultivators? This was too shocking. The eldest man looked at the tea leaves for a while before he finally asked, "Court master, what tea leaves are these?" The court master took a deep breath and answered with a serious look, "The tea leaves contain insights. One can be enlightened from tasting the tea." TZZ. The three elderly men gasped. They almost fainted because of that. Their gazes grew more intense as they looked at the tea leaves. All of the cultivators understood what insights represented. It represented the ranking of the cultivation. "Court master, this is true?" the second elderly man asked with a trembling voice. However, once he asked the question, he instantly felt like slapping himself hard. What was there to ask? Was the court master not a clear example? The eldest man's breathing turned rapid as he cried out with a hoarse voice, "Treasure! A real treasure! Am I dreaming? A treasure like this exists in the world." The third elderly man was still unable to believe it. The court master looked at Lin Qingyun anxiously, his voice trembling. "Qingyun, you said you got these tea leaves from an expert." "Yeah." Lin Qingyun nodded. "Good. Impressive." The court master felt his heart pumping his blood rapidly, shooting it into his brain. His heart was thumping so loudly as if it was about to jump out. "Expert. A true expert," he exclaimed with a serious face. "Qingyun, you didn't offend him, did you?" Lin Qingyun rolled her eyes. "Dad, do I look like someone who would offend an expert?" "True, if you did offend him, the Lingyun Immortal Pavilion wouldn't be here now." The court master let out a sigh. He continued, "A chance. A big chance. You're my good daughter indeed. If you have this chance again, you'll have to tell me right away. Just as Lin Qingyun was about to speak, the court master made a gesture to cut her short. He turned to the three elderly men. This situation is too serious. It's best if fewer people know about it. Please, excuse my rudeness, but I'd like the three of you to leave us. The three of them were listening intently, but they broke off with an awkward laugh after hearing the court master's words. They understood the severity of this, so they had no complaints. We should. Actually, I was just about to leave. Yes, do we look like those who like to eavesdrop? Let's go, let's go. Chapter 68. Ready for the table. Seeing the three of them leave, Lin Mufeng's face remained solemn. He raised his hand to place multiple barriers in the room. He only spoke after that. Qingyun, you may speak now. Lin Qingyun nodded and told him her experience from beginning to end. I'll have to start from when I was invited to the Gonlong Immortal Dynasty. As Lin Qingyun spoke, Lin Mufeng's face kept on changing. Sometimes nervous, sometimes excited, sometimes terrified, sometimes uneasy. When she finally finished speaking, his face was filled with excitement. He called out with a grin, "Great! Brilliant! Great! Qingyun, you did the right thing. However, you made a small mistake." What have I done wrong? Lin Qingyun questioned. The expert's power is way beyond our imagination. What makes you think he cares about the elixirs? It's the wrong way of seeing it. I'm guessing that this was a test. He was testing your sincerity. Lin Mufeng said he was merely guessing, but his tone was assertive and his face seemed as if he was very certain. Lin Qingyun's pupils dilated. She exclaimed, "This makes sense. Luckily, none of you disappointed the expert. That's why he was willing to give each of you a packet of tea leaves," Lin Mufeng said, feeling fortunate. His daughter's accidental encounter turned out to be such a big opportunity. This was a blessing to the entire Lingyun Immortal Pavilion. The tea leaves contained insights. Though the expert might not even care about it, to the cultivators, the insights were priceless. They symbolized unlimited possibilities. The 16 spiritual herbs would not be as useful as half the tea leaves. Not even if there were 20, or even 100 of them. Lin Mufeng continued, "If I'm not mistaken, you showed the most sincerity out of all of them. That's why the expert gave you an additional promise." "I see." Lin Qingyun nodded. She even brought over all the elixirs her father was supposed to use for his breakthrough. Who else could be more sincere than her? In this sense, it seemed that he knew about her father's breakthrough all along. His realm was scary, terrifying. You can't use his promise. Lin Mufeng stated, his tone determined. This would be the bond between us and the expert. So, unless it was a matter of life and death, we shouldn't use this. Also, the favor would have to be carefully asked. It must be within our scope, or else we might offend the expert. This promise was not just precious. Thinking of it made Lin Mufeng shiver. If news were to spread, even the Immortals would be jealous of them. After a moment of thought, Lin Mufeng continued, "I had a breakthrough because of the tea leaves he gave us. We'll visit him soon, but we can't go empty-handed. What's there in the Lingyun Immortal Pavilion that would not disappoint the expert?" Lin Qingyun frowned as well. The expert's house was filled with spiritual items and machines. What else would he need? "Let's bring this." Lin Mufeng's eyes were assertive. He had made his decision. "Qingyun, let's go and visit the expert tomorrow." Night had fallen. The forest became restless without the Silver Moon Demon King. In the darkness, black shadows flitted here and there from time to time, with monsters breaking into fights to secure the throne. Even the older monsters who had been laying low returned to the scene, scrambling for the throne to become the next king. The forests were filled with strange sounds. Li Nianfan frowned. He felt uneasy. What is it recently? Not long ago, there were so many cultivators gathering here, flying in the sky. Now that the cultivators are finally gone, the forests are getting lively again. Are these the cries of monsters? Or even, ghosts? Li Nianfan fidgeted in his bed. He even started to question his decision of living in the forest. How would his ordinary four-part building be able to withstand the wilderness? Daji was standing in the inner court. She frowned when she heard the cries coming from all four corners. Her eyes flickered. These monsters had the nerve to disturb her master's sleep. They were asking for death. She gently pushed open the door and walked out. Not far from her, a white shadow was looking at the door from a tree branch. Upon seeing her, the tiny white fox trembled and ran toward her. "Sister!" The six-tailed fox's eyes turned watery. It snuggled in Daji's arms, cuddling her with its head. Daji was slightly shocked. She could feel the little fox's fear and terror. She asked, "What happened?" "I'm terrified." The little fox patted its chest, its six tails trembling. "Last night, the Silver Moon Demon King led a bunch of monsters to trap me. I was almost caught by them, and I thought I'd never see you again." Wah! Daji halted. She asked worriedly, "How did you escape?" The little fox wailed for a little longer before continuing. An old man and a young lady said they were going to take the life of the Silver Moon Demon King and they started fighting. I ran away during the fight. An old man and a young lady? Daji halted and suddenly remembered what happened in the morning. That was probably Qin Menyun and Yao Menji. Suddenly, it all made sense to her. So, it was no coincidence this morning. They were chasing after the Silver Moon Demon King. In other words, Li Nianfan had already predicted this. He set these all up effortlessly. Or else, why would Yao Menji and Qin Menyu happen to be there when they captured her sister? Why would he go hunting in the morning and end up shooting the Silver Moon Demon King? No wonder. It was all part of his plan. Her eyes darkened. Li Nianfan saved her sister, and even helped them take revenge. He was too kind to the both of them. The little fox was comforted. Suddenly, it became active again and scoffed, the Silver Moon Demon King so evil. I wonder if he's dead. Daji's expression was strange. She pointed at a tree beside them. Do you see that? The six-tailed fox halted slightly as it turned its tiny head to look closely. Instantly, its fur stood up in terror. It jumped onto Daji and cried out in fear, Silver Moon Demon King? Sister! Run! Daji was speechless. Look closer. The little fox stretched out its tiny head anxiously. Suddenly, its tiny mouth parted, its eyes wide open. It's the feathers of the eagle? Its face was filled with disbelief. The little fox could not believe its eyes. Sister, that's the feathers of the Silver Moon Demon King. Exactly. Daji nodded. It's completely dead. Its feathers have all been plucked out and the body has been processed by Mr. Li. It's clean now and should be ready for the table tomorrow. Chapter 69, looking familiar? Ready for the table? The six-tailed fox's little head was confused, its little eyes blinking. The Silver Moon Demon King was still so arrogant and fierce yesterday, but tomorrow, he was to become a dish? And after a while, he would turn into feces. Tzz. This world was too dangerous. The six-tailed fox trembled with fear. Daji looked at the six-tailed fox's buttocks. She exclaimed with a surprising look, You're growing your seventh tail soon. I knew the apple would be beneficial to you. The six-tailed fox smiled joyously. He. I'll catch up with my sister in no time. Daji looked thoughtful for a moment, and she then said, Since the Silver Moon Demon King's death, the order in the forests has gone out of control. Why don't you become the next Demon King? The monsters had been crying and howling throughout the night these days, affecting her master's sleep. This problem had to be solved. Also, if her sister could become the Demon King, it would be beneficial for her master. It would allow him to have the best experience of living an ordinary life. A win-win solution. Daji's eyes sparkled. However, the smile on the six-tailed fox started to vanish. It could not believe its ears, and it stuttered with shaking lips, Demon King? I can't do that. The six-tailed fox shook its tiny head vigorously. Can't you be braver? You're almost a seven-tailed fox soon. Your ability is almost out of aperture. Why are you still such a coward? Daji ruffled the six-tailed fox's tiny head. She could only blame herself for overprotecting her sister in the past. So much so that it now had no experience fighting. The six-tailed fox looked at Daji with its doe-eyed, pitiful look. I don't want to. No, Daji said with a serious face. Do you really think you could have escaped last night? It was all because you were lucky. Master sent the two of them to save you. Master not only saved you, but he also gave you a chance. If you can't help him solve his problems, what's your purpose? But I can't fight them. The six-tailed fox's ears shot up. Why don't you become the Demon King? I need to stay here to serve my master. Daji shook her head, and after a moment of thought, she said, Don't worry. Listen to me. I'll help you find a way. She had to make this happen to serve her master better. Oh, right. I've saved you some supper. A bowl of porridge, a dish, and an apple. Daji took out the food and placed them in front of the six-tailed fox. Its ears shot up with excitement. Without hesitation, it started munching away. This was not its first time tasting food from the expert, so it did not look down on the food. Instead, it was very excited. If anyone else knew about this food, they would surely fight for these treasures. Most importantly, the food not only contained insights, but they were also exceptionally yummy. Munch, munch, munch. The little fox put its tiny head into the bowl, gulping and slurping every bit of it hurriedly. When it finally raised its head, its white fur was covered in porridge, looking funny and desperate. A small pinkish tongue came out from the little fox's mouth, licking its mouth from left to right. Oomph! The leftover food on its face was instantly cleared up. Yummy! So yummy! The little fox rubbed its tummy with a satisfactory smile, its eyes in the shape of a moon. Daji picked it up with one hand. Don't just eat. Go home and cultivate. Work hard to improve on your ability. Oh, As the first ray of light touched on the forest the next day, an elderly man and a young lady arrived at the bottom of the mountain. They then started climbing up the mountain with a hint of uneasiness. Lin Qingyun looked at the surroundings and said, I haven't been here for a few days and there are already so many changes here. She still remembered that countless cultivators were hanging around the area due to the nine-tailed fox incident, filling the sky with passing flashes and lights. Even though they were now gone, there seemed to be more monsters here in the forest. And everything was out of control. She saw a monster pig fighting a monster tiger earlier, with other small monsters watching in a circle. How could all these happen under the watch of the expert? What happened? The monsters are fighting one another, and it seems that they're all fighting for the throne, Lin Mufeng said with a frown. But isn't there a silver moon demon king here? How could this happen? Lin Qingyun speculated without much thought. Perhaps the silver moon demon king's dead? How could this be? Lin Mufeng shook his head smiling. The Silver Moon Demon King has been ruling the monsters for 4,000 years and is equivalent to a late-period combination realm cultivator. With its ever-growing power, how could it die? It's impossible to be killed. Combination realm. Lin Qingyun cried out in shock. Although she had heard about the Silver Moon Demon King, she had no idea that it was so powerful. Her father just had a breakthrough to the distraction realm, yet this Silver Moon Demon King was at the combination realm, and at its late period as well. If no big shot came out in this tribulation period, then this Silver Moon Demon King would be invincible. This has nothing to do with us anyway. Right now, the most important thing we should do to visit the expert, Lin Mufeng said with a serious tone. Tell me what I should be cautious of again. According to what I know, there's only one thing to be cautious of, which is to treat him as an ordinary man. Also, you have to treat the treasures in his house as ordinary items. He also doesn't like it when others show him with too much respect. The other time when Luo Xia called him seniorly, he seemed offended. Lin Mufeng went into deep thought. He then smiled. I understand. This expert's likely to have returned to basics. He's way beyond an immortal. Perhaps he's even got hold of the truth. To him, being an immortal or an ordinary man makes no difference. Treasures and ordinary items make no difference as well. For example, an ordinary man likes to earn money, but if this ordinary man keeps blabbing about money in front of you, you'd be annoyed because you're not on their level. In terms of cultivation, it's the same for the expert as well. So, of course, he wouldn't like us talking about it. Lin Mufeng's tone was filled with awe. The realm of this expert is way beyond our comprehension. He must have his reasons for doing so, and the only thing we have to do is to go with it. To keep calm and never offend the expert. Not long after, the four-part architecture came into sight. Dad, it's right there. Lin Mufeng nodded. He exclaimed, it's hidden but not really, it seems ordinary but not really. It's indeed where an expert resides. Lin Qingyun walked up gradually and called out, may I know if Mr. Li's home? Soon, a click sound was heard as the main door was pushed open. Daji looked out from the inside. When she saw it was Lin Qingyun, she said, oh, it's you. Lin Qingyun knew Daji as well, and she greeted, greetings to Miss Daji. This was the transformed nine-tailed fox who was able to accompany the expert. Either of her identities was not to be offended. Lin Mufeng knew about Daji's identity. He said, I'm the father of King Yun, my name is Lin Mufeng. Greetings to Miss Daji. Daji smiled. Hello, thank you for your elixirs. Please, come in. Thank you. Lin Qingyun and Lin Mufeng entered the house with pious and uneasy feelings. The yard had changed a lot compared to the last time Lin Qingyun was here. Inside the yard, a black dog was lying in the corner, napping with its eyes closed. An emerald rockery was placed by the river, sparkling and glowing. Surrounding the yard were all kinds of bonsai, blooming with exotic flowers and plants. Xiao Bai was watering the plants with a watering can in its hand. What a leisurely and poetic scene. However, why did the bonsai seem rather familiar? Chapter 70, Preaching Pearl. Lin Mufeng and Lin Qingyun rubbed their eyes in unison and glared at those bonsai again. Ah, were they not the 16 spiritual herbs they gave him? He planted them? They felt a tsunami engulfing their brains as their minds went blank, losing the ability to think. They did think of many possibilities, but the only possibility they did not think of was that the expert would plant these spiritual herbs. And from the growth of these herbs, there seemed to be more of them than there was before? Lin Mufeng looked at these familiar yet unfamiliar spiritual herbs with complicated feelings. Big shot. A true big shot. He actually used these spiritual herbs as his bonsai. If anyone else saw this, they would have gone crazy. Phew. Lin Mufeng took in a deep breath before he could calm himself down. He forced himself to look away from these spiritual herbs, diverting his attention. This rockery seemed nice. It seemed to be carved out of translucent jade, looking like a beautiful piece resonating individuality. It was indeed a rare ornament. Why was there a water droplet in the middle of the rockery? Lin Mufeng halted, and then his face instantly changed colors. He gasped. TZZ. Thousand-year black ice. This rockery was the thousand-year black ice? This, what, how? He could feel his liver and kidneys trembling from inside. This was the thousand-year black ice, the most precious treasure of the Lynxian palace. They gave this to the expert, and the expert used it as a backdrop? If so, it's my greatest pleasure to have the spiritual herbs used as his bonsai. As for the Xiaobai who was watering the plants, it must be the immortal item that my daughter talked about. Instantly, Lin Mufeng felt unusually inferior, feeling rather sad. This yard is too high-end. I really don't deserve to be here. I don't have the rights to. Please, take a seat. Daji's voice pulled Lin Mufeng and Lin Qingyun back to reality. Lin Mufeng recomposed himself and said awkwardly, "Sorry to be rude. May I ask if Mr. Li is home?" Daji nodded. "He's in the backyard. Please, take a seat first." With that, the both of them sat down cautiously, their bodies shrinking tentatively. Daji did not seem to care. She continued to stare at the stone table in front of her. A chessboard was placed on the stone table with a chess game set up. So, Miss Daji was a chess lover. Lin Mufeng looked at the chessboard curiously. This is. His pupils dilated as if his soul had just been sucked out of his body. He jolted vigorously. He could see that in the chess game, the white and black pieces were entangled with one another, which gradually came alive. In an instant, they had turned into black qi and white qi, killing one another inside Lin Mufeng's mind. This was obviously an endgame. The black pieces had an upper hand and the white pieces could only flee. It would not be as bad if this was just an ordinary game. However, the black and white pieces each represented an opposing Dao, incompatible with one another. The ideas were utterly incompatible. Lin Mufeng's eyes reddened. He was caught up with the chess game. It was as if his Dao was attacked, yet he was unable to fight back. He tried his best to get out of it, but any move was a dead end. Could it be that his Dao had always been wrong? His face flashed white and his eyes were bloodshot. Meanwhile, Daji held the white piece in her hand and placed the piece on a square. Vroom! It was as if a stone was dropped into a peaceful lake and layers of ripples rippled away. Lin Mufeng's mind was instantly cleared up, as if woken up from a deep sleep. The initially weakening white qi became stronger after having found its one chance to survive. His eyes blinked sharply, having recovered from his previous state. Although it only took a while, his back was filled with sweat. Lin Mufeng looked at Daji. He stood up hurriedly. "Thank you, Miss Daji, for your teaching. I won't forget this." This chess game allowed him a deeper understanding of his Dao. It was greater than an opportunity. This is a game set up by Master. You just happened to be here, Daji said nonchalantly. She then looked directly at Lin Mufeng and said with a serious tone, "If you can help Master, you'll have the chance to do so. If not, your soul will disperse." Lin Mufeng said, "You must be kidding, Miss Daji. Even if I have 10 lives, I wouldn't dare to offend Mr. Li." "So be it." Daji nodded. Then, she continued, "All right, then. Sit back down and act normal. My master doesn't like those who make a scene." I know. Lin Mufeng nodded. He had been warned by Lin Qingyun. Click. Meanwhile, Li Nianfan walked out from the backyard with a few mushrooms. "Eh? More visitors? Mr. Li." Lin Mufeng and Lin Qingyun stood up hastily. Lin Mufeng greeted, "I'm Lin Qingyun's father. Sorry to have invited myself here." "No worries. Look at the bonsai in the yard. All thanks to you," Li Nianfan said smiling. "Right, how do you find the tea leaves I gave you?" As expected, he knew about my breakthrough with the tea leaves. Lin Mufeng said hastily, "Amazing. Very amazing. Glad you liked it." Li Nianfan nodded. He then turned to Xiaobai. "Xiaobai, go and prepare these mushrooms. We'll make a mushroom stew for lunch." "Yes, master," Xiaobai answered and walked away. Lin Mufeng seized the opportunity. He took out a black wooden box and handed it to Li Nianfan. "As a greeting gift, I hope Mr. Li will accept this." "Oh, look at you all. So kind." Li Nianfan shook his head. Cultured men were indeed so polite. They followed the etiquette so strictly and never showed up empty-handed. He accepted the box from Lin Mufeng. When he opened it, he saw a crystal ball placed inside. This crystal ball was similar to those crystal balls Li Nianfan saw in his previous realm. It fit nicely in his palm. He had an interested look on his face. He took out the crystal ball and looked closely. The crystal ball lit up as if playing a movie. An image flashed from within. An old man with a childlike face with white hair showed up, exuding a glow from within. He moved his hand as if casting a spell and soon, red flames started rising around him. Not long after, the flame turned into a firefinch, rising to the sky. Daji's face changed slightly, showing a hint of surprise. As for Lin Qingyun, her pupils dilated and she could not help covering her mouth with her hand. This is the preaching pearl? She exclaimed in shock as she looked at her father with a look of disbelief. She could feel a storm overwhelming her. This was the most precious treasure of the Lingyun Immortal Pavilion. Chapter 71 Television, another voice-controlled device. The Preaching Pearl. Any disciples of the Lingyun Immortal Pavilion knew about it. It was recorded as one of the magical powers of the Lingyun Immortal Pavilion. It was a showstopper, the symbol of supreme authority. The Preaching Pearl was a unique treasure. It did not attack or defend. Its only function was to preach. Sorcery and Dao skills could be transferred into the Preaching Pearl. It would transform it into visual images that could be viewed by others. It was a device to share experiences for others to learn. Generations of knowledge could be passed down with the Preaching Pearl. It was convenient for the disciples to learn. They could see and sense what was passed down to them. They could not directly learn from it, but it was still very effective. The recorded content was the essence of the Lingyun Immortal Pavilion ancestors. The ancestors were self-taught immortals who transcended into the Immortal Realm. They left their Dao teachings in the Preaching Pearl. The disciples learned cultivation more effectively with it. Therefore, the Preaching Pearl was the ultimate treasure of the Lingyun Immortal Pavilion. Although Lin Qingyun was shocked, Lin Mufeng was not. Somehow, he was more worried that the expert would not accept his gift. The Lingxian Palace gave away their 1,000-year black ice. Naturally, he had to bring the Preaching Pearl. He was glad that he made that decision. If he came here and brought a lousy gift, it would have left a bad impression. What was the point of owning all the Preaching Pearls in the world if the expert disliked him? Li Nianfan saw the visuals in the crystal ball-type relic. He asked intriguingly, "Television? How interesting. The Immortal Realm doesn't have electricity, but they have a lot of relics similar to electrical items from the Mortal Realm. It's nice to be friends with immortal cultivators. How else would I be able to collect so many interesting relics? These things are probably useless to the cultivators, but as an ordinary mortal, I want them. I wouldn't be able to get my hands on them without their help," Li Nianfan thought to himself. Lin Qingyun had to ask, "Mr. Li, what's television?" "Oh, just a small thing from where I came from," said Li Nianfan. He smiled reminiscently. They would play the most interesting shows in it and the most amazing content. You can pick and choose your favorite programs, too. I remember my favorite genre is martial arts. Sigh, there was no proper entertainment ever since he got here. How boring. The crystal ball-type relic was not on the same level as a television. The playtime was short and repetitive and the visual effects were not that impressive either. Even the Firefinch CGI was miles behind what television could do. His words blew their minds. Lin Mufeng and Lin Qingyun were thunderstruck by what he said. They had chills, and it made their skin crawl. They instantly imagined it. Where the expert came from must be heaven. Television must be an item far superior to the Preaching Pearl. It must be an item that could save up countless sorceries and martial arts. Plus, you could pick and choose what teachings to watch. There must be all sorts of visual markings in there. The expert loved to watch martial arts. He was probably a battle master. He probably fought and defeated all sorts of opponents. He probably felt lonely, so he chose to come down to this realm and live life as an ordinary man. Lin Mufeng and Lin Qingyun felt respect towards him. They would be worshipping Li Nianfan if it were not one of his pet peeves. Li Nianfan shook his head and said disappointingly, "This is an interesting item, but too bad the shows are boring. Is it okay if I change it?" Was he belittling the clan's treasure? Was he indeed too good for the Preaching Pearl? Lin Mufeng and Lin Qingyun slightly bowed. They did not dare to breathe. Then, the crystal ball-type relic shined and the visuals were gone, erasing all the recorded content. What was going on? Lin Mufeng was petrified. He felt his blood go cold. The ancestors did not tell them that the recorded content could be erased. He started to tear up. He felt miserable because all the precious visuals left from their ancestors were gone. However, if their ancestors were here, they would have understood. Li Nianfan smiled and said, "Haha, it does have a delete function, and it's a voice-controlled device." Lin Mufeng twitched and said awkwardly, "Yes." Li Nianfan asked, "How do you make visuals appear on it?" "Mr. Li, you just have to imagine and recall the visuals and it'll create visual markings for you automatically." "Interesting," said Li Nianfan while holding the crystal ball-type relic. "We should give it a try." He closed his eyes slowly and thought about visuals in his mind. The crystal ball-type relic shined and a thick layer of white clouds appeared in it. Lin Mufeng and Lin Qingyun stared attentively at the Preaching Pearl. They were curious about what Li Nianfan would think of. Dong! They did not know whether they imagined it, but they heard a bell toll. Suddenly, golden lights covered the white clouds. There were white clouds everywhere, hovering over the entire sky. Lin Mufeng and Lin Qingyun saw a humongous gold Buddha appear. The Buddha was made of gold, saluting with a namaste gesture. The Buddha looked kind and merciful. The humongous Buddha went through the clouds which were like silk belts on the Buddha. Vroom! Lin Mufeng and Lin Qingyun breathed heavily. They felt enormous pressure from that. How powerful and scary. The entire realm seemed to be in the hands of the Buddha. Endless insights were transformed into musical hums, humming in the presence of the Buddha. They went blank like ants looking upon their ultimate maker. They felt overwhelmed by their own insignificance. How was that possible? How could a powerful being like that exist? Was it at the same level as the expert? It was not over yet. They saw the Buddha's palms unfold. There was an unruly monkey at the center of the palm. The monkey was wearing full gold armor and was holding a long stick. The monkey looked arrogant. The monkey was like an ant in comparison to the Buddha. It was tiny. Lin Mufeng and Lin Qingyun were extremely anxious upon the sight of the monkey. Their skin crawled and their limbs were trembling. This. Lin Qingyun was shaking and had goosebumps all over. This scene was all too familiar. She dreamt about this countless times, but she did not expect it to be this majestic. Who would have known that she would be able to witness it? Chapter 72. Ew, how embarrassing. Journey to the West. Gautama Buddha. Five-Finger Mountain. Lin Qingyun thought of these words and was extremely excited. No wonder it was so powerful. It was these two big hots. Journey to the West was a story she heard from the beginning to the end, recited by Li Nianfan. She was respectful towards the Journey to the West universe. The two big-shot characters were her favorite, so she was excited like a fangirl meeting her idol. Awesome, the expert imagined the scene. That must mean he experienced Journey to the West. It was probably heaven from a faraway era. Also, he could replicate the insights of Gautama Buddha. Does that mean he was at a higher level than the Buddha? Horrifying. Suddenly, the Gautama Buddha pressed his palms against the ground. Everything was affected by the powerful force. Wukong was underneath the palm. He was a strong and powerful being, but he could not escape the five Buddha fingers. Lin Mufeng was standing still like a statue. He stared at the preaching pearl and Felton. However, he looked excited. He learned from the preaching pearl, so he knew what this meant. The expert must be a being more powerful beyond his comprehension. He was simply recalling this scene, but it was already more amazing than the knowledge of his ancestors. Suddenly, he did not feel sorry for the loss of generational knowledge. What they were looking at was a pure treasure. He realized he had the greatest pleasure of being involved. Luck. He felt lucky. Li Nianfan must be pleased with the so-called television. That was why he blessed him with this opportunity. Awesome. Even if he did not understand anything, this was an experience of a lifetime. Boom. Gold light was shining from the Buddha's palm. Then, it transformed into the Five-Finger Mountain. Wukong was eventually trapped underneath it. The end. Li Nianfan opened his eyes and checked the visuals on the preaching pearl. He instantly smiled. Good item. He would no longer be bored with this item. Although it was television shows from his imagination, it was still better than having no television at all. Li Nianfan did not try to be courteous. He said, "I'll accept this television. Thank you so much." "You're welcome, Mr. Li. It was just a little token from us," Lin Mufeng said smilingly. He was thrilled because this seemed like a good start. Li Nianfan nodded and invited them. "It's getting late, why don't you both stay for a meal?" Lin Mufeng was about to courteously reject him, but Lin Qingyun took on his offer instantly. "Thank you for the trouble, Mr. Li." Li Nianfan laughed. "It's not troubling. Good timing because coincidentally, I hunted a big eagle yesterday. We're serving mushroom eagle soup today, so you're in luck for a treat." "Master, it's almost ready," said Xiaobai. Xiaobai carried a black clay pot out. All the ingredients were in the pot, and the mushrooms and side dishes were ready, too. Li Nianfan smiled. "Perfect timing. Please, wait while I go check on the food." Lin Qingyun whispered at Lin Mufeng, "Father, you almost missed out on something good." "What do you mean?" Lin Mufeng was confused. He frowned and said, "You're being rude for instantly accepting his offer like that. Where are your manners? Be careful not to displease the expert." "Father, did you forget when I told you about the Bai Luoshang incident?" Lin Qingyun said, exasperated. "The expert won't be eating ordinary stuff, right? This is our lucky chance." Lin Mufeng looked like he realized something. He still shook his head and scolded her. "You have no manners. Even if it's an opportunity, it doesn't mean we should do that. It belongs to experts like Mr. Li. We should be grateful when he chooses to bless us, but we cannot shamelessly beg for it. We should have been more considerate before accepting his offer just now. How could you be so impolite? Next time, think before you act." "Got it." Lin Qingyun stuck her tongue out. She got worried and said carefully, "Father, I was wrong. Do you think Mr. Li's angry at us?" Lin Mufeng sighed softly. "Who knows what's going on inside the mind of experts? Let's go help him out. Maybe we can redeem ourselves." They carefully walked towards Li Nianfan and courteously asked, "Mr. Li, is there anything we can help you with?" Li Nianfan looked at the pyre, then shook his head while smiling. "You're my guests. Just sit and wait. We can't do that. We can't shamelessly eat a free meal." Lin Mufeng already got it. He stepped towards the pyre and rolled up his sleeves. "Mr. Li, I'll handle splitting the firewood." Li Nianfan did not say anything since Lin Mufeng was enthusiastic. He thought to himself, all these cultivators are so nice. Maybe it's because I'm a charmer? I'm just an ordinary man, but since I have royal attributes, the people I meet will all be nice to me? I can live a worry-free life. Li Nianfan thought to himself. A charmer, how nice. Li Nianfan suddenly smiled. Lin Mufeng sat next to the pyre and looked around. He grabbed the fallen demon sword next to the pyre. He had a conflicted gaze as he thought to himself, the famous fallen demon sword. Countless demons were terrified of this legendary sword. Rumor had it that owning this sword means having the blessing of the demon realm. I guess nobody knew it would end up as an axe to split firewood. Before this, Lin Mufeng would have been scared of the fallen demon sword. What happened to your demonic powers, huh? Aren't you supposed to be cool and awesome? Lin Mufeng mocked the fallen demon sword and thought about his preaching pearl. You guys are usually so awesome, but in the eyes of the expert, you guys are nothing. Ew, how embarrassing. Okay, enough with the jokes. Lin Mufeng had to hurry up with the task and impress the expert. Lin Mufeng placed a block of wood and held the fallen demon sword to chop it. Bam! The fallen demon sword only went in 3 inches. Lin Mufeng was stumped. What was going on? The block of wood was supposed to be chopped clean in half. Chapter 73, The Expert Must Be Punishing Me. Maybe the fallen demon sword was not good enough? It could not be. Lin Mufeng took a look at the fallen demon sword, then looked at the wood. Yikes! He almost jumped. Spirit wood. What was I doing? I chopped a spirit wood. Spirit wood was high-end material to make the best premium items. It was hard to get. No wonder the fallen demon sword was used as an axe. Also, was the expert using spirit wood as firewood? Was this the outrageous world of a big shot? He could not help but steal glances at the fire. Lin Qingyun was helping the expert start the fire. She was carrying out her task dutifully and putting wood into the fire from time to time. She was blowing on the fire, too. That flame. The flames of the dragon fire peel. How horrifying and shocking. It sent a shiver down his spine. He had a spontaneous idea. I no longer want to be the sect master of the Lingyun Immortal Pavilion. I want to be a woodsman here. Unfortunately, the expert probably would not want me. Sigh, how miserable. He took a deep breath and cleared his mind. He looked at the block of wood again. He wanted to try his best at being the woodsman of the day. He held the fallen demon sword up high and focused. He transferred his powers into the fallen demon sword. Then, he swung the sword. Crack! The wood was chopped in half. At the same time, a huge vibration reverberated through the sword. He hummed in pain and his hand was shaky. Li Mufeng thought to himself, so, it's true. Spirit wood does indeed have reverse attack properties. He did not delay his task. He took another block of wood and picked up the fallen demon sword again. Crack! He split the wood again. He felt the same reverse vibration from the sword and his hand went numb. Even cultivators could be hurt from splitting firewood. Lin Mufeng focused and counted his blessings. I get it. The expert must be punishing me. My daughter was impolite and it offended him. This is to teach me a lesson. He figured it out but did not feel uneasy. Instead, he sighed in relief. It was a good thing that the expert punished them this way. At least they could redeem themselves. He was determined to properly split the firewood and impress the expert. He did not dare to rest. So, he picked up the sword and continued. Crack! Crack! More and more spirit wood was chopped as Lin Mufeng started to sweat. He was hurting himself but he felt better, thinking the expert might forgive them if he was genuine and hardworking. After a while, his hands started to tremble as he slowly used up all his energy. It was more exhausting than fighting a big battle. Apart from physical exhaustion, his heart was trembling, too. The wood he was splitting was spirit wood. He never thought he would be axing spirit wood like this, not even in his wildest dreams. It was almost unreal. Who dares to show off in front of me next time? I'm a man who splits spirit wood. Li Nianfan was not far away. Unintentionally, he saw Lin Mufeng and his pale, sweaty demeanor. He was slightly taken aback. What was going on? It was just splitting firewood. Was that necessary? Maybe the old man fought someone before and had injuries? Li Nianfan hurriedly said, Brother Lin, that's enough, come on over here and stop splitting. Okay, sure. Lin Mufeng was overjoyed. It seemed like the expert was not angry anymore. The hand that held the fallen demon sword was bloody red and slightly injured. he was internally injured, too, harming his insights. He kept a straight face and pretended nothing was wrong. Suddenly, he smelled a rich and tasty scent coming from the clay pot when he walked over to the dining table. Gulp! Lin Mufeng could not help but gulp at the delicious scent. He was salivating. Nice! The food must be good if it smelled this nice. This was the first time he felt a desire for food as a cultivator. He gazed at the clay pot. The clay pot had a lid on it with a small hole. Steam seeped out of the hole as it simmered. The flame was burning underneath the clay pot. The spirit wood was charred from burning. Lin Mufeng had never witnessed anything this luxurious. The corner of his mouth twitched. Lin Qingyun squatted at the side and blinked at the clay pot with her pretty eyes. She could not stop salivating and would gulp from time to time. Daji always had delicious food, but she stared at the clay pot hungrily, too. After a short while, the steam coming from inside the clay pot increased, and the lid of the clay pot was starting to make flip-flop noises. Almost done. Li Nianfan smiled and uncovered the lid. Suddenly, a heap of white steam rushed out from the clay pot. They could not see the food. Then, they smelled the intoxicating delicious scent. The smell was heavenly, inviting their palates to have a taste. They were suddenly feeling hungry. Slurp! Daji, Lin Qingyun, and Lin Mufeng simultaneously swallowed their drool as they stared at the clay pot. The steam went away, revealing a golden liquid. They looked closely and realized it was a layer of oil on top of a milky white soup. The clay pot was hot and kept the soup boiling and gurgling. They also saw eagle meat in it. Lin Qingyun was salivating uncontrollably. She wanted to start eating, but her last remnants of rationality refrained her from doing so. Lin Mufeng was not better than her either. He was controlling his urges, too. He was curious about what was in the clay pot. How could it smell so good? He knew spiritual water was used for the soup. On top of the soup, there were some mushrooms, spring onions, and some weird-looking herbs. Hey, they looked somewhat familiar. These were spiritual herb. Lin Mufeng stared in disbelief at the herbs. He was thunderstruck as if he had discovered a whole new world. Spiritual herbs could be used for soup. It seemed like the expert was not just planting the spiritual herbs as decoration, but he also used it for cooking, too. Of course, these spiritual herbs were rare, but in his eyes, they were no different from a normal herb. Lin Mufeng calmed down and looked at the main ingredient, the big eagle. He could tell the eagle was not small in size. The eagle rested in peace. The flesh was fully cooked through. The beak of the eagle was eye-catching. It was silver in color. Holy Mother of God. Silver Moon Demon King. Chapter 74, The Peak of Eagle Life After Death. Lin Mufeng took a closer look. The beak of the eagle was indeed silver. Everyone knew that it was a unique trait of the Silver Moon Demon King. If any unfortunate eagle demon had the same silver beak, the Demon King would chop it off or kill them. He thought about the drastic changes of the mountain demons. It was confirmed. This eagle in the clay pot was the Silver Moon Demon King. Lin Mufeng felt like someone was choking him. It was hard to breathe. The Silver Moon Demon King was a famous big shot, but he ended up in a pot of soup. Horrifying and astounding. He was unsure of what the Demon King did to offend the expert. What a tragic ending. He needed to be careful from now on and try his best not to displease the expert. Lin Qingyun saw the floating herbs, too, and had a shocked expression on her cute face. She asked, "Mr. Li, that's the spiritual herbs?" "Yeah." Li Nianfan smiled and said, "Daji's no longer hurt, so I have no use for these herbs. However, it seems like they're good for making medicinal soups." Truthfully, he thought that the spiritual herbs given by the Holy Emperor and Lin Qingyun were normal medicinal herbs. They did not give him the premium healing herbs since Daji and himself were ordinary. Since the spiritual herbs were pretty normal, their medical properties would be mild. That was how he got the idea of making medicinal soup. The herbs were nicely grown and he did not need much of it. It was exactly like chives. He could throw in a heap of herbs into his cooking anytime. It was perfect. Lin Qingyun was stunned. No use for spiritual herbs? She laughed wryly inside. Of course, why would spiritual herbs be of any use for an expert like him? It was a mere decoration to him. Her father was right. The expert was totally testing their sincerity last time. Lin Qingyun and Lin Mufeng breathed in at the same time and tried to calm their racing hearts. Bark! Blackie came out of the room and ran to Li Nianfan, snuggling against his legs. "Blackie, stop it. You'll have yours." Li Nianfan held Blackie down and frowned. "I feel like something's missing." He thought about it and had an idea. He went over to the rockery. "Buddy, give me 5 drops of jello." Drip drop. 5 drops of jello dripped out fast. Li Nianfan took the 5 drops of jello and put them into the clay pot without hesitation. He smiled and thought to himself, "That's more like it. My taste in delicious food is flawless." Li Nianfan came to the Immortal Realm alone and he was an ordinary man. Therefore, good food became his biggest joy. He would do anything to cook his food to perfection. Lin Qingyun and Lin Mufeng on the other hand were gobsmacked by his actions. Their minds stopped working and their mouths were O-shaped. Li Nianfan looked at them and felt proud of himself. Haha, they've been enslaved by my fantastic food. Immortals still had desires. One of the biggest desires in life that everyone was born with was the desire to eat. Immortals might practice anidia, but clearly, they could not resist the temptation of good food. His tasty cooking tempted immortals, too. Li Nianfan was pleased with himself. Mortals were the envy of the gods above. Let's dig in. A simple phrase brought Lin Qingyun and Lin Mufeng back to reality. They shut their jaws. Nobody had time to be shocked. They were busy wanting to eat good food. Heavenly soup. This was heavenly soup for sure. Spirit wood as firewood, dragon fire peel for the fire, spiritual water for the soup, a touch of spiritual herbs, some 1,000-year black ice, and a slow-simmered silver moon demon king. If anyone knew about this, they would lose their minds. Lin Mufeng looked at the silver moon demon king that rested in peace. He had a complex feeling and thought to himself, bro, you'd never expect this but you reached your peak after your death. Xiaobai scooped a serving of soup for everyone including Blackie. Blackie rushed towards his dog bowl and dug in. Slurp. Blackie slurped the mushroom eagle soup and wagged his tail from left to right at a fast pace. Li Nianfan shook his head and smiled. Slow down and be careful, it's hot. Lin Qingyun and Lin Mufeng looked at Blackie who was chomping down on the soup. They both gulped. They were already hungry. Seeing Blackie enjoying the soup was like teasing a kitten. They could not help themselves. Stay calm, we must stay calm. Nothing's happening. We must protect our integrity and image in front of the expert. They kept thinking to themselves. They purposefully stayed elegant as they picked up their bowls. Lin Mufeng was trembling while holding the bowl carefully. The bowl was a small, delicate Chinese ceramic bowl. The bottom of the bowl was as white as jade. The green lines on the bowl were like smoke and water, a wonderful layered design. Beautiful. He blew on the soup gently. The golden oil was blown away, revealing the milky white soup. It smelled delicious and intoxicating. He could not bear it any longer. He took a sip and was blown away. The soup moved in between his teeth and lips and the taste was indescribable. His mouth was filled with a lasting aroma. The soup went down his throat. He felt cozy and warm once he swallowed the soup. He could not forget about the lasting aroma. It was a special concoction, an aroma of spiritual herbs and eagle meat. He enjoyed it very much. Delicious. It was so delicious. Not only was the soup luxurious, but it was also super tasty. Lin Mufeng was so moved, he wanted to cry. Sniff, sniff. Never in my life did I think I'd have the honor to taste rare food like this. I can die happy with no regrets. Mart Li's my noble savior. He's so kind to me. At a moment like this, he felt lucky. Even if the soup was not luxurious and was just a normal bowl of soup, he would still feel blessed by how amazing it tasted. This experience was priceless. Lin Mufeng could no longer suppress his desires. He wanted to press the bowl against his face. Gulp. He chugged down the soup in one go like a glass of fine wine. He licked his lips and enjoyed the sweet aftertaste. He held his empty bowl and stared at the remaining soup in the pot. He was about to shamelessly ask for another serving, but he suddenly felt like he was burning up. Bam! His mind was blown wide open before he gave it a second thought. He felt something pouring in like crazy. He was suddenly malfunctioning. Chapter 75, Refrigerator, the Expert's Hint. Splash! Insights flowed into his head like waves. At the same time, he could feel his core upgrading and filling his limbs with insights. This was too much. Steady, I have to hold on. He tried to absorb the insights while telling himself not to cause a ruckus in front of the expert. He did not want to upset the expert. Lin Qingyun, on the other hand, was looking at her bowl of soup like a worshipper. She could not control her excitement because it was a pot of soup made from the rarest ingredients. Was this the big shot lifestyle? This was a once-in-a-lifetime soup. She slowly scooped the soup with her spoon and drank it. The texture of the soup was smooth and silky. The deliciousness took over her senses as it surrounded her tongue. She felt as if her every cell were cheering in enjoyment. Gulp! The delicious soup went down her throat, leaving a trail of everlasting aroma. While Lin Qingyun whimpered and closed her eyes, she was enjoying the time of her life. There was some eagle meat in her mouth. She chewed on it and was surprised by the texture. The eagle meat had been simmering in the clay pot and it was cooked thoroughly until it had a tender texture. The meat was not too hard to chew, but it was not too mushy either. It was just right and it was incredibly juicy. Delicious. She did not know how else to describe the soup apart from the word delicious. This was the first time in her life that she was at a loss for words. She wanted to take another sip, but she started blushing. Her mind went blank and she felt her powers vibrating. Lin Mufeng came back to his senses after a long time. He stared at the pot of soup in agony. What was going on? He understood that he might level up after drinking the soup since there were so many rare ingredients in it, but why was he gaining insights? The insights were not as strong as the tea leaves from last time. However, there was a full pot of soup in front of them. This was incredibly scary. Were insights worthless to experts? He stared at the pot of eagle soup and tried to find the source of the insights. It was not the mountain eagle, not the spiritual herbs, and not the 1,000-year black ice. He doubted that it was the spiritual water. Therefore, it must be the mushrooms and the touch of spring onions. Yikes! His theory made his hair stand on end. He forced himself to calm down and carefully scooped another bowl. Intentionally, he scooped some mushrooms for himself, too. This time, he no longer dared to drink it in one go. Instead, he took a small sip and ate a piece of mushroom. The mushroom was soft and drenched in flavor. It was amazing, but the soup tasted better. Lin Mufeng did not care much about how it tasted. He bit down on a mushroom. Splurt! The mushroom was split apart. A special, mystical feeling came over Lin Mufeng. He suddenly understood. These mushrooms contained insights. He was baffled. He thought the most ordinary ingredients in the soup were the mushrooms and spring onions. However, that was far from it. The mushrooms and spring onions were insight-filled ingredients. He had never seen or heard anything like this. Damn, he was not at that level yet. He should have known the expert would not be planting ordinary vegetables. Brother Lin, Lady Lin, what are you guys doing? You're eating at such a slow pace, said Li Nianfan. He asked curiously, is the eagle soup not to your taste? He was confused about what they were thinking. Lin Mufeng drank a bowl and went blank for a long while. Lin Qingyun was worse, she only took a small sip and sat still. Lin Mufeng jumped, almost scared to death. He quickly replied, of course not. This eagle soup is definitely the best thing I've ever tasted in my entire life. I'm enjoying it. Yes, because it's too delicious, I can't help but savor the aftertaste. Lin Qingyun continuously nodded, too. Yeah, Mr. Li, we're enjoying the aftertaste. It's super tasty, so we can't help it. I'm glad you like it, but perhaps you all should actually eat it before savoring the aftertaste, laughed Li Nianfan. Manner freaks. They were eating meals as if they were tea tasting. They needed time to enjoy the aftertaste after each sip. However, it showed their respect toward the art of food. What a bunch of mannered people. Lin Mufeng and Lin Qingyun looked troubled after hearing what the expert said. It was disrespectful to eat slowly, but they could not handle it if they were to eat quickly. Screw it. They could not displease the expert. They clenched their jaws and ate faster. They could barely handle it. They could feel insights rushing into their bodies which were starting to burn up. They also could not hear anything. They felt extremely full. However, they did not dare to show it. They just endured it with all their might. They were at their limit and were sweating bullets, panting and blushing while feeling dizzy. They were acting strange, but Li Nianfan ignored it because it was not unusual to sweat while drinking warm soup. Li Nianfan felt warm and cozy, too. He looked at the remaining pot of soup, then frowned and mumbled, I have a television, but too bad I don't have a refrigerator. I'll have to pour away the remaining soup. The refrigerator? Hint. That was a hint. It was our time to shine. Lin Mufeng breathed heavily. He took one big breath to push down the insights within him. Then, he said with a hoarse voice, Mr. Li, may I ask what's a refrigerator? Li Nianfan replied, it was a thing used to store food. It could freeze food, thereby preserve it. I see. Lin Mufeng nodded. He had a few ice-type items in mind. However, he shook his head and removed those items as options. The items he was thinking of were probably of too poor quality for the expert. He could not present him with trash items. The expert would never give obvious hints. It was not that simple. He had to put some thought into it. Refrigerator, refrigerator. He remembered the word and prioritized it. He did not dare to delay a mission assigned by the expert. Chapter 76, A Penetrating Danger. Li Nianfan reminisced about the refrigerator. He gazed far away into a distance and felt nostalgic. Actually, he did not want to preserve his food. He disliked vegetables that were frozen. He just wanted a refrigerator so he could have some cold drinks. Cold drinks and cold watermelon were the bomb. He finished his meal. It would be great if he could have a can of icy soda. Lin Mufeng saw how Li Nianfan looked. He noted that the refrigerator was important to the expert. He had to carry out his assigned task for sure. Then, he was perplexed. He saw Li Nianfan pick up the clay pot and walk to the backyard. He was going to throw the soup away. Lin Mufeng's eyes widened in shock. It was torturous for him to watch Li Nianfan pour away the heavenly soup. Li Nianfan was about to walk to the backyard, so he had to act quickly. He spontaneously said, Mr. Li, please, wait. Ha! Li Nianfan looked at Lin Mufeng. Lin Mufeng went stiff. Terrified, he said, Mr. Li, are you going to throw away the soup? Li Nianfan nodded. Yeah, I can't preserve it anyway. It would be a waste to throw away a soup so delicious. I was wondering if I can take it away? Lin Mufeng felt his throat going dry. It took all his might to say that, but he did not dare to look at Li Nianfan. He tried to look normal, but in reality, he almost pissed himself. You want soup takeaway? Li Nianfan suddenly had a great impression of Lin Mufeng. Well-mannered people. They did not want to waste food. At the same time, he was feeling proud. Even cultivators wanted to take away his food. He thought to himself, it's obvious they've been enslaved by my awesome cooking. Yeah, Lin Mufeng nodded before he quickly added on, it's fine if it isn't okay. Of course, it's okay. Don't worry about it. Li Nianfan chuckled. Meanwhile, countless roots had grown out from the ground somewhere and were waving like crazy. Lin Mufeng shivered suddenly. He felt a penetrating danger, like they were being stared at by powerful forces. He looked around confusedly. He felt uneasy. What was going on? He should not have enemies because he was always careful and low-key. Maybe it was just his imagination? He ignored it and focused on Li Nianfan. Li Nianfan took out a rectangular translucent container. Then, he poured the remaining soup into the box. Splash! Li Nianfan closed the lid and handed it over to Lin Mufeng. He smiled and said, don't fret, this is a takeaway container. It was made for takeaways. He did not expect to use the takeaway container. He had a bunch of containers in the system space. Li Nianfan felt like it was the most useless item he had. Then, I'll take it. Thank you so much, Mr. Li, said Lin Mufeng courteously. He took the container with both hands and said, Mr. Li, we've disturbed you for long enough. We should go now. Lin Qingyun also stood up to bow at him. Mr. Li, thank you for today. Li Nianfan waved and said, no problem, see you later. They walked out of the four-part architecture. Lin Mufeng looked serious when he asked, Qingyun, have you figured out what's a refrigerator? Father, how would I know if you don't? Lin Qingyun shook her head and groaned. After a while, she said, but I'm sure it's not an ordinary item. It must be a treasure. I thought so, too. It's probably something more valuable than the preaching pearl. Lin Mufeng said in a serious tone. The expert didn't say it, but he gave us an obvious hint. We have to do our best to find a refrigerator. We need to repay him for his blessings today, and we can't let him down. They did not realize it, but his right arm glowed with a black light. Then, it silently disappeared. Meanwhile, in a dark corner a million miles away, a dark shadow moved and opened his eyes. Whoosh! Waves of evil aura surrounded him. He looked agitated. The scent of the fallen demon sword, he said in a hoarse voice. He glared at the sky. Ever since the sword demon disappeared into thin air, the fallen demon sword went missing, too. It finally appeared again. Follow the scent. Send the others to retrieve it. Lin Mufeng shivered during his discussion with Lin Qingyun. He felt the same sense of danger again and frowned. What was going on? Was he being targeted? Or was something bad about to happen? He worriedly held onto the eagle soup and said, Qingyun, we're carrying such a precious box of eagle soup. We should hurry home just in case. Lin Qingyun agreed. They rushed back to the Lingyun Immortal Pavilion in a flash. Li Nianfan let Xiaobai clean up the mess while he played chess with Daji in the four-part architecture. Ha! Li Nianfan looked at the chessboard. He smiled. You cracked my chess strategy? Yeah, I coincidentally detected the strategy, said Daji with a nod. Daji looked at Li Nianfan with her pretty eyes, almost as if she was waiting for a compliment. Haha, nice. You've improved. You're quite clever, but this is just a beginner's strategy. Li Nianfan laughed and poked her button nose. He added, I should fulfill my promises. I said I'd reward you with a gift if you cracked my strategy. He walked to the door and retrieved a smooth jade. He gave it to Daji and said, I mostly have guy things here. Only this jade would suit you. This jade was given to him by Luo Xiu. The jade was top-notch, plus it was worked on by Li Nianfan. It was a perfect jade and it would have been extremely pricey in the past realm. It was also a feminine object. He had been planning on giving it to Daji for a while now. Thank you. Daji accepted the jade happily. She caressed it lovingly and said, You're so nice to me. If you need anything in the future, just tell me. Li Nianfan was taken aback. Cough, I told you, you don't have to be so courteous. Chapter 77, We're in luck over an eagle soup? 2 hours later. At the Lingyun Immortal Pavilion, two figures rushed past the gates without stopping. Elders, come out here this instant. Lin Mufeng yelled before even reaching the gates. He was red from excitement. The disciples of the Lingyun Immortal Pavilion all greeted him and bowed. They knew their sect master too well. The sect master found something and was here to present it. They glanced at the rectangular box in his hands. The box was translucent and it seemed like it contained something. Was that it? What kind of item was that? The three elders were used to Lin Mufeng acting like this. They all rushed to the hall without delay. They asked excitedly, What's going on? You brought back something good? Lin Mufeng grabbed his long beard and laughed mysteriously. I visited the expert today and benefited from it a lot. I brought back an unexpected treasure. Unexpected treasure? Wow! The three elders started breathing heavily as they stared at him. Really? Asked the big elder with a trembling voice. The second elder had an impatient temper. He chimed in, What is it? Hurry up and show us. Come on, stop teasing us, rushed the third elder. Lin Mufeng blushed and smiled. He raised the takeaway container in his hand and said excitedly, Tada. This is it. The three elders stopped breathing and stared at the takeaway box. Then, they all froze. They expected a shiny treasure, but got a seemingly ordinary box with soup in it. The big elder was confused and unsure. He asked, Is this a box of chicken soup? No, it's eagle soup. Lin Mufeng corrected, This is the eagle soup I begged from the expert. Eagle soup? Was there a difference? The smiles on their faces went away. They did not know what type of reaction their sect master expected. They all looked at each other and shook their heads. Maybe the sect master ran into an enemy and someone knocked his head. Perhaps he lost his mind? Snort, haha. Suddenly, someone in the hall burst out laughing. Old man Lin, have you lost your mind? Did you really bring back a box of eagle soup as a treasure? Is the Lingyun Immortal Pavilion that poor? If you guys are facing trouble, I could donate some bread or meat, anything. Lin Mufeng went stiff. He then saw an old man with green clothes behind the three elders. The old man had tan skin and a wrinkly face. He did not look like a cultivator. He looked like a countryside farmer instead. Old man's son? Why are you here? Lin Mufeng was taken aback. You should feel lucky that I'm here. Old man's son chuckled and mocked him. It's much more valuable than your eagle soup anyway. Brother Lin, come on. You're 1,000 years old. Stop acting childish and put down the eagle soup. I should feel lucky? Lin Mufeng sneered. Nothing's better than this eagle soup. You're just here to mock me. Old man Lin, have you lost your mind? I wouldn't take a second look at ambrosia if it was right in front of me. You think I care about your takeaway soup? Old man's son asked angrily. That was insulting. Ha, you're a toad in a well. You wouldn't understand how extraordinary this eagle soup is. Lin Mufeng judgmentally glanced at everyone. Then, he carefully opened the container, afraid to spill any soup out. The takeaway container was specially designed. It kept the soup warm. The expert was extraordinary, even his takeaway box was superior. Clack! The lid was uncovered. An amazing scent wafted out from the container like lava in a volcano. Old man's son was about to continue mocking him, but the aroma left him speechless. The three elders were baffled, too. Their noses twitched as they stared at the eagle soup in disbelief. Nice! What a nice aroma! Gulp! They all simultaneously gulped like they were thirsty. Sect master, this soup is milky white and shiny like a jade. It smells incredible. I think it's a one-of-a-kind soup. Maybe we need to re-evaluate, said the big elder. He immediately rushed to the kitchen and came back with bowls and chopsticks. The big elder's always right, nodded the second elder. He also rushed to the kitchen. Makes sense, I agree, said the third elder. Old man's son stared at the soup. He stubbornly said, Humph. Even if it's nice, it's still just an ordinary eagle soup, right? Suddenly, the big elder jolted. Ha! This beak, Silver Moon Demon King. Gasp! Everyone looked over and gasped in shock. Silver Moon Demon King. It was the Silver Moon Demon King. So fussy. Lin Mufeng grinned and said casually, It's just the Silver Moon Demon King, a small mountain eagle, pay no attention to it. Just a small mountain eagle? The three elders looked at Lin Mufeng weirdly. Their sect master went out and came back a different person. When was he so arrogant? They remembered that the Silver Moon Demon King was able to defeat him. So what if it's the Silver Moon Demon King? Demon meat is still just meat. What's so special about it? Old man's son continued to be stubborn. Everyone snapped out of it, wiped away their saliva, and scooped a bowl of eagle soup. Ha! Why does the root in the soup look like the roots of the 9 ginseng? And this herb right here, it looks like neon grass. This petal seems to be chalcedony? They were thunderstruck by the ingredients in their bowl and they could not believe their eyes. This is, Big Elder looked at Lin Mufeng in disbelief. Yeah, correct, it is. Lin Mufeng laughed and nodded. Drink it while it's hot. I told you, you're in luck. Chapter 78, Mr. Li was truly the chosen one. Old man's son and the three elders jolted. They stared at the eagle soup. Then, they hurriedly took a sip. Slurp. They slurped the soup into their mouths. Suddenly, they experienced deliciousness. The four of them smacked their lips and hummed in satisfaction. Then, they swallowed their soup in one go. Gulp! The entire hall was filled with sounds of them devouring the soup. Some of them drank it too fast as soup was dripping from the corners of their mouths onto their beards. They stopped it with their fingers before it reached their beards and pushed it back to their mouths. Yummy, delicious. They seemed to have forgotten everything else in the world. They only had one thing in their minds, which was to eat the soup. Soon, they sighed in relief after finishing. Oh, to be able to drink this soup, worth their lives. The big elder looked at Lin Mufang and said, Sect Master, this soup. Lin Mufang raised his hand to stop him and smiled. Don't talk, just take in the experience. The four of them were confused. Then, their eyes were wide open. They felt their powers vibrating hard and their minds were clear. They heard the hums of Dao. Insights. The soup contained insights. Incredible. Unbelievable. They felt their hearts race as their bodies burned up. It was too late to be shocked by it. They all slowly closed their eyes and enjoyed the insights pouring into their bodies. After a while, the big elder woke up. He ran towards the takeaway box at the fastest speed possible to scoop another bowl of soup. Big elder, rude. Everyone should get their share of soup, right? The second elder rushed to scoop a bowl of soup, too. Old man son and the third elder woke up, too, and were making a fuss. They were not at the same level as the big elder, so they would be drinking less than him. They made the rash decision to drink it anyway. It did not matter if they could not handle it. Slurp. The four of them were drinking with their heads held high. Slow down, save some for me. Old man son was tearing up. He yelled, What are you guys doing? I'm the guest here. How dare you fight with me? Put down the soup. The second elder said while drinking, Yeah, you're the guest. So, beat it. You're not welcome here. True. Put down the eagle soup now. It's not for you, the third elder agreed. Old man son was pissed. Don't blame me for taking it by force. The box of soup was quickly finished by the four old men. They almost fought for the last few mouthfuls of soup. Oh, nice. I haven't felt this good in a while now. The four of them smiled in contentment. They would not trade this for anything. The big elder raised his eyebrow at the takeaway container. This box is extraordinary. The rest of them looked at the box bafflingly. The second elder took a deep breath and said, It kept the soup warm, and also saved the insights. You can't find a container like this anywhere else. Sect Master, the expert gave you this box too? Asked the third elder. Lin Mufang only realized at this moment that the takeaway container was special. He laughed exasperatingly. Yeah, the expert simply gave it to me. He seems to hate it. Hate it? Of course, this was the expert they were talking about. The box might be special to others, but it was trash to him. Big shot. Legendary big shot. Who knew their sect master would bring back so many treasures on his first visit? They were initially a bit sad that their sect master wanted to give away their preaching pearl, but their sect master was smart to do so. His efforts resulted in kind treatment from the expert. They felt stupid in comparison to their sect master. Old man Lin, where did you get this luxurious eagle soup? Old man son looked at Lin Mufang and asked, What expert are you guys talking about? Lin Mufang smiled and shook his head. Can't tell you. He would not expose the expert's information without his consent. Old man son understood, so he did not probe further. He sighed in envy. You're so lucky to know an expert like that. What I came here to share with you means nothing now. Lin Mufang was curious. Why are you here exactly? What is it? A secret border opened at the Izumo Mountains. I came here to invite you to explore our luck there. Maybe we'll find something valuable, said Old Man Sunday. He did not try to be mysterious and he was straightforward about it. Plus, he already drank their eagle soup shamelessly. Izumo Mountains? Secret border? Lin Mufang smiled and said, Thanks for thinking of me. That was nice of you. Most people would keep this a secret because secret borders were rare and hard to detect. Only a few nearby cultivators would be able to sense a secret border if they were lucky. Secret borders had limited treasure, too. Nobody knew why secret borders existed or why they would open. The popular theory was that secret borders were retreats or homes of ancient bigshots. Old Man Sun said, You know an expert now, so a secret border is probably trash to you. Thank you for the eagle soup. I appreciate it. Goodbye. A secret border was a goldmine, but it usually contained traps and tests. You had to fight with others for the treasure, too. It was extremely dangerous and inappropriate for someone like Lin Mufang to test the waters. Izumo Mountains, he kept mumbling as if he got something. Old Man Sun was about to leave when he quickly stopped him. Old Man Sun, where are the Izumo Mountains? Old Man Sun pointed in the northwest direction. It's just right over there. Why? Are you interested? Lin Mufang had an epiphany. Got it. I got it. Northwest was the direction the expert was gazing at when he mentioned the refrigerator. That was the clue he gave. Haha, God bless old man's son. It seems like the expert already knew this would happen. The secret border opening is probably related to him, too. Mr. Lee wants me to look for the refrigerator in the secret border. Immortal Lee is truly the chosen one. I need to complete this assigned task. Chapter 79, The Beloved Mr. Lee. Lin Mufeng said without hesitation, Old man's son, I'm going with you to the secret border. You're going to the secret border? Old man's son was slightly taken aback. You don't understand. It's an assignment from the expert. Lin Mufeng looked serious and continued, the secret border opening might be because of the expert. He mentioned an item that is most likely at the secret border. I have to retrieve it and present it to the expert. For real? Old man's son frowned and said with disbelief, the expert knows what's inside. Lin Mufeng smiled and said, I promise you, this expert's level is unmatched. How would a mere secret border be beyond his abilities? He just doesn't want to retrieve the item himself. He would never promise something so far-fetched, but after visiting Li Nianfan, he knew it was possible. He was seeing the world in a whole new light. Unmatched level? Old man's son stared at him shockingly and asked, are you sure you aren't joking? Think about it. Do you think someone ordinary would drink that eagle soup? Do you have any idea how it was made? Lin Mufeng smiled and said, let's depart. I'll tell you on the way. Sect Master, please, wait, the big elder called out to Lin Mufeng. Lin Mufeng frowned and looked at the big elder. Sect Master, maybe I should go instead, the big elder said sincerely. The secret border would be dangerous. You're the only one who has visited the expert and you're the most important person in the Lingyun Immortal Pavilion. We can't let anything happen to you, so it'd be best if I go. The second elder and the third elder nodded in agreement. Lin Mufeng shook his head and said, you're wrong. The expert's hint was for me. Therefore, I need to be the one to complete it. Plus, it would only be sincere if I put myself in danger to retrieve the item. There's no negotiation in this, I have to retrieve the item on my own. The three elders sighed. In that case, Sect Master, please be careful. Stay safe. Lin Mufeng told Old Man's son everything on their way to the secret border. Old Man's son's expression kept changing. He even stopped breathing at one point. Finally, he gasped at the end of the story. Yikes! The tea incident, the fallen demon's sword as an axe to split wood, the spirit wood as firewood, the 1,000-year black ice as seasoning, the mushrooms and spring onions with insights. Horrifying, how horrifying. What type of godly big shot was that? If it were not for him knowing Lin Mufeng well and the fact that he tasted the amazing eagle soup, he would have thought Lin Mufeng was reciting fairy tales. Who would have thought a big shot like that is living in our realm in secrecy, said Old Man Sunday. Lin Mufeng sighed deeply and said, yeah, it still feels like a dream to me. It's unbelievable. Old Man's son went quiet. Then, he said in a serious tone, you can't be careless around a godly expert like that. Are you sure you understood what he hinted? Usually, an expert would bless those who cracked their code. However, if they misunderstood the message, there would be huge consequences. Lin Mufeng groaned softly. Then, he said, I think so. I always carefully deduce the hints, and I won't do anything irrational without reason. Then, he told Old Man's son his theory on why the item was in the secret border. I see, truly the chosen one. Old Man's son exclaimed. It looks like he did open the secret border. Your theory should be right. We have to go to the border and finish the task as soon as possible. Lin Mufeng looked at Old Man's son and smiled. You're going to help me? Of course. I'm in. But don't be mistaken, I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing this to get on the expert's good side. This is better than anything else. Old Man's son replied without thinking. Lin Mufeng said, let's hurry up and go. We're still far away from the Izumo Mountains. The Lunar New Year is upon us, so we have to retrieve the item before the Lunar New Year ends. The next day, Li Nianfan saw Daji brushing her teeth with toothpaste early in the morning. He smiled as he watched. He taught her how to brush her teeth for a few days, but she was still clumsy. Daji was brushing her teeth very carefully now. Women truly loved beauty. It was in their nature. He felt like if he were to manufacture toothbrushes in this realm, he would be rich in no time. But of course, it was just a thought. Li Nianfan did not want to be a business owner. It was awesome living a simple life, right? Moreover, Li Nianfan could not manufacture a huge amount on his own. He was barely making enough toothpaste for his own use. The packaging of the toothpaste was as good as the past realm. However, the effect of the toothpaste was greater. It was easy to achieve fresh breath and clean, white teeth. Daji blushed when she saw Li Nianfan smiling. You're making fun of me again. No, I'm not. I went through professional training to not make fun of people. Li Nianfan joked in a serious tone. Then, he said, it's been a while since we went to the fallen town. Maybe we should go check it out after breakfast. Daji nodded. Okay, sure. Breakfast was ordinary as usual. Salted vegetables with white porridge and a piece of steamed bread. Time to shop for groceries. Li Nianfan thought to himself, I feel like where I'm living isn't okay. I only went hunting one time and the woods were already sent into an unpeaceful frenzy. I don't think I'll be able to hunt for a while. The two of them ate breakfast and headed out to the fallen town. He saw the crowd of the fallen town from afar. It was bustling with chatter. So crowded? Li Nianfan could not help but fasten his pace. He then noticed the two red lanterns hanging on the side of the gates. Red ribbons were wrapped around the town gates, too. There were a lot more people than usual. Everyone was chatting with smiles on their faces. Li Nianfan was in a festive mood, too. Every citizen in the fallen town had their red decorations up for the Lunar New Year. Children were playing and chasing each other on the streets and you could hear their innocent laughter. This lantern's crooked. Move it to the right. Auntie John was being helpful. She yelled, yes, a bit more to the right. She turned and saw Li Nianfan and instantly walked over with a big smile. Mr. Li, it's been a while since you came to the fallen town. Li Nianfan nodded and smiled. Yeah, I've been having quite a few guests recently, so I haven't gone out much. I see, no wonder I don't see you around anymore. I always take notice of these things. Auntie John looked at Daji and said, this must be your wife. She looks so fine, much prettier than the pretty ladies I know. The pretty ladies she meant were the cultivators. Li Nianfan smirked inside. He explained with a straight face, Auntie John, you're mistaken. She's my friend. I see, gotcha. Auntie John threw Li Nianfan an understanding look. Then, she said, wait here for a while, I'll go get Nanan. She then quickly walked toward her house. Mr. Li, you're so popular, said Daji. She looked at him adoringly. She felt like her master blended into the lives of the ordinary people. He lived as an ordinary man and was beloved by common folks. This might be the true cultivation, no one would be able to do it as effortlessly as he did. Li Nianfan smiled and said, the folks here are honest people. You'll be treated the same way if you're kind and down to earth, too. The other folks noticed Li Nianfan, too, and they all greeted him. Mr. Li, long time no see. Mr. Li, do you have any more new stories? My kids are restless ever since you finished Journey to the West. True, my kid wanted to go on a cultivation journey, too. A lot of people noticed Daji next to Li Nianfan and they teased, Mr. Li, when's the honeymoon? Then, a bunch of kids ran toward him and tugged on his trousers while yelling, Brother Nianfan. A young boy asked in a baby voice, Brother Nianfan, we want to hear your stories. Li Nianfan patted his head and smiled. I'll tell you stories next time when I have the chance. This was a white lie for the children. However, the innocent kids were cheering. Mr. Li. Auntie John jogged over with Nanan and a basket of eggs. Mr. Li, you cured Nanan. I always wanted to thank you but I don't know where you live. Please, take this basket of eggs. Auntie John gave him the basket of eggs without waiting for his response. Auntie John, this, Li Nianfan wanted to be courteous. Brother Nianfan, please accept it, said Nanan. She tugged on his shirt and looked at him with stars in her eyes. Li Nianfan smiled. All right, I'll take it. He held the basket and asked, Auntie John, why is it so crowded in the fallen town? Auntie John replied, Mr. Li, it's almost the Lunar New Year. Everyone's getting ready for the festive holiday. Lunar New Year. Li Nianfan was baffled. This year's Lunar New Year is so early. Li Nianfan was here for 5 years. He was not unfamiliar with Lunar New Year. Lunar New Year was more or less the same in his past realm. It was the biggest annual festive season. Even cultivators would participate in celebrating. However, the celebration period was different in the past realm. Lunar New Year was held before autumn, meant for praying to the gods to bless them with good harvests during the coming autumn season. Auntie John said, Mr. Li, you have to come by. This year's Lunar New Year is going to be big. I heard that the cultivating sect will be here to take in recruits. Nanan's going to try her luck. Chapter 80, was it a coincidence? Li Nianfan looked at Nanan and exclaimed, Nanan's going to be a cultivator. Yeah. Nanan nodded and clenched her tiny fist. I want to go fight monsters. To protect everybody. Haha, you're ambitious. I'll get you a gift if you got into the sect, laughed Li Nianfan. This brat clearly remembered being captured by a monster. Really? Nanan asked excitedly. She nodded and put out her pinky finger. Pinky promise. Li Nianfan laughed. Okay, pinky promise. Brother Nianfan, I want to be a cultivator, too. Me, too. I want to go. The other children all yelled. Oh, why's that? Asked Li Nianfan. I want to see Wukong. I want to fly. I want to cause havoc in the heavenly temple. The children all talked nonsensically, but it was funny. Li Nianfan laughed. It seemed like his Journey to the West story left a huge impression on the children. the children all became fans of cultivators. It reminded him of martial arts novel fans in the past realm. Every reader had a martial arts dream. However, those dreams came with big obstacles and challenges. Not a lot of people held out in the end. Li Nianfan smiled and said, "Then you guys need to work hard. Get into the cultivating sect early and become cultivators." Li Nianfan said goodbye to everyone and headed to the market. He went to the fishmonger that he was familiar with. Mr. Li greeted the fishmonger. "It's been a while since you came here to buy fish." Li Nianfan said, "I've been hunting recently. Been eating wildlife for a while." "Nice." The fishmonger gave him a thumbs up. Then, he said, "Mr. Li, see any fish you like? Your fishes are not what they used to be." Li Nianfan shook his head. "The fishes are smaller and there's less variety." "Damn, don't even mention it." The fishmonger sighed, "A demon has been disrupting the clear moon lake, so I can only go fishing somewhere else. The quality is naturally worse than that of the clear moon lake." Li Nianfan asked out of curiosity, "Is no one going to deal with the demon disruption?" "Nope, there have been too many demons recently. It's a mess. Troubled times lay ahead." The fishmonger sighed. He looked like he was worried for the world. Li Nianfan thought about the disruption in the mountains, too. "When can we regain peace again? The situation recently sure is uneasy," sighed Li Nianfan. The only downside to living in the Immortal Realm was the constant presence of demons and monsters. It was not easy being an ordinary man. Daji took notice and thought to herself, "Seems like I'll have to rush my sister. Master wouldn't worry so much if peace is restored." Li Nianfan let the fishmonger pick a few big fishes. He planned to prep them into meals for the next few days. He decided to stay indoors before the Lunar New Year. There were a lot of demons and monsters on the loose. They should stay inside until the coast was clear. Better safe than sorry. The Izumo Mountains were huge. There were a lot of cliffs and wild grass everywhere but not a lot of trees. That was why not a lot of people hung around the Izumo Mountains. Usually, only mountain demons could be seen here. However, the Izumo Mountain was rather crowded today. People were flying toward the Izumo Mountains. They were clearly after the same thing. They all landed on the same spot. The cliff hole was weird. The ground was shaped like an ocean wave, connected to multiple cliff edges. The mountain rocks inside were uneven and pointy. It looked like the mouth of a huge monster that was going to devour something. There was a spot inside the cliff hole that stood out. A stone wall was exposed. It was shiny, smooth, and glimmering. Anyone could tell there was something special there. An ordinary man would not be able to cross over, but it was a piece of cake for cultivators. They jumped in and levitated. Then, they observed the stone wall. Old Man Sun and Lin Mufeng joined in, too. "This must be a door," guessed Old Man Sunday. "You're right. It must be the entrance to the secret border." Lin Mufeng nodded and scouted the area. Although the news of the secret border was not made public, there were still around 10 cultivators here. They seemed strong. An old cultivator with white hair spoke up. "Everybody, it's not easy being on the cultivation journey. We should let luck decide our experience in the secret border and we should keep it civil. What do you all think?" "I agree." "Agree." Everyone agreed to that statement. Old Man Sun told Lin Mufeng, "He's the Qingyang Elder, a masterful predictor. He's quite famous around here. He was the one who discovered the secret border in the first place." Lin Mufeng nodded. "If that's true, this trip would be more convenient." The Qingyang Elder nodded at everyone. Then, he performed hand seals with both of his hands. He pointed at the stone wall. Boom! The stone wall was shining in neon lights. Then, it started vibrating. Everyone stared in surprise. The light was brighter but it did not open. Instead, a bizarre pattern appeared on the stone wall. It had lines that were crisscrossed with stars and dots on it. It looked like a chess game. Everyone stared at it with a questioning look. Lin Mufeng was reacting normally at first. However, he lost it when he saw the pattern. He stared at the chess game hysterically and felt a shiver crawling up his spine. This. The chess game in the expert's yard. He almost lost control as he felt his skin crawl. But, how could this be? He stared at the chess pattern in disbelief. So, the chess game he saw was not a coincidence. The expert showed it to him on purpose. Scary. Incredible. So, the expert planned this all along. He felt relieved. He was glad that he decoded the hints and followed Old Man Sun to this secret border. Otherwise, he would have disappointed the expert. He did not want to fail this opportunity of a lifetime. A cultivator chuckled and looked at the Qingyang Elder. He sarcastically said, "Qingyang Elder, no wonder you told everyone about this place. You wanted us to help you crack the code of this chess puzzle, right?" "Truth be told, that was indeed the case," answered Qingyang Elder casually. He nodded and admitted, "I tried to decipher the puzzle to no avail. This chess game is set up by someone far superior in Chinese chess. It's an astounding puzzle. Since he was being honest about it, nobody had anything to say. They put themselves in his shoes, then asked themselves what they would have done in this situation, too. Everyone studied the chess puzzle. Even the Qingyang elder thought it was unfathomable. Lin Mufang snapped out of his shock. He stood at the side calmly and was being observant. The Qingyang elder did not seem as trustworthy as he looked. The cultivators here were inferior to him. Was it coincidental? Doubt it. Chapter 81, Chess Fanatic. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The cultivator who was speaking earlier smiled. Interesting, let me have a try. He jumped in the air and landed in front of the stone wall. He picked a spot on the board and pushed against it. Vroom! A chess piece appeared in its spot. No one knew how many years had passed between him and the game, but the game had somehow already started years ago. It merely took the cultivator 3 moves for his once confident face to turn into one of unease and cluelessness. His eyes were bloodshot and the chi in him started to run out. Arg! He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and staggered 5 steps backward. His eyes turned dull, a sign of his insights being attacked. Interrogation of insights? Everyone's faces changed as they all turned to look at the Qingyang elder. One of them asked in an unfriendly tone, "Qingyang elder, you didn't tell us this is the interrogation of insights." The Qingyang elder said with a frown, "Since this is a secret border, of course, it won't be easy to enter. Did you need me to explain this concept, too?" Everyone else did not speak. They did not show much on their faces, but they were fuming in anger. Anything could happen inside the secret border. Only the one who gained the final opportunity could become the ultimate winner and keep his power. Only the last man could win. There was a saying among the cultivators, "A dead friend is better than a dead self." Following that, nobody dared to go forward. The tension in the air stiffened. Suddenly, a hoarse voice rang in the air with a cold, mocking tone, "Chess fanatic, if you're still unwilling to come forward, I'm afraid nobody will ever be able to enter this secret border." Chess fanatic? Everyone jolted slightly and in unison, turned to look at an elderly man who was dressed in black robes. This elderly man had a goatee. His hair and beard were half black and half white. His face was slender and he stood in the last row without speaking. Lin Mufang turned and said in shock, "Chess fanatic? The man who's crazy about chess? I can't believe Qingyang elder even invited him over." Old man's son said in shock. The chess fanatic was well known for how he treated chess as his life. It was as if he used his life to play chess. According to the rumors, he was a gifted man. At the age of 40, he had reached the Yuanying realm. However, ever since then, he somehow became crazily addicted to chess. Not only did he stop cultivating, but his cultivation also regressed so much to the point of becoming a joke among his peers. Even his sect had to kick him out. Back then, everyone was talking about this because there were just too few rumors in this immortal realm. So, when a weird and funny rumor of him started to spread, he became well known and everyone soon knew about him. Now that 400 years had passed, the chess fanatic title was gradually washed out of everyone's memories. Little did they expect to hear about him today, let alone to finally meet him. Out of curiosity, Lin Mufang used his divine consciousness to check his stats and he let out a surprised gasp. The early period of out of aperture? So, he used the chess Dao to reach the distraction realm. It's possible. Since every genius takes a different path. Old man's son nodded. If it's really him, perhaps the secret border can be opened soon. The chess fanatic did not speak. He stared at the chessboard without blinking, as his body slowly made its way to the front of the stone wall. Other than chess, there was nothing else in the world that could excite him. Under everyone's gaze, he raised his hand and pressed it on a spot on the chessboard. Vroom! The glow on the stone wall became brighter than usual, as if it was excited to have met an opponent after all these years of waiting. Nice! Old man's son's eyes sparkled. It appears that someone might be able to help get us in after all. It's wrong. Lin Mufang shook his head and sighed. There's only one way to play this. One wrong move would end up causing more mistakes and eventually cost you the game. Old man's son looked at Lin Mufang with a strange look. Lin Mufang, I know you. Don't pretend like you know anything about chess. Of course, I don't, but I have the expert support behind my back. Lin Mufang said calmly. I've seen this chess pattern at the expert's house and I had the privilege to learn the moves that could end this. Old man's son's pupils dilated as he stared at him in disbelief. Are you kidding me? No, I'm serious. Lin Mufang nodded, then shook his head with a bitter smile. According to what I know, this is an entry-level game used for beginners at the expert's house. Entry level? Old man's son's hair stood on their ends. He was utterly shocked. If this was merely an entry-level game, then how would an advanced-level game look like? How shocking would it be? Swiftly after, he thought of a possibility as fear appeared on his face. He asked in a trembling voice, "Wait, do you think it was a coincidence that you saw this game at the expert's place? Did the expert show it to you on purpose?" Lin Mufeng's face was filled with solemn respect. Very likely. Perhaps the expert knew that none of us could get into the secret border, so he intentionally gave me some pointers. Omniscience. He was truly omniscient. Old Man Sun could feel his heart throbbing and his scalp itching, as if a pair of eyes were watching him in the air with invisible hands moving him. Lin Mufeng and Old Man Sun exchanged a look and they could each see a deep sense of awe and terror in one another's eyes. They seemed to have something to say but they swallowed their words, too afraid to say them out loud. Using the world as his chess game and the people as his chess pieces. This was the realm of the expert. The more things they knew about the expert, the more they realized how his realm was way beyond their imaginations. Limitless. Impossible to imagine. Impossible to speculate. Lin Mufeng could not help looking at the chess fanatic and said with a complicated look, "There are so many paths with the same destination. Nobody knows which path is correct and which path is wrong. The chess Dao, the chess path. Although I don't know which path is correct, I know for sure that following the expert won't be wrong." Old Man Sun looked at Lin Mufeng with eyes full of admiration. "If you don't want to become the chess piece of the expert, let me." "You." Lin Mufeng glared at Old Man Sun and snorted. "Not a chance." Meanwhile, the face of the chess fanatic had turned strange. His face was pale like paper with pea-sized droplets of sweat rolling down uncontrollably. Finally, his body jolted vigorously as he, too, spat out a mouthful of blood. "I made a wrong move. When did I make the mistake?" He narrowed his eyes, looking confused and lost. He stared at the chess game as if he was about to collapse from the interrogation. "Sai, let me do it." Lin Mufeng went forward to help the chess fanatic up. He raised his hand and pressed on a spot. Instantly, a chess piece appeared on the spot and a sudden change happened on the chessboard. The chess game came alive. It seemed that this move had already determined the outcome of the game. The stone wall did not continue the game, and instead, the chess game disappeared entirely. Soon after, the stone wall gradually lifted. Vroom. Chapter 82. Where men and women work together. "It's open. It's open," everyone cried out in delight while they all looked at Lin Mufeng with an impressed look. The chess fanatic jolted. His dull eyes instantly sparkled as the game kept unfolding in his mind. He mumbled to himself, "I see. I see. I understand now. I understand now." Lin Mufeng looked at the stone wall and said to him, "Why don't you come in with us?" "No need. I already got what I needed. I'll wait outside." The chess fanatic waved as he staggered to a nearby corner and sat cross-legged. His mind was still replaying the game from earlier. "Thank you for your help." The other cultivators thanked Lin Mufeng and turned into light. Then, they headed into the secret border. Lin Mufeng and Old Man Sun exchanged a look and said, "Let's go in. That's all the expert can help us with. If we still fail to complete the mission, we don't deserve to see him again." 5 days passed by quickly. The sky was darkening while Li Nianfan brought Daji out to the town like usual. Today was the Lunar New Year and nighttime was the busiest time of all. Standing on the mountain, Li Nianfan looked down to see that the fallen immortal town had lit up, glowing like a bright red sea. He could feel the festivity from afar. "Let's go." Li Nianfan brought Daji down to town with him. Ring, ring, ring. As they arrived at the foot of the mountain, they could hear the sound of drums coming from the fallen immortal town. Once they entered the town, they could see houses lit up with decorations. The stalls by the side of the road had different kinds of lights and flowers as decorations, making the city glow. There were also toys for the kids, as well as sweets and snacks. There were plenty of choices that would catch anyone's eyes. The kids surrounded the stalls as they pointed at their desired toys, looking up at their parents with their tiny sparkling eyes and hoping that their parents would buy them the toys. The adults stood behind their children, smiling helplessly. Eventually, they bought the new toys for their children to make them happy. 6 circus performers were performing in the middle of the street as well as groups performing the lion dance and dragon dance to entertain the audience. Cheers and applause filled the air. Li Nianfan smiled at Daji. "What do you think? Feeling festive?" He remembered being captivated by the festive celebration of Lunar New Year the first time he came here. This was way more festive than the celebration back home in his previous realm. "Yeah, it's hard to believe that ordinary men can live so freely, too." Daji looked at them curiously, her eyes sparkling with excitement. This was her first time mingling with the ordinary men. The entire festive celebration really impressed her. Li Nianfan shook his head and said, "You're wrong to have said that. So what if they're ordinary? Though we only have a mere 100 years to live, it teaches us to cherish the beauty of life and to live to one's fullest potential with joy and happiness. Your life depends on the way you choose to live it, not based on your identity." He wanted to correct Daji's thinking. In this immortal realm, every ordinary man envied the high above cultivators. However, the ordinary men had their way of living, too. No one should envy how others lived. A look of awe appeared in Daji's eyes. She looked at Li Nianfan with her beautiful eyes as she said after taking a deep breath, "Daji will remember Mr. Li's teaching. she felt a wave in her heart. Li Nianfan's words were like a bomb ringing in her head. It was as if she had grasped something, but she was uncertain of what it was. Master's realm is indeed way beyond this realm. It's a privilege to be able to follow him around and to hear him teach. Even his words are beneficial, Daji thought to herself. It's not teaching, I'm just speaking my mind. Just treat it as chicken soup, Li Nianfan said nonchalantly. Chicken soup. Daji looked at him as she paused slightly, confused. She felt disheartened. It seemed that her understanding was not good enough and she still had many things to learn since she did not quite understand Li Nianfan. As they walked further, there was a river bisecting the street. There was a stone bridge crossing the river, decorated with many lights and flowers of different colors. Below the bridge were some nicely decorated boats where countless men and women chatted and flirted with one another. Sir, fancy a cup of tea? Yeah, sir. Come and listen to the music. The flirtatious sounds of women were heard coming from a building at the other end of the bridge, turning one's imagination wild. Daji looked at the lit-up building and instinctively frowned. She asked out of curiosity, Mr. Li, what place is that? Li Nianfan's lips twitched slightly and said, it's a place where men and women work together. On the top of the building, an elderly man in a black cloak narrowed his eyes as he observed the passerby walking below him. His dry and slender fingers were wrapped around a bottle of wine as he tasted it. Behind him was a big red bed. On the bed, a naked woman was staring at him wide-eyed, resembling the terror on the face of an animal just before its impending death. Suddenly, the elderly man's eyes narrowed further as a woman in white clothes caught his eye. His eyes sparkled with desire as he licked his lips and said, "Who would have thought there'd be such a beauty in this ordinary town?" Behind him, a follower saw Daji as well. He called out in shock, "Master, I'll bring her here right away." The elderly man said with a cold smirk, "Of course, a beautiful woman like her can't be left with that ordinary man." However, his brows furrowed in the next instance. He called out, wearing a suspicious look, "Wait." The follower was shocked. He said, "This ordinary man knows the Holy Emperor?" The elderly man said with a low voice, "Follow them. Keep an eye on them." The Holy Emperor was enjoying the festive lights with Zhong Xiu and Luo Xiu. When he saw Li Nianfan, he walked up to him in delight. "Mr. Li, Miss Daji, you're here for the light festival." Li Nianfan nodded and smiled. "Yeah, what a coincidence to see you here. Ha ha. Yeah, what a coincidence." The Holy Emperor laughed with excitement. He then suggested, "Mr. Li, I know a place where we can watch the lights from above. You'll be able to catch the entire festival from up there. Are you interested?" Li Nianfan thought for a moment but shook his head. "Perhaps not. I heard the sects will be recruiting disciples tonight. I'd like to have a look." The Holy Emperor said, "Oh, so Mr. Li wants to go there? I was going that way, too. Why don't we walk there together?" "Sure." Li Nianfan smiled and nodded. Chapter 83, A Gift. The place where the sects recruited their disciples was in the northeast corner of the town. There were significantly fewer people in the area, with no performances and noise. In fact, there was a kind of solemnity in the air. When they reached the area, Li Nianfan was quite surprised to find that there were more people than he expected there to be. There were some renowned cultivators as well as children with their parents. Some of them had big grins on their faces while some looked disappointed. Of course, there were more frowns than grins. The so-called recruitment was a test of spiritual root. Unfortunately, most of the people present did not possess much spiritual root. "Mr. Li, you came." Auntie Zhang saw Li Nianfan and instantly walked over to greet him. One could tell that she seemed rather upset. Li Nianfan asked, "Auntie Zhang, what happened?" "Sigh, it's because of Nanan," Auntie Zhang sighed and said in a distressed tone. "Nanan only has an inferior spiritual root, yet she insists on cultivating. She won't listen to me." Li Nianfan frowned. "Where's she?" "There." Auntie Zhang pointed to a little girl who was standing in line, her eyes red but determined. The other children beside her had the same looks on their faces as well, and at the front of the line was an old woman who also wore a sad look on her face. Normally, there was a hierarchy between the sects. The queue led by the old woman was located at a secluded corner, making it apparent that they were an inferior sect. The children with superior spiritual root would be recruited by the bigger sects while the smaller sects could only recruit those with inferior spiritual root. "Mr. Li, Nanan listens to you the most. You have to help me convince her," Auntie Zhang said worriedly. "I've heard that those with inferior spiritual root don't have a bright future and usually end up being cannon fodder. On top of that, the sect she was recruited into is located in a secluded area. She'd be better off as an ordinary person." "Auntie Zhang, I'll try to convince her. If Nanan doesn't agree, perhaps you could let her have a try. It's better than her regretting it in the future," Li Nianfan said. He thought about it for a moment before walking toward Nanan. "Nanan. Brother Nianfan." Nanan's eyes reddened. "I only have inferior spiritual root. That's not so bad. This is a very rare gift. Li Nianfan smiled. Nanan looked up at him with a sparkle in her eyes. You're not asking me to give up? Li Nianfan ruffled her hair. Of course not. I'm here to give you a gift. He knew that Nanan was determined to cultivate and there was no way to talk her out of it. The old woman of the sect turned to see the Holy Emperor. She jolted and walked toward them. Greetings to the Holy Emperor, Princess Luo. The Holy Emperor nodded. The old woman looked at Li Nianfan with a look of disbelief. She wondered who this ordinary man was that he could be accompanied by the Holy Emperor. She then took another look at Nanan and her heart sank. It seemed that the disciple she recruited was not ordinary at all. As for the Holy Emperor, he seemed calm on the surface but in reality, his heart was bleeding. He wanted to slap himself. I'm a fool. I'm a pig. The Holy Emperor jeered at himself. He knew that Li Nianfan was incredibly fond of Nanan. Why did he not recruit Nanan earlier? He missed out on a great opportunity. Was the expert's hint not clear enough? Why did he not think of it earlier? The more he thought about it, the more upset he was. Now, he really wanted to recruit Nanan, but he did not want to risk offending Li Nianfan. The Holy Emperor's brows tightened into a straight line. A gift? Nanan looked at Li Nianfan with excitement. What gift? Wait. Li Nianfan smiled gently. He had prepared this earlier. He reached into his system space and brought out his writing tools. He glanced around and walked to a nearby stone table. He then rolled out the paper gradually. The Holy Emperor's heart throbbed. He had goosebumps all over his skin and he started feeling overwhelmed with anxiousness and excitement. Was the expert about to? If so, he could not begin to fathom how big this opportunity was going to be. Under the bewildered gaze of the Holy Emperor, Li Nianfan asked Daji to help him prepare some ink while he closed his eyes to get into the mood. If Nanan insisted on cultivating, then he might as well write her some blessings. Since cultivating was all about longevity, he hoped that Nanan could achieve that. Gradually, Li Nianfan opened his eyes. They were filled with insights. He picked up his brush. Instantly, ethereal insights burst out like tidal waves. On the outside, it looked like he had blended in with nature, becoming one seamless entity. The cultivators of the sects did not notice this corner earlier. Suddenly, they felt their hearts sinking. The spiritual chi in their bodies halted for a second as a shapeless pressure weighed down on them, making them breathless. They all turned to Li Nianfan with terror and fear in their eyes. Was he really an ordinary man? Insights circulation. It's the insights circulation. The slender elderly man who was watching from the hidden corner stared at the scene with his dilated pupils. He almost let out a scream. No wonder the Holy Emperor would follow behind this ordinary man. He was not an ordinary man at all. He was a hidden expert. The elderly man stared at the paper with a deadly gaze. He changed his mind. He's starting. He's starting. The Holy Emperor stared at Li Nianfan, wide-eyed and holding his breath. He did not dare to move as he did not want to distract Li Nianfan. Li Nianfan's brush landed on the paper. The movement of his brush was like a dragon, writing the words all in one go. I am not ordinary. I led an immortal life. Once the two short sentences were written, a strong wind blew, causing everyone's clothes to blow in the wind. The wind seemed strong but also gentle, giving the people an indescribable comfort. The ordinary men thought it was just the wind, but every cultivator present felt a huge swarm of insights. The insights came in the form of a wave that almost engulfed the entire land. The swarm of insights was merely a fraction of the insights coming from the words. The cultivators felt their hearts throbbing. They did not dare to breathe nor speak. Where did this big shot come from? Nobody dared to ask nor to speak. They all trembled in silence. The Holy Emperor stood the closest to Li Nianfan. Upon reading the words, he instantly heard ringing in his ears. It was as if he could see through a thin mist and into where the immortals lived. There were immortal buildings within a city ringing with immortal music in the air. He was caught up with this view and unable to come back out. Li Nianfan rolled up the paper and smiled. Nanan, this is for you. Thank you, brother Nianfan. Nanan accepted the gift happily. She was not yet able to appreciate its deeper meaning. All she could feel was that brother Nianfan's writing was very beautiful, so beautiful they could fly off the paper. He gave this to an ordinary girl? The cultivators were perplexed. Their brains were unable to process it. They did not know what this was all about. The old woman's mind went blank. She was unable to make sense of it at all. She felt like a puppet, transfixed in her spot. A precious treasure. That was beyond precious. And he gave it to a disciple she had just recruited? She felt as if she had just been knocked over by a delicious biscuit that had fallen from heaven. It felt like a dream. As long as you like it. Remember to work hard, Li Nianfan said. Nanan nodded vigorously as she promised, yes. I will. Alright, it's getting late. I should head home soon, Li Nianfan said. Nanan said suddenly, Brother Nianfan, wait for me. When I grow up, I'll gather all of the best things in the world and give them to you. Ha ha ha. Alright, I'll wait for you, then. Chapter 84, Ignorant Idiot. The Holy Emperor walked Li Nianfan to the entrance of the fallen town. Li Nianfan said, Holy Emperor, you're a cultivator yourself, too. If possible, please help me take care of Nanan. No problem, Mr. Li. I will for sure. The Holy Emperor instantly nodded. Thank you. See you soon. After making sure that Li Nianfan could no longer see him, the Holy Emperor raised his hand and started slapping himself. One on the left cheek, another on the right cheek, then another one on the left. Slap, slap, slap. 3 slaps rang in the air clear and crisp. Idiot. I'm an idiot. The Holy Emperor cried out through his gritted teeth. He wanted to cry. He knew about Nanan, and he also knew how much the expert liked her. How could he let such a big opportunity slip past him? What a miss. What a huge loss. That was his autograph. And it was about his identity, which contained the truth about longevity. That was a priceless treasure. A shockingly huge opportunity. Besides that, though Nanan only had inferior spiritual root, she had the expert on her back. She would clearly become a big shot one day. How could I miss out on such an opportunity? My brain is so useless. Do I even need my brain? Luo Shio tried to comfort him. Dad, let it go. The expert must have his reasons. Now that we know, it's not too late to assist him. The Holy Emperor sighed. Well, that's all we can do for now. Suddenly, his face changed colors. The momentum in his body soared as he transformed into light and flew to the northeast side of the town. Who are you? How dare you invade my gone-long immortal dynasty? The Holy Emperor growled as he chased after them. He was extremely furious. He traveled as fast as he had ever traveled before. He was anxious since he had just promised Li Nianfan to take good care of Nanan. Yet, at that moment, Nanan was about to be captured by this man. He might as well take his life. No way. He could not afford to let Nanan get hurt. He told himself that no matter what it took, he had to save Nanan, even if he had to use up all of his spiritual chi. The black shadow traveled very fast, too. He turned into a black mist with Nanan and vanished into the darkness. Holy Emperor, you're not even related to this girl. Why chase after her? The black shadow flashed a cold smile as his evil voice rang in the air. Demon man, the Holy Emperor called out his name through his gritted teeth. Let go of Nanan now and I'll let you go. If not, I'll chase after you and kill you. He was furious. This demon man was such an idiot. He had no idea how foolish he was being. Although this girl was not related to him, she was a very important person to him. Ha ha, you're chasing after me because of the expert, the demon man scoffed. You want to use this to impress the expert? You know nothing. You have no idea who you've offended, the Holy Emperor jeered. It's not too late now to stop this. You might still stand a chance to live. You can't imagine what kind of existence the expert lives in. Ha ha, so scary. The demon man could not help laughing out loud. Of course, I know he's not an ordinary man judging by the words he wrote, but an existence beyond imagination? Ha ha, I can certainly imagine him being an old Mahayala realm monster who had a successful cross-tribulation. He managed to transform into a human but is still unable to become an immortal. What a toad in the well. A toad in the well. The Holy Emperor's face flushed red. Being ignorant was so scary. It could cost someone one's life. Ignorant idiot. A Mahayala realm cultivator's words were not comparable to even a strand of the expert's hair. The both of them were out-of-aperture cultivators. The speed they traveled, it was like a meteor flashing through the sky. Soon, they went into a forest. The demon man slowed his pace as he landed on a huge stone. He tossed Nanan to a tree by the side and turned around. He looked at the Holy Emperor and said, amused, "You don't give up easily, do you? So annoying like a fly." The Holy Emperor frowned as an ominous premonition rose in his heart. "Either way," he said, "Demon man, this girl isn't someone you can touch. I'll be frank, this expert is way beyond an immortal. It's highly likely that he's already gained wisdom." Gained wisdom? Ha ha ha. The demon man could not help laughing breathlessly. It was as if he had just heard the best joke in the world. He shook his head. "Holy Emperor, do you know what you're talking about? At least make up a better lie than this. Already gained wisdom? How so? Do his thoughts come true and is his word the law? Even the immortals can't do that. Why would an existence like this even come to our realm? You're helpless. Helpless." The Holy Emperor shook his head. He reached out with his hands as a red flame lit up the night sky like a long chain of fire that was about to engulf the demon man. The demon man merely scoffed. He reached out his right hand and a black flag appeared. This flag seemed broken and it had some holes on it. Once it was fully unrolled, a disgusting smell was unleashed along with the howling sounds of monsters. The stench radiated from the flag in waves, forming a protective barrier around the demon man. The fire chain circled the black smoke like a python before increasing its speed and finally catching it. Tzz. The fire chain and the black smoke collided, eliciting a sharp sound. Both forces halted. Sacrifice blood flag. The Holy Emperor's face darkened. Demon man, why would you harm the innocent? How dare you use that move? Damn it. He. I heard that the Gonlong Immortal Dynasty's dragon fire is the nemesis of all evil. It's no big deal. The demon man laughed as his black smoke filled the sky. The black smoke twisted into a long and slender snake, swimming toward the Holy Emperor. Damn it, the Holy Emperor growled as he raised his left hand. A flaming red bowl appeared in his palm. The bowl rotated slowly, casting a bright ray of light on the black smoke. Instantly, the bright light shot out of the bowl and dispersed the smoky snake. Burning flames started pouring out of the bowl, merging with the fire chain to form a gigantic flaming dragon. The gigantic dragon was much bigger than the fire chain. It started surrounding the black smoke. The dragon's head was high up in the sky. Looking down at the black smoke, it let out a gust of dragon fire. Roar! Burning red flames engulfed the black smoke as the ground around them turned into a sea of fire. Tzzz. The black smoke sizzled as it rolled in its darkness as if it was evaporating. Dad, Luo Xiu and Zongziu finally made it. When they arrived at the scene, they let out a sigh in relief. It appeared that they were winning. Xiu, go and save Nanan, the Holy Emperor said. Luo Xiu nodded and went straight to Nanan. However, just as her hand was about to touch Nanan, a string of black smoke penetrated through the flames. It turned into a black chain, capturing Luo Xiu. Muahahaha. The demon man's devilish laugh came from inside the flame, sounding as if he had successfully captured his prey. The Holy Emperor jolted. He asked in disbelief, how could this be? Holy Emperor, did you really think I'd come unprepared? The demon man jeered coldly, sending the Holy Emperor deeper into despair. He looked around and realized that his surroundings were darker than usual. It was not the night sky, it was pure darkness. He looked up and saw that even the moon was no longer visible. Formation, the Holy Emperor cried out through his gritted teeth. He did not know when it happened, but he found that they were engulfed in thick, black smoke. They were completely surrounded. Click, click, click. Footsteps were heard coming from within the forest. 3 cultivators dressed in black robes then walked out. They looked at the Holy Emperor with ill intent. Ha ha ha. Oh, Holy Emperor. How foolish of you to risk your life for a girl you don't even know. How foolish, the demon man laughed. Now, not only have you been captured, even your wife and daughter have been captured by me. The Holy Emperor's face sank. Without speaking, his hands moved rapidly to destroy the formation. Hum! The bowl in his hand vibrated vigorously, letting out a loud hum. Vroom! A gigantic flame exploded like a volcano, soaring into the sky before landing right in the black smoke. Tzz. The black smoke started to disperse. The flame was burning bright and hot, ready to crack open the surrounding darkness. Humph! The demon man scoffed. He swung the sacrifice blood flag with his hand. Instantly, the dispersing smoke started to condense, floating toward the Holy Emperor. Without a sound, the black smoke transformed into 10 or so black chains, trapping the Holy Emperor and Zhongxiu. The Holy Emperor could not help asking, Demon man, do reconsider. Are you sure about becoming an enemy of the expert? Ha ha ha. I already decided from the moment I attacked, the demon man laughed. He jeered, the Immortal Realm is so huge. I can go anywhere. Also, are you sure he'll fight me because of you? The Holy Emperor shook his head and said coldly, an ignorant person is always fearless. If the expert wants to kill you, he can easily kill you with just a thought. What a joke. I'm standing right here. If he's as powerful as you say he is, why hasn't he come to save you? The demon man said victoriously. He tightened his grip on the flag and swung it again. Roar! A loud roar erupted from within the black smoke as it rushed toward the Holy Emperor and Zhongxiu. Vroom! Both of them were shocked by the black smoke, losing their ability to fight. Dad! Luo Xiu cried out with terror on her face. She was engulfed by the black smoke, too. Ha ha ha. Don't be afraid, my beautiful girl. Let me take good care of you. The demon man scoffed with an obscene look on his face as he looked at Luo Xiu. Holy Emperor, I've yet to thank you for traveling all the way here just to deliver your daughter and wife to me. He was growing impatient with such beauties in front of him, but he did not forget about the important matter at hand. He walked to Nanan. Chapter 85, A Touch from the Immortal. The Holy Emperor warned coldly, I'd advise you to stay away from them, or else you'll die a horrible death. Ha ha, I'm so scared. The demon man laughed without flinching. Above an immortal? A man who gained wisdom? It was unlikely that such a man existed in the immortal land, let alone this immortal realm. If there was such an existence, why am I still alive? Come and get me if you can. Meanwhile, Nanan sat under the tree while biting on her lip. She looked at the approaching demon man with a terrified look. The demon man had lust in his eyes. He reached out with his dry, slender hand and said coldly, "Give me the paper." Nanan held onto the paper tightly as she shook her head vigorously. He staggered a few steps backward. A red light flashed through the demon man's eyes. His hands turned into claws as he condensed the black smoke and pushed it toward Nanan. He jeered, "A mere inferior spiritual root. You're worthless anyway, so you might as well die." "Stop!" The Holy Emperor was terrified. The three of them felt as if their hands and legs were frozen as anger flared in their eyes. However, just as the black smoke was about to touch Nanan, the paper she was holding lit up, glowing softly. Mist started to form around it as if an immortal had just descended from above. Time stood still. The black smoke vanished instantly as if blown away by the wind. This is, the demon man was caught off guard. He stared at the paper and staggered a few steps backward. He was starting to feel uneasy. The paper flew out from Nanan's hand and slowly unfolded itself mid-air. Instantly, thick mist burst forth from the paper and soared into the sky as if it was about to penetrate the clouds. When the paper was fully unfolded, pure white light shot down from the sky, lighting up the entire forest. Flash! The demon man's formation instantly crumbled and dispersed. In the forest, the souls of almost all the monsters trembled. They all bowed respectfully in the direction of the light. The demon man's face went pale like paper. His teeth started chattering as he stuttered, "I am immortal." He staggered backward, overwhelmed with terror. His scalp was itching and he could feel his organs cracking. Among the white light, there seemed to be an elderly man with white hair. His robe was flowing in the air. Though one could not see his face, there was an indescribable aura exuding out from him, superior but not condescending. This felt like a meeting between a two-dimensional animal and a three-dimensional animal. Due to the differences in realms, one could only look up to the superior in awe. Spiritual manifestation. It's the spiritual manifestation. The Holy Emperor's eyes had widened so much, he had to hold onto his breath. It was as if his blood stopped circulating in his body as he had goosebumps all over him. He stared at the light blankly as his brain lost its function. This was the spiritual manifestation, the realm that only existed in legends. A thought could come true, a word could be the law, a stroke could turn spring into summer, and a painting could set the date. The insights contained in his words were able to manifest an immortal? Terrifying. So terrifying. How could it be? How could it be? The demon man was terrified. His face twitched with disbelief. How could there be such an existence in the world? This is fake. This is fake. He spat out a mouthful of blood before turning into light to escape. Meanwhile, he was still feeling uneasy. He wanted to get rid of everything he had, which included burning his spiritual chi to escape as quickly as possible. He was completely terrified. He did not even dare to look back. The immortal stood in the same spot as if looking into a distant land. He let out a low sigh. Then, he slowly unfolded his palm. The demon man who had already escaped earlier suddenly appeared in sight, flying back to where the immortal was standing. He tried speeding up to escape, but somehow, a stronger force was stopping him. He ended up flying straight into the palm of the immortal. "No, let me go! Let me go!" The demon man's face was filled with fear and despair. He begged the immortal, "Expert, I'm wrong. I'm willing to serve you. Please, forgive me." However, it was a futile attempt. The immortal's hand landed gently on his head. There was no shocking sound, nor a loud explosion of spiritual chi. A gust of wind came by and his body simply transformed into dust, which was then dispersed by the wind. All that was left was a Yuan Yin core, floating mid-air. The Holy Emperor and Luo Xiu stared with their mouths wide open. They could only feel a chill in their hearts as they did not dare to take another breath. The three disciples of the demon man were even more terrified. They fell on their knees as their minds went blank. They felt as if their scalps could explode at any given time. The immortal waved and the Yuan Yin core appeared on Nanan's head. He then gently caressed her head. A touch from an immortal entailed longevity. The Yuan Yin core went into Nanan's body with a soft glow. Nanan watched everything unfold with curiosity. Gradually, she felt her eyelids getting heavier as her body was engulfed by a soft white light. Eventually, she fell asleep. Swiftly after, the white light dispersed and the paper gently folded back up. It then fell and landed beside Nanan. The mist also vanished while the darkness returned, almost as if it was all just a dream. Luo Xiu gulped. She looked at the Holy Emperor. Dad, don't speak." The Holy Emperor cut her off. He warned, "Just remain calm." He looked at the three remaining disciples of the demon man. His eyes flashed and the bowl in his hand let out a bright light. It then turned into a flaming dragon which swallowed the three of them. Phew! Zhongxiu slowly stood up and let out a sigh of relief. She seemed perplexed and confused. Tonight was indeed a nerve-wracking night. She would not forget that last scene for the rest of her life. An immortal could be manifested out of the expert's insights. The realm of the expert was terrifyingly high. Follow me, the Holy Emperor said as he slowly walked to Nanan and the paper. When he was half a meter away, he stopped to bow at the paper. He said sincerely, "Excuse me." With that, he then used both hands to gently pick up the paper before keeping it carefully. "Shiyu, you carry Nanan. We have to go back right away." Shiyu nodded and carried Nanan in her arms. They turned into light and flew toward the gone-long immortal dynasty. Chapter 86 Unimaginable Form of Existence. When they arrived at the entrance of the fallen immortal town, the old woman was pacing anxiously. Though she seemed old, she was only a golden core cultivator. She was lucky that the demon man did not kill her. When she saw the Holy Emperor coming back with Nanan, she hurriedly went forward and said humbly, "Greetings to the Holy Emperor." "Greetings to you." The Holy Emperor helped her up. He did not want to be the Holy Emperor in front of her. He only wanted to get acquainted with her since she had recruited such a great disciple. He looked at this old woman with a complex look filled with admiration. This old woman was so lucky to have pleased the expert. She took on the greatest opportunity ever. Perhaps she did not even know what kind of manly Nianfan was. The words on this piece of paper were priceless. It was probably the most precious item in the entire gone-long immortal dynasty. The paper contained insights that could manifest an immortal. It also contained wisdom and longevity. If this news were to get out, everyone would have gone crazy. As for Nanan, she was also a treasure. Although she had inferior spiritual root, she was caressed by an immortal. The demon man was an out-of-aperture cultivator whose Yuan Yin core had gone into Nanan's body. This meant that her potential would be limitless. And since the expert liked Nanan so much, he would be able to help her and give her an abundance of opportunities. Envious. So envious. The more he thought about it, the redder his eyes became. His heart started aching again as he silently wished he could recruit her instead, but now it was too late to do so. Also, he could not risk disobeying the expert. He could only try to be kind to this old lady. "May I know which sect you're from?" the Holy Emperor asked with a rather awkward face. He was embarrassed for not knowing which sect she was from, but since it mattered to Nanan, he had to find out. The old woman did not take it personally. She replied, "I'm from the Golden Lotus sect." The Holy Emperor frowned. This sect was too small. He had never even heard of it. Zhongshiu, who was by his side, asked, "The Golden Lotus sect that's located in the northern part of the Ganglong Immortal Dynasty?" "Exactly," the old woman nodded. Zhongshiu hesitated for a moment. "I remember that the sect master of the Golden Lotus sect is called Wu Hanyan." "Yes, the old woman sighed. She seemed rather upset. 3 months ago, she was cultivating outdoors when she was stung by a poisonous bee. She doesn't have much time left to live." "That's great news," the Holy Emperor cried out with delight. He quickly concealed his statement with 2 dry coughs. "What I was saying, that's too bad. However, don't worry. It's just a poisonous bee. The Ganglong Immortal Dynasty happens to have the antidote for such incidents. I'll get you one right away." He was truly excited. He was still figuring out how to please her. This was his chance. The old woman smiled with delight. She said in disbelief, "Are you really willing to help me?" Of course, she knew the Ganglong Immortal Dynasty had the antidote, but over the past 3 months, she had begged for help from the other bigger sects only to be rejected by all of them. The Golden Lotus sect was a small sect, so nobody was willing to help them. "Follow me." The Holy Emperor went straight to his treasure vault and took out a pile of elixirs. The pile in front of the old woman seemed almost like a hill. This. The old woman was caught off guard. Her breathing grew rapid. She had lived for 300 years, but she never would have dreamed of seeing so many elixirs. Being able to get her hands on any of them would make her very happy. The Holy Emperor separated them into groups. "Your sect is built on poorer land, so there's probably a lack of elixirs there. These are for Nanan during chi refining, and these are for her foundation building. These are for her core condensation. If you ever run out, please, don't hesitate to get more from me. Don't be stingy with Nanan." "This I my disciple." The old woman looked at Nanan and all she could feel was her scalp itching. Who was she to receive such special treatment from the Holy Emperor? The Holy Emperor looked at the old woman with a serious look. "You have no idea what kind of disciple you've just recruited. But, I'll tell you this. Nanan will become the biggest opportunity the Golden Lotus sect has ever gained. So, if you take good care of her, the Golden Lotus sect might even surpass my Ganglong Immortal Dynasty. If you don't, I don't even have to tell you what will happen." Surpass the Ganglong Immortal Dynasty? The Golden Lotus sect was only established less than 1,000 years ago. They did not even dare to think about it. The old woman's heart sank as her face flushed red and her scalp itched in excitement. She asked with a trembling voice, "May I ask, is it because of that man?" The Holy Emperor smiled. "Ha ha. All you have to know is that his existence is way beyond your imagination. Tzz. The old woman felt her heart throb. She reached out with trembling hands to accept Nanan from Luo Shiu. She did not dare to hold her too tight, afraid of possibly hurting her. Trembling, she said, "I'll take good care of Nanan." She was about to bring this important guest home. She swore she would not let any harm near this little girl even if she had to risk her life. Good. The Holy Emperor nodded. This old woman was not a fool. She should know what to do. Li Nianfan and Daji arrived at the foot of the mountain. They were walking toward the four-part architecture. It was late by then, and the sky had darkened. The entire forest was engulfed by complete darkness as they made their way home without being able to see the path ahead. From time to time, weird howls were heard coming from the dark forest, making the darkness scarier than it already was. Damn it! Why did I come home so late when I knew there'd be demons lurking around here at night? Please, please, don't let me see one, Li Nianfan thought to himself. He was panicking on the inside, but since Daji was with him, he had to conceal his fear and act like a man. Luckily, Daji seemed alright. She made Li Nianfan feel better as she was not like other women who would have been terrified by now. The way home seemed unusually longer than usual. Li Nianfan walked deeper into the darkness while sighing to himself, "How have I never noticed that there aren't any streetlights here? At least a lantern or a torch would be helpful. I should probably carry the torch with me from now on." In the darkness, two pairs of tiny eyes were hidden among the trees, observing Li Nianfan and Daji. They were two extremely huge mice. "Brother, look. Two ordinary people are coming. Wow, that woman's so pretty. Must be yummy. Yeah, it's so late now and yet, we're lucky enough to bump into them. We're in luck. I'll teach you something new today. When a man and woman walk into a forest, we don't even have to take off their clothes. Learn something new?" Yes, I did. My brother's so smart." However, when they were just about to take action, they saw that the beautiful woman turned slightly to glance at the both of them. With just one glance, their minds went blank and their bodies stiffened. Suddenly, they felt their blood freeze. Moments later, two ice sculptures in the shape of mice appeared in the forest. Chapter 87, The Right Way to Use Takeaway Container. Under the moonlight, the familiar and welcoming four-part architecture finally came into sight. Li Nianfan felt so lucky to be alive that he almost cried. Finally. Lucky me. I'm really lucky to have survived that. He let out a sigh and looked up to appreciate the full moon in the sky. Beautiful. Daji looked at Li Nianfan and said, "Mr. Li, it's getting late. Go and get some sleep." Li Nianfan nodded. "Yeah, it's time to sleep." Daji asked softly, "Is there anything else I can do for you?" "Do for me?" Li Nianfan halted slightly. This ancient woman was so kind. He smiled. "What's there to do so late at night? Go and get some sleep." Moments later, he was laying in bed, thinking of some lingering fears. He sighed to himself. "Although I do know a few cultivators, it's not very nice to keep asking them to protect me. Hopefully, Nanan will turn out to be a great cultivator. I think she'd be willing to protect me, her ordinary friend." Izumo Mountains. Lin Mufang and Old Man Sun seemed nervous. They were venturing further into the secret border. When they first entered, everyone had their own intentions, trying to outsmart one another. However, after staying here for 5 days, they learned what teamwork was. There were many tests and dangers in the secret border, and after passing all the tests, they could only make it so far. There were few rewards, too. This made them feel less motivated. Was this a secret border with many dangers but no opportunity? This secret border was so stingy. As mean as animals. "Qingyang Elder, the secret border you found isn't good. We've made a loss this time," someone started to complain. Instantly, someone added on, "Yeah, I've used up so many treasures in here. I won't even be able to break even. How are you going to compensate for my loss?" "No way," the Qingyang Elder shook his head furiously. There was an inside interrogation at the entrance, followed by so many tests. This secret border must be something special. No way, there's nothing in here. Unless the person who set this secret border up was just feeling bored. Lin Mufang and Old Man Sun exchanged a look. They shared the same thought. There was no doubt that there would be treasures in here. The fewer treasures they gained so far, the more they would get later on. After all, they came here based on the hints given by the expert. Judging by the current situation, it meant that the refrigerator the expert mentioned was definitely something special. The group continued walking on, feeling more doubtful than ever. Yet, they took each step cautiously. Finally, the narrow path widened, leading to a clearing with a glowing light at the front. Anticipation appeared on their faces as they moved faster. The closer they got, the lower the temperature dropped. At the end of the path, a rush of cool air washed over them, causing them to shiver. When they arrived at the end of the path, everyone was shocked. They were all overwhelmed with joy and ecstasy. In front of their eyes was a grand hall. They could not tell how the hall used to look like in the past, but now, the entire hall was completely frozen, just like a frozen world. Fog floated in the air. The cultivators had to endure another test. On a pedestal in the middle of the hall was an azure blue hexagonal object made out of crystal. It sat quietly, exuding a terrifying chill. Refrigerator. It's the refrigerator. Lin Mufeng and Old Man Sun's eyes sparkled as they called out in unison. By then, their hearts had been completely won over by the expert. They knew for sure that this was the refrigerator the expert wanted. He knew everything. He saw everything coming. The other cultivators looked at them weirdly. Someone could not help mocking them. Haha, it's so scary to be ignorant. What refrigerator? This is clearly an ice crystal. His eyes were filled with lust as he could not wait to claim the prize. This was an ice crystal. It was not just him. Everyone else was staring at the ice crystal as well, hearts trembling with desire. The ice crystal was likely to be the most precious treasure in the entire Immortal Realm in terms of its lifespan. The ice crystal could freeze anything and was shockingly powerful. Other than that, it could also freeze one's lifespan. The cultivators would spend most of their time in retreat, and one retreat would last up to 100 years. If they could freeze their lifespans during the retreat, then they could keep themselves from aging, which in return would give them extra years to live. Also, if they were dying from diseases or if they were heavily wounded, they could use this ice crystal to freeze themselves so that they could be healed in the future. The power of the ice crystal would turn anyone crazy. Especially now that the bridge to immortality had broken, there was no hope in becoming an immortal. The situation made this item more precious than ever. What was the whole point of cultivating? All for longevity, was it not? This ice crystal could fake longevity. When everyone else was still caught up with the surprise, a shadow dashed toward the item. By the time everyone realized what he was doing, he was already standing by the ice crystal, reaching for it. It was the Qingyang Elder. Stop! The rest of them were startled and instantly used their spiritual qi to turn into light, flying toward the Qingyang Elder. However, the moment the Qingyang Elder placed his hand on the ice crystal, the smile on his face stiffened. A piercing chill traveled from his hand to the rest of his body. FZZZZ. Instantly, his hand turned into ice. The Qingyang Elder shivered and instantly tossed the ice crystal away. Another cultivator saw it and a look of delight appeared on his face. He instantly caught the ice crystal. FZZZ. The look of delight was still on his face, but his entire body had already frozen over with the ice crystal still resting in his hands. This. Everyone was shocked. They all stopped in their steps, not daring to get any closer. What just happened was too terrifying. Even the Qingyang Elder who was in his distraction realm could not touch this item. This showed how difficult the task was. The feeling of not being able to get their hands on this treasure which was right in front of their eyes was driving everyone crazy. Lin Mufeng stared at the ice crystal without blinking. He was thinking of a strategy. He had no desire of keeping the item for himself. The only thing he was thinking about was how to get a hold of it to give it to the expert. The Qingyang Elder sighed. Just try your best. Whoever succeeds in getting a hold of the ice crystal can keep it. No hard feelings. Instantly, all the cultivators used their own tactics, trying their best to get a hold of it. Some used fire while some used water, but none of them succeeded. Suddenly, Lin Mufeng had a thought and he almost screamed out loud with excitement. Oh, yeah, how could I forget about it? This was given to me by the expert. Why don't I give it a try? He took out the takeaway container and gradually approached the ice crystal. He then carefully placed the ice crystal into the container. Even fire froze when touching the ice crystal, yet, this container was still perfectly fine. The ice crystal sat inside the container quietly, as if it had become an ordinary crystal. It worked. It actually worked. Lin Mufeng's heart was jumping with excitement and shock. By then, his admiration for the expert had become as intense as a tsunami. Click. As he placed the lid back onto the container, the chill from the ice crystal seemed to be insulated as it vanished instantly. Even the ice in the hall started to melt. Chapter 88 Forces of the World. So this was the right way to use the container. Every action of the expert made had its implied deeper intentions. He planned this all out for me. Such an ability is otherworldly. Scary. So scary. Luckily, he understood the expert's hint. Lin Mufeng took in a deep breath and warned himself, "Don't be arrogant. I'll have to be more cautious in the future to never miss out on any of the expert's hints." The rest of the cultivators stared at him in disbelief. They could not believe what they just saw with their eyes. This container seemed ordinary. Yet, it was so powerful. If they had not just witnessed the power of the ice crystal, they would have thought the ice crystal was fake. Lin Mufeng laughed and said to the rest of them, "Haha, thank you. Although he was smiling, the entire spiritual qi in his body had reached its peak. He was prepared for any attack. Old Man Sun also stood by his side, watching everyone cautiously. The atmosphere in the room became tense. Suddenly, the Qingyang Elder said, "As I said earlier, whoever succeeds in getting a hold of it earns the right to keep it. Shall we all just let it go?" The Qingyang Elder was the highest-ranked cultivator there. He was in the full distraction realm, while Lin Mufeng was in the pre-distraction realm. Old Man Sun was only an out of aperture. With the three of them joining forces, nobody else dared to do anything foolish. They had no choice but to let go of the lust and desire they felt in their hearts. The Qingyang elders smiled at Lin Mufeng. "Let's go. I'll send you both out." "Thank you, my friend," Lin Mufeng said. The three of them flew out of the secret border in the form of light, speeding away. None of them stopped. Only after making sure that there was nobody following them, Lin Mufeng stopped and looked at the Qingyang elder. "Thank you so much for your help. I'll remember your kindness. Goodbye." However, he remained cautious of the Qingyang elder. Throughout the journey in the secret border, one could tell that Qingyang elder was not a fair person. If it was not because of the difficulty in securing the ice crystal, he would have snatched it away long ago. The Qingyang elder merely smiled, seemingly unperturbed. "Ha ha, my friend, I've done you such a massive favor and that's all you're going to say? That you'll remember my kindness? Have you forgotten something?" Lin Mufeng's face sank slightly. He asked, "What do you mean?" Old Man Sun's face changed color. He started to prepare his spiritual chi for an attack. "I was the one who realized this secret border and I helped you get hold of the ice crystal. Did you really think you can run away with it?" The friendly look on the Qingyang elder's face had disappeared. He showed his true colors and scoffed coldly, "Give me back the ice crystal and I'll consider letting you live." "So, this was on your mind all along," Lin Mufeng said in a low voice. "If I'm not mistaken, you discovered this secret border a long time ago but you haven't been able to get hold of this item. That's why you gathered so many people here to help you. You just planned on snatching it away from whoever that was able to get it. Ha ha ha. Exactly. But it's a little too late for you to realize that." The Qingyang elder's eyes sparkled as he raised his hands abruptly. Instantly, a pool of cyan waves filled the air, silently and swiftly. Suddenly, it transformed into something extremely sharp, traveling toward Lin Mufeng. Lin Mufeng seemed to have expected this. He unfolded his palm and a green shield appeared, expanding and blocking the sharp object. Looking closely, it was in fact a long dagger, looking like a snake spitting out light. "Qingyang elder. So, you faked your friendliness all along." Old Man Sun scoffed. Without hesitation, he took out his black dragon head staff and cast a stream of black smoke directly at the Qingyang elder. The Qingyang elder's eyes sparkled. A bright light started to glow from within his cyan robe. A flash of light emerged like a peacock unfolding its feathers, forming a protective shield all over him and blocking the black smoke. Instantly, the bright light circulated in the air. Meanwhile, a figure rushed toward them from afar. It was the chess fanatic. "Don't worry, my friend. I'm here to help you." He raised his hands as black and white chi came forth from his fingertips. Just like the black and white chess pieces, they lashed toward the Qingyang elder. The three of them halted. There was not much change around them, but they could feel something mysterious was lingering in the atmosphere, as if the area had turned into a chessboard. The Qingyang elder did not seem to care at first, but in the next moment, he started having some difficulties in breathing. His world became messy and it became much harder for him to move. He had no choice but to take a few steps backward, shocked. The control of the forces of the world. Not just the Qingyang elder, but Lin Mufeng and Old Man Sun also looked at the chess fanatic in shock. Although they were all inside the chessboard, Lin Mufeng and Old Man Sun were on the offense side, going against the Qingyang elder. They somehow felt closer to the world and felt more at ease moving around. This was the forces of the world. In simpler terms, it was the controlling of fate. The chess Dao was able to transform the world into a chessboard. Lin Mufeng was extremely shocked. This proved his earlier speculation. The chess fanatic could only cause minimal impact, while the expert seemed like he was able to control, and perhaps even change, the forces of the world. Over the past hundreds of years, the chess fanatic had never shown his power to the world. Who would have thought that once he did, his chess Dao would be so powerful? Interesting. Who would have thought you'd choose a different path from the rest of the cultivators? The Qingyang elder narrowed his eyes at the three of them, still unperturbed. He was a full distraction, the highest-ranking cultivator among the rest of them. He raised his hand and 5 different colored flags appeared in the air, instantly wrapping around the three of them, casting an enchantment. He looked at Lin Mufeng, confident that he was winning. "I'll give you one last chance. Hand me the ice crystal." Lin Mufeng looked at the Qingyang elder and sighed. "My friend, don't be so stubborn. It's not too late for you to stop. The ice crystal isn't something we can get hold of either." Qingyang elder halted. "Ha, do you really think I would have been able to solve the chess game at the stone wall?" Lin Mufeng shook his head and said with a solemn tone full of admiration, "An expert appointed me to this quest. The expert not only showed me the chess game, but he also showed me how to solve it. I only realized that the test at the entrance was the same as the game he showed me when I arrived." Chapter 89, A Palm Fallen from the Sky. "Expert," the Qingyang elder scoffed. "Do you think I'll believe such a childish excuse? You've witnessed the chess fanatic's chess move. Even though he was unable to solve the game, do you think I'd be able to solve it with my current level? Lin Mufeng continued with a solemn tone. And the container. It was given to me by the expert as well. Don't you think the whole journey was too easy for me? The truth is that it was all part of the expert's plan. He had set these all up for me. This is the true chess Dao. This is the true chess Dao, the chess fanatic mumbled repetitively as he trembled. His face flushed red and his eyes started to glow. Lin Mufeng sighed. The expert knows everything, and he uses the world as his chess game. I'm merely a chess piece in his hand, but I'm more than willing to be one. The Qingyang elder seemed perplexed, but he eventually scoffed. Ha ha, what a joke. The bridge to immortality had been broken thousands of years ago. Why would such a man exist in our immortal realm? You're about to die and yet you still attempt to fool me with such a stupid lie. If he really knows everything, does he know that I'm about to kill you and snatch the ice crystal away? Lin Mufeng sighed with a look of pity on his face. Of course, the expert would have seen this coming. I was trying to help you, but you insist on being stubborn. It seems that I'll lose a fellow friend today. Yeah, bring it on. I'm getting old anyway. Even if this expert does exist, I'll have to offend him either way. Since one could only gain wealth from risk, I'll just have to take that risk, the Qingyang elder cried out in a demented voice, exuding an extremely bright light all over him. The cyan light gathered in front of him and with a wave, they dashed toward Lin Mufeng. Old man's son cried out in panic. He looked at Lin Mufeng, about to cry for help. If he was as powerful as he claimed to be, why was he not fighting back? What use would come out of standing there without doing anything? Did he not see that they were under attack? The light traveled at a rapid speed and within an instant, the light was less than 3 feet away from them. However, Lin Mufeng remained calm and unperturbed. He merely raised his palm. Instantly, it was as if the light was blocked by a shapeless force as it came to a halt right in front of Lin Mufeng's face. The wind started to blow wildly. Winds blew from all directions, causing old man Sun's beard to dance wildly as he staggered backward. Vroom, vroom, vroom. The wind was so strong that the sky almost seemed to change color. Meanwhile, a swarm of insights exuded from Lin Mufeng. Instantly, his figure expanded, almost like a pillar between the sky and ground. This is, the Qingyang elder's face changed colors instantly. A look of terror that was never seen from him before flashed in his eyes. He asked, trembling, force of God. I thought the expert showed this to me without special intention. Now, it's apparent that he saw this coming long ago and intentionally passed this on to me, Lin Mufeng said solemnly. He was once again truly impressed by the expert's setup. The Qingyang elder was trembling. He wanted to escape, but he realized that he was trapped by a powerful force. He felt as if he had no way of escaping from this. Lin Mufeng raised his hands slowly. Have you seen a palm falling from the sky? Vroom. In the air, the basics of wisdom could be heard. Slowly, the clouds cracked open to reveal a gigantic palm. Instantly, the palm broke through the clouds, and just like a meteor, it fell toward the Qingyang elder. No, the Qingyang elder whimpered as he looked up at the sky in despair. He tried to resist in many ways, but all manner of resistance was futile once the palm landed. Scratch! His clothes were torn open. Instantly, the palm fell upon him. Vroom! The ground in the forest shook as if an earthquake had happened. Once the smoke and dust cleared, one could see from above that there was an imprint of a gigantic palm left on the land. As for the Qingyang elder, he had already disappeared without a trace, vanishing into thin air. Oh my God! Old man Sun was stunned. He looked at Lin Mufeng as if it was his first time meeting him. He stuttered, This was passed on to you by the expert as well? What rights do I have for the expert to pass this on to me? I was only lucky enough to catch a glimpse of his power. Lin Mufeng said unperturbed as if he had done nothing impressive. He looked at the mark on the ground and sighed. It's a pity that my understanding is too shallow. I only caught a glimpse of the entire act. Only a glimpse of the entire act? Only? This was the force of God. Old man Sun's eyes reddened. His good friend had changed. After meeting the expert, he had become so arrogant. But, he really wanted to meet the expert, too. My fellow friend, did you say that the chess move you made was appointed by the expert? Is that true? The chess fanatic asked in anticipation as he looked at Lin Mufeng in admiration. Lin Mufeng nodded. Of course. The chess fanatic instantly made a low bow at Lin Mufeng. He then said sincerely, I was too blessed to have witnessed the move and I shouldn't ask for more. But knowing that such an expert exists in this world, I'd regret it for the rest of my life if I'm not able to meet him. May I ask if you could introduce him to me? Lin Mufeng frowned. He looked at the chess fanatic, then at old man Sun. After a moment of hesitation, he said, You both have contributed to getting this refrigerator anyway. And since the expert likes to play chess, I'll try to bring you both to visit him together. The chess fanatic and old man Sun jumped in delight. Lin Mufeng said, Let's not waste any more time. Since we've secured the refrigerator, we must send it to the expert right away to show our sincerity. Let's go. Instantly, the three of them turned into light and traveled to the gone-long Immortal Dynasty. When a mountain came in sight, Lin Mufeng led them to the foot of the mountain. He said in a serious tone, "The expert lives on this mountain. We'll go up by foot. This is a must. This is the basic respect one must show to the expert." Old Man Sun and the chess fanatic nodded in agreement. Lin Mufeng continued, "You both have to remember that the reason the expert lives among ordinary men is that he wants to experience living as an ordinary man. His house is filled with treasures and opportunities all over, but you have to control your reaction. Treat him as an ordinary man, or else he'll be displeased. Don't worry. You've said this for the 100th time during our way here." Old Man Sun said. Lin Mufeng repeated, "This is a taboo at his house, so I need to make sure." The chess fanatic's eyes sparkled. He said, "I think I somewhat understand the expert's attitude." Chapter 90 Boots Licking Competition. You understand? Lin Mufeng and Old Man Sun looked at the chess fanatic in unison. "Ha, tell us." Old Man Sun said curiously, "Actually, I happen to have this attitude from time to time as well." The chess fanatic smiled. "As a cultivator like me and you, no one is born as an immortal. We were all born in the shell of an ordinary man. I've always thought to myself that if I managed to become an immortal one day, I could bring an end to my busy life. Then, I'd be able to go back to being an ordinary man and live a carefree life, mingling among the ordinary folk and enjoy the rest of my life." You're right. You're right. Old Man Sun nodded in realization. If so, when one returns to his basics and chooses to live as an ordinary man, he'd feel disturbed and upset if someone else exposes his identity. It would be the same as meeting the wealthiest man. If he said he was merely an ordinary man who had no interest in money, would it be wise to call him out? No, it would not. One would have no other choice but to go along with the act. Lin Mufeng said with a low voice, "All right. Stop talking now. It's right up front." Old Man Sun and the chess fanatic shivered. Their breathing became shallow as they could feel their limbs getting cold. It was as if they were students who were about to enter the exam hall uneasy and nervous. "Relax. The expert's friendly," Lin Mufeng comforted. With that, he walked forward and called out with respect, "Is Mr. Li home?" Click. Xiao Bai opened the door. After looking at the three of them, it said, "Welcome." So this was the spiritual robot? Terrifying. Instantly, Old Man Sun and the chess fanatic jolted slightly, as if the spiritual robot could read their minds. Hurriedly, they flashed the friendliest smiles they had ever given in their entire lives. Lin Mufeng said respectfully, "Hello, Xiao Bai. I'm Lin Mufeng, a friend of Mr. Li's." "I remember you." Xiao Bai nodded and opened the door. "Please, come in." "Thank you." The three of them walked into the four-part architecture cautiously. The decorations of the four-part architecture did not change much over the last few days, but somehow, it felt like there were a lot of changes. Upon entering the four-part architecture, they could smell a tangy fragrance. It was not the smell of ordinary flowers, but instead, it was the smell of herbs. The three of them jolted, feeling refreshed. They could not help glancing over to see the spiritual herbs and elixirs. Their hearts quickened. The growth of the herbs was beyond imagination. It was almost as if they were all fighting over the expert's attention, unleashing their tangy fragrance. In fact, Lin Mufeng even noticed that there was a spiritual herb that was never supposed to bloom, but it bloomed anyway. These plants certainly knew what they were doing. Lin Mufeng suddenly felt as if he had no place in this house. This was out of his league. Completely out of his league. Li Nianfan was playing chess with Daji. When he saw Lin Mufeng, he smiled. "Hey, Brother Lin's here. Welcome. Greetings to Mr. Li, greetings to Miss Daji." Lin Mufeng was eager to hand over the treasure. He said, "Mr. Li, I heard you needed a refrigerator the other day. I happened to come across one recently, so I brought it to you." "Eh? The refrigerator's here?" Li Nianfan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Right here." Lin Mufeng took out the takeaway container and handed it to Li Nianfan. "I also brought along the container from the other day." Li Nianfan was truly impressed by Lin Mufeng. Look at him. How polite. He actually brought back the one-time use container after using it. Also, I briefly mentioned the refrigerator the other day. Not only did he remember it, he even brought one all the way here. I used to think that the Immortal Realm was full of lurking dangers. Perhaps I was mistaken. Li Nianfan thought to himself as he accepted the container. He looked at the hexagonal crystal inside. The crystal was very beautiful. It sparkled with an azure glow as if it was surrounded by a halo, dazzling and sparkling. Click. Li Nianfan uncovered the container. "Mr. Li." Lin Mufeng was just about to warn Li Nianfan about the chill coming from the ice crystal, but Li Nianfan already took out the crystal and placed it in his hand to observe. Instantly, Lin Mufeng swallowed back his words. He thought too much. Who was he? Did he even need to be reminded? The crystal was cool to the touch. Li Nianfan placed it on his palm and instantly felt a coolness coming from it, making him feel refreshed. However, he frowned slightly. The temperature is a little too high. It can't be used as a refrigerator. As he spoke, he felt the crystal's temperature drop, exuding a piercing cold. Nice! Li Nianfan was delighted instead of shocked. I should have realized earlier that this is likely to be another voice-controlled device. That's great. Now it can be used as a refrigerator as well as an air conditioner. Nice. Very nice. Instantly, he placed the refrigerator on the rockery beside the stream. He ordered, lower the temperature. Click, click. A cold breeze came by. The stream started to freeze into ice. Lin Mufeng and the other two stared at the ice crystal, who was on its best behavior, trying to impress the expert. In unison, the three of them jeered at it in their minds. Bootlicker. The ice crystal was so arrogant just a moment ago. Yet, when it came to the expert, it instantly pretended to be obedient and ordinary? Ew. Almost there. Li Nianfan looked at his refrigerator with delight. He said to Lin Mufeng, "Thank you, brother Lin. It's just a small matter, you're being too polite, Mr. Li," Lin Mufeng said. He was very excited. It seemed that the expert was very pleased with his performance. Good job. He was not far from the peak of his life. Right, this container is a one-time use item. You don't have to return it to me. It's useless. Li Nianfan tossed the container aside. He did not seem to care about it at all. Lin Mufeng and the other two's breathing became harsh. They stared at the container, wide-eyed. It was as if they had lost their minds. Useless? One-time use? This was a precious treasure. This might as well be the best item to store special treasures. He said it was only for one-time use? This was too extravagantly wasteful. Was this the world of a big shot? Lin Mufeng's heart throbbed vigorously. He gritted his teeth, hastily keeping the container that was tossed aside. I'll keep your trash. Ah, Mr. Li. Lin Mufeng recomposed himself. These two are my friends. This man is Sun Qianshan, and this man is known as the chess fanatic. He's a big fan of chess. Old Man Sun and the chess fanatic greeted. Greetings to Mr. Li. Oh, you play chess. Li Nianfan's eyes sparkled as he looked at the chess fanatic. Indeed, he seemed like a well-cultured man. Li Nianfan was excited. Why don't we play a game? Finally, there was someone who played chess. This would be quite interesting. The chess fanatic was beyond delighted. He said hurriedly, "Of course. It'd be my pleasure." Judging by his excitement, this cultivator was likely to be a huge fan of chess. Li Nianfan was excited. He sat face to face with the chess fanatic and set up the board. Li Nianfan made a gesture to the chess fanatic. "You're the guest. Please, go ahead with the white." The chess fanatic knew he was far from the expert's level, so he did not reject the offer. He picked up a white piece and looked at the board. Chapter 91, Won by a Nose. He went dizzy on sight. The chessboard was like a swirling vortex pulling his thoughts in. However, he was not unfamiliar with it. He immediately took a deep breath and stayed calm. Suddenly, he was in a different dimension. He was not looking at what the others were looking at. The chessboard had infinitely expanded, creating the heaven and earth dimension. The dimension was too big. He did not know how to start as a chess player. He felt like an ordinary man who had suddenly become president and had no idea how to run a country. Bam! Endless insights were coming at him, almost overwhelming him. He almost forfeited. Was this what they called forces of the world? He felt the large impact from it in this dimension. He knew he would be a goner if he was not powerful enough. As the chess fanatic, he was afraid yet excited. He stared at the chessboard. It seemed like he was looking for an opening. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He had to nail it. Finally, he decided on how to start the game. He placed his chess piece in the center of the board. Tap! The white chess piece landed as the chessboard glowed. Li Nianfan smiled at the chess fanatic. The way the chess fanatic held the chess pieces and looking at his moves, he seemed to be good at chess. He looked like he had a lot of practice, unlike the players before him who could not even hold a chess piece properly without shaking. The previous players did not know how to play, let alone how to start an opening. However, his chess moves were aggressive. Li Nianfan thought it might be because this was their first game. Li Nianfan smiled with a black piece in his hand and placed it on the board with an audible tap. Star position on the top left corner. The chess fanatic was surprised by that. He was going through the motions as he felt the change in tides. He felt like he was hallucinating that he was a true chess player, using heaven and earth to play chess with the expert and manipulating the forces of the world. This god-complex feeling made him feel eerie. Tap, tap, tap. Li Nianfan and the chess fanatic kept making moves. The tapping sounds were loud and clear, sounding crisp from the yard. Lin Mufeng and Sun Qinzan were a quiet audience. They looked at the chess fanatic with envy in their eyes. As the audience, they could feel the changes in his aura. They sensed the insights surrounding the chess fanatic. It was like an insights baptism ritual. How lucky! Even fools could tell the expert was helping the chess fanatic. Li Nianfan was indeed helping him. Li Nianfan could tell he was at the beginner level from the start. His skills might be on the same level as Daji's. He could defeat him easily, but deep down, he did not want to. The chess fanatic and Daji were different despite being at the same level. Daji was forced to learn from Li Nianfan and she was not so agile in chess. The chess fanatic already knew how to play chess. He was a fast learner, too. Therefore, Li Nianfan would miss a few moves on purpose to help him revive from dead-end moves. He did not disappoint Li Nianfan either. He saw through it and was a fast learner. Li Nianfan had fun. Half an hour later, the chess fanatic moved the final white chess piece and sighed softly. "Mr. Li, I lost. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. It's just a game, the most important thing is to have fun," said Li Nianfan while smiling. He was truly an expert. The heaven and earth dimension was used just for entertainment. The chess fanatic got up and bowed at Li Nianfan. "Thanks for the advice, Mr. Li. I learned a lot. I would love to bow as your disciple in the future." "No, absolutely not." Li Nianfan hurriedly stood up and stopped him. He said exasperatingly, "You're a cultivator. Chess is just my hobby. How could I take you in as my student?" This old man was truly obsessed with chess. Li Nianfan could not believe he wanted him to be his teacher after just one chess game. Although it would feel good to have a cultivator as your student, he was still a cultivator nonetheless. Plus, Li Nianfan did not know how old he was. He could not accept him as a student. He thought of those novels in the past realm where the incredible bigshot characters were infatuated by the main character. They followed the main character to the ends of the earth. Although it seemed awesome in theory, it was unrealistic when it happened in real life. He felt weak. The chess fanatic looked rejected. Sigh, maybe the expert did not want to accept him. Of course, he did not deserve to be his student, right? He felt nervous and asked, "Then, can I come over and play chess with you in the future, Mr. Li?" Li Nianfan laughed and said, "Of course, you can. I was starting to worry that I'll never be able to find a worthy opponent." "Thanks a lot." The chess fanatic looked excited. Then, he felt slightly embarrassed. "But my chess skills aren't up to par yet. You'll have to go easy on me, Mr. Li." "No problem, chess skills isn't something you can achieve overnight," Li Nianfan said. "Speaking of chess, I remember this chess story." "May I know what story, Mr. Li?" The chess fanatic was listening attentively. Lin Mufeng and Sun Qianshan were listening closely, too. They were excited. Stories from the expert were always extraordinary. Li Nianfan saw that they looked intrigued, so he continued, "Once, there was a guy. He was ordinary but he refused to let his fate be decided in the hands of others. So, he went exploring alone in the depths of the mountains and found God. He battled God by playing chess. In the end, he bet his life as his final chess piece. The original story was long and complex. He was too lazy to recite it, so he gave them the recap version. Regardless, Lin Mufeng and the others still got goosebumps from that. Li Nianfan was telling a story. Unless they were fools, none of them would ever treat it as a mere story. Maybe this story was a personal experience of the expert, just like Journey to the West. Refused to let his fate be decided in the hands of others. Did that mean he refused to be a pawn? He also found God in chess, battled God. He risked his life to transform himself from a pawn to a player. How awesome was that? The most important part of that story was that the guy was just an ordinary man. What type of godly character could do that? How mysterious and unpredictable. Then what? The chess fanatic stood up and stared at Li Nianfan. He was so nervous, his voice trembled. Li Nianfan slowly uttered each word, one by a nose. Chapter 92, The Mystery in Mr. Li's Words. One by a nose? Boom! Those 4 words blew their minds. They felt as if a bomb was set off near them. They went stiff and stood still. The words "one by a nose" rang repeatedly in their ears. They had goosebumps all over. That was God. How did you defeat God? They did not need to know the details. They could already imagine it with those 4 words. A cultivator hated the existence of a destined fate. They chose to become cultivators in the first place to defy God. Since he went too far and could no longer become an immortal, what was wrong with risking his life? So what? He won against God. Won by a nose. That was something all cultivators wanted to do but could never wish for, right? At that moment, they worshipped the character Li Nianfan was talking about. That character must be at the same level as him, an absolute big shot. The chess fanatic was in a daze. He was spacing out, oblivious to the world around him. He looked like he finally saw his idol. He was feeling emotional and breathing heavily. If it were him, could he ever beat God in chess? After a long while, Lin Mufeng spoke up. The character in this story is outstanding. Li Nianfan nodded. He was touched when he first heard the story, too. The story was not about the plot or the message, but about an unbreakable spirit. The underdog spirit would never be uncool. He looked at the sky and said, "It's getting late. How about you three stay for a meal?" Lin Mufeng and Sun Qianshan were overjoyed. They did not expect the chess fanatic to interrupt. "No, thanks. We shouldn't continue bothering you, Mr. Li." Lin Mufeng and Sun Qianshan choked. They almost spat out blood. They looked at the chess fanatic with an extremely complex gaze. "Idiot, stupid, useless teammate. Do you know what Mr. Li eats? Do you know what a big opportunity that was? Do you have any idea what you just did?" If it was not for Li Nianfan's presence, they would have split his brain in half right there and then. "Are you sure you're not staying?" encouraged Li Nianfan. Lin Mufeng felt like his brain was loading at high speed. He was trying to come up with a sentence. He clenched his jaw and was about to shamelessly accept his invitation. However, the chess fanatic spoke up again. "That won't be necessary, Mr. Li. We've bothered you long enough today." Li Nianfan nodded. "Oh, okay." Lin Mufeng and Sun Qianshan went stiff. They could only get up and say, Mr. Li, goodbye then." The chess fanatic blocked their opportunity for good. There was no turning back at that point. "Yeah, bye." Lin Mufeng and Sun Qianshan immediately looked unhappy as soon as they walked out of the four-part architecture. They glared at the chess fanatic with hatred in their eyes. The chess fanatic felt embarrassed. "What's going on?" asked the chess fanatic. "Why didn't I realize that you're a dumb pig? Think about it. Mr. Li's an expert. He wouldn't be eating ordinary food, right? I shamelessly stayed until now. Why would I do that, you ask? It's because I wanted to have a taste of his heavenly food. It's just a small wish of mine, and thanks to you, it's all destroyed." Lin Mufeng was pissed off. He ranted on and on at the chess fanatic. Sun Qianshan almost cried. "Last time, I only had the leftovers. I thought I'd be able to get a proper meal this time. Now it's gone." "Sorry," the chess fanatic said in a very apologetic tone. He stopped and said, "I feel like there's a deeper meaning in Mr. Li's words, but I can't seem to solve the riddle. I feel like it's right in front of my eyes, but I just don't get it. That's why I was in such a rush to leave." Deeper meaning? Lin Mufeng and Sun Qianshan raised their eyebrows and fell into deep thought. They were conscious of staying respectful ever since they stepped inside. They were in shock after hearing that story but did not put much thought into it. The chess fanatic reminded them and Lin Mufeng almost jumped. How could he forget? Every word that the expert said would have some sort of mystery to it. Furthermore, the expert told them a story. There must be a hint in there. He needed time to process it. Suddenly, Sun Qianshan widened his eyes fearfully. "Do you think Mr. Li's trying to mimic the character in the story? To beat God?" Gasp. Lin Mufeng and the chess fanatic gasped at the same time. Suddenly, they had cold sweat all over. It was a big possibility. Lin Mufeng said in a trembling voice, "If that's the case, Mr. Li might be saying that he wants us to be his chess pieces. To battle God in chess." In the story, the character used his life as a trade for the final chess piece before he defeated God. The expert would obviously want to pick his chess pieces, too. He was trembling, not because he was afraid, but because he was excited. Just the thought of battling God made them pumped. They were aware of who they were. They could never battle God, but they could go against God as chess pieces. Even though they were just chess pieces, they would be proud chess pieces. It was the ultimate honor. Sun Qianshan looked up at the moon, too. He said, "Are you saying that Mr. Li accepts us as his chess pieces?" "Most probably," Lin Mufeng groaned and said. "I think we impressed the expert with the refrigerator mission, so he's accepted us as his chess pieces. It means we passed the test." Sun Qianshan laughed. "Haha, awesome. This means we're on the expert's team." Lin Mufeng got serious and said, "Remember not to get cocky. We're just chess pieces. Mr. Li must have other candidates, so we're not the only ones. We need to step it up from now on." "You're right." Sun Qianshan and the chess fanatic nodded at the same time. Sun Qianshan and Lin Mufeng were energetic. The chess fanatic, on the other hand, furrowed his brows and mumbled, "Why do I feel like I'm missing something?" Lin Mufeng smiled and advised him, "Every word said by the expert has some sort of mystery to it. You should try to recall his words and decode the meaning from there." The chess fanatic took a deep breath and focused. He tried his best to recall every word from the expert. He recalled when the expert rejected him as his student. He suddenly wore that same sad facial expression again. However, he snapped out of it in the next moment. He suddenly had an epiphany. He thought about when Li Nianfan rejected him. "You're a cultivator. Chess is just my hobby. How could I take you in as my student?" Chapter 93, Finally My Time to Shine. The expert said I'm a cultivator and chess was just his hobby. I'm a cultivator. The chess fanatic was hysterical, grinning like a Cheshire cat. I got it. I finally got it. His hair was flowing in the air and he looked a bit crazy. Lin Mufang hurriedly asked, Chess fanatic, what is it? Did the expert give you any hints? Not hints. Advice. The expert was trying to advise me. The chess fanatic was frantic. He said I'm a cultivator and chess was just his hobby, so he can't take me in as his student. The key point of this sentence is that I'm a cultivator. I'm a cultivator on the cultivating journey. How could I learn chess wholeheartedly while cultivating? I don't deserve it. Chess, in itself, takes full focus and determination. I'm doing 3 things at once. No wonder the expert won't take me in as a student. The chess fanatic was getting increasingly emotional. He started to tear up. The expert also talked about the story. The main character is an ordinary man. I see it now. All along I've been on the wrong journey. Haha, I finally got it. I finally understood what went wrong. Lin Mufang looked at the chess fanatic and asked, Chess fanatic, what are you going to do? I'm going to quit my cultivating journey. From now on, I'm focusing on chess. The chess fanatic looked determined. He looked like he had made up his mind. I'm going to a quiet hideaway. Don't look for me. Farewell. He left as soon as he finished his sentence. Lin Mufang and Sun Qianshan watched the chess fanatic leave. They were dumbfounded. Old man Lin, did he just say he's going to quit being a cultivator? I think so. Did he really get it? He's quitting? At the 4-part architecture, Li Nianfan watched the 3 cultivators walk out. He smiled and shook his head. Thankfully, they did not stay. He had been a bit poor recently. He did not have any wildlife or meat. If they stayed, he could only serve them fruits and vegetables. It would not be classy enough. Sigh, how pathetic it was not being able to go hunting. Li Nianfan sighed and looked at his latest refrigerator. He was immediately in a better mood. He would be able to have more delicacies from now on. These cultivators were so polite. They always came to visit him with gifts. He walked in front of the refrigerator and felt refreshed. It was like standing in an air-conditioned room. This is the best. Li Nianfan grabbed a stool and enjoyed the cool air. He said, Daji, I'll make you an ice pop in a short while. You're in for a treat. Ice pop? What's that? Daji was confused. She thought it might be an ice-type weapon. Li Nianfan explained, it's a delicacy. It's long, hard, cool, and cold. There are all kinds of flavors and it's lickable. You'll like it for sure. Wow. Daji licked her lips. She looked excited. What does it look like? Ice pops must be awesome if the expert described it like that. There are all sorts of shapes, said Li Nianfan. He smiled and continued, but you'll have to wait. I'm going to make a lantern first. What do you need a lantern for? Asked Daji. Li Nianfan had a small carving knife in his hand and a stick in the other. He replied, yesterday, I noticed that there isn't any light source on our way home. It was inconvenient so I figured I should make a lantern. I see. Daji nodded. She had a lot of respect for her master. He could see clearly in the dark but was still considerate of others, and he was incredibly detail-orientated. Li Nianfan closed his eyes. He came up with a brief lantern design in his mind after a while and started to craft a lantern. He was crafty with his fingers. The carving knife moved fluidly without any troubles. He did not hesitate because he was confident. He clearly knew what he was doing. He could carve anything he wanted with his small carving knife. He gently picked at the material with his knife. This small carving knife had been in his possession for the longest time. It was a small item but it was very useful and convenient. He remembered that this item was awarded to him by the system after he achieved the max level in carving. The system was trash. However, the gifts were truly handy. Ziobai, the water purifier, the air purifier, and this small carving knife had been in his possession for years. He had never faced any problems with them. Li Nianfan used bamboo sticks to craft the body of the lantern. The lantern was round. He did not want it to be very fancy. He just wanted it to be useful. Li Nianfan used some willow from his backyard as a rope for the lantern. The willow was flexible and not easily broken. It also looked better than a rope. It was his obvious choice of material. Soon, the lantern frame was completed. Li Nianfan set it aside and started making the outer part of the lantern. The best materials for that were either cloth or paper because they were opaque and allowed light to shine through from within. Li Nianfan chose red cloth because it was more durable than paper. He customized the red cloth and placed it on the lantern frame. The lantern was almost complete. Now, he just needed to do the final step. Li Nianfan took out the stationery he prepared. He held his writing brush and dipped it in yellowish ink. He glazed the tip of the brush and placed it on the red cloth. In one wave of motion, he wrote a big fu, which signified fortune. Li Nianfan smiled. Done. Daji stared at Li Nianfan the whole time like she was bewitched. She only snapped out of it when he was done with the lantern. What was that? She thought his movements were graceful and beautiful, impeccable, like how God controlled the movements of the earth. It was like an illusion of merging heaven and earth. One could not help but stare and fall in love with it. She could not describe this feeling, but she knew she was shocked. Li Nianfan examined the lantern and nodded satisfyingly. He mumbled, "The lantern is done, but I need a light source. Time to buy some candles." He needed a light source? Daji jolted. Her master would never use an ordinary candle, right? This must be a hint. Daji was pumped. She thought to herself, it's finally my time to shine. She had to watch as waves of cultivators kept bringing him gifts and treasures. They all tried to impress Li Nianfan, and she was worried because she needed to do that, too. She kept coming up with ideas on how she could help her master, so now was her chance. She glanced around with her pretty eyes and thought to herself, what could be a light source? However, before that, she had something more important to do. Chapter 94, yeah right. At night, the mountains were quieter than usual. It seemed like the sounds of demons had vanished. Li Nianfan was slightly surprised, but he also did not care. He prepared to go to sleep. As time passed, it was midnight. Daji walked out of her room and bowed at his room. She thought to herself, Master, tonight's the night I help you with your worries. She looked up at the bright moon in the night sky. Then, she snuck out of the four-part architecture. The bushes were thick in the deeper parts of the forest. The ground was caved in at the center, like a natural giant bowl created by Mother Nature. In the middle of the bowl, there was a single spot that was illuminated. It was rowdy and noisy with laughter. Countless demons had gathered there. They had human bodies but animal heads. A few of the demons that refused to be in the half-human half-animal state were still in their animal form. For example, the six-tailed fox. She was running in between the demons. Then, she leaped to a big tree. She could see a lot of demons from the tree. Some were flying in the sky, some were crawling or running. There were also demons hanging on the tree. They were everywhere. The little fox was trembling in fear. Her white fur was shivering, too. She looked at the jade pendant on her neck. She was scared. What should I do? How can I get away from all these demons? Sister told me that this jade would protect me. How would I know if what she said was true? Suddenly, a green python demon slithered next to her and said, "Little fox, piss off. This is my spot." The six-tailed fox bared her teeth at the green python demon with her tails up. The green python demon hissed and was on its guard. "What you looking at?" The little fox's ears curled back. She scoffed and said, "Fine, I'll move." She leaped down from the tree and was among the demons. Kaboom! Suddenly, there was an explosion. The ground shook. A black boar demon descended from the sky and stood at the center of the demon crowd. He had a giant belly and a pig head with two huge tusks that were shiny. He glanced at the demons with squinted eyes. "I used to be the Silver Moon Demon King's first lieutenant. We all know that everybody has gathered here today for the Demon King position. As always, we shall follow the traditional rules. The new Demon King would be decided based on capabilities. Everyone here shall bear witness." The demons all chanted, "Demon King, Demon King." Roar! That was a roar of a tiger. The roar was so powerful that it bent the trees. It overpowered the demon chants. "Count me in for the Demon King position, too." A tiger demon slowly stepped out from the crowd. The tiger demon glanced at everyone arrogantly. Many demons cowered at his glare. They were respectfully fearful of the tiger demon. "Count me in, too." A lion demon stepped out and locked eyes with the tiger demon. Then, a black bear demon also stepped out. "Me, too." Everyone went from being noisy to quiet. The bear demon, tiger demon, and lion demon were three huge demons. They looked very powerful and it made all the other demons cower. No other demons dared to step out. The black boar demon yelled, "Are there any other demons that wish to step out?" The tiger demon sneered, "We don't need to wait. Aside from the three of us, who else would dare run for the Demon King position in our turf? Let's begin." Me. It was a meek voice. It drew the attention of every demon. "What?" The tiger demon glared at the white furball and snorted. "Oh, it's a small six-tailed fox." The tiger demon walked toward her and burst out laughing. "Little fox, you haven't even grown out your seventh tail yet. How about you grow up first? Better luck next time. Sister told me to not be a coward." The six-tailed fox clenched her jaw and leaped onto a big rock. She spread out her six tails and said, "I'm taking the Demon King position." She tried to be loud, but it was not intimidating at all. If anything, it was somewhat cute. Snort! Suddenly, everyone burst out laughing. Everyone was laughing at her. The tiger demon squinted and moved closer. The head of the tiger demon was as big as the six-tailed fox in her entirety. The tiger demon teased, "This little foxy is quite cute." I might take you in as my demon wife when I'm demon king. The six-tailed fox was instantly pissed off. Ew. Yeah right, you ugly thing. She was so angry that she instantly raised her butt and farted in his face. The tiger demon was close to her when he was flirting with her, so she farted right in his face. Even his facial hair moved from that fart. He was startled. The fart did not cause any harm, but it was the most humiliating attack ever. Die! The tiger demon was menacing. He was ready to kill. He raised his paw and attacked. The six-tailed fox easily dodged it with a hop and ran away. Boom! The big rock she stood on was smashed into pieces. The tiger demon locked onto his fleeing target. His orange eyes squinted and his fangs were bared, dripping with saliva. He opened his mouth and aimed at the fox. Blades of wind started to appear. Zoom! The trees and bushes were cut in half by the wind blades. All the demons dodged it, but some unsuspecting demons were not fast enough and paid the ultimate price. The six-tailed fox looked scared, squeaking as she avoided the attacks. Ha! The Tiger King smiled coldly. With one wave, the wind started to change. The six-tailed fox felt as if she was running against the wind. Her white fur was ruffled and messy. She could not move forward and felt like she was being pulled back by the wind. The wind got stronger and eventually, it was like a magnet, pulling the six-tailed fox towards the tiger demon. Since you're not willing to be my demon wife, I'll just eat you. The tiger demon had a menacing smile. He opened his bloody mouth and was ready to swallow the six-tailed fox. The six-tailed fox was petrified. She cried and screamed, I don't want to be eaten. Sister! Sister, save me. Chapter 95, Who agrees? Who opposes? The six-tailed fox was getting closer to the tiger demon. Suddenly, the jade pendant started shining as it flashed a bright red light. A huge flame erupted from within it. Shriek! Along with a high-pitched shriek, a phoenix rose from the flames and spread its wings. The bright red flame lit up the forest. Suddenly, it was like the whole world was up in flames. All the demons were afraid. Their eyes reflected the fire as they held their breaths. The high temperature made them sweat. Is this the phoenix spirit? The tiger demon froze. The phoenix was coming at him. His fur stood on their ends at the threat of death. Roar! He roared for the final time, using all his might. His golden core escaped from his mouth. It was incredibly bright. Suddenly, a demonic tornado surrounded him. The phoenix spread its wings. Flush! The flames were like giant snakes rushing toward the tornado, engulfing it. Everyone watched the scene unfold. The tiger demon did not even have time to make a sound. His huge body was gone in a brief moment. Nothing was left of him. The phoenix spread its wings again and transformed into flames. Then, it returned into the jade. The world was peaceful again. The jaws of all the demons present were on the ground. The tiger demon evaporated. It was like a dream. Tap, tap, tap. The bear demon and lion demon took 3 steps back at the same time. They stared fearfully. The six-tailed fox dropped to the floor. She, too, was frightened and shocked. She looked at her jade pendant, then looked at where the tiger demon stood. A shiver ran down her spine. Holy Mother, the jade from Sister is way too powerful. Immortal item, the bored demon shivered. He was practically mumbling. The green python demon from earlier was so terrified that it almost became a dried snake. It fled into the woods immediately. Offending a big shot? What a near-death experience. The six-tailed fox calmed down. She straightened her fur and stood up. Anyone else? Gulp! Everyone gulped simultaneously. They looked at the six-tailed fox with fear, respect, and annoyance in their eyes at the same time. The lion demon growled, How could you pull up with an immortal item? We demons compete with our demon skills. You're just a small six-tailed fox. What makes you deserving of the Demon King title? Yes, that's right. You're just a small fox with a lucky item. Rule us? No way. The demons yelled and opposed. The six-tailed fox was anxiously jumping up and down. She did not know what to do, so she scratched her head with her paw. Suddenly, a female figure walked out from the woods. Her flowy white dress stood out in the night. Who opposes? Every demon was surprised by the cold voice. The six-tailed fox was overjoyed at the sight of her family. Sister, human girl, the lion demon sneered. You dare come here alone? Do you know what this place is? This is in the middle of nowhere and you all look terrifying. So, of course, you're all demons. The lady in the white dress smirked as her eyes glinted. Coincidentally, I'm a demon, too. Whoosh! 9 pure white tails spread out from beneath her dress, luminescent under the moonlight. Her 9 huge tails swayed. The demons were stumped by her powerful aura. 9-tailed fox? Weren't you captured by the cultivators from the Lynxian palace? The lion demon was in disbelief as he widened his eyes. Daji glared at the lion demon and said coldly, This is your last chance. Comply, or die. Ha! No wonder this six-tailed fox dared to step out. She has you to support her. The lion demon squinted. His senses were heightened. He said with a menacing grin, but, you just transformed. That means you'll need to start cultivating all over again. You should be hiding. What gives you the courage to run for Demon King? You must have a death wish. Roar! Then, he showed his true colors. He transformed into a humongous lion. His demon powers growled in him like thunder. He said, that jade pendant was a defense immortal item, so it won't attack. We'll just leave the six-tailed fox alone. Everyone, kill this nine-tailed fox. We'll divide her core. Small demons, follow my lead. Whoosh! Flames appeared on the lion demon as he leaped at Daji like a lion leaping through a ring of fire. 30 demons followed him, screaming and ready to kill. Her dress was blowing in the wind. She looked like a fairy. They did not faze Daji. She approached the demons with light footsteps. This scene was like the Beauty and the Beast. The contrast was astounding. The temperature surrounding Daji was freezing as she moved. Her eyes turned blue. She gently said, since you've all chosen death, so be it. Crack! The ground immediately froze. The trees, the grass, and the soil were covered in snow. It was like an ice age. The lion demon was startled. He was flaming, but he still shivered from the cold. He knew he had messed up. Boom! He opened his mouth and out came a huge fireball like a cannon. However, the fireball was frozen in place as it approached Daji. The flames went out. The lion demon was terrified. He turned around without hesitation. Retreat! He was too late. He had only turned around halfway and was suddenly frozen in place. His mouth was open but no sound came out. The demons behind him were utterly horrified. Some of them did not have the time to react, so they were all frozen into statues, too. The other demons were petrified. They went blank and did not know how to react. Daji glanced at them with her blue eyes. She sounded like a goddess, cold and powerful. My little sister wants to be the Demon King. Now, who agrees? Who opposes? Chapter 96, Light Source, Breakthrough. It was quiet. The demons did not dare to breathe loudly. Their throats were dry and they could not speak. This woman was horrifying, a million times more horrifying than the previous Silver Moon Demon King. Plop. Since they were too scared to speak, they could only use their body language. The blackboard demon knelt to the ground. He feared that he would be made into an ice statue if he reacted too slowly. Then, there were a lot of plops. The demons gave in and kneeled on the ground. Only the bear demon and a few others remained standing. Daji glanced at the bear demon with her pretty eyes. What else do you have to say? At that moment, the bear demon felt as if his heart jumped out of his throat. He almost pissed himself. The bear demon unfolded his hands in a sort of prayer as he plopped onto the ground. Then, he bowed. Don't be mistaken. The bear demon tried his best to force a friendly smile. He was already crying. I had shaky feet and couldn't move. I couldn't control it at all, but I'll comply. My biggest strength is loyalty. Please, spare me. Daji looked away and her changed back to its original color. She waved at the six-tailed fox. Get over here. The six-tailed fox hopped over and leaped into her arms. She said adoringly, Sister, you're awesome. Daji shook her head and said, it was all thanks to my master's help. Also, you benefit a lot from master, too. Also, you're way too careless. You haven't even grown out your seventh tail yet. Sister will be here to rescue me anyway, said the six-tailed fox happily. Daji shook her head and said, you have more demon skills in you than you think. You'll have to learn how to utilize it to your best capabilities. If there are any problems as the Demon King, you can come and find me. Yeah, six-tailed fox nodded obediently. Daji turned around and was about to leave. Suddenly, a light caught her eye. She was startled. Then, she had an idea. She turned around and looked at the light source. The forest should be incredibly dark, but it was not. This was because the demons were holding torches and the place was full of fireflies. Fireflies. Among the fireflies, 2 of them were spirits. They were considered 2 tiny demons. These 2 lead the fireflies, scattering across the forest to light up the night sky. The firefly demons noticed her gaze. They shivered in fear. They started trembling when Daji walked toward them. Their lights were flickering because they were afraid. They wanted to flee but could not move an inch. Daji smiled. She was slightly excited. She found the light source for the lantern. What was more suitable as a light source than the fireflies? The 2 firefly demons could provide light at all times. They could also control their brightness. More importantly, they could be voice-controlled. Master loved voice-controlled items. He would love this voice-controlled light source. Daji patted herself on the back. She said to the 2 tiny demons, I have an opportunity for you too. Do you want it? Opportunity? The 2 tiny demons were startled. They stared at Daji in disbelief. Then, they started shaking in excitement. Opportunity from a big shot. Holy crap! They went blank. They tried reconfirming with her. The Demon King, are you serious? Daji smiled. She was pretty. Why would I lie to you? If you do a good job and impress my master, it might be the breakthrough of your lifetimes. Master? Breakthrough? They were so ecstatic they could blow up. They were shining at maximum brightness. The other eavesdropping demons were shocked and baffled. The nine-tailed fox had a master? What kind of character would that be? Incredible, unimaginable. The word breakthrough was more significant than opportunity or luck. Luck and opportunities were temporary. Breakthroughs could change your life. Breakthroughs were the biggest opportunity of one's lifetime. It could change one's fate. Why would the nine-tailed fox ever promise them that? They did not know the reason, but it did not stop them from being envious of the two tiny firefly demons. The firefly demons only had their consciousness. What could they do? Why were they the ones chosen by the nine-tailed fox? What did I do wrong to not be chosen? Daji looked at the dumbfounded firefly demons. Are you two willing to do it? Yes, we are. The two demons nodded continuously. They were feeling excited and touched. They did not know why they were chosen by the Demon King, but they had to give it their best shot. Daji nodded and ordered, "Pick 30 bright fireflies and come with me." They immediately replied, "Yes, ma'am." Daji brought the fireflies to the four-part architecture. It was already daybreak. Daji opened the bag in her hand and stared at the two tiny demons inside. She said in a serious tone, "Let me be clear with you again. From now on, I'm just an ordinary girl and you're not demons, just an ordinary lighting tool. Also, most importantly, no matter what you see, no matter what you hear, you have to pretend to not understand it. My master loves role-playing as an ordinary man, so you have to just go with it. Don't ruin his mood. Otherwise." They felt her menace, so they quickly nodded. "Got it, we got it." Daji nodded and walked into the four-part architecture slowly. Nianfan was awake early as usual. He was doing some special movements. The movements were soft and comforting. It did not look intimidating. It was kind of relaxing. Daji observed him for a while before she shook her head. Master said this enabled him to be strong and healthy so that he could live longer. It seemed extraordinary, but she did not understand anything about it. Chapter 97, I am a lighting tool. After a while, Nianfan was done with his yoga. He saw Daji standing at the door. He asked curiously, "Daji, where have you been?" Daji smiled softly and said, "That day you mentioned missing a light source for the lantern. I had an idea, so I went to look for one last night. I finally found one." The two firefly demons were thunderstruck by her demeanor. They could not believe it. What was going on? Was this the same nine-tailed fox? They did not expect the cold-hearted, powerful nine-tailed fox to have a soft and feminine side. Must be two different people. What kind of god was her master? How was he able to tame the nine-tailed fox? The two demons looked at Nianfan. He seemed completely ordinary. Their demon king was right. Her master loved role-playing as an ordinary man. Nianfan asked out of curiosity, "Oh, what kind of light source?" Daji raised her bag and smiled. "This. Fireflies." Nianfan laughed. "Fireflies? What a creative idea. Show me." Daji passed the bag over to Nianfan. Flying lights could be seen from outside the bag. They were flickering brightly. Daji said, "These fireflies aren't small and they're extremely clever. You can order them to control their brightness." Voice controlled. Nianfan's eyes lit up. The things from the Immortal Realm were truly extraordinary. Every item could be voice controlled. He grinned and tried. "Brighten up." The bag glowed brighter. Good, awesome." Nianfan nodded in satisfaction. He felt touched as he looked at Daji. She went to find him a solution just because he mumbled something unconsciously. Also, she bravely went into the woods alone to capture the fireflies. It was difficult to capture fireflies, especially in the Immortal Realm. He got lucky when he adopted this beautiful and considerate woman. However, it was dangerous for a woman to be in the woods alone at night. She was risking her life. "Don't do that next time. It's too dangerous." Nianfan scolded her, trying to look serious. "Is the master worried about me?" "Of course, the master probably knows about how I helped sister with the Demon King title. He must be worried that I'd get ambushed by demons." Daji thought it was sweet. She bowed her head and obediently said, "Okay." Nianfan suddenly felt bad when he saw Daji looking like that. He said, "I like this a lot. Thank you." Daji was beaming. "It's what I should be doing." The two firefly demons were baffled. The nine-tailed fox was behaving coquettishly. Where was her Demon King aura? The demons noticed Nianfan looking at them, so they tried to look alive. They blended in with the other fireflies. Nothing to see here. I'm just a normal firefly. I'm an emotionless lighting tool. Li Nianfan took the bag and walked over to the lantern, transferring all the fireflies into it. Instantly, the big red lantern was lit. The golden fu was beaming, too. The fireflies did not disappoint Li Nianfan. They were brighter and more magical than an ordinary lantern. The two tiny demons were initially curious about Li Nianfan. However, once they were trapped in the lantern, the feeling of fear replaced their curiosity. They felt bound as soon as they entered the lantern, like they were born to be a part of this lantern, like they were its natural light source. They were horrified. This was against the laws of nature. Nobody had ever done this before. It was unheard of. They looked at each other and remembered when Daji said this would be the breakthrough of their lifetimes. It did change their lives, but the breakthrough was to become a lantern? It seemed to be a scam. They landed on the lantern frame and admitted to their defeat, drooping their heads disappointingly. Suddenly, one of the demons was surprised. It slowly looked up at the lantern frame and sniffed it. Buzz! Its brain went dizzy, but it was somehow comforting. It felt a pleasure it had never felt before, a refreshing type of clarity. Animals would transform into demons once they developed a consciousness. Then, they would train their spirit to become more powerful. Finally, they would become powerful demons. The firefly demons had developed consciousness, but they were not strong at all. It suddenly had an idea to train their spirit. This bamboo. It stared at the bamboo dreamily. What about it? Asked the other demon. I took a sniff of the bamboo, and developed a cultivation method. What? You're dreaming. The other demon stared back in disbelief. How's that possible? It took a deep sniff without hesitation. Then, its body shook. When it opened its eyes again, its light was flickering like crazy. The firefly demon was shocked and hysterical. How could this be? It looked at the bamboo again, feeling goosebumps all over. The firefly demon was excited and terrified at the same time. What was this? It could help with leveling up the spirit and Dao. It looked at the other ordinary fireflies. These fireflies were different. They had stars in their eyes. It was the first sign of consciousness development. Chapter 98, Be a Proper Light. Yikes! They gasped at the same time and looked at each other. They were both terrified. Did someone use this immortal item for a lantern? Incredible, unimaginable. Their hearts were racing. They suddenly felt like it was nice to be a lantern. They looked at the other fireflies anxiously. At this rate, these ordinary fireflies would develop their consciousness. If they did not do something about it, they would be surpassed as leaders of the fireflies. Training time. They had to start training since they found a new cultivation method. They did not dare to relax. However, they were once again stumped. They felt dizzy, like someone had smacked them on the head. The spiritual chi in here was insane. It was too much. Too intense. It made their cultivation process way too fast. It even made them feel like they could take a deep breath in replacement of a whole day's worth of training. What kind of godly speed was that? They were too scared to continue training with that speed. What else is in this lantern? Asked one of the firefly demons in a trembling voice. Everything in here had surpassed its knowledge. It was as if an ordinary person went to the heavenly temple. It was a genuinely terrifying kind of excitement. The other firefly demon gulped and said, I don't know, but I know the materials are impeccable. They carefully flew inside the lantern and observed every corner. They were envious of the other fireflies. Ignorance is bliss. This is the luckiest day of your lives. Then, they looked at the same spot, a spot where the bamboo sticks met. The crossover was tied together using willow as a rope. Instinctively, they felt afraid when they got close to it. Big shot. Absolute big shot. They avoided it and continued with their observation. The most obvious part of the lantern was the red cloth. Nothing seemed to be wrong with it. However, there was a fu written on it. They were thunderstruck, almost like they might blow up. It was beyond their knowledge of the world. Like an ant discovering the sky. Too scary. The words signified fortune. They stopped observing and looked away, trembling in a corner. They felt weak, small, and insignificant. Li Nianfan and Daji were eating breakfast. Their meal was slightly better, all thanks to the basket of eggs from Auntie Zhang. A fried egg, porridge, and salted vegetables was an enjoyable breakfast. It would have been perfect if they had milk and bread. They could not keep having porridge for breakfast forever. Suddenly, Li Nianfan looked at the lantern and asked, "Oh yeah, what do fireflies eat?" He finally had the perfect light source. It would be a shame if they starved to death. He could not do that to those poor bugs. Daji thought about it and answered, I think, dew. Li Nianfan was startled and he laughed. Dew? Just like little fairies. He looked at the lantern and said, maybe I could replace it with porridge juice. Soon, he poured some porridge juice into the lantern. The two firefly demons jolted when the porridge juice was poured in. They were easily frightened, like a poor man visiting the home of a rich person. They sighed in relief when they realized it was just porridge juice. Then, they curiously examined it. Was this porridge? Compared to dew, the juice was whiter and stickier. It also had a unique aroma. They wanted to try it. Before they became demons, they only ate dew. Once they became demons, they became picky eaters. Deep down, they despised porridge. However, this porridge smelled so good. It was also given by a big shot, so they had to try it. Maybe they should try a sip? They slowly flew towards the white porridge juice. Slurp. They took a sip and suddenly, they were overwhelmed with the aroma and flavors. Delicious, super delicious. They only ate dew because dew was clean and refreshing. It also had a hint of floral sweetness to it. They did not know why, but this porridge juice was better than dew. Also, it was unforgettably tasty. Such wonderful food existed in this world. They were satisfied. It was a pleasure being able to eat such wonderful food. Their bug lives were worth it. Suddenly, their spiritual chi erupted like a volcano. It was pouring out. Buzz. They felt like they had leveled up as waves of insights poured into them, widening their minds. Then, their bodies started to expand, too. One firefly demon had a hoarse voice as it was trying to hold it together. I can't do this. I think I'm leveling up. The other firefly demon replied, me, too. They always wanted to level up but to no avail. They did not expect to be leveling up at the wrong time. They had to suppress it. It was unreal. I can't hold it anymore. One of the demons was expanding in size. No, I can't get bigger, I mustn't expand. I'm supposed to be an emotionless light. I'll expose my identity if I keep expanding. Light? Light? I got it. The other firefly demon caught on and yelled, we have to focus all our powers on our taillights. Be a proper light. Chapter 99, Too much pressure that you have dementia. The two tiny demons focused their powers into their taillights. The pressure on their bodies was lighter and their taillights were brighter. Phew. They both sighed in relief. They would have blown up from that sudden wave of power if they did not find the solution. They glanced at the porridge juice shakily. They were petrified. What an expert. Even the porridge was precious and valuable. They only took a tiny sip of porridge juice and were overwhelmed. The nine-tailed fox and the expert were eating bowls of porridge. How luxurious of them. Such a special lantern, such a magical porridge. No wonder the nine-tailed fox was so powerful. She met an expert. When she promised them a breakthrough, they did not expect it to be this kind of breakthrough. It was hard to be unsuccessful when you were with the expert. Li Nianfan noticed how bright the lantern was and he smiled. It looks like they love the porridge juice. Look how happy they got. Daji nodded and said, yeah, not everyone gets to taste your porridge, Mr. Li. Haha, when it comes to food, I really am the best, laughed Li Nianfan. Then, he felt bad for the fireflies. But they shouldn't always be bright. It doesn't waste electricity, but they must be tired. They shouldn't be bright during the daytime, only when they need to. The fireflies dimmed as soon as he finished his sentence. Li Nianfan was amazed. Even the fireflies are intelligent in the Immortal Realm. At the north side of the gone-long Immortal Dynasty, it was dryland and there were not a lot of trees around. The sun was high up in the sky, making the weather incredibly hot. An old woman and a young girl were on their way. The old woman said to the young girl, Nanan, we're almost there. I know it must be tiring to follow along. She could not figure out why someone like Nanan was sent to her unknown sect that was in the middle of nowhere. Was the expert planning something? She was not a powerful cultivator, but she had lived for hundreds of years. She had seen and heard enough to know that experts worked in mysterious ways. Very few people could understand it. It was great that the expert saw something in the Golden Lotus sect. No matter what, she had to treat Nanan well. She must protect Nanan at all cost. A one-day trip was prolonged into a 3-day trip because she became rich overnight. Her space ring contained endless treasures, so she was scared of being robbed. Also, she had Nanan on her side. She had to ensure her safety. Therefore, she was extra careful on the road. She would avoid road trails if she had any doubts. They finally reached the turf of the Golden Lotus sect. It's okay, Master. Nanan shook her head and said, you only told me half the story of the Golden Lotus sect. What happens next? Did the Sky Knife sect borrow us the elixir? The old woman shook her head and replied, of course not. Not only that, but they also mocked and humiliated us. The Golden Lotus sect was almost vanquished. Nanan was unfazed. She asked, oh, what happens next? The old woman smiled and finished reciting the story. She realized her new student was interested and passionate about the history of the Golden Lotus sect. She was also interested in news and information regarding the cultivation realm. The old woman would not hide it from her. She told Nanan everything she wanted to know. The two reached the Golden Lotus sect without noticing. They were a sect, but they were truly poor. The gates were made of clay and it was crappy. Beyond the gates, there were a few buildings around. The main hall was decent, but it was also old. The walls were dried up and there were only a few disciples around. It was a miserable sight. The old woman brought Nanan to where she stayed. It was not far away from the main hall. It was the best spot from the looks of it. Nanan, this is your room from now on. I'll live next to you, so you can come to me if you have any problems. Don't worry about anything, said the old woman kindly. Then, she said, you should stay here first. I'll go look for my sister. She left in a flash, heading toward the small yard next to the main hall. She rushed through the small yard and arrived at a room. She pushed the door open. Sister, I'm back. An old woman laid on her bed weakly with her eyes closed. This was her sister, Wu Hanyan. She had white messy hair and wrinkles all over her face. She looked like an old woman on the brink of death, hanging on to her last breath. She was only older than her by 3 years, but she looked like she was older than her by decades. There was a dark spot between her eyebrows, a sign of fatal poisoning. Wu Hanyan did her best to open her eyes. She said in a weak and hoarse voice, "You finally came back. How was your trip?" The old woman was emotional. "Sister, I found an incredible student." "Really?" Wu Hanyan did not expect good news, so she was very glad to hear that. She hurriedly asked, "Is it a decent spiritual route?" The old woman shook her head. "No." Wu Hanyan trembled and asked, So it's a superior spiritual route?" The old woman still shook her head. "Not that either. She's an inferior spiritual route." Wu Hanyan was visibly disappointed. She smiled bitterly and said, I'm at the brink of death, yet, you still want to tease me." The old woman quickly replied, "Sis, I'm not making fun of you. This student is unlike any of the other spiritual routes. She's the Golden Lotus sect's breakthrough. This time, we'll be successful. Do you know what you're talking about?" Wu Hanyan turned to look at her sister. She suddenly realized that her sister was no longer the 28-year-old woman she once knew. She had already gone through the cruel passage of time. They were two old ladies now. She felt sentimental at that moment, a miserable kind of sentiment. She sighed. "You went through a lot over these years. You're under too much pressure, so much that you have dementia and now you're imagining things. Fine. After I die, go ahead and break up the Golden Lotus sect." Chapter 100 shockingly sat up at the brink of death. "Sis, I'm not imagining things. I'm as clear as day," exclaimed the old woman. She waved and endless spiritual herbs spilled out into the room. The room was filled with medical aroma. This is. Wu Hanyan's eyes were wide. She was weak, almost dying, but she sat up from her bed and stared in disbelief. It was unreal. "Am I imagining things? I'm dying. I must be dying," mumbled Wu Hanyan. She teared up. "But seeing something this majestic before dying? My life's worth it. I can die in peace." The old woman laughed at her sister and said, "Sis, you don't have to die in peace. You can totally live in peace. It's all real, it's not an illusion." She took out a bunch of spiritual herbs and continued, "This elixir could cure the wasp venom in you. Hurry up and eat it." "This is real?" Wu Hanyan stared at her sister in disbelief. "Did you discover the stash of a god?" She replied, "Sis, this is all because I took in that student. That inferior spiritual root student? Who is she? Where did she come from? And why our sect?" Wu Hanyan was utterly confused. She looked like she had countless question marks above her head. "I'm not sure about her background either, but," the old woman had a fearful look in her eyes. She took a deep breath and continued, "I know she has a brother, and he was extraordinary. The words he wrote were full of insights. Even the Holy Emperor was impressed with it and paid his respects." "Insights? Holy Emperor?" Gasp. Wu Hanyan gasped and almost died for real. She was too shocked to function. Her heart was racing like crazy, too. Insights and the Holy Emperor were beyond her. It was something she looked up to but could never attain. Now, they just recruited a student with insights, and the Holy Emperor was involved. They also got all these spiritual herbs. Unbelievable. What type of heavenly disciple did they take in? When did the Golden Lotus sect get this lucky? Wu Hanyan was baffled. It was all right in front of her, but she still refused to believe it. She looked at her sister and asked, "Is it true?" "Sis, it's absolutely real." The old woman nodded and said, "Hurry up and take the spiritual herb. I'll tell you the rest of it while I cure your poison. I'm worried you'll get overwhelmed." Wu Hanyan continuously nodded. "Okay." 2 hours later. The sky went dark. The old woman and Wu Hanyan opened their eyes at the same time, sweating bullets and panting. They looked at each other and smiled. "Phew." Wu Hanyan sighed in relief. She looked re-energized. "It's been far too long since I've felt this good and relaxed." Her sister laughed. "Sis, now do you believe what I said?" "Incredible, truly incredible." Wu Hanyan shook her head and exclaimed. She had a respectful tone in her voice. I can't believe someone like that exists in this realm, and he chose the Golden Lotus sect. It's unbelievable. While she was healing, her sister told her everything. She was shocked from the beginning of the story until the very end. An extraordinary man with his writings full of insights. The Holy Emperor trying to impress him. How he probably killed the demon man. Wu Hanyan was especially shocked by the Holy Emperor's statement. The Golden Lotus sect might surpass the Gonlong Immortal dynasty because of this disciple? Everything she said was hard to process. Wu Hanyan was serious. We have to treat this little girl well. No. Not only should we treat her well, but we also have to treat her like she's more important than our lives. Nanan indirectly saved her life. She also had the ultimate big shot backing her. He was someone they needed to worship. The old woman nodded understandingly. Of course, I'll let her stay in the room next to mine so I can take care of her. Wu Hanyan immediately said, let's go. We should go see her. The two of them teleported to her room. Knock knock. The old woman knocked and asked, Nanan, are you asleep? Not yet. Nanan opened the door and looked at the old woman. Master. The old woman smiled and introduced, this is my sister, the sect master of the Golden Lotus sect. Wu Hanyan smiled. Nanan, the Golden Lotus sect welcomes you. Greetings to the sect master. Nanan let them into her room and continued drawing on the walls. The old woman and Wu Hanyan watched her out of curiosity. The wall was filled with the names of sects and people. More importantly, the names looked familiar. They were names of the enemies, more specifically the enemies of the Golden Lotus sect. These were the names that the old woman mentioned in her story on the way here. Two names at the top were struck through by Nanan, Leopard Demon and Demon Man. The old woman was stupefied. She asked, Nanan, what's this? These people are my recent biggest enemies, I'm cleaning them up one by one from now on. This blank area is for future enemies. Nobody messes with Nanan. Gasp. The old woman and Wu Hanyan gasped at the same time. They were surprised. They also felt goosebumps looking at the wall of enemies. Nanan had the potential of a little demonic girl. They shook their heads and laughed. The Golden Lotus sect would not be peaceful from now on. Then, they looked around the room. They noticed Li Nianfan's writing hanging on the wall. I am not ordinary. I leadeth an immortal life. Bzzz. They felt a buzz in the air when they caught sight of the writings that Li Nianfan gave to Nanan. The words were full of insights, and the room was now transformed into a holy place because of the writings. Wu Hanyan heard about the writings from her sister, but now that it was right in front of her, she felt the strong impact it had on her. This was heavenly writings. The writings were a breakthrough. What kind of cool character could have casually written something like that? That person was the brother of Nanan. Scary. Too scary.